If that doesn't get you hyped, I don't know what will. Welcome, one and all, to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship LCQ, our first stop on our championship journey. And of course, as always, joining us to break everything down is Tom T-Squared Taylor. Tom, what's getting you excited this morning here, starting in our EMEA region?
Well, there's just so much to talk about, Kate, but it's time to get this thing started very soon. And these players have been looking forward to it for quite some time because these are the teams qualifying for the LCQ. That means 35 other teams have stamped their way to the Global Championship already. And these are the teams' last chance to go and make it. Obviously, it's the LCQ.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at how exactly we are getting to where we're going here today in our tournament. Remember, as we mentioned, this is the LCQ, that last chance qualifier. These are 5 spots. Count them 5 spots. Now, Tom, you've heard me say it once and 1,000 times. This is my favorite stat. These are 232 teams, thousands of players to get to this very spot here today. Just even getting to this top 20 is a hurdle. Getting through this lobby is going to be an all-out bloodbath.
Yeah, that's a lot of teams because you could stack on the 35 teams that have basically already qualified too. So we're almost pushing, close to 300. And like you were saying, thousands of players. I think it was like 6,000 or 7,000 players that just tried throughout all of the winner circuit too. So a lot of these are the same names and same teams that are popping up. But again, this is the last chance for these teams specifically. So you're going to see a couple of team names that you recognize, a lot of player names that you recognize, because there's kind of be some, last minute thrown together teams, some scrap together teams that are really trying to make a name for themselves.
Absolutely, and they have picked quite the place to do it here. Let's take a look at what our tournament's going to look like today. As we mentioned, now here's the thing. You're used to hearing match point, right? We talk about the match point being like, up to 50 and then going for that. We're actually just doing 6 games apiece here today. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be fun, but this is how it's going to work. As we mentioned, teams from around the world, this is what they're going for, right? Their last chance, that was 5 spots to get into that championship. And that championship, well, it's for a fair bit of money there, Tom.
Exactly, and the group stages are extremely important, and now these gamers have been playing all weekend long to get to this moment, and $1 million prize pool, Kate, nothing to shake a stick at.
Oh, you used it. I love it. Exactly. Those group stages are going to be where we separate I was going to say the men from the boys, but let's be inclusive here. Separate the good from the bad, the best from the awesome, and everything in between. Now, as we mentioned, this is all leading up to the ALGS Championship, and I'm going to go ahead and apologize because I think my cat is going to make an appearance. Nope, he's not. At any rate, he is very excited. I know we are as well. We only got just a little bit of time to talk, but as we mentioned, we're going to be doing our EMEA teams here this morning. There's his tail. Over to our NA teams this afternoon. It's going to be a whole day of Apex. We're so excited to have you here joining with us around the globe because we've got, as Tom mentioned, some incredible teams, some incredible players, and really, I've been calling today's tournament the wild card going into the LCQs because that's exactly where things are going. I'm sorry.
Like Kate's cat.
He likes sitting on the keyboard.
Hey,
what are you
Kate,
say?
one thing's for sure
Yes,
is you don't
please.
want to be on the tail end of the leaderboard when this is all said and done.
Tom T-Squared Taylor, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be here all night, and we will be here all day breaking out everything that we need. We're all about the love here. And, of course, as we mentioned, today's kind of a wild card. We're going to see some teams that we're going to recognize. We're going to see even more players we're going to recognize. And in that 6 games, that's all we got, Tom. 6 games. Let's take a look at who are the finalists that you're going to actually be seeing in today's, tournament here. Pardon me.
Right, and after this, we're going to be taking a look at the teams to watch too. But I want to touch base on why that is, because you look at teams like DNMK, they have so many points, right? This is 22,000 points. The next closest is 8,000 behind. Fire Beavers, they're also going to be on that list too. Great logo, by the way. So T-Rex Gaming, they're also going to be up there. So again, you're going to recognize some of these team names, but you're going to recognize a lot of the players individually too, especially from the EMEA region. But one of my favorite things about this, Kate, is the 35 teams that have already qualified. I guarantee they're either, doing their own broadcast or they're in our Twitch channel right now, and they're going to be cheering on their teammates, cheering on their mates, making sure that they try to make their teams and their friends get into that global championship so they can go and play against them. And that's what it's all about. There's so much love in the Apex community, and there's so much support.
There is so much support. And hey, speaking of Apex community, we love hearing from you. And guess what? We get to hear from you on a weekly basis when we do these tournaments. We haven't seen you for a little while because we've been in between. But guess what? Now is your chance. Get on our social. Follow us at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And of course, if you find yourself on this very program, we're going to give you 1,000 Apex coins because we love you so much. We love to see you be a part of this exact broadcast. And hey, if you're continuing to watch us from all different mediums, we are on Twitch, twitch.tv/playapex, and of course, youtube.com/playapex. Compete. We're everywhere you want to be, and we're all day long. And I know that we've got a lot going on today. And Tom, this is the hardest question we always have to ask you, which is your top 5 teams to watch.
Yeah,
break it down for us.
Had a lot of help from the team today. I know Fallout Girl was in there, Rain Day as well. And it was, down to these 5 teams basically based on the points that we saw and just some of the names that were popping up over and over again. And you can see it right there. Fire Beavers, T-Rex, just like we were talking about. Wariaki, good luck saying that one throughout the cast. DNMK, Doghouse as well. These teams, again, when you see these top 5 teams, we've been wrong so many times. It's about going and playing with a chip on your shoulder. Just because you didn't make it on this list means absolutely nothing here. But these are teams, again, that kind of just have been popping up over and over again. They've been consistent. They're putting up big numbers. They've been putting up good games as well throughout the qualification process. So those are the top 5 teams that we had.
Absolutely. And those are the teams to watch here. Now, as we mentioned, 5 teams from our EMEA region, 5 teams from our NA region will join that scary, scary lobby. Let's take a look at who has already qualified for those championships here in our EMEA region. And this is who they're going to be going up against should they make it past this LCQ today. And boy, goodness, I'm telling you right now, Tom, this scares me in a way that I find both exciting and very dangerous.
It's going to be exciting, too, because I'm sure the format for the Global Championship has already been released, but I'm really curious to see what happens when we have 40 from EMEA, 40 from North America, how it's going to all kind of combine together, whether it's going to be region locked or however. But now we're getting a really good taste of these other teams, right? Because a lot of times when we go, almost every single time when we go into any type of Apex Legends format, especially in our circuits, there's only 20 teams, and that's the cutoff, right? So it's really tough for these other teams, like the top 40 teams, maybe 21 through 40 seed. They're really good too. They have an opportunity. There's a lot of RNG. There's a lot of random things that can happen. Sometimes it's just not your day. So to be able to open this format out a little bit more and get more teams involved just gives more opportunities, and that's what I love.
Absolutely. And one of the things I love to do is ask you a question. And if you're just joining us, if you've never seen this broadcast, you're just joining this Apex community for the first time, let me introduce you to Tom. The guy has a plethora of knowledge. You've been a player, you've been a caster, you are a caster, you've been a host, and you've been an analysis. I want to know from that perspective, both the player and the coach, if you're coming into an LCQ, and I've asked you this a million times, but we'll do it here today. Coming into this LCQ, especially with $1 million prize pool on the line and this big behemoth championship down the way, what is your mentality right now going into something with so much pressure?
You gotta have fun. If you're not having fun, then you're not playing games for a living. So the best thing to do is really just enjoy the moment and have a blast, right? Because it's gonna fly by. These 6 games, they're gonna go by in a blink of an eye, especially if you're a competitor. Watching is so much less stressful in my opinion than when you're playing, but it can get stressful by watching too. So really, when you're in the moment, nothing else really matters. So just enjoy that moment with your teammates, have fun, and do your best. You want to make sure that when it's all said and done, that you don't have any excuses.
Absolutely. Well, better said by Tom than anyone else. Thank you so much. And you know what? With that, we are going to head over to our game number 1. But first, take a look at this.
welcome everybody to game number 1 of our last chance qualifier for the EMEA region. Fall Out here joined alongside girls. We're getting ready for this wild card. Kate hit the nail on the head. This is truly a wild card tournament, girl. We see a lot of teams that we haven't necessarily heard of that are looking to make a name for themselves, and then we see teams with players that we're familiar with. Walk me through some of the teams so far that really are standing out to you. What are you looking forward to the most?
There are plenty of teams that I have seen before, like T-Rex is one of them. Fire Beavers are looking really strong right now. There are a few teams that have been in here but haven't quite made that success that they wanted to over the season. So this is their last chance to get in there, to get into those championships.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. T-Rex is a squad that I was actually surprised to see here and having not qualified, but it makes sense. The qualification for the championships is based on your consistency throughout the entirety of the ALGS so far, right? Summer circuit, going into autumn circuit, going into winter circuit. T-Rex was the team that really popped out of nowhere in the winter circuit, as I know that squad kind of came back, maybe made a return to Apex Legends. Zerifer is someone on that team that I really admire and look up to and respect as a player, so I think they're going to make some great noise. They were easily a top 15, top 10 team in Europe throughout the entirety of the winter circuit. In my eyes, they're a favorite coming into this tournament. But the thing that stands out to me the most, girl, is hands down, bar none, the diversity of teams that we're seeing in this tournament. It's one thing I love about Apex. We have 2 teams from South Africa. We have 4 teams from Russia or CIS. We have 3 French teams. France is really showing up in a big way. An all-Italian team and off limits. We have an all-Turkish team, an all-Saudi Arabian team. I love the diversity and where a lot of these teams are coming from. And a variety, of course, of multinational teams speaking maybe not their first language, which is crazy.
True that, and it's really interesting to see which team will gain the victory. So we got 5 slots for today, so the top 5 teams will be making it into the championships today. There's also, who do you think is looking strong today?
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I think T-Rex is one squad that I'm looking out for. A personal favorite of mine. I got a lot of love for the South African community. Big shout to Fendo and everyone else watching online. So I'm hoping DNMK can do it. They've dominated and they're coming in with actually the most amount of ALGS points, and they've looked really, really good throughout the entirety of the Middle East and Africa region. I think they're looking strong, and I gotta say, hopefully, fingers crossed, things go well for DNMK. I'd love to see South African representation in our championships. Those are 2 teams in particular I'm looking out for. But then, of course, yeah, Fire Beavers with 9 Impulse, Sunset, and Taskmaster. 9 Impulse, former member of Navi. Sunset actually making his return as he competed at a top level way back in our Krakow preseason invitational a long time ago. And then, of course, Waryuki, we have Limek, Kimsu, and Jellied Corn. That's a team of names that have been consistent, have played, have performed. I know Kimsu is a former Kick Esports. I'm sure the current Kick Esports roster that's already qualified from Poland, they'll be looking out for them as well.
Yeah, Kick Esports is already in, so he's probably looking forward to seeing his former teammates in the championships if he makes it today. There are a couple of my friends that are in as well. So 69 IQ Esports, I have a friend in that squad that's in it, and also No Creativity cheering for them as well.
I mean, it's not a great IQ though, so I'm not sure what's happened there. Hopefully, fingers crossed, things goes well. But let's go ahead and take a look at the points and scoring note for anyone that's maybe new to watching competitive Apex, and you guys can understand how exactly the action is going to take place today. We're going to have a 6-game series. Over those 6 games, well, it's very similar to ranked. You get points for placement. First place takes home 12 points. Second place takes home 9, then 7, and so on and so forth, all the way down to 15th place. You also get 1 additional point per kill. So if you're a team that likes to play aggressive, a more aggressive team composition like a Bloodhound or the like, you can obviously play aggressive, get 10 to 15 kills per game. You're going to be able to, work your way to the top 3 in standings that way. Or if you're a team that likes to play more for placement, early rotations, much like we see Aski, Yuki, and Dell do in the European teams that have already qualified, you can consistently place and make it that way as well. And in the end, girl, I think it's top 5 teams in total placement will qualify through. Is that correct?
Yep, that is correct. And these teams are probably very nervous because it is the last chance qualifiers, because there's such a big tournament coming up here in June. It's going to be really hard to be as aggressive as they might want to be for those kills early on. And then once the tournament goes, someone's going to have to make a really big play to come out from the bottom up. So we might see some interesting things happen today.
I love it. Well, I also want to hear from everyone in the chat as well. Let us know who you're rooting for. I know we got South Africa in the chat. Stand up if you're rooting for our South African teams. Italy, we got France, we got teams, of course, from Scandinavia that are represented, Russia, CIS, and of course, we got some UK and British players. I think there's 2 teams with some British representation as well. And then we have Saudi Arabia, we have Australis, who's playing and coming from Turkey. Let us know where you're from and who you're rooting for. I'm excited to see who in the chat is rooting for who as we get ready for game number 1, which is going to be loading here in just a minute. As of course, the dropship will be flying across the map, and we'll be getting started here in a little bit. Girl, we talked about some teams to watch. Talked about the current meta. What legends do you think we're going to see? Have things changed up a little bit over the last couple of weeks, or what can we expect maybe for some new viewers that are watching in chat? What legends are going to be playing today?
So, if you're a little newer to Apex, you might have remembered Wraith, Pathfinder, and Watson being the comp. That is no longer the case usually. There might be some Octanes in here today, some Horizon players perhaps, but Octane is a really, really big one for this competitive season.
Nail on the head. You know, traditionally in competitive Apex, I mentioned the preseason invitational a while ago. It was all that similar Watson, Pathfinder, and Wraith team comp. Every single team in the lobby, all 20 teams ran that composition. And then you saw the meta shift. You saw Gibraltar kind of come into popularity as Gibraltar replaced Watson in some teams, and teams started kind of shaking it up, and it was between those 2 team comps. And then Bloodhound got thrown in the mix, then Crypto got thrown in the mix, and a little bit of Revenant. And then, of course, as of summer of 2020 is when I can't remember which season it was, season 4, I think, things got really, really shaken up. We saw a variety of legends that are now viable. Bloodhound and more recently Octane and the like. So I'm excited to see what diversity of legends and team comps that we're going to see on screen here as we are kicking off with gameplay. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 is upon us as we're getting started for our last chance qualifier in EMEA. ALGS is back, and I'm so excited. It was a long break, girl, and I'm not going to lie, I missed it.
It has been a long break, and we actually see 2 teams contesting thermal station there, so there might be an early fight on after the 2 teams split the loot over there. The NMK getting that loot in Lava City here. Blue armor, couple white armors. They're one of the big favorites today. They've had a lot of ALGS points, and I'm looking forward to see what they can do under this amount of pressure today.
Both. They're going to have a max rotation, though, as it looks like our zone's going to be collapsing on the northwest side of the map, which has been so popular lately. We've seen a ton of zones, competitive Apex, that end over in this Skyhook area on the northwest side of the map. So, for DNMK dropping Lava City, it's going to be a max rotation from the southeast side of the map, which obviously could be a little bit dangerous, but depending on their team comp, might actually play out in their favor. We're not going to jump on board with my favorites to win this tournament. It's T-Rex who are dropping in their very familiar countdown, which puts them in a pretty good spot here, girl, because they're obviously close to zone. They're going to get loot. Looks like they got countdown to themselves, which I know last time we saw them live in one of our Winter Circuit broadcasts, they were contested. So pretty good situation here for T-Rex.
Yeah, last time they were contested every single game, which they didn't do that bad though. They almost ended up winning the money, but unfortunately it didn't come into their favor. They got really great armor and loot, it looks like. So they got a purple, a gold, and a blue. This is what you typically get in trials. So that's very, very, very good loot on this side of the map.
Got an enemy out there.
Well, a Slovakian, a Polish person, and a Swede go to enter a bar. What happens next?
They get the dub.
They get the dub, and they form the T-Rex squad. That's what happens here. So we got Zerifer from Slovakia, Querny from Poland, and Dippities from Sweden. Multinational team here, which is insane. 3 different languages all coming together and speaking their non-native language in English, which is just crazy to me. You know, back in traditionally in esports, you didn't really see that, at least from the esports and titles that I came from, you know, right?
Extended heavy mag here.
Days, way back when. Now you see so many teams playing across multiple nations, languages. It is beyond impressive to see how multinational teams tend to
shotgun bolt here.
Consistently. So
Level
we
3.
Might have a chance to listen into some of these teams that are speaking English, of course, for the English broadcast. We'll see if we show some love to other languages as well. But it's always interesting to hear their comms for sure. So we got T-Rex, multinational squad, and a variety of others that are competing today.
Let's relocate here.
And now we're jumping on to 1872. We got Target, we got CU, and we got Regu. They're going with a Crypto for the beacon scan, and they have a Gibraltar and Wraith. I don't see this comp very often, so I'm very surprised to see what they can do if they're going for that early rotation. And Doghouse also taking some shots out of Crypto, Drone over
Target
here,
over there.
and Skyhook.
Right. Well, you mentioned that we'll see a bit of Octane here, and already we've seen three teams leveraging Octane. We saw T-Rex a moment ago as well. So Octane, Gibraltar, and Bloodhound. Very aggressive team composition for Doghouse. You know, that means they're going to be looking for those kill points. They're looking for aggression. Do not watch Waryicky here with Kimsu, Jelly Corn, and Lemik, Polish squad. Also with a fairly aggressive squad, fairly aggressive team comp. Yeah, it's very interesting that they're running a Crypto alongside the Octane because Crypto tends to be obviously a little bit slower play for Intel, play for Recon, and two almost opposite forces coming at it. Oh my goodness, long range shot from Dippity. He's actually going to knock one on Dicky. Great shots coming through from Dippity, and that's a huge opportunity now for T-Rex to take advantage of the Clowns.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to push, but they're going to get the revive. I think they might be a little too far away to get that. So they're going to recover. Clowns are going to recover. They're going to be okay. It's going to take a lot of meds from them, but they've got a really good spot in the zone here.
Right. Clowns, one of our French teams competing today. I mentioned there were 3 total French teams. Come out here alongside Aspirateur with Boston, Fantasmoke, and Mamaluz. We'll see if they get the early revive. They get healed back up, and it looks like T-Rex decided not to push it. Probably realized, look, we're a few minutes into the game already. Teams are already rotating. If we take this fight, we risk getting third party. If it was a minute or two earlier into the lobby, I think you would have seen them actually take that 3v2, take that team fight, but it's not worth it right now, given the current state of the lobby and how people are already starting to rotate.
Yeah, and the fact that they all have really good spots in the zone here and they don't quite have to move or do anything, they're not going to risk it because now everyone in the lobby, like right behind them, are already rotating towards them. So they're going to hold that choke in the corner of Trials, hold Odin Gamers out of there. So we got Shades, we got Pochi, and King. So they're going to have to fall back. They're getting sniped from a whole bunch of different angles and they're going to have to find a spot to heal.
Right, Odin Gamers have seen a few ALGS playoffs and tournaments. See how they will fare today. We're jumping on board with the all-Turkish team, Australis, not to be confused with Australis, the prominent CSGO organizations, different org/team. We're on board with Pat, Sabron, and SDF. The charge rifle shots looking like a young Mandy over here with long-range shots from Kestia on their opponents over in Fragment. Board and just kind of doing a lay of the land here. Understand where teams are well positioned, and a lot of teams have early rotated. A lot of teams have found themselves some good real estate. None better, honestly. A really good spot here for 1872, bro.
Yeah, it is. And they've got the blue armors. They might try leveling up the armor with the Crypto Ultimate later on, but they're going to stay patient for now. They've got armors settled, and actually they're going to take a look with that drone and see where it can go, see which teams are around them. Perhaps get that ultimate off to get some of his armor up. But right now, just scouting, looking around, seeing what's taken and what's not, because they may try and move in here if the buildings aren't taken.
1872, the first ever female ran for president in the United States.
Oh, I did not know that. That is incredibly awesome.
Perhaps that's why they're just very pro-female team. Why they went 1872 team. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea why. It's also a global competition. Wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for a European team to leverage United States history for their team composition. We'll get to the bottom of that. If they win this tournament, hopefully we get an interview with 1872. We can get the intel. We now finally get some action on screen here. It looks like it's going to be off limits. The Italian squad, they find themselves in a 3v3 fight. They want to push this with that Bloodhound team comp. They're going to have some wall scan capabilities. Great shots coming through with the Massive, missing the last two. You'd like to have those back. The raining fire is going to come through from another third party that's going to hit. It looks like they're going to lose one. ZLV nearby. They're just going to try and survive. Barely is Vavitaki of ZLV.
Oh, ZLV was only a team of 2, but he actually ended up getting the kill point and maybe ruining Off Limits' day over here. They're going to be able to get a revive off perhaps really fast, so Andy's going to go for that quick revive, quick getting back all their loot. But Andy gets shot from behind, and that is Slayers from 69 IQ picking up another kill point. 1872 getting shot at. Ray goes to 1 HP. He's gonna have to heal off very fast. Crypto is on white armor, so if they do get pushed, they might be in a little pickle here. But they do have a few armor swaps. They're gonna be okay for now. Checks, no armor, Andy down. So he ended up getting the revive, but was it worth it?
Big question. And I'm not sure if you saw that nade landed right as the wall actually collapsed. Beautiful stuff right there that came in and just ruining the day of Andy Jackson. Your Bloodhound as well. No, they're not going to have that intel from scans coming through from Bloodhound. Try and get the revive if they can, but gotta be very cautious here. Not sure if they're going to try and get the res. They're right, they're east. They decide to push for it now. We'll see. There's so many teams nearby that it's a little scary for them. Meanwhile, it's on board the Aspirateur, the French team we mentioned, all French squad. It's good damage in cross map here. So far, we're catching all the action. Big shot to our observers.
Yeah, all the action indeed. And Aspirateur, they're gonna have to do something here. They're getting closer to the building. They get defensive bombardmented on, and they're taking angles right behind this building. Will they push or will they just chill? They seem to be fine. Nope, nope. Charge rifle comes through.
There's a third party, so as soon as they take this fight, they're going to take damage from the left-hand side there, so be careful. Like actually, the same squad might be in-house. Came up earlier. But we do have Clowns on screen right now, who, again, this is the team that got knocked earlier, was able to get the revive and reset. Keeps the hunt activated, not sure exactly why. Not taking the fight necessarily, but perhaps they're anticipating a fight to come through, as it is Aspirateur right outside. They're going to continue to get these scans, continue to get the intel that they need, making sure that mostly that third party's not coming through.
Yeah, so the Beast of the Hunts were wasted, but it's better to use your spells than not use them at all and just die, right? So you're not going to wait till the next game, but it seems like they're both just chilling. No one wants to be over-aggressive right now. They're pinging to go to another spot. Clowns just wants to keep their spot. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to risk anything. There's still 18 squads left, and there's so much on the line here for these teams. That is why no one's over-aggressing.
Right, we talked about the pressure. Last chance to qualify for $1 million total prize pool tournament. I think I tweeted it a little bit earlier, but I just can't believe $1 million in one tournament, especially for an online tournament. Significant for a pandemic climate. I gotta say kudos to EA for pivoting and allowing these players an opportunity to compete, given the circumstances over the last year and the global pandemic that's been across. Still millions of dollars on display here. And a huge opportunity for these last chance qualifier teams to potentially be that dark horse, to be that wild card going into champs, grind, practice, get ready, and somehow, some way take home a chunk of that $1 million prize pool. So
yeah, and most of these teams have come from maybe a different Battle Royale or a different FPS game, and they're trying to make it into the Apex scene. And they may have had to team swap in the last year and try and find who they work best with. And this is really the last chance to figure out who you work best with until after championships is over. So you got to put everything in. You got to communicate really well here and make no mistakes.
Right.
Forget that.
That's one thing that's been really exciting. The growth of Apex Legends over the last few months and over the last year has been significant. Twitch viewership, been quadrupled, tripled or quadrupled. Apex truly has established itself as a top-tier title, as a top-tier esport. Like you said, a lot of players have made the switch. I have a couple young players that are trying to go pro that I mentor that were playing Valorant and other games and said, you know what, I'm making Apex full-time. A lot of those players are on display here today. Apex continues to grow at a global level, and I'm excited to see alongside that what that means. And as I say, at a global level, we got to show some love to a global team here. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with the South African favorite, DNMK.
How many nades do you have? We can nade in the room if you want.
Scanning.
Scan first.
Nothing,
Okay.
nothing,
Go
nothing,
inside,
nothing.
Go inside.
Nothing inside the room.
Copy that.
I think we have this bridge open, by the way. We
maybe
can.
this is
One bridge, one there. So a guy jump.
No, but we can play on the bridge. We have space, yeah. If we want, we can play here.
Yeah, we
That's
can,
what I'm
yeah.
saying. It's in zone.
Okay.
Well,
maybe
they
we can
won't
rest.
push.
Maybe
They
we can
will.
rest.
I'm dome resing.
Okay.
I have
Quick.
ult on us,
Quick. They're making a portal, making a portal. You need to get away.
Can you come back?
It's okay, I think we're good, I think we're good.
Come, stay side, Daisy, stop picking.
Almost cracked one. Yeah, almost cracked one.
I'll scan out, scanning out. Okay, we can peek from this little corner here. I'm gonna try and peek. There's
Somebody also. Go back, quickly.
Come to me.
One's down at the bottom, okay? You jump down.
Okay.
There they are.
Okay.
Two down,
Yeah.
two down.
There's only one, it's a Gibby. It's a Gibby. That's another team, okay?
Yeah.
We're getting shot, yeah?
Look at me, I'm good. Just watch
Look
here.
over there. It's safe, we have to push this.
Okay,
No, we
go.
don't.
Okay, I think we have to push because it's safe. Watch out, you're alone.
We're just gonna die.
Don't get that. Clean fight. I want a clean fight.
Yeah, clean.
I have to heal. I'm gonna
There's one
die.
at the top, I think. He's at the top, okay, above us.
Okay, reset.
Watch out. We can play here, we can play by me.
What perfect timing for a listen-in is we get a little bit of everything right there. We get them under duress. One goes down. They're able to back out, reset. The comms were pristine, immaculate from this squad, unlike what I'm seeing so far from DNMK, girl.
Yeah, for sure. They're quick decision making, and you know, one of them went down, but they didn't panic. They got that quick revive off. They went back. They made the decision to push on the bottom because they knew there was a knock on the bottom, and they knew it was safe in the zone, and they played that perfectly. And now they're going to continue to play perfectly while there's 14 squads left. They're still going to have to make it into the next zone. They are not safe just yet. And we're on to Dojo. They are also not in the zone as well. So they're going to have to fight. They're going to have to fight to get a position here.
Right, meanwhile, look at the kill feed getting absolutely lit up. Two members of DNMK. I think actually maybe just one gets knocked out. It's Altrui. And one thing I love from that listen-in girl, kind of alluded to it, there's this concept of disagree and commit in esports, right? You might disagree with the call that your IGL makes, but sometimes you just have to commit to it, because if one person commits and two don't, if you second guess, that can be the difference between life and death. And right there, at a slight disagreement in their comms, they committed to the fight. We'll see where that takes them. We got a few kill points out of it, and I think there's two members of DMNK still alive. Keep an eye on them as we now jump on board with the peers here on screen.
Yeah, that was really well said. Sometimes I play in Apex and I kind of, you know, chicken out. And when you chicken out, you just cause your whole team to die. So when your IGL does say, you know, do this, and he's already jumped off the high ground, so they really had to commit. They really couldn't fall back there, and it worked out for them. So I'm glad, but it looks like all these death boxes kind of piled up down here.
Yeah, it's insane. 5 or 6 death boxes in one area. And again, I only saw one death box from DNMK, so I think they are still alive. Worked out for them for now. We'll see how long that lasts. And girl, appreciate you being a little honest, a little vulnerable, and sharing. You know, sometimes I don't necessarily commit to fights, and it doesn't work out for me. I chicken out a little bit, but you're spot on. Two sides of that coin, we've certainly all been there. A lot of chemistry. No, it's your teammates' call. Meanwhile, looks like currently a significant 3v3 fight going on. Dojo lost one, find themselves in the 2v2. They're going to come out on top in that team fight overall, but the defensive bombardment's going to come through from the Gibraltar, and it is raining absolute fire. And it's going to be another squad that comes through with the third party. 1872. They survive for now.
That bombardment was so clutch, but Target is on 1 health remaining. Will Target get pushed here? He's got the EVA out. He's looking for his corners. He gets tagged quite a lot. 1 HP left. I don't believe he'll be able to do this, but he gets tagged again after the armor swap. He's looking for the angles. He's trying to hear everything, but oh no, he goes down.
And I gotta say, Willem of Off Limits, that was a brilliant play by the Gibraltar. Playing defensive, usually you try to be the aggressor in fights. Willem right there was just out predicting exactly where his opponent was gonna go and just controlled the tempo of that entire fight. Kudos to Willem of Off Limits, the Italian squad. Now we're jumping aboard with the Peers, a Russian, all Russian squad, as they find themselves significantly tagged up. Ozrenje is gonna have to help out soon if they can. Meanwhile, absolute shambles, but some way, somehow, PKMK with the huge play over Wariaki, and they're going to survive.
That was incredible. That was a really good clutch by PKMK with the 1v2 there before his teammate came in and killed the last one. That could be game-changing for their whole day today. There's only 6 squads left. They've caught a lot of kills right here, but they do have to get into the zone. There's a solo alive, a full team Fire Beavers. So Fire Beavers, have they gotten much kills? Actually, they have picked up few. They at least have 4 kills, and normally you don't see that in a team that's camped up in trials, but they've worked their way in there. They fought. We've got T-Rex as well as a full squad looking in their back. They've got a really nice spot, but they've got to control a lot of angles.
So far, skill gap shows true in competitive Apex. The teams that we kind of said were just maybe a tier or 2 above the rest, T-Rex, Fire Beavers, all alive in this game here. As you know, Fire Beavers has Sunset, former member of Gambit. We all know how great Gambit has been since the beginning of Apex times. We know what Sunset's capable of making his return or re-debut to competitive Apex, playing alongside Taskmaster and 9imps. Taskmaster, former member of Magicians, 9imps, former member of Navi. Certainly teams with a lot of Apex competitive pedigree that are here because Sunset hasn't competed in a whole lot of ALGS tournaments lately. They didn't have the points to qualify, and they certainly are showing why they are a top team still, in the lobby especially.
Absolutely. Some people just have that natural gift of being really good at FPS games, so they can come up, pick it up real quick, learn just the mechanics of Apex, and make their way into a championship. You might see it here today. So we've got Fire Beavers. There, you can see that Gibraltar is trying to get an Arc Star stick. He's pre-firing that Arc Star because an Arc Star can completely change the outcome of a match. If you get that stick, it'll do like 150 damage, and you'll be able to get a clean team wipe. But we've got T-Rex looking right. We'll be able to get a clean team wipe. But we've got T-Rex looking right behind them, and they're going to fight here shortly.
Yep. I also want to point out we have Astralis still alive as well. Another team we're looking out for is a top team from the Middle East Africa region. All 3 of them hailing from Turkey. They're currently sitting with high ground in a pretty good spot. So of these teams remaining, and I think T-Rex is in a pretty good spot. Fire Beavers not so good of a spot because guess what? They're going to be gate kept here by the likes of T-Rex. But ultimately, Australis might have the god spot. High ground as it currently stands. They can just rain down on anyone else fighting. Third party these last 3 teams and potentially come out on top. It's going to be an interesting late game, girl.
Yeah, I'm wondering if T-Rex wants to take this 3v3 fight or if they want to back off and let them come outside. I don't know if holding the door is the big play there, but we'll see what happens. The zone is closing in, 1 minute and 25 seconds till it fully closes. It appears planning to play with the portal.
There's a rain. Low ground. Here's Australis again with that ultimate high. Gonna find all 3 teams below them. The octane pad is dropped and they're flying. Here we go. Late game is ensuing as we got Pat Emmer from Turkey here on high ground still. The black hole from Horizon is going to come through. Not going to do a whole lot just yet, it doesn't look like. So maybe a little ill-advised, a little premature for the black hole ultimate from Horizon. So meanwhile, we still have Fire Beavers inside as all 3 teams are outside going through absolute shambles. It's Vietnam right now to these 3 teams. Australis maybe dropped a little too early, girl.
They had to drop. They really had to. The zone was coming in on them right early. So T-Rex, Squirny down to 1 HP, and Dippity's down to 1 HP. Their whole squad is out. Only 2 squads left. Yapirs seems to be the champion of the first game today.
And you love to see it. It was the clutch from PKMK that kept them alive. All of them were able to get revived, heal up, make it to late game. They actually had the furthest rotation. Of all teams right there, I'm not necessarily picking Yapirs to win that game. They had to earn it. They certainly did. They put the right shots in. But again, all from the shoulders of PKMK with that clutch, girl.
Yeah, they did the clutch. They managed to get through it. They've got a lot of kill points as of now, so they're going to be looking to be a lot higher than the rest.
To see what they can do, and you actually said something that perhaps was foreshadowing. It was the play that maybe allowed them to qualify through or made their day, and certainly that came to fruition, at least in game number 1. They got to continue to play consistent. That's the biggest question, especially against the likes of Fire Beavers, T-Rex, so many great teams in this lobby. I'm excited to see what they can continue to do, but that's going to be it for myself and Girl. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Kate and T-Squared at the desk to break it all down.
Thank you, Girl. Thank you, Fallout, for our game number 1 of this LCQ2 are leading to our ALGS Championship Series. Yappears. I feel like this is a rallying cry now, Tom. How did we bring that? How did they bring it out on top? And once we get through that moment, I'd love to hear more about these team comps because we saw a lot of interesting things just in game number 1.
They hit the nail on the head right there with PKMK just going absolutely huge. For a second, I thought that he was going to go down, but he switches over to EVA8, hits some amazing shots. Not only that, has the presence of mind to hit an armor swap, comes through, hits a scan for his teammate. The bait and switch comes through perfectly. If they don't win that fight, they obviously don't win the game. And not only that, the positioning that they were able to do from the outside, putting in slow playing the portal, letting all the action kind of ensue over towards the right-hand side. Everyone was focused on that trials area with the high ground, with the teams that were over towards the door. But sometimes when you're away from that action and you have that 3-layer cake, as we say, it's nice to go and have that late rotation over towards the side. And that's what they did. Over towards the outside of the zone, they forced all the action in front of them. They kept their backs completely clear, and you see how easy the collapse is from the rest of their points of views. It basically made it look like it was a very easy situation. When you go to everybody else's screen, when the observers were switching through, you see chaos over here, chaos over there, everybody stacked on top of one another. Yappears go and take the angle over towards the side, they make the portal play towards the rock, and they get rewarded big time with the W.
They do indeed, and I loved it. It went from 4 teams then to 3-2, and then all of a sudden Yappears was in fact the winner. I want to talk team comps here for a second. We saw Yappears bringing in the Wraith and the Bloodhound and the Gibby. I'm curious, I saw a lot of Octane. I saw a lot of the Octane. It was the Octane Gibraltar. Let me just double check my notes here. I saw Horizon, T-Rex bringing in my girl. I love that. But a lot of the Octane Bloodhound Gibraltar comp. Can you talk to me a little bit about what we're seeing from the teams in terms of what legends are filming here today?
Yeah, so Octane comes in and kind of takes Wraith's spot because of the fact that he can lay the bounce pad down, and there's a couple of, nerfs that happen to Wraith throughout, the hitbox changes, etc. Obviously, her Q's been nerfed throughout time, her portal's been nerfed throughout time. Octane's continued just to get a little bit stronger in terms of the bounce pad, having the double bounce, and then also the Sims is twice as fast now, so that's why you're seeing with the small hitbox that Octane has, it makes things a little bit more difficult, but you also see the value from your peers of the portal there. So it's really depending on what your playstyle is going to be, what you've practiced the most, and it makes it very interesting for where the current Apex Legends meta is. So I think that when we're looking at the Octane composition, that's a very aggressive composition, but it also plays very similar to Wraith. So you can play inside the zone with the scan from Bloodhound, you can play the outside with Gibraltar, and then you have the rotations coming in from Octane. But all the teams that were rewarded by going over towards trials end up getting a lot of points throughout all of that. Yes, the kills weren't really one-sided any which way, so when we go and look at the leaderboard, it is going to be fairly even, but we saw a lot of great plays. We saw a lot of heads-up plays. A lot of teams were expecting it to kind of pull over towards Lava Fissure, maybe over towards that platform, maybe towards the back building. But all the teams, again, that went over towards this area, once you get to this spot, you expect to win this, but again, this is what's changed with the meta. There's so much more fighting going on. Before, it was Watson fences on top of Watson fences. You have to portal through all of that. There's tons of visual clutter. Instead, you get to actually see what these teams are made of now with this meta and a lot of the fighting that takes place. And this little cubby right there towards the trials opening was just an absolute bloodbath, made things so difficult there. But you saw from Yappears' point of view, they were on the outside of all this action. They kept their zone clear with the back towards the zone. All the action was in front of them. You could see how chill it is from their point of view. They're just waiting to strike. Great shots right there from the flat line, switching on over to EVA 8, only missing a couple of bursts. And you can see how healthy everybody is, Kate. That's the key. Not dropping any players. Everybody staying healthy, picking up all those clean kill points towards the end. And then obviously the 12 placement points from the win.
I'm telling you right now, Tom, Yappears has really thrown down the gauntlet in game number 1, and we've seen so many times how a team comes out on top, blazes a trail, and then basically spends the rest of the games trying to keep the monkey off their back, right? We'll see how Yappears does that in our leaderboard here shortly. But I'm curious, just overall, was this what you were expecting in terms of overall gameplay here for our LCQ? Because as we mentioned, kind of a wild card with some of these teams that we haven't seen a lot from, or some of these players that we've maybe seen some from, but not as much. Talk to me about that.
Really, you're seeing a very high level of Apex play. I think the only thing that could be a little cleaner would be some of the shotgun shots that we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of players switch on over the Mastiff or the EVA 8, and they're missing a couple, but that couple milliseconds of miss there is absolutely huge. So I think that if teams can start to warm up a little bit more, that's the key too, is you got to remember, this is game number 1. And the players, they've been sitting around for a while because you're forced to get into the lobby and things like that because there's so much, going on with the production that you have to be sitting there. Maybe you're cold for about 15, 20, 30 minutes. A lot of players are used to playing nonstop. So maybe they had a little bit of jitters and that's why the shots weren't as clean. So I'm expecting a little bit more clean shots going forward. Yes. You okay, Kate? Don't choke. You can't choke yet. It's only game number 1, Kate.
Talk to me a little bit more about game number 1 while I hawk up along here.
Yes. So as Kate's, is staying alive, hopefully all the other teams were trying to do the same. But your peers did set a really fast pace so far in the way that they were able to do it. And yes, Kate is feeling a little under the weather, so make sure you guys show her some love. But always doing a great job. And I really think that if it wasn't for that 2 versus 1, I don't think they would have had the confidence to go around the corner and slow play that there. So that was absolutely huge because I really think that they had a very interesting situation where they shouldn't have won that. And when you go and you win that, that's the type of momentum swing that Grow and Fallout we're talking about, where that's what you need to go and get your team hyped, your teammates hyped, etc. We've seen that so many times where, someone from Gambit or someone from Team Liquid will go huge. Well, it was your peers right now, and we'll see if they do have that X on their back going forward. Fortunately for them, it's not a match point format, and with 6 games, picking up 1 game out of these so far, with only 5 teams going forward, is huge for the mathematical stats for them. So they just got to continue to do what they're doing. Don't drop any games, don't have any goose eggs or anything like that, and they should be just fine. So I can't wait to see where we stand overall on the leaderboard, so we can get a little bit of an idea of who we were expecting to do well and who's going to do a little bit better.
There is so much to say, and apologies here, folks. Again, I am trying my best to do what I can do here, but I will say, Tom, you nailed it. I think ultimately we talk about this being consistency play, right? So many times you just have to show up, and what here they prove they can show up, and they can show up game 1 in this lobby that is ostensibly a really difficult lobby, I think, to find your way through, given how many teams there just to get here. When we talk about, looking ahead, is that something that, I look at this as like there's the lights and the pressure of a LCQ. There's the wild card aspect. You don't know some of these teams very well. Perhaps you scrimmed with them a bit just to even get here, but you're not used to this kind of gameplay. I'm curious, for those people who maybe have just started watching here for Apex, what does this mean going forward? I mean, getting through this LCQ means you can get to that $1 million potential in that $1 million prize pool, but it means so much more, right, Tom?
Yeah, think of it sort of like a boxing match early on where teams are kind of just getting a feel for one another. And the scrim is the key word there, Kate, because of the fact that if they need to go and find out where their landing spot is going to be, that's absolutely huge. And we saw a couple of contestants here and there, but it's not just the landing spots, it's the pace of the game. So now I think that everybody gets a good idea. You can see so much from, okay, what's zone 6? How many teams do we have in here? Is there 4 or is there going to be like 8 or 9? A lot of that also happens to deal with where the zone is placed. There with that trial zone, there's a lot of open ground, so it's very hard to make your rotation, especially if you're coming in from Lava Fissure or from the no-name side over towards the side as well. So I think that's one of the things that we saw there. I thought we saw a pretty good pace overall, but it's about the rotations too. If you're unfamiliar with the teams in the lobby, it makes your rotations a little bit unpredictable. Sometimes there's teams in spots that you weren't expecting to be, or sometimes teams take fights and you don't expect them to happen that way. I think there was a fight over towards the rotation on the end of Lava Fissure in that small building where there was a 2 versus 3, I think, with about 18 squads left, and the team with 3 wasn't able to fully wipe out the only 2-man squad that we had in the lobby because someone lagged out. That's a big deal. So they need to be able to go and capitalize on that. You can't make any type of early mistakes, and that's what I think we started to notice. A little bit of jitters here and there from a couple of the players. I think that they'll kind of calm their nerves going forward.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, it sounds like we've got our game results ready to rock, which is going to be great for us to see the breakdown because, of course, it always does come down to the math. We've got these placement points, these kill points, and as you mentioned, Tom, there's these different strategies. Again, if you're just joining us, and we say this a lot because we have a lot of great fans and a great community from around the world, but we're also on, YouTube and Twitch, and people come by and say, hey, what's this about? Welcome to our Apex Legends Global Series Championship LCQ. That's what we like to say. That's what we like to do. So while we're waiting for those game owner results, Tom, at this point, if you are the teams that are coming from behind, okay, the real wild card teams, what is your strategy here? What is your strategy here? And I'm going to have you answer that, and then we'll head on over to something else here shortly.
Yeah, so I think that, again, with game number 1, it's very easy to just get ahead of yourself and be like, oh man, we got to step it up. Here's the thing is, it's so different with these trial zones. Again, a lot of it comes down to rotations. You got to watch out for your peers. Like Fallout and Girl were saying, they had the longest rotation out of anybody, and they still were able to make it done. So no excuses. All the teams need to just come through, again, take their time, brush it off. No reason to get concerned. Usually around game number 3 or 4 is when you got to start rethinking strategies if things aren't working your way. So maybe we see some changes in compositions, maybe some Revenants, Octanes, combos, something along those lines. But still, I don't think anyone's too worried quite yet because we're just getting started.
We are, in fact, just getting started. Well, hey, listen, speaking of getting started, we've got a lot more in store with our casters, specifically game number 2. We'll be right back to it in just a few minutes.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS LCQ for the EMEA region. That is a lot of letters, and I'm very, very happy that I got them in the right order. Rainday and Onset are going to be taking you through game number 2. We're going to get the scores to you as soon as we get them tallied up and all together so we can get you up to date. But one thing we do know, Rain, firstly, welcome, of course. Great to have you here alongside me. Is that the winners of our first game was indeed your peers with that trial zone. And in a 6-game format, it's not the longest format we see these days. We see sometimes 8 games deciding these. We see, you know, the match point format coming out in game 1 and putting in that many, well, potentially that many points as we saw them tallying up some kill points as well. A huge, huge start for them on their way towards potentially a top 5 finish.
And I love that. I mean, to me, it's where you look towards the end when you start playing in the beginning. You know you need about 50 to 60 points to win one of these Apex Legends tournaments. So if you get 24 in game 1, you're halfway there. Not just to win. Now we look at top 5, and that's all you have to do to get to the championships. I understand this LCQ, everybody wants to win. You want to come in first. But at the end of the day, this is setting you up for a bigger story for your team to compete in the biggest online tournament ever for Apex Legends, the biggest prize pool ever. So this is something that these guys desperately needed. And your peers, I mean, if I were them, I'd be sitting pretty heading into this next lobby. Just keep the pace up.
Yeah, sitting pretty, all smiles, good vibes, all of that good stuff certainly going through the 3 players' minds right now. And if they can put another game like that on the board in this second game, you would be feeling very, very confident. But a long way to go, as we well know in the games, and 5 more to get ahead of us. You can see we're loading into the second game as well. As I mentioned previously, we'll get you up to date with the scores as soon as we possibly can. But before we get into this next game, I want to talk a little bit about how meta evolves, not just with Legends, not with compositions, but with how players actually approach certain zones, because I found that last one fascinating to watch, because the trial zone is one of those where an early rotation usually wins you the game, right? It's one of those really kind of stuck away, difficult to get to, a lot of mountainous areas to get around. But I've noticed that a lot of teams started to go towards what I would describe as the northern side of that, outside of the trials exit, rotating in from that way, where we saw in the likes of in North America, Team Liquid, TSM were having success on that zone. But now I feel like as you see the time go by, everyone starts to copy that, right? Everyone tries to get into those positions that they've seen have been successful. And now you've just seen there, with your peers approaching through Lava Fissure, coming from the southern side, all of a sudden, that side of the map is more open. It's fascinating to me to see how these things develop.
It's actually quite like chess, where you start to have somebody show up, show an opening move, and you have to counter that. But in that same way, what they're waiting for is the way you counter their opening move. So in that moment, they're trying to counter what you're countering for their initial play. And I think this is how we see Apex Legends, but I think a lot of esports and Battle Royale metas develop. This initial thing takes hold. You see the success, teams copy it. They realize and almost do a clinical trial of the success and say, okay, 5 out of 6 times, we also won in that circle. And then it becomes standard practice and people say, how do we beat it? And that's what we're witnessing here. And it's interesting, too, when you look at a couple of nice shots there, headshot with the wingman, still doing the damage like in Season 1. Maybe not as big of a mag size, though. But when you see all these teams waiting in the wings as well, Mark, right now, watching these LCQ teams, looking at what is working here, just trying to pick up any bit of knowledge because, you know, they're going to be making their adjustments in championships when that shows up in June.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating to watch, and we'll have to see how that develops. And obviously development is essentially the name of the game for these teams. You've hit the nail on the head perfectly. It is a chess game within a game. It is so much of a mental game now, Apex Legends, as well as, of course, the mechanical ability when you get yourself into those fights. But we did see a little bit of contention of drop. We have seen already one team fall in the lobbies. You can see 19 squads now remaining. You can see the 69 IQ Esports have got some kills to their name as well. Slayers with 1 on the board. And I did get a cheeky peek at where that zone is pulling as well. It looks like it's going right down to the southeastern, side of World's Edge. We're going to be going towards Lava City here, and this is one of my favorite end zones on the entirety of World's Edge.
It's just so crazy, and there's so many layers to play, which is what makes it fun when you have something in Lava City with all those buildings and you know that teams are looking to early rotate. It sets up for 2 kind of weaving storylines that almost intermingle on that one rotation from sorting, as well as the people heading down from if they're landing Fragment or Geyser, and also that left side of Thermal, Train Yard and Countdown, these areas where they have to see, can you get early enough to where you're just sitting in a building, a top floor, second floor, or are you on that journey where you're going to run into a few teams along the way and have to battle your way just to get to the outskirts before the circle starts to close? It's an interesting one, but as you can see here, 69 IQ Esports, not too early of a rush, no need to do so. Slayers, Smegito already on their purples, which is beautiful. Taskmaster on Fire Beavers as well. All of his team looking pretty with the blues. And it looks like there could be a little bit of an action here for Fire Beavers in Fragment that they may want to avoid.
And trying to just rotate away at the moment. You can see just moving towards the edge of zone, and it's Odin Gamers who are currently sat up on the just outside of the beacon building, right in the middle of Frag East, that are peppering them with those shots from distance. But another point that I want to make about why this is my favorite zone at the moment, down in at Lava City is I feel like Octane's really added another element to it, because the height used to be so dominant, right? You know, you get up on the height, you get inside of those buildings, you're confident.
Great point.
And then you have the fights develop within the buildings. If you're playing Edge now and you have Octane, you can jump pad into the roof. You can jump pad and be that third party. And we saw a lot of that actually in the GLL Masters very recently in North America, where the likes of NRG were doing that late, playing the tunnels and playing the outside and waiting for the fights to break out before they would commit. So I really feel like Octane has added that extra element. It's almost like Pathfinder, but after a couple of cans of Coca-Cola or, you know, whatever it is, a lot of sugar in the veins.
A few Monster Energies, huh?
A few Monster Energies rolling through there, yeah, absolutely. And it just gives you that speed to really take off and take advantage of any fights that break out.
And I think that's the beauty of the adapted metas, and I would have expected to see maybe a little bit more hype prioritized here. I think anybody watching Season Legacy coming out with Apex Legends May 4th is going to be aware that Valk will be bringing some movement, it seems like, with those jetpacks and all the trailers. It just seems like she's going to be a high-flying character in some capacity. I can only hope and wait to see more about her as they start to release things. But Happy Twitch, he started to release his health here, unfortunately, as the rest of the squad goes down. Rexu and White Rabbit Gaming, they get a first knock here and a couple of KP. Even though one goes down, he's not out for the count. And that's 18 squads remaining here.
Yeah, 18 squads remaining, and a fair bit of fighting going down around a refinery, and there's a long way to go for White Rabbit Gaming, to make their way over to where we are located right now with your peers. Our winners of game number 1 with a decent amount of KP along the way. They're currently set up inside of the heart of Lava City. They're extremely comfortable right now. It's time just to kick their feet up and basically just pick up some easy placement points, as all these other teams have to make their rotation in.
And this is where, in this downtime, you have to be careful. Tensions start to rise here, especially if you're waiting and sitting. Resources aren't just falling off of trees, and they know that. They've got to last this entire game. 18 squads still alive. And OJ Ranger, as well as your peers, so far so good. They play Final Circle well, and in fact, their positioning, in my opinion, Mark, when you look back at it, probably one of the biggest facets in their winning that game. They just didn't get into a conflict until they had a pretty easy 3v2.
Oh, 100%. It was all about that rotation, all about taking the angle and finding their way to find a pocket of space, essentially, where all the other teams were fighting. And you can just see on the map overhead there, if you didn't catch where that circle is going to be pulling, it looked like a Lava City pull, but now it looks like it might be something a little bit different, maybe finishing just outside of Sorting Factory as we get a proper look at that beacon. So I imagine a lot of teams are going to be competing for that vault tunnel, maybe between Lava City and Sorting Factory, that rotation being made much more easy, depending on where that zone does pull, if you're managing to hold down that particular location. But 69 IQ Esports still chilling over here. You can see you got the Scout and the Vault in the hand. They've got the decent armors that we saw a little bit earlier on, just trying to hold any teams out that might be trying to rotate in from the western side of World's Edge here, who will obviously have to do so. But inside the zone, playing Edge, playing very comfortably.
And, you know, going to their composition, we did see the Wraith and the Bloodhound in the Gibraltar win last time, but the Wraith Octane Gibraltar, you know, it's so aggressive, and yet it's also very versatile, because you have 2 movement skills that can translocate your entire team in that pinch situation towards a final circle. So whether it is Sorting Factory or whether it is Lava City, teams are now hedging their bets, trying to find where should we kind of set up just in case. They're able to do 2 things. They can hedge their bets and still get out with either the Octane or the Octane and the Wraith Portal, or they can also kind of wait to the outside, which is currently what they're doing, waiting to get more information on that circle and be able to make it where other teams might struggle with only just the Octane jump pads or the Wraith Portal. It's an interesting approach to a team composition, but I think the way they're playing it, it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, no beacon character, which is something that you usually expect to see, whether it's Bloodhound, Crypto, Pathfinder, whoever it might be, is usually, you know, one of the first picks that you see. But again, we talk about the development of meta, right? And we see that, you know, having those mobility heavy legends with maybe a defensive turret almost in Gibraltar with the bubble that you can play around kind of shows that teams are approaching this differently. Teams are thinking outside the box a little bit, and one team who are not thinking outside the box too much and are being a little bit more traditional, like we mentioned, are your peers. And you did see from the score, it was 24 points on the board on the current standings. We got a brief look out on the right-hand side of your screen just a few moments ago. So they're sitting pretty at the moment, sitting very, very comfortably. No creativity also inside of Lava City as well. And I tell you what, Rain, this next ring pool is going to be very, very interesting for me, because if teams have hedged their bets inside of Lava City, and there's multiple teams that we can see, they might have have to be forced to rotate. And when you've got multiple teams on top of each other, that means one thing only, and that is one team is guaranteed to die.
And my money's on the charge rifle. I don't know about you, but he looks pretty set up there with the 36 ammo to be ready to tag anybody who's on that late rotation out into open space. And so you have to follow along with no creativity, seeming like they've got a pretty good plan if things do shift outside. But a Vanguard as well would be caught in a similar situation as we just get a little look at where we are going. And we're going to be right back with that in a moment, of course. But, you know, I think we're getting in these conversations, Mark, that as an Apex Legends player and as an Apex Legends player in the LCQ, you have to be prepared for, and you have to go into it saying, okay, what are we wanting to do? I don't want to pick Wraith because I'm a Wraith main or a Pathfinder or an Octane because I'm an Octane main. How are we going to play this? Because if we pick these Legends and we go no beacon, are we going to try to anticipate these circles? How do we look to get information from other teams without it? Are we looking to scout? Are we looking to be aggressive? Are we looking to mobilize and rotate at a later time? And I think now that we're back up with Spectator in both name and in practice, we'll be able to see how they look to rotate as well, as we just got some information with where that circle's pulling.
And I'm going to see that on the map overhead in just a few seconds as well. But it almost takes me back to early days of Apex Legends, right, where teams who started not running Pathfinder, it was a crazy thing to talk about early on in Apex Legends. You know, we're not playing Path, we're going to play something a little bit different. And those teams would spot out teams with Pathfinder because of the fact that they would give them that ring information. And that's pretty much similar to what we're going to be seeing from these teams who aren't running that beacon character. But T-Rex at the moment just having to back up as the defensive bombard's going to come in from the Gibraltar. But unfortunately, they're going to be sponged in the back here by a lot of bullets coming out of the scout. I'm not sure if the knock did come in or if that player managed to escape momentarily, but here comes the push now.
Woo! This is going to be nice. You know, he's got the defensive bombardment, the G7 scout, and he's got all the angles, baby. This man might as well be doing geometry because I'm seeing 45s, 90s. I'm seeing everything that this man needs to hit in order to get it done. And as for a tour, I'd say we might have gotten just what we need. Let's not push our luck any farther. G7, a weapon that's always been doing damage. Well, you saw it right there, and a fantastic timing on that push to squeeze the team that was squeezing and make their life a little easier.
They just turned the entire little valley there into pulp. It was as simple as that for them, just moving up, being very, very sneaky, like a snake wearing slippers, and then managed to find their way into a position to nail those shots with the team just not even aware completely. And you are seeing that pull now. It is moving towards Lava City, potentially Dome as well. So when we do get that map overhead, you can see that Australis here. And I always have to say that with an Australian accent. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to roll with it for now. But they're making their way towards where that ring is going to be moving in just a few moments. You can see them running a more traditional composition to what we see now, the top tier of Apex Legends. You've got the Bloodhound, you have the Gibraltar, and of course the Octane leading the charge.
Hestia was taken. Maybe a little anime reference, may not. Either way, says reference these shots as he registers a few of them from range. No need to get engaged too heavily there as Phantom Smoke returns fire back. Aspirator follow right back along with him. Shield back, must be out of cells. And he does know that there is an engagement right around. And so it might not be lack of resources. It might just be urgency as he knows he needs to get the full shield right now to engage. Pop the Gibraltar gun shield. That's a big shot, though, and it's a thermite back in, so it might delay a little bit of the push, which is what he can hope for. A little perfect timing there, and the EMEA trying to crack down, but he gets hit by the Arc Star, and the flatline is still there. So this is an interesting spot. It's T-Rex on the outside trying to push in, Mark.
Yeah, T-Rex is doing a great job of basically just stalling this push, and you have to give credit to the team on the other side of things as well for forcing them to stall. They got damaged numerous times but weren't able to take advantage. You had that Arc Star flying. It didn't do as much damage as they wanted. Then the Thermite came back out to slow down the push. And now you're going to see almost a complete reset between these two teams. So basically, both teams showing fantastic defensive capabilities and knowing whether to push and also when to back out and value their lives.
Well, it's the patience for me. You know, I had to throw a little Gen Z reference in there, and I think at the end of the day, this is a generation of time for these two teams to be fighting, but that's what it takes in order to do this at the highest level. You have to push on a reason. You can't just blindly go in there because they know no one has an advantage yet. The Thermite countered out the initial shot that really took off all of the shield of Phantom Smoke, and the other Arc Star almost stopped the engagement with a massive shot on a nice rotation from Mamaluz because Zerfer was trying to get in there. Mamaluz had a nice shot that just pushed the Octane away, said, slow your roll, and it really helped these two teams to almost, again, counter their counters. And at this point, Feels like maybe the tension has died. They realize this isn't the moment to risk it all. Let's wait for another day, and they might be slowly rotating out of here.
I love the term slow your roll. It's like if The Rock was the IGL for one of these teams, right? He's calling out, telling people what to do, maybe throwing down the people's elbow as a finisher. We'll have to see if that gets thrown into Apex Legends Respawn. If you're listening, it's $1 million idea. There you go. You've got it. You can take it. Avant-Garde now inside of Lava City, and we are going to see a Lava City end by the looks of things. You can see the circle in the top left-hand side of your screen. And with only 15 or 16 seconds left on this rotation, you can see a lot of teams who maybe were hedging their bets towards the edge of zone have to funnel through these chokes. And a team like Avant-Garde, who are up on top here with a hemlock in hand, are going to be able to do a lot of damage and potentially pick up some KP.
And that's all you need, KP right now, because they are in the position. But have they done enough? Khaleesi, Mother of Dragons, more like Mother of Drones here on the crypto. But currently, not getting too aggressive. We transition to 1872. Target FPS, trying to get a little vantage point there. And Ragu, only on whites, not the best spot here. I'd be a little worried if I were them rotating into final circle zone with these types of resources. But again, it's all just one fight away, Mark. You know, if they can get an EMP that makes sense, push off of it, and just shield swap, they could be right back in it. So don't count anybody out just yet.
Their positioning very, very vital, and you can see Aspirateur now really struggling with their positioning as well, trying to work their way initially in from the west side, but now going to have to retreat back to what will be a safe location. But you can see they're already pinging teams who are rotating under that bridge in front of them. So this is kind of plan B here, and this is impressive for me from Aspirateur. The fact that they went for plan A, it didn't work, but they had a safe place to relocate themselves. And White Rabbit Gaming, they're hoping they can find a safe place right now because they've already lost one player to a knock, and Lone and Rexu are going to have to back up themselves, but nice shots with the Spitfire are going to suppress this team into using the bubble.
Yeah, who has the Spitfire not suppressed in this last season? The weapon that has gotten a little bit of a nudge to the right, to the left, and suddenly it is meta. We've seen some clips here in the ALGS. We might see a few more. WRG Lone finding himself with a med kit. But Ragu, he goes down. 1872 in a little trouble. Target FPS trying to run. He sees his teammate falling in front of him. He's got to take the same trail. He gets into the void. But is it enough? What will happen when he goes out of it? Gets right around the corner, but he gets scanned that way as well. This is a dangerous spot. He might have just lost his team, and now he might just lose his life as well. Battling valiantly, but it is not going to be enough to stay alive.
That was the team you were mentioning. The armor wasn't in there. In the good books for them, and it really did not help them having to make that difficult rotation down the hill. And they just got lit up by those teams inside of Lava City. Another team who's going to have to make a rotation, but has got to fight on their way in by the looks of things, is going to be Odin Gamers. And at the moment, they're beaming. Shex is going to be dropped by the 301. And that's going to be another KP on the board. Fire Beavers inside of Lava City, though. They've been here for a while now. They're looking very, very comfortable. Strong lineup. One of the teams to watch, of course, we mentioned before the tournament got underway today, and you can see exactly why. Great positioning from them. Very safe, very sound.
10 squads left. And this is a precarious spot. One fight amongst all these teams. Just an individual fight and you're in top 5. It's basically final circle. They have to be aware. This Arcstar could mean winning or losing. It could mean getting into a championship position, or saying what would have happened if I had it in this LCQ. The team not quite ready to go in. Doghouse finds one kill. R301 starting to laser. Can he keep the laser locked on is the question. Beast of the Hunt, 10, 11 seconds, 10 now, in order to take something out of it. And Doghouse is just going to sit inside. Say, we don't need to push any farther. Chaos around us. We've got our down. We're in a good position.
This is formerly known as the train station within Lava City. It is officially now known as the Doghouse, because anyone who's tried to move in has been exterminated. As we see now, Odin Gamers trying to make their move, and King Tech will be the last player alive. Hit some nice shots with the Eva 8, but it isn't enough for them to survive, and Doghouse now moving in, and they're going to finish up a kill as well, and they're going to finish off that fight. Plenty of loot for them to work with, and that's a great move for them to take the initiative. Hearing that fight go down above them, move in as the third party, not just happy with positioning, but of course, points is what this is all about. You need to get in that top 5, and when the opportunity presents itself, you have to take it.
And this is all they needed, just that one little fight. It's a top 8 now. They've got their shields ready to go. And Gonzalez, I love it, as alongside Oznazeni, who has been a longtime Apex Legends player at the high level. They are geared up and ready to go to make this happen. Again, a hidden drone from Khaleesi. Avant-Garde stayed high this entire time. They rotated early. And it has so far paid off for them, not only in placement points, but with a chance to go ahead and take this game. And that's all you're looking for in an LCQ like this. We saw it last game with a 24-point win. Can we see it again here? And will it be Avant-Garde who pull off the miracle, landing, almost rotating, living in Lava City, and claiming that last spot?
I think it's a great point you make about the hidden drone as well. It's essentially working as a trap to anyone who comes up that zip line. The Crypto is going to jump straight into the drone and signal that EMP to go off and slow every single player that comes up. So that is a vital piece of defensive equipment for them. As DNMK, one of our other teams to watch coming into this tournament, the South African team, are going to be looking to get inside of this top 5 now as we see round 5 about to close now. And you can see the teams are going to be forced in. Teams are going to be forced to try and take whatever they can find, whether it's level 1 of a building, level 2, a little bit of space maybe in between some walls outside. They will take anything at this point.
They'll take a corner.
They're safe. They'll be happy.
They'll take a window. They'll take anything at this point. Real estate is pricier than in California in this type of market, and they know it too, because this Lava City, it's not Lava, shanty. It's not Lava Town. It's not Lava Farm. It's Lava City. This is high-priced real estate. And oh no, just like that, Avant-Garde, I think they just went down up top. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it might have been an R301 with an anvil receiver that did the dirty deed. 5 squads left here, and DNMK now looking prime in a position away from everyone else to just pick this lobby off one by one.
Yeah, just wait for these teams who are trapped inside of the cafe that they're staring at right now to poke 90. Gonna hit hard with the 301, 64 as well. And to be honest with you, you don't want to be poking right now. The 301 shots are going to be hitting this hard from the high ground. But a smart scan also coming in here from Altruly, from deciding to scan below them just to check that that team wasn't making any moves up upon them, making sure that they knew where every single team is in this lobby. And look at this. The amount of damage this man is doing is almost a 1.5k damage in this one game. And no, he's going to do even more with that Arcstar. Unfortunately, though, isn't in position to finish off those kills. And that's a little bit frustrating. Even though you do the damage, you're not getting rewarded with a KP.
5 squads now. DNMK. Truly hitting some great arc stars, but was it too early, too late? He knows where they are. I mean, that information is valuable, but late game, he won't have those ordinances, and those are the biggest hitting ordinances in the entirety of Apex Legends. Gonzalez, Doghouse, they've rotated quite well. I love the journey they've been on in this game. They went up, they went down, they were in and out, and now they are fighting. Maybe a lesser position, but in some ways, a better position. No one's really facing them either. They might be able to crawl out a little late. But Fire Beaver's clearly enough equipment. 2 shield bats to spare for Gambit after he hits this med kit. We've still got a few seconds here, but look, it might be a fight here, and this could just be the Doghouse going in with the backside, and Gambit, he's back low again. Only 25 health to his name, but they're going to stall that push for now as the team from up top starts to get involved.
Yeah, the amount of damage he done was absolutely instrumental in the way that that fight did go down, as we're down to our final 4 teams. DNMK, as we jump into the Bloodhound ultimate point of view, we're inside of that bubble, and now you can see Taskmaster. The lamppost returns once again to the Apex Legends Global Series, and now Sunset is the last player alive here for Fire Beavers. 4 squads remaining. He's trying to get an armor swap and manages to do so.
He's been the lowest this entire game, and now if he can hit these volt shots, he might stay alive last, but it's not going to be it. No creativity. Oh, they got creativity here. You know what it is? R301 to the face, and Eva 8 if you come close, buddy. They have the laser. They're ready to hit it. Hip fire as well for the movement, so he doesn't get hit by those shots from his opponents. They know that this should be one they win. 2 shields and 1 champion. No creativity. Takes game number 2. And they slide through with the shotgun shots to seal the deal and say, hey, championships, we see ya.
Impressive stuff from No Creativity. As you can see, the 3 players on your screen taking home game number 2 of our EMEA LCQ. And it was one of those situations where if I'm in that situation, me and you are in that situation, we see it's a 2v1, we make that as difficult as possible for ourselves, right? If we're the 2, we charge in, one of us probably goes down. It's what happens. But I love the way that they played it so patiently. You saw a nade go out, you saw the bubble, you're just resetting and making sure that they really did capitalize on the opportunity that was presented to them. And that's huge for them. Again, now you think about it, that's a third of the game's gone already. They've just flown by, and now we've only got 4 games remaining to get those points on the board. So vital, Rain.
Yeah, it is one of those things where you look at that little moment and they go, no, I'm not letting this be the time that I don't clutch up. I'm getting information. And I think that just shows everyone who's watching right now how important this LCQ is. Everyone is playing with their awareness to the highest of highs.
Amazing stuff in our second game. Then we're going to go back to Kate and Tom now to break down what was an action-packed final zone in our game 2.
Thank you so much, Onset, and of course, Rain Day. You guys are the best. Tom, I feel like this is one of those moments where, like, the best laid plans, you land in Lava City, you should stay Lava City, you should dominate Lava City, and yet, here we are looking at No Creativity coming in to win the whole thing. Talk to me a little bit about drops and how that zone prediction could be that X that everybody looks for here, the special X. What's that called? The thing. I'm on Cinnamon. What am I gonna do? So what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Anyway, the point is,
I really don't know, but I do know
Try
one
to
thing, that
translate,
the
there you
zone
go.
didn't go to the same spot. So that's what
No.
I'm stoked about, because there's a lot of times, where you watch the tournaments, you watch the ALGS, or whether you watch the weekly tournaments that are taking place as well, the zone kind of normally pulls north again, and goes towards the same spot. This time we have a north zone over towards Trials. This time we have a south zone over towards Lava City. That's great, but anytime that the zone lands over towards you, you feel like you have that home court advantage. You know how to fight there. You know the rotations everyone's going to take. So we take a look at this final moment, and I can vouch for Onset. I haven't played with Rain Day, but Onset does make every 2v1 as difficult as possible when he's on your team. Just kidding. He's actually a really, really solid player. But in terms of No Creativity, they did a great job right there. And you have to play around the bubble. You have to make sure that you don't get too ahead of yourself. In any 2v1 situation, if you played in it, you know not to stagger yourself, not to go one by one. You have to go at the same time. You can only shoot at one person at one time, so it completely makes sense. So great job by No Creativity. Lava City zones are a lot of fun to watch. You can see all the teams coexisting right there. We were talking about it after game number 1. In Trials, there was only 4 teams left in that final zone. Their things got a little bit crazier. You could see Arc Stars were being used just to force other teams over towards the side. Utilities being used early so people could fight. And then teams that, take their time and play patient are going to win that out. And that's exactly what No Creativity did.
I love it. I love it. I want some more of it. And guess what? We've got some game 2 results ready to rock. A huge thank you for sticking with us through our technical difficulties there. But guess what? This is how the cookie crumbles, Tom. Now, we're seeing a lot of even numbers here, okay? Certainly DMNK, Fire Beavers coming out with those solid 9 points. But let's be clear, this is a relatively even point total.
Yeah, nobody really dominating overall, and you could see Appears sitting at number 5. Unfortunately for them, didn't get any kills, but as long as we were talking about not getting any goose eggs overall, that's great, because if you go and you get placement points on the board, you're taking placement points away from other teams that could potentially catch up to you after a game number 1 win. But these are a lot of teams that we're talking about in the top 5. DNMNK was right there, Fire Beavers, etc., and here's your overall list. Again, a lot of these teams, 4 of them, I believe, out of the top 5 teams to watch are right there. Doghouse is right behind them as well, but it's still only game number 2 so far. We still have 4 games remaining. So after this one, we're going to hit that halfway point. 31 points overall is pretty solid to start for Fire Beavers. I mean, you're averaging right around 15.5 points a game. That's a win plus 3 kill points. That's phenomenal so far. We'll see if they can keep that pace up.
Absolutely. And another thing to mention here, we're looking at No Creativity up 12 points, y'all, or up 12 spaces, I should say, placements. Here's the thing about Apex that we love so much. No Creativity had a great game number 2. That's why they went up 12 spaces. Let's be clear, you can't sleep on any of these teams, especially now. This is game number 2, as you mentioned, Tom, of 6. So we're very much still in that moment of, hey, let's get our stuff together. Let's make a name for ourselves. But here I feel like people took the teams seem to take a resounding inhale before going off and looking down the road at 3 and 4, which those games are usually pretty spicy.
Yeah, I think that for a team that is watching there, they could say, okay, yeah, that's inspirational for us. They just jumped 12 points right there. That's great. As we take a look at some of the highlights from game number 2, again, DNMK, excuse me, one of our teams to watch. You have to really keep track of where teams are rotating from. When you're over towards Lava City, there's a lot of different spots teams are going to come from. What do you want to do in that situation? You want to get over towards the roof, and you can see chokes were being held, a lot of different spots. Teams had to rotate all the way from that north hand side all the way down towards the south hand side. That's the most brutal spot. Lava City, Thermal Station, a lot of these zones, if you don't get there early, you're basically fighting on the outside the entire time. That's what you see right here throughout all of this. And when you come to look at No Creativity jumping up all those spots, again, this is that time going into game number 3 and 4 where you're going to be using your game plan that you originally came in with. But if you're not able to put points on the board after that, you have to consider switching it up here. And we're seeing so much Octane being used. So whether you're using Wraith or Octane, or you want to try to mix in Revenant, and you see Odin Gamers there, King Tech with some really great shots. We were talking about that was kind of the lackluster thing in game number 1. Here you notice the tracking was a lot better. Massive shots were hitting, EVA 8 shots were hitting, and you could see teams playing a lot smoother than they were in game number 1. I think that's just a testament to them warming up a little bit more and also getting rid of some of those nerves.
Absolutely. And I think it's super interesting here. We talk about this LCQ being the wild card because we don't know some of these teams as well as we would. We certainly don't know some of these players as well as we might. But I think now coming into game number 3, I think what you just said exactly exemplifies exactly why we love these. Because we're coming into a game when maybe they're going to switch things up, as you mentioned. Maybe they're going to change their comps. Maybe they're going to change their strategy. We're, you know, those comps and those, you know, whether game rotations or that late game aggression, like the reality is you never know what's going to be happening. And I think we're about to see that story unfold here. I'm very excited about a game number 3, especially when there's only 6 to be played. We have so little time to get these points on the board, Tom. My goodness.
Yeah, well, whether you've noticed these players if you played in maybe some of the EU lobbies and matchmaking in the Predator lobbies too, because these guys are constantly always playing it out. And that's what's so great to see is now, again, with some of the bigger names taken out of the situation here, you're going to have other opportunities for players and teams to make a name for themselves. And just like you're saying, Kate, we're starting to kind of see that here. So with the Fire Beavers, with some of these teams that were on our teams to watch, these are the teams to continue to keep tabs out for. But again, after seeing No Creativity bump up, you have to be confident in your game no matter what. So I want to see a central zone here. We had a north zone. We had a south zone. I would love to see something over towards Fragment now. And if we have something over towards Fragment, then that's going to be a lot of teams coexisting. We've already seen kind of a bloodbath of a zone. I think Fallout called it like a little Vietnam War over there that was happening over towards the outside of Trials. I want something a little bit more, you know, with 10, 12 teams over towards the final zone. I feel like a Fragment zone would be perfect. I hope we get one out of these 6 games.
You heard it here first, gang. This definitely something to remember. It's definitely something to be excited for sure. And yeah, I you know, honestly, at the end of the day, these teams are doing some incredible things, and we are having so much fun here. Speaking of having fun in our incredible community, y'all have been on our Twitter, and we are so excited to share some of the stuff you've been saying with our feed here. Let's take a look. Tom and I are seeing these for the first time too. ALGS LCQs always have some of the craziest gameplay. Everyone's trying to shoot their shot at the championship. Let's go. So excited. I love that. Adam, you nailed it 100%. Looks like we've got nothing like a watch party. Oh, hey, I love a watch party. Thanks, Andy. Oh, and happy birthday. Happy birthday, Andy. Well done. Incredible.
Hey, happy birthday. And you know what? For your birthday, you get 1,000 Apex coins on top of being on the show. God. So let's go. Let's go.
Look
And
at you.
it is pretty crazy. It kind of reminds me, you know, if you have like college basketball fans, this has happened last month, March Madness, right? Where it's a lot of teams, you know, upsets left and right. And I think that's kind of what we have here, you know, teams, players making a name for themselves, and we're just getting started here. So we're after game number 3, we'll hit that halftime mark, but we've already seen some great games. I want a center zone though.
Excellent. Well, hey, you know what? Something else. And Andy, listen, if you're a Caustic player, here's one more birthday present for you. It's from our friends over at Prime Gaming. This means for you Caustic mains, Prime Gaming has the exclusive what we call cold-blooded skin. Ooh, that looks fancy. For you to claim until May 14th, head to gaming.amazon.com/Apex Legends for more details. That once again, gaming.amazon.com/Apex Legends. Get that cold-blooded skin for all you stinky Caustic players out there, and a huge thank you. Well done. Thanks to Prime Gaming for giving us that. Tom, anything left to say before we head on over to game numero tres?
I was looking at that skin, and I was wondering if, you know, he uses a lot of hair gel, Caustic does, but then I realized he really stinks and doesn't shower, so it's probably grease. So.
Very good point. At any rate, we have got lots more in store, including, as we said, game number 3 right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Hi everybody, my name is Sordaz. I'm the general manager at Sword Gaming. Very passionate about Apex, play competitive, shoutcast, and also create a lot of guides for you guys to all enjoy. I actually started YouTube and Twitch just for fun. And I was creating montages because I saw a really old montage for a different video game, a first-person shooter, and I said I really loved how it inspired me. So I made my first montage because of how it made me feel and inspired to play the game, hoping that it would inspire others. And recently with Apex Legends, I said, you know what? Everyone's always coming by my streams and asking me the question, how do I get better? How do I get better? And I said, you know what? Why don't you just post it on YouTube? I love to teach players how to get better at video games, whether it's improving your aim, improving your gameplay, or perhaps just focusing on your movement on Apex, such as wall bouncing, or maybe perhaps a bunny hop. All of this is encompassed in the video content that I make on YouTube. Seeing the community grow around me from the current span of time has been pretty overwhelming, but in a very positive way. The feedback from just the shoutcasting, from the guides, to even just the gameplay being posted and seeing people really enjoy the journey. Apex has been really growing at an immense rate recently. Just seeing where it's at now and how many new players and how hungry they are. Don't be afraid to take things to that next level because nobody else is going to do it for you. And the same thing happens on YouTube and Twitch. You have to be the first one to make a step. You have to be the innovator. Whatever it is you're working on, whether you're trying to upload your first YouTube video, don't worry about the quality so much. Just worry about getting yourself out there for the first time. And if you fail, just keep failing and keep trying. Every time that you make a mistake that you learn and you take that to the next level. My name is Sordaz. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channel. I post 4 videos a week. I also stream once a week there. I also can check out the shoutcasting events that I post there. You can also check out my Twitter at DazBF.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the
And welcome everybody to game number 3, Fall Out here alongside Girl. We've had 2 great games so far, Girl, and our top 5 is currently set. Things can certainly shake up here in games 3 through 6, though. A lot of Apex left to play.
A lot of Apex left, and you know what? Only 2 games have passed. So if you're not having the best day, keep the motivation up, keep the spirits up, keep the vibes up, because there are 4 games left to play. You've seen it last game where a team went from almost last place to the top 5, top 6. There's room to grow. There's room to get into the top 5. You can still do it.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. 2 teams, actually. You know, DNMK was in 13th place going into game 2. They're currently sitting in 3rd with 22 points. South Africa stand up. Then we also had No Creativity, who is sitting with, like you said, I think the top 19 or something. And they bounced into a 4th place spot with 19 points. So a lot of opportunity here. I'm looking at a couple of teams in particular, Girl. Click Esports, Warriaki, and Australis. I'm excited to see what they can do here in game number 3. There's some teams that we are looking out for, and I think they just have to perform here. This is your last chance, your last opportunity. Any teams in particular that you're looking out for?
Honestly, 69 IQ, I want to see them do better. I know that mechanically they're super, super great players and a good team. So yeah, and like you've mentioned, Click, Warriaki, they've also ended up in the bottom 10. So looking to see if they can pull anything out here. Because it is the 3rd game, it is the middle of the tournament. You want to see those points come up.
Right. You know, I know Tom's looking out for a center end game or late game ring. We'll see if we get it, Tom. Fingers crossed for you, bud. As I actually fingers crossed for a lot of us. That'd be entertaining. That'd be a nice, fair ring to end off on. We'll see where that, of course, ends up. We're going to have a ring that typically tends to pull into either the north or the south, or one of our kind of more compass locations here. We'll see if we get something a little bit more central. The overhead map will show you countdown We got T-Rex by themselves. We have 2 teams in Skyhook, make it a third, including the Trials squad. Quite a few teams in the Skyhook areas. We jump on board with one of our early game fights here. It's going to be Australis.
Australis with a really big damage with the charge rifle early on. Unfortunately, Hestia doesn't have armor. Their loot is looking a little grim to start, but they've got some guns.
Everywhere for armor. Can't seem to find it. So as a result of that, can't take the fight despite getting some good early damage in. Not a fight that they want to take right now. They are significantly underlooted, and as I say that, Sabron gets tagged up quite a bit. Pat Emmer also tagged up. 45 HP left for Pat. Not looking great for Australis. This is a team that we said we're looking out game 3, that kind of a must-perform game, and so far, it's Vertige who's actually going to knock Pat.
Yeah, unfortunately, the luck wasn't on their side when they started looting. Vertige doesn't even have armor as well, but his teammate, the Wraith, does have a purple. They were managing to knock one, but they're getting shot at. I don't know if they actually have the advantage in this one, as he ends up going down. There's only one left on Clowns remaining.
Unbelievable. It's going to be all Hestia all day with the charge rifle and the wingman. Knocks 2 single-handedly. And now will find himself in a 1 versus 1 against the French Nick QL on the Clown squad. 2 members go down already. And last member alive is just going to be forced to try and survive here and try and go back for banners if they can. And looks like, courtesy of a nice little octane pad, nice little bunny hop, solid movement, should survive right into the geyser here. Nice job overall. Survive at least momentarily.
And it looks like he's going to opt to try and wrap this one out. He does not want to go back. He's getting shot by a triple takes. He's getting shot by multiple teams. He's just going to run and try and wrap this one out, try and get as many placement points as he can, or maybe secure a third-party kill perhaps later on. But here's the rat spot.
Yeah, greatest rat spot, but it's a rat spot, you know, at least. At least you're alive. It's a good situation. But meanwhile, Australis, said, not looking good to start this game. Flipped it around again, courtesy of the plays from Hestia. Beautiful plays right there. That was actually, they were down 1. They didn't have a whole lot of armor. Hestia was the only one on the team that had a pretty solid loadout in terms of weapons. Able to use it to their advantage. Kudos to them. Last member alive for Clowns will just be ratting. Meanwhile, jump on board with T-Rex, making their early rotation to the same area and location. On board with Zerifer right now. R99 and Ava 8 as Octane. That's the loadout you want, at least for an early game.
It seems like they're trying to catch someone off guard, so they're all in little corners here just waiting for a team to come on by. But as we jump onto Yapirs just ended up winning a team fight, gaining 3 kills and picking up PKMK right back up. Are they going to be able to secure the heals, the armor swaps that they need before they fight again? It seems so.
Yeah, Yapirs seems to be, if I had to give awards, these are the Fallout awards of the EMEA LCQ. Yapirs wins best or most scrappy team, hands down. It seems like they always tend to win those scrappy fights, girl. You saw, of course, the one in game 1 that led to them actually winning the game and putting themselves in 2nd place overall in the standings. And they do it again. They win a 3v3 fight over Harvester very, very well in those close range fights. Very scrappy. Kudos to Yapirs over Harvester. Meanwhile, we're jumping over towards Epicenter. As it looks like rotations coming through from OG further north. There's a little bit of a skirmish between those 2 teams. Dojo finds himself in the fight as well.
Yeah, Dojo trying to get those shots on in the air, but those are really hard shots to hit through. And then once someone takes the geyser away, they are safe and good to go. But 1872 in a skirmish as well. Ray taking down 1, trying to opt for the battery as they go for the 2v2 here. Will they be able to push off of that with the EVA 8, with the 1-2x? Yes, they're flesh. He does 50 flesh on. They got to push on this. They got the advantage here. They're going to push. Wraith is going to queue on out. The nades go through. The armor swap actually happened with purple armor, but Ray manages to finish. What a beautiful finish on that kill, and the Phoenix coming through.
Yeah, well played from them. Meanwhile, we did see PKMK of Yapirs getting a kill at the top of your screen as well. So, some way, somehow, Yapirs still manages to be scrappy. Oriaki now find themselves in a cross-map skirmish. Now, okay. But on board with Dojo, this is the fight we saw earlier. Dojo finds himself in a skirmish as well. PKMK gets another kill at the top of your screen. Finish is going to come through. Dojo great job for now, but you know this is third-party Central, third-party Haven. They got to be careful.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of BM was going to go down, but this is not the time right now, so they're going to get the finish, and they're going to have to look around to see if a third party, but it seems like they're okay. They've got a care package to check out here, and they've got a lot of loot. Triple purples, that's what you want for the final end game, and they seem to be in a decent spot. So the zone's closing, 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the zone, and they're in no rush to go anywhere.
Right, Dojo finds himself in a great spot in this game. The question is, how will they rotate? And let's go ahead and take a listen into their comms to see how they decide to make this rotation and play for late game.
Kalbine döndüm ben.
Kaldırdı kanka ileride bu arada.
Tamam.
Arkadaşına.
Gelin şimdi bakalım Beacon. 2x var mıydı orada?
Kanka bilmiyorum da ben scope lazım bana.
1-2.
Yuvarlak
Scope
var
büyük
bende.
mü? Büyük scope mu?
Yuvarlak var sadece. Evet. Şey için işte G7 kanka.
Al. En oluru bu. Az sabit durma.
Aslı scope'un var mı başka? Sende?
Şey var sadece yuvarlak.
Aa bak geldi buraya geldi.
Gördüm.
Yaklaşıyorum. Scan lazım sola doğru.
Biliyorum. Şeyin üstünde.
Scan alsana
19.
Yetişmez ki oraya. 100 metre.
Yetişmez bir de
Sağda solda vardır
beni
belki.
bimleyecek. Gelemiyorum sana, beni bimler.
Tamam gelme. Ben geldim. Aşağıdaki ev boş muydu Ufuk?
Boş, en fazla o 2 kişi vardır.
Ya da burayı tutarız ya.
Bekle 8 saniye bekle.
Burayı tutalım. Hayır lan. Abi şaka mı bu? Bekle. Kal burada kalıyorsun. Yok ben göreceğini düşünmedim.
Yuvarlak
Yalana
optiğim
bakalım.
var. Haberin olsun.
Alan geldi. Oo.
Bakalım.
Burası bir tık riskli ama kanka.
Yok tutacağız burayı tutacağız.
Bas
Yapacak bir şey
medini
yok.
bas.
Tutacağım şimdi. Swap çıkarım buraya.
Duruyorlar hala orada. Bir Q atacağım.
Tamam dursun. Buraya swap çıkaralım. Alan burası çünkü.
Sağdan res geldi. Haberiniz olsun.
Tamam.
Takımlar çok yakın bu arada. Sollu tam bizim o moru bulduğumuz yer. Oraya res geldi.
Shout out to anyone from Turkey watching right now, as we got a Turkish listen in with Dojo, one of 2 Turkish teams playing in this tournament alongside Australis. Get to hear some perspective from Dojo and Co. Meanwhile, T-Rex picked up a couple kills at the top right of your screen. Good to get their POV, and so far 17 squads remain left in this game, girl. And it's going to stay that way for quite some time here, unless something crazy happens on these rotations, I think.
And it's really nice to see some more female representation in ALGS. I love to see my girls come on in and rock out in the competitive scene of Apex. I know a lot of girls that are able to, as long as they find a team, get consistent, and make it here. And so shout out to Katsi for making it into these last chance qualifiers. Hope they do well in Dojo. And here we are with Clowns. We've got a Bloodhound Rat.
Interesting. The same team earlier, except it was QL, who was actually able to get a res, it looks like, but still ratting their way to success. And yeah, Ditto, couldn't agree more. Big shot to Katsy, representing and holding down. Honestly, that's the thing I love about Apex. I think more so than any other esport that I've had a chance to cast or watch. You see a variety of teams that are multi-gender. Big shout out the entire Apex community to Katsy, holding it down, and honestly, it should be that way, right? You know, gaming and esports is truly mind over muscle. Anyone can compete. I think there are social norms that have existed that shouldn't exist. That's why you see it to be so male-dominated, but great to see more and more representation in esports. You love to see it. So to see Desu playing one of the fan favorites in the championships, as her team's already qualified, Team 789, and a variety of other players. They got FZ in South America, and many others globally. Excited to see what they can do as we head into our championships. And speaking of which, 5 teams will qualify from this tournament to the ALGS Championships, where there is $1 million in prize pool for one tournament. ALGS Championships is early June. Group stages, new format. I love the group stages. We already have our 35 teams already set. We're looking for five more teams to complete our 40 teams. It's going to be 4 groups of 10 teams. Each group will play against every other group, kind of a round-robin format. The 20 teams with the most points after all of group stages, and all matches, our 6-game finals are complete, will make it to the grand finals match and lobby, which I'm excited to see how that all plays out. That's the format. brilliant format for ALGS Championships with kind of the group stages that lead to our overall championship. It's great.
T-Rex is absolutely destroying this game. They're going around taking any fight that they want. This is our 5th place team so far in the current leaderboard standing right now. They've got, you know, they've got that passion. We've seen them many times before, and I think they're feeling it. They're feeling good. This is their time to shine.
And Zerfer is playing on limited sensitivity. How he's able to control it. Zerfer, and I agree. Yeah, a lot of passion coming from the squad. Big fan of T-Rex for a while. The fact that they just formed as a team, immediately found impact. It's so impressive. Meanwhile, 69 IQ, this is your squad, girl. They find themselves in a fight over in Harvester. In the ring, playing aggressive, trying to get that final KP, aka kill points. They're going to find one additional point, but now we're going to be careful here as there might be a team gatekeeping them inside the zone.
Which is quite alright because they have crafting nearby. They'll be able to craft some medkits. They'll be able to maybe go around a different way, take their time in the zone. This zone doesn't hurt too much. It's survivable. If you find those crafting tables, you can craft some medkits and work your way in. As White Rabbit are doing right now, they've worked their way in. They're in a little corner. I don't know how many heals they have, but we're jumping on to No Creativity.
Right, No Creativity, one of our CIS teams. The only player from Belarus is Desert UK playing in this one. Desert before and past the LGS competitions. We'll see if No Creativity can go back-to-back here. They won game number 2. Great damage being put in right there by Desert from Belarus. Great work so far. Can they capitalize? It looks like they will be pushing, and there's going to be the elimination coming through. Great work from Desert. Such aggressive Wraith play. And there you have it. Nice job from No Creativity, continue where they left off from last game. They gotta be a little careful here as they're gonna get tagged up. They'll reset, not in zone, so they'll have to make a rotation. A lot of work to be done still here, girl. It's gonna be a pretty tough rotation for them.
That was a very clean fight, and after you do that 120 damage, you know you're gonna push off of it. And he's not gonna end up stop shooting. He's not gonna stop shooting. He wants to show all the teams around them that they're aggressive, that they're healthy, so that they don't push onto the squad inside the building. Now, onto ZLV. They're currently last place, but they're doing okay in this game. ZLV, yep. And honestly, not looking so good. They're getting shot. They're in a corner. Zanma's trying to offer this battery, not getting shot quite yet. They're using Happy as a shield with the white knockdown shield, but that's not going to last for very long. They might be able to get the revive, but nope, they're getting pushed, and they're going to get pushed hard right here. They go for the knock. They're going to do a lot of damage back onto the other team, and they're going to survive this one out for quite a few seconds.
Impressive. It survived. Stuck between a ring and a hard place. Quite literally, 12 seconds left, and they're going to have to make a pretty far rotation. Here comes the port. And there you go. Took a little while there. Port's going to be placed in the middle of the sky. And now the rotation will come through for ZLV. And they should be able to rotate okay. 2 players alive still, 13 squads remaining as Kim Shu finds a member of White Rabbits Gaming, our other South African team that we saw on screen just moments ago. But Kim Shu of Oriaki is going to shut it down.
Yep, it was Limek with the last hit over there. They're going to take the Octane jump pad and absolutely beam this Wraith while he's in the air, jellied, absolutely destroying. The bombardment is not going to come in. He pulled it out just there for a second. They're doing okay, but they do have to figure out which side of the zone they have to come in, and now they're going to push it. They do have zone, the defensive bombardment, the crypto ulti combo, wombo combo is coming on down. Will it be able to hit? The zone's coming in on their backs. Ooh. He hits, he cracks, he's pushing, the dome comes through, they get the knock on Andy. Will they be able to get another knock here? They're going to settle down for healing in the dome. Oh, nope, they're going to go for the push. They're going for the push. Will they be able to get a knock? Nope, under the building for now. The knock goes through on Shex. And oh my god, this is an absolute bloodbath over here. Limek is going to get the heal off.
Brilliant call right there, girl, and brilliant work from Wariaki. The teamwork was supreme on the rotation. The wombo combo, the crypto ultimate, the defensive bombardment right to follow. But unfortunate for them, when you're late to rotate, this is what happens. You become the focal point of the lobby, and the 369 IQ esports that shuts it down on the rotation. So despite their efforts, they will be taken out. Kim Shu's going to be the last one. The Polish squad is out of this one. as it looks like we'll have Tycoon of 69 IQ taking the kill leader spot with 5 kills. They are slaying out right now, girl.
They are indeed. Tycoon is one of my most mechanically gifted friends in the Apex scene, so I'm glad to see him have some success here today. They're gonna come back. I see it. Kill leader, 5 kills, but now on to T-Rex. They're doing okay. They're healing up, but they do have to move, and there is a team right outside their building, so they're going to get those ult excels off so they get their ultimates a little bit faster here, and they've only got 37 seconds left to find out what they want to do.
Meanwhile, I am still seeing PKMK of your peers getting kills in the kill feed. From the beginning of the game to the middle to towards the end, PKMK continues to perform. My personal MVP for this tournament, the Russian, looking so incredibly strong. Now, we got 9 squads remaining. No Creativity, who won game number 2, still alive. Your peers, who won game number 1, still alive. We got T-Rex, who's currently sitting in 5th place, still alive and well, as they get a final elimination there on King Deck.
Oh my goodness, T-Rex is actually popping off right now. A couple more kills under their belt, but they are not in zone as well, so there is going to be a big fight coming up here in the next 30 seconds. They're going to take this jump pad all together at the same time. They're going to focus the squad all together now, but they don't have much time. The zone is coming in. The 42 pop, the 65, no, he goes down. Zerafor, Dippities, it's all up to Zerafor right now. Dippities goes down. He's the last one remaining. One HP left. Can he get the kill on this Wraith? No, he gets killed from behind, and I believe both of those teams are going to end up dying.
That's an unfortunate situation, an unfortunate rotation coming through from T-Rex. Obviously not much that they can do. They had to do what they could by taking that 3v3, but the third party did come through. Just a lose scenario there. Meanwhile, no Creativity. Still alive. 5 squads remain in this one in our very, very late game. End game is going to be an interesting one. We've got no Creativity alive. Dojo, the Turkish squad, still alive and slaying out as well. They're going to take out Khaleesi and co. Great work from Dojo.
Dojo have been here the whole entire game, and they're keeping their spot. They've been holding this area really well. 4 squads remaining, quite a few teams with 3 left, so this is going to be a bloodbath. And we've got Fire Beavers.
Wow. Realize that Fire Beavers is also alive. Our first place team right now are heavy favorites to win this one. Fire Beavers, a team of former or current GOATs, gods, great players, undoubtedly. 9 Impulse, Sunset, and Taskmaster. You've been a fan of European esports for ALGS for a while. You've heard of these 3. Former members of Navi, of Gambit, and of course of the Magicians. All 3 teams who have already qualified the EMEA playoffs. Our ALGS Championship, sorry, as we see them making the rotation through. They're going to knock Desert UK. That's going to be a kill. 4 squads remain. Great work coming through. Great team firing, but Taskmaster goes down, girl. Not looking great. As the revive will come through, they get the squad wiped. They should be able to reset, but of course not a good scenario for their opponents. Desert UK and co finally get taken out.
The revive was really fast, so they are going to recover, but they do have to push in now. They know there's another team of 3 that they absolutely have to fight. 3 squads left, and they're going to get shot at. They're going to get gate kept really hard here. Sunset taking in over 100 damage. All right, but they're going to be able to push up onto the rock and try and get line of sight away from this team here. Dojo, very nice shots. Cassie with the R9. Dojo Data with the PK, one of the heaviest hitting shotguns in the game, pushing right on through Taskmaster. 9 imps, both go down, but one of Dojo goes down as well.
That's right, so 2 squads remain, and we only got 2 members alive for Dojo. Andrak gonna get taken out of this one. Catsie's gonna have to go huge. It's gonna be a 2v2 fight here, and it looks like 69 IQ currently has the advantage. 2v1 to close this one out. They should be able to. A valiant effort from Dojo, but 69 IQ coming through to close it out. Yes, they will. They will be your champions of game number 3, a must-win game. And like Girl said, that was a team she had looking out for going in to game 3. They performed. They had 6 points, 13th place coming into this one. They end up with 1st place, and girl, they racked up kill after kill after kill. That's going to help them out significantly in the standings.
I knew they had it in them. Congratulations, Tycoonix, Maggie. Let's go. But congratulations, y'all played it really well. Just waited for that final moment, for that 2v2 situation, and absolutely put in the confidence, put in the skills, and made it for the dub.
Right, you know, and obviously heading into that late game fight, we had no creativity alive. We had Fire Beavers alive. Fire Beavers pushes and actually ends up kind of griefing with the fight on no creativity, but they took some casualty as a result and obviously got themselves ultimately taken out. It was a 4 or 5 team affair, and in the end, it was 69 IQ Esports who end up on top. Congratulations to them. That's going to be it for myself and Girl. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to Kate and T-Squared at the desk to break it all down as we head into game number 4. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Fallout and Girl. You guys always rock it. We really appreciate it. And hey, listen, I gotta say, I feel like this last game was Doja's to win. Tom, tell me how it is that 69 IQ actually did pull it out over Doja, who were basically camping in this spot the entire game.
We use a lot of different words during the broadcast, but consistency and patience definitely have to be up there. And patience right there from 69Q is phenomenal. They waited in the kill feed. All these players are so used to seeing the team names and the team players that are popping up. Once they noticed that one player was down on Dojo and they had a straight up 2 versus 2, they pushed. They knew that they were weak and they hit their shots throughout all of that. But it's really impressive because Dojo had the God spot sitting over towards the pills. And that's not a very easy spot to hold because teams will go over towards and send it to you. So you see 69IQ capitalizes on that. The shots were clean and you're starting to see the players heat up.
Oh, you are indeed. I was going to say, we hear a lot of love for PKMK. It's PKMK? I'm making sure I get that name right. Because he is constantly in that kill feed, constantly a part of the discussion, even if they're not observing his team at that moment. Is there any other standout players? We talk a lot about this LCQ being a wild card, being a moment where we can see a lot of these standout players. Anybody you're seeing that is a team, or excuse me, I should say probably a player to watch going into this game number 4, 5, and 6?
Yeah, you saw Desert, creativity was doing great. And you got to watch out for the teams too. Fire Beavers is constantly, sitting consistent as well. Your peers, like you were talking about, they've been just nonstop ever since they won that 2 versus 1 over there towards the side. Or I think it was a 3 versus 2, excuse me, but it was a 2 versus 1 individually coming through. And they placed top 5 in the previous game. And they didn't get many kills. I think they got 0 actually, but 4 placement points. But it's the consistency of actually being able to get towards these final zones, especially when they're popping all over the place too. So overall, no creativity, Fire Beavers, Piers, Dojo, 69 IQ at the pop-off game right there. And that's the best game we've seen overall. Look at that, 17 kills overall, a 29 kill point game. Great job by Smeggy, Tycoon, and Slayers.
Oh my God, they're going to make me hawk up a lung. My God, 17 kills, Tom. Sorry, I know, I get excited. It's double digits, but this is so much more than just double digits. This is a bloodbath. This is like they are a force. Good grief. GG to 69 IQ. My gosh.
They picked up kills on the opposite side of the zone over towards the other side of the choke too, so that's why they were able to pop off the way that they did. And we were talking about moving 12 points for no creativity in the previous game. 69Q takes a page out of their book, jumps 13 instead with the best game we've seen so far. Now they move into 3rd place, and we are looking like we're starting to see these teams rise towards the top now. And who's going to be the other teams that start to pop off here? Because when you look at that 30-point mark is really, really close to where you want to be. Still a lot of opportunities here, but Dojo, DNMK, no creativity. It's going to be very close towards that bottom-hand side. Fire Beavers, your peers, they got to be feeling good. 69 IQ after their win, but we're just at that halfway point. So 42 points overall, around 84 points to get the win there. If they continue at that pace, that's a lot of points. So it's top 5 teams here make it through. You want to go and get the dub, but you want to try to sneak in there if you can.
Well, and we saw a lot of sneaking, a lot of dubs all the way through our game number 3 here. Tom, this is really sort of the journey of where we began here, even in round 4, where this is the bloodbath, if I recall correctly, that happened that really showcased some of these teams' prowess.
Yeah, you saw from the opposite point of view what they were doing to stay alive just to get into the zone, the defensive bombardment. The high ground here was absolutely phenomenal. Smeggy's doing this all with a gray armor, so once they pick up kills, he's going to be able to armor swap here and just get so much stronger. But this is the key here. Dojo kind of holding down what I would consider the God spot, which is the 3 pills over here. PK in hand, everybody doing a great job. But throughout all of this skirmishing, eventually Dojo is going to end up losing a player and when they go and take this fight any second now. And that's the key here for 69 IQ, and that's the 69 IQ big brain plays that you love to see. The patience throughout all this, Fire Beavers, great shots coming in from Sunset, even throws the Arc Star behind the bubble here to force action. Wingman after wingman connecting, but they're just trying to go and get these kills as fast as possible so we can go and hit the res right here onto task, because he understands that zone is going to be moving here in a couple seconds. But throughout all of this, Dojo is sitting over there on this high ground, as you see from their point of view. But once they lose one player to Fire Beavers, that's when 69 IQ pounces towards the opposite side. And the key is for 69 IQ not to come too early. They have to wait until this opportunity. They see the knock right there on Anorak, then they know, okay, we're going to come through. We already have a player down. That's going to be Slayers, and we're going to push through. And what's interesting is 69 IQ isn't running a Bloodhound. They're actually running Octane Wraith. When we were talking about which Legends are being in use, we saw that Octane typically gets subbed out for Wraith. So to have that double aggressive playstyle right there is really paying off, and it paid off big time with 17 kills, 29 points overall.
And I was going to say, if I'm not mistaken, either your peers or No Creativity are also fielding a Wraith right now. So there's some Wraith love happening in this this team comp that could be a different way. And hey, you know what? That is absolutely fantastic. I love to see that breakdown, Tom. As always, a pleasure. But something else we like to see. I know Tom and I are both enjoying you, our community. You're always on our Twitter. And guess what? You have some more things to say. And guess what? We've got more Apex coin to dole out. What?
The steering wheel is the most impressive thing. I mean, the lighting, we're just so clean. Are you kidding me? I am jealous. David, what a setup.
Good. Well done, David. Holy God. I mean, and by the way, the number of different franchises that was in part of that was very impressive. Let's see. Victor says, so excited to enjoy this ALGS. This last chance is going to be amazing. Suerte, amigos. Well done. GG, Victor. Appreciate you. That's awesome. And hey, as we mentioned, each of the people that you've seen their tweets on our show, well, they're getting 1,000 Apex coins because we just love them so much. And you could be one of them. Make sure to follow us at Play Apex on Twitter. Use that hashtag ALGS. And if you see yourself on this very program, 1,000 Apex coins to you. Tom, we're giving away Apex coins. We're also giving away some absolutely incredible gameplay. And we're just getting, I would say just getting started, but we're actually in the thick of it. We're knee deep right now. This is going into a game number 4. What are you looking forward to? Because, as we mentioned, this is a wild card. These are the LCQs. What does game number 4 feel like it's going to go to for you? And do you have any predictions in terms of where that zone is pulling?
No idea, but one thing's for sure is the race from 3rd to 5th is going to be absolutely crazy. Right now, we're starting to see Fire Beavers, your peers, a couple other teams kind of step it up and get over towards the top. But we'll see if anybody could do exactly what 69 IQ or No Creativity did, because that was great gameplay.
It was indeed, and there's much, much more great gameplay in store here coming in for game number 4 right after this.
What is up, everybody? T-Squared here, and in front of me I have the Lenovo 7i gaming laptop. This is the official partner of the ALGS. The specs are absolutely ridiculous for the form factor. This is only 5 pounds, and the full HD display is absolutely insane. It's 15.6 inches, 1 millisecond response time, and you're gonna pump out 240 hertz on this bad boy. That's better than some of the gaming monitors that I have in the back.
And welcome back once again, everybody, to the ALGS EMEA LCQ G4 time, Evan. I got it right. I've got every single letter of the alphabet pretty much in there, outside of a few Z's and Y's. But, I mean, we're past the halfway point, my friend. Game 4, we are certainly, without doubt, into business time. All right, well, it looks like Evan maybe having a few audio issues, so we're gonna get into the games as soon as possible. We'll get him back in, we'll get his death box, we'll get him res, don't worry, all that good stuff. But game 4 is, as you can see, kicking off. And a very interesting thing to point out here as we do get towards the business end of the tournament is the difference in points between the qualification spots. We also have some awesome tweets coming in, as you can see popping through your screen right now. Me, when I see someone playing Pathfinder, that is my exact face when I see someone playing Pathfinder as well. I love Pathfinder. Uri's bringing it back into the mix in North America, of course, and having a lot of success. But as I was about to mention previously, you know, 5th to 14th is a very interesting look for me. Obviously, top 5 go through to the championships. This is what it's all about, the last chance qualifier, and only 16 points separate 5th place, which is the final qualification spot, and 14th. So you can see how tight the lobby is, especially with teams putting up 15, 20-point games so far. It's going to be interesting to see if one of those teams can make a late rally here in these final 3 games and really put together what would be an amazing run to close things out. But we're seeing all the teams drop at the moment. We haven't seen too much contention off of drop, and at this point in the tournament, you really don't want to be contesting with games running out extremely fast in front of your very eyes and a lack of opportunities to get those points on the board. So FR9 Clowns, we're going to be starting off with them over at Geyser, doing a little bit of looting here. There's a Spitfire in the pocket and RE45 as well, and they're going to be uncontested too. So we're going to see where that zone pops up in just a few moments as well. And hopefully we're going to have Evan back. Evan, are you there? It would appear not in my ears anyway, so never mind. I'll continue to solo my way through what is going to be a pivotal game 4 here for these teams. Click Esports also going to be looting up as well. And it actually looks like there might have been a bit of contention there. You can see that they're having to rotate away from the team that was behind them. So my mistake, it seemed like the most eastern side of Geyser was going to be taken. They were going to be split. So Evan, I can hear you, my friend. Are you here? Hello, welcome back, mate. I missed you.
I missed you too. You said Spitfire in my pocket, and I just had to come back and say, how did you fit that in there? Because I don't think you're wearing cargo jeans.
How do you know?
Well, you're right.
I'm wearing cargo shorts, my friend.
I'm not
year of fashion over here.
Exactly. I mean, you know, maybe once we get to live events again, I'll have a clearer eye on the lower half of what is on set. But you know, right now I've just had an eye on everything that we've been looking at over these past few games. I was mentioning that this is rally time, baby. This is where you need to pick up the speed. We just saw it with 69 IQ change the dynamic of this tournament with just a 29-point massive game to put them in 3rd place. And this is where teams like Avant-Garde, teams like DMNK, teams like Doghouse that we've been watching in that 10 to 12-point range have the chance to do the exact same thing and really shake this up.
Well, at the moment, Jellycorn is doing an absolute number on the Prowlers, as all of our pros seem to do. There seems to be no battles lost here at Trials, and they're going to get that loot as well. You saw there was a gold armor that popped up for them, and at the moment, just a few extra bits of ammo being collected along the way. But the current standings on the right-hand side is the most important information that everyone watching needs to keep in mind here. Top 5 going through, but you can see how tight it is, Evan. One pop-off game from any of the teams, I said from, you know, even 5th down to 16th, really could put them back in contention here.
It's a weird thing to get used to because, and again, I always say this, Trials is a free warm-up. I actually really like the idea of Trials. It's just free warm-up. You're just firing at things that are moving. You get any jitters out. I mean, it's game 4. You shouldn't have those jitters anyway. But I think it is a little bit of an advantage. I like people who loot Trials. I think you have a step up into the mid-game because you've been shooting at actual things. But when you really do look at, I think, this conversation of where the teams can move themselves to a position to win this tournament, top 5 is not what they're going to need to do in championships. So although we're saying, hey, this is step 1, get to this position, they are going to have to be even more elite when they do get to that position. And so in my eyes, Mark, you start aiming for that now. You want to win this. You're not satisfied with 4th or with 5th. You're happy, sure. You're elated you didn't miss out. But I think what you're really trying to do is we're going to treat this like championships. We know our competition's only going to get better, and so we have to really try and play as excellently as possible.
Completely agree. I mean, you look at the message it sends to the rest of the lobby when you get to championships as well. If you come through the LCQ and you've dominated and you've swept every single team aside, then you are you're serious team to take into contention. But at the moment, it's Fire Beavers who are at the top of the tables with 42 points on the board, and ZLF, who are currently sat right down at the bottom of the leaderboards, unfortunately are going to have to put up a couple of mega games here. They do have some time on their side, so let's see what the comms are like and jump into listening.
But we couldn't get it off. We just rotate fast. This is fine. The car here. Our armors are so bad, bro.
Yep. Team on train.
Let's explore this one.
Come right side. Come right side. Are you able?
Yeah. I'm trying to. Being charge rifled. I'll have to sell here.
Very good. Yeah. It's gonna scan here.
I'm bubbling myself.
Come here.
Sniper.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah, one
here.
syringe.
I have. Wait, go back. Go back. Take this, take this.
What?
I'm taking top.
I don't have bubble for 20 seconds.
Yeah, I'm holding.
Distilling.
Oh my god, I'm getting fucking train yard, boy. We need happy up here. Happy.
Headshot GB.
Trying to come up.
One guy playing close there at the bin.
They can't really push. Watch out, train yard is literally watching with those charges. The train yard is
white.
Progress. What you boys want to do here?
Try to go lava picture.
Can't really. Can we walk up to scan these
Yeah,
guys?
can you scan?
Scan in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just hold here, hold here. I'm gonna check something.
Gonna scan these guys anyway. Only scan one inside right now.
Run and take my TP. Run and take my TP. Run and take my TP.
Well, an opportunity to listen into ZLV, who are doing their best to find a cozy spot, and it looks like with that raid portal, they might have just done that, Evan.
And that is exactly what you want to be doing in this moment. You're trying to find your spot. And in these little mid-game moments where it feels like not a lot is happening maybe to a viewer, this is where teams are using their brain to make these critical calculations of where are we best fitting in this lobby? Do we have enough to run at people? Can we poke, like you saw opposite them, the charge rifle, get a little bit of disruption as well as level our Evo shields? Or do we have to play a little bit more passive for now and bide our time? It goes into the team comp, but it also goes into, you know, what has been your roll of the dice so far. And so far, roll of the dice for an R301 here, and a Ranger has found a lot of range and a lot of damage, but can they make something of it? You know Avant-Garde wants to do so. They are sitting on about 12 points, and Horizon lifts them all up. What will come crashing down? An EMP hits one, and Pliszka, he may not end up actually taking the brunt of it. Yes, that's right. It did just skirt to the right side, but you can see there are enemies trying to approach and counter what is attempted to be going on here, and it's just a battle at the doors. Who will come out on top? Oh boy, it's starting to get messy.
Yeah, Avant-Garde trying to desperately get some KP on the board. They're down in 10th place at the moment. They need to force themselves inside of that top 5. And I just worried for a second that maybe they'd pursued this fight for just a few moments too long and left themselves open for shots coming down from the top. But you can see they managed to get one knock. There has been 2 squads already knocked out. At 69, he's going to break the Bloodhound as well, and they will get the finish. However, there's one more player left alive, and they have to get this finish. Otherwise, they could find themselves getting shot in the back. However, it looks like that player is going to escape. They're going to finish off those kills themselves. They drop the armor for the player being rezzed.
I like that.
And now they're going to be able to get back up to full health, and that's KP for them.
And I'm seeing that more and more. The immediate drop of the armor for the player who is just getting revived into the armor switch for the player that's up. I mean, it's that little thing. It may not make more than a half a second difference, but it's a great thing to train yourself to do as a team member because it is more efficient. And I just love the little things that you can learn while you're watching, but also that you can see become part of the meta, part of the, oh, this is standard. Very much so, like you're looking at how armor swaps feel so regular, so normal now as a part of the skill set of being a high-level pro. It wasn't day one that everyone was armor swapping like that. That started to become ingrained into a must-have, a must-do in order to capitalize these third-party situations as the competitive community has evolved. So great stuff there to manage the situation, get the kill on high ground, and fortunately, they get out of that fight. Although you're right, Mark, I think maybe you could see aggression starting to maybe blind them to a few decisions that could have come back to bite them there. Luckily, it worked out in their favor.
Well, FR9 Clowns are set up here in one of the high carts inside of Train Yard. If we could get the observers to bring up the map overhead at some point, just so we can see where that circle is going to be finishing, that would be absolutely wonderful. So we can see where these teams are going to have to make their rotation. But they're very safe. You can see inside of where that zone is going to be closing, this zone 2 with 50 seconds or so left. But not trying to show presence here, as we do get an opportunity to see where that zone is going to be going towards Lava Fissure, maybe down a little bit more southern as well, around the Springs area that you will see and around staging. So teams trying to kind of hedge their bets a little bit. You can see from the spread on the overhead, most teams not 100% convinced of where this one's going to be going, Evan.
Yeah, and that's really the game, isn't it? It's so funny that this metagame is being played, I think, just above all of the noise and all of the action, but that is what they are doing. They don't quite know. And this 20 seconds is proving pivotal, maybe the most important 20 seconds to a team here in the bottom 15 that might end up changing the direction of their story with the right guess, the right time, the right rotation. It just takes one, as you can see, as we saw last game. 18 squads still remaining here. Click Esports on the move. Slowly but surely, G7 scout in hand. Nice shot to kick it off. 42, that'll send him back, or at least make him a bit more hesitant to push forward. Oh, but he gets poked just the same, and so now maybe a few too many unfriendlies in the same area and not enough places to hide here. And Kumbra takes a little bit more out than he had bargained for. Starting to get a little hesitant now. They did start 2 engagements, and there's the defensive bombardment. Somebody's pushing.
Yeah, just managing to buy themselves a little bit of time here to at least get the meds and the heals off. However, they are under pressure, off limits now, having to back up as well towards staging and try and finding themselves a little home to play. And we do see the beacon as well popping up, but just in the top left-hand side of your screen. So Click Esports giving us a little bit more information on where that zone is going to be pulling. It's going to be away from staging and more towards Lava Fissure and the northern side of the map where Countdown is. So that's why Click Esports are desperately trying to get ahead of the rest of the lobby here on their rotation, because those few seconds saved, those few teams that you can kind of get a head start over on in this foot race towards where that zone is going to be going, it can be vital for holding them out in about a minute's or so time.
An early rotation, almost like a retirement savings plan. Just a little bit here, take a few shield, couple of shots, a few bats. Ooh, maybe you have to get knocked, stabilize, and move forward, but ooh, it will pay dividends if you find yourself in the right spot when the time comes. And yes, it is rotating north, and those teams all at the bottom. Take a look at your left-hand corner. Look at how many teams have to run across each other's paths now. And the teams that took that chance a little earlier, wow, they will be thanking themselves for it, because it is about to get frisky. And Aspirateur, luckily with enough range and enough bullets to make something happen if that's the case.
Yeah, this is the difficulty. It's like, do we try and rotate ahead of everyone and risk getting shot in the back while those teams focus on us? Or do we hope that with that quick rotation, those teams are forced into fighting each other and we can hold them out? All these different decisions have to be made in around, 10, 15, 20 seconds time that can make the difference in it being the correct one and the one that really does, unfortunately, scupper the game for one of these teams. So you can see that Warasik, they're pretty comfortable at the moment, just outside, or inside, I should say, of Countdown. They found themselves some low ground to play in with that defensive bombardment. It looks like they might be trying to force their way up to the high ground as well to get a little bit more of a better position as far as angles are concerned. Or maybe they're just hunting down these players as the 24 comes in with now with the Eva.
Yeah, and I thought they would have made a little bit of a more patient play. They switched, you could see the gold helmet right before onto Limek, because they want that rotation. They want the Into the Void to come back up. Excuse me, the Into the Abyss, so that they can take the Dimensional Rift and move them out of this danger zone. But they pushed. They pushed before they could get that play to come to fruition, and now Limek's in trouble. He's leading by the Thermite. Shield cells, but with the gold helmet, the gold body shield. That will allow him to get a little bit more bang for his buck there. And we'll follow along with that story in a moment. DNMK here now in the midst of a sprawling fight that takes place. They come out on top.
And
but not without taking their wounds.
This is what I expected to see, the pace picking up a little bit, because the teams who are down in the bottom half know they have to get points. It's not just a case of winning a game now, not placing inside the top 5. You're going to have to place inside the top 3 and get kills if you want to make up that difference in points between the teams. At the moment, as we see the 301 and the team fight being absolutely superb there from DNMK, and they're one of those teams at the moment who are in 6th place, just outside of those qualification spots. So one big game here, and all of a sudden, you know, the mentality, the confidence that's going to breed going into the final 2 games is going to be absolutely massive for them.
And I think this is it too, because this starts to spell your path to victory. When you have 4 teams rotating and you're the team that comes out on top, all of those resources and that momentum starts to cascade into the next approach, because not only have you gotten their gear, their resource, their shields, but you've cleared the path so you don't have to go up against another 4-team skirmish, excuse me. Well, I guess skirmish could be the approach, because they're squirming in a skirmish to get through one choke. So maybe I just made up a great word there for Apex Legends Esports. But at the end of the day, Odin Gamers, these guys getting a scout out to see, is there someone we can pick off? Because we know that is, if we can avoid having to go up against any other player on our rotation, we will be successful. But that's a big if.
Interesting for me to see that those teams who were down on the southern side of World's Edge are struggling big time on making a rotation. When there's teams like Fire Beavers around who have been slaying out, they're currently on 42 points. They are our 1st place team at the moment in the lobby. Then that rotation is going to be even more difficult with them holding you out. But working up from the low ground to the high ground with all these teams watching, is we actually going to see a team drop down onto 9imps. He's going to have to be extremely careful here as an EMP comes in as well. They managed to finish off one, and they will be able to fight as they get the shield swap coming in as well. But a little bit of a scary moment just for a few seconds there, but Fire Beavers continuing their fine form.
And it's a bit of a frustrating moment for Fire Beavers, because it's a solo dropping to try to get just something, try to get anything. The team's wiped, he instantly died. But if you're Fire Beavers, you're going, oh, come on, you're really going to push us on that? We can't predict that we're going to get pushed by a solo. And that could be one knock, that could be one down that sets the third party that ends their championship hopes. So a little annoying, I'm sure, but they've gotten over it. Jumps just above the thermite. He will not get taken by that. Beautiful movement by 9imps to stay alive, and he's going to stabilize with the defensive bombardment laying down. The dome shield will protect him for the shield back to get off, but can they climb the high ground? They still haven't been able to get up the verticality of this bush.
I see some kills going down in the feed as well. Australis are currently in train cart that is on top of those tracks, and they're going to be pretty safe for that next zone as well. They might be just slightly outside, but that building is going to be vital that you can see them now making their approach onto, and it looks like they have control of that building. And yep, indeed, the Bloodhound scan is going to confirm that. But just to go back a few seconds, if 9impulse goes down in that fight and doesn't survive for that extra second, you can see he was desperately waiting for his Gibby Dome to come back up. He didn't have it immediately, and if he would have gone down, the rest of his team were in such a bad position. Not having that Gibby Dome when you are rotating from edge of zone essentially spells the end for you as a team, especially when a team is above you with the high ground.
And he takes the risk too. He says, I'm going to play for my other teammates. I'm going to dome, then shield bat. When he's on 25 health, he could have gotten insta push. He didn't know if someone was dropping right away to follow up. And so he said, let me just do the right thing for the majority of moments. And if somebody, like they just had to play against on Fire Beavers, decides to just solo push me with a ravenous hunger that I'm not expecting, so be it. But most of the time, this is going to be the right play, and it's just decision after decision over enough circumstances that's going to net you the results you want. And I love the way that we're seeing that here as well. Odin Gamers, we saw them in the crypto drone a second ago, and now they're throwing ordinances trying to maintain this low ground to the right, yet stay out of sight for any team across the way, because they now have to cross the barren land, and there's not an oasis in between where they can have some type of respite. They are going to be in the thick of things once they try to move over towards the populated zone. But there's only 8 squads left.
8 squads left, and that is just a testament to everyone desperately trying to fight now, trying to get points on the board where they can. And another example of that was the team that are currently Fire Beavers are making some moves on, and that is going to be the fact that they were playing Revenant, but the Revenant player has been taken down. 7 squads now remaining. Taskmaster 140 through the skies as well. Unfortunately for him, 9impulse has gone down, so Taskmaster and Sunset having to back up here, try and get the shield cells off as that other team tries to come in for the third party. Even though they've lost their Gibby, they've done pretty good to get KP on the board board, survived for just a few moments. But as I mentioned, Gibby's so vital in those open grounds, as now we're seeing more fights go down as DNMK now involved.
And they win again. And this is what we were talking about. Just that win leads to a potential win, And it has been their game to lose. They are on KP. They are on positioning. They are on high ground with protected visual clearances. And unless that thermite is coming from the heavens, that's not going to be enough. R301 says, how about that for damage? And Al Truly, again in a position with the rest of his team to win this game. We'll see if they can pull it off, though, here in game 4, with round 5 about to close. 3 seconds before we get even more of this action.
Yeah, Doghouse should have enough time here to get those bats off, and they're going to have to focus on that team in front of them. You see that Gibby Dome's going to be dropping very soon. They have a Gibraltar themselves, and as we know, if you are the last team to bubble in a fight, you usually have a huge advantage. And now with that thermite burning the team here as well, they're going to make the move. Nice shots with the 301 as well. We're going to create the opening here. Great stuff from the Octane. They get the finish as well. 5 squads remaining. Most importantly, though, they found themselves a safe position to play.
Oh, and DNMK, they fall. Oh, no. So what we thought might have been their game turns out not to be. Doghouse, though, sitting pretty outside. No house needed. They'll make use of the rocks on the corner. Satint as well. And Gonzalez, one of my favorite names to say here, on the Octane, high-flying action. But Estio was taken. He's got action, too, with the wingman and the Digi threat. He'll see it all. Australis on the bottom side corner. Thermite just narrowly misses. 1,300 damage to Hestia's name. Can he make it a little bit more to claim this victory?
So 3 squads now remaining. And this lobby and this game have just absolutely flown by, to be honest with you. We're into round 6. We're going to see it slowly start closing in around 45 seconds or so. So those teams will be forced to fight. The team up on the height, you would argue, have the advantage in these fights, but you can see that Australis and the other team that are still left will be focusing on that team, knowing they have the positional advantage. So it's the game of cat and mouse. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to make that move? And who is going to, unfortunately, be the team who has that not go down first?
Just waiting to see. And that's what this is, too. It's waiting. R301, that's going to hit. Gonzalez keeps up with the aim. Part of the reason they've been doing so well. 2 kills, only 660 damage. He's been cleaning up, creating movement for the squad. Off limits. They took out DNMK. 6 kills and the kill leader spot to Andy Jax. And so this is who they ran into. Sometimes your journey stops a little bit short, but that just means somebody else's journey kept on going in that moment. And it is Off Limits, who might have the best spot here in terms of rotation. But in front of them, they know they're going to have to get through these 2 teams to do it.
Just biding their time. Defensive bombardment's going to come in. You can see that an opposing team's Gibby bubble has gone down as well, which is going to give them the advantage when it comes to those final moments. If they've held on to that defensive bombardment, that could be absolutely massive for them. You can see Australis at the moment in tatters. They've taken so much damage from the defensive bombardment, but nobody's capitalized, and that's because they know the third party is there to take advantage if the fight doesn't get cleaned up immediately. And now you're going to see Australis firing shots back themselves, and they've done a great job of stabilizing and making sure this fight doesn't end without them involved.
Doghouse, Off Limits, Australis, each in 3 corners of the world, but the worlds are going to converge like the tectonic plates shifting, creating a tumultuous battlefield. There will be someone dethroned and someone who stays to stake a claim in this brutal battleground here that these teams have set up. Defensive bombardments collapsing onto the ground, Spitfires ringing true in the air, and look at this, 3 bubbles staring at each other, and one Gibraltar entered into another. Spitfires crouch sliding here. Andy Jack stays kill leader. How long will it last? He's 1 shot away. Off Limits, they might just fall down here. Gonzalez still flying away with the R301. The movement of Octane is paying dividends, and just like that 401k, he gets the big payout that he's waited for, and Doghouse claim the victory outside.
Doghouse with a huge win. The team that were down in 13th place before this game got underway. So a huge result for them as they try and make an assault, a late assault on those top 5 spots to qualify. But what an end game that was. And that was all about who forced the domes first. You could see the team that were forced to fight essentially with the team that had to dome first. So they thought, okay, we're kind of in a position here where if we don't fight, we're just going to be sitting ducks and we might get defensive bombardment. We've got to try and get KP on the board. So they were forced to make that move, and it just shows, we talk about seconds in Apex Legends and what a massive difference it can make. Holding on to that Gibby bubble for as long as physically possible is the key to success.
You know what? It wasn't a square off. What I just saw, it was a dome off. And I think Apex Legends is creating different things for the Battle Royale genre in more ways than one. I'm excited for Legacy, but I'm excited for more great plays like that because 3 Gibraltars in an in-game circle, you just never know what's going to happen.
I mean, it was a crazy, crazy few moments and crazy results as well as far as the leaderboards are concerned. I mean, just looking at some of the teams that were involved, you had Doghouse, you had DMMK, you had Dojo in there as well towards the end. Off Limits had a very good game. I mean, crazy stuff that is going to mean the leaderboards are going to shift. You mentioned tectonic plates, and that is going to be a very, very apt analogy as we send it back to Kate and Tom, because the scores are going to change. The leaderboards are going to change. The top 5 is looking nervy.
Thank you so much, Onset and Rain Day. Tom, I'm just going to say it. You hear in real estate, they say location, location, location. I think that final circle to us said Gibraltar, Gibraltar, Gibraltar.
They do that in real estate. They do it in business. Location is everything. But yeah, we're looking at Gibraltar being, I think, a 95% pick rate right now, maybe 90%, because of the fact that when you look at what's happening, you see how important he is with the defensive bombardments with the bubbles. If you're not playing Gibraltar, you're seeing probably the Octane Revenant Crypto composition that Odin Gamers was running, and Odin Gamers was kind of a thorn in Firebeaver's side throughout all of that, which was pretty interesting because as we take a look at some of these highlights, you can see just all-out bloodbath. But you got to be really impressed with, is it Gonzalez or are we calling him Goonzalez? Because he was playing like an absolute goon this game, and like Randy and Onset were saying, basically Pangea here is all corners of the continents just colliding for one super continent. So it was really fun to go and watch how they were going and methodically going throughout all this. But Gonzalez, the way that he was able to get his team out of the position going from zone number 5 to zone number 6 was the key to that game for me. Ideally, that thermite that he threw, that backed that team off, that gave him the confidence to go and push. They got a little bit of the corner to work with where the edge of the zone was safe, and then they slowly, methodically made their way out. But it was a really great game. Australis was playing phenomenal. Off Limits was right there. But who let the dogs out, Kate? Who let the dogs out the house?
Well, I think we're about to see exactly how many dogs were let out here with our game results. Let's take a look in our full screen. Yep, there we go. Tom, take it away.
Yeah, as you can see, 12 points, not as many as you were hoping for overall. I think that's actually going to be wrong because they got 29 points overall. So that's the combination of kills and kill points is what you're seeing there. So 29, 19 for Off Limits. And that's what you got to see when you're sitting, I think it was in like 13th or so in the leaderboard. Doghouse was sitting around like 6th or 7th. They were not that far behind. DNMK was sitting right around that same area too. So these teams that really needed to step it up are doing a great job now, and it makes things so much more interesting as we take a look at it. And they're sitting in that like 13th, 14th area, you still have a chance, but we were seeing, just like Onset and Rain Day were talking about, a much faster paced game here. Teams know that they need the kills, and it's going to be so interesting going from basically everybody below Firebeavers. You're feeling pretty confident right now if you're Firebeavers. You don't want to let your foot off the gas quite yet, just like David set up. But anyway, you have all these teams, Doghouse, No Creativity, Off Limits, DMNK, all within 4 points of each other, Kate.
Oh my gosh. And you know, once again, we keep talking about Doghouse. Obviously, they had a phenomenal game moments ago coming out with that W. But remember, we're looking at, they came up 5 spots, Australis up 8 spots. Here's the thing. There are some teams that have obviously gotten a little bit farther away from that potential top 5, certainly that number 1. But the reality is that don't sleep on many of these teams. Once again, I hear you say it all the time, Tom, and I think right now, going into a game number 5, I mean, it's truly anybody's game, although obviously we still do have some of those teams that are a little bit farther out than than I'm sure they would like to be. But I'm curious, what are you looking at, especially now that you're in the thick of this competition here? What are you telling your teams if you're that coach, that's those teams that are so close, yep, potentially so far?
Just look at what 69IQ did as we take a look at some of these highlights from game number 4, because 29 points is what 69IQ is able to do in game number 3. So the fact that they have, what, 32 points overall sitting to get into that top 5 area right now, that's one game. So no matter where you are right now, you got to be feeling confident, but you don't want to drop a goose egg here no matter where you are. So picking up a couple of points would be great. Picking up a ton of points would be ideal here because there's basically a 19-team race to try to secure 4 spots because Fire Beavers, they've been consistent through all this. They hit that 50-point mark after X amount of games, so they're feeling really, really strong. But there's a lot of real estate to be had here for the rest of these teams. DNMK, yes, they've been so consistent. They've been constantly securing top 5 over and over again, but they're still not even safe yet. So that just is a testament to how close this lobby is, how competitive it is, and now the teams are starting to get a feel for one another, as you can see.
And that's an absolutely great point that I keep forgetting to make, which is we are going for top 5 here, folks. The reality is that they are playing for guts and glory and their chance to compete for $1 million prize pool in our ALGS Championships. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 are very important to get there, but the reality is that they're not going to make, number 1 versus number 2, I don't believe is going to make a big, huge difference going into those championships. What it means, though, is that you're absolutely right, Tom. Those teams that are safe, right? You're absolutely right. Fire Beavers, yeah, they've got to be feeling pretty good right now. They have obviously come through and made it into that upper echelon of point totals, but so close are those other teams. So as to your point, Tom, 4 spots potentially left. I mean, really, I honestly, like, I'm sitting here thinking, doing the math, Fire Beavers would basically have to DQ for the next 2 games.
Yeah.
I mean, and even then.
Exactly. I mean, basically what I'm trying to think of is, Kate, what do you think is the number? What is that 5th place number going to be?
Yes.
Is it going to be 45 points? Is it going to be 50 points? That's all the things that these teams need to take into consideration because right now 32, around 30 points is that cutoff. That number is going to skyrocket here as the rest of these teams continue to play more aggressive and understand the math that's at stake.
Absolutely. Math is fun, kids. Stay in school. At any rate, let's talk a lot about what you've been talking about on Twitter with our tweets at PlayApex on the Twitters using that hashtag ALGS. Oh, there's the meme for him watching the ALGS stream and OMG, I wish I was this good. You know what? Boo Boo, I feel the same way. I feel the same way every time we do this. I don't know. Tom is that good, so.
If watching doesn't make you want to play and boot up Apex right after this, I don't know what will because you watch it, it's just so much fun.
It is. Speaking of fun, look at that little guy. Me when I see someone playing Pathfinder. Oh, you know what? I'll say that, brah. Well done. I do. You know what? Truth be told, I do miss that guy. I do miss Pathfinder, but I miss those zip lines going everywhere. That was some fun verticality that I feel like we miss on some of these maps here.
Yeah, it's a very Gibraltar dominated, a lot of Octanes, Bloodhound coming out. So you're seeing a constant change in compositions throughout all of this, but we may see changes in compositions going into game number 5, probably more Octane Revenant combos just like Odin Gamers did.
I was gonna say, are you excited as I am to see more jump pads being used potentially with some of these Hail Mary plays coming into game 5 and 6?
Yeah, I would like to see more cryptos too, because I think if you are going to run the Revenant Octane combo, I think that crypto is perfect. I had conversations with Girl about just how much fun that composition is to run, but we need to see something like 69IQ did in the previous games. We need to see some big, 15 kill games if you're going to go and try to stand a chance here. That means the pace is going to pick up. We're going to see more end zones with probably less players. I think we had 3 in that final zone right there, so I'm expecting that going forward.
Excellent. Well, there's so much to expect. New team comps, new legends, new ways to play, and of course those Hail Mary plays that could make things even more interesting. All of that coming up in game number 5 right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Game number 5, and girl, this is my favorite part of the tournament because this is the point right here, right now, where we are getting into the late game of this tournament, the final opportunities for teams to clutch up and make it through. And right now, girl, we have Yapirs in 2nd place with 40 points. We have Dojo in 10th place with 20 points. That's 9 teams that can honestly slip into that top 5 or slip out of that top 5 based on who's in form. It's a crazy finish here, undoubtedly, in this LCQ.
Yeah, honestly, anyone in the top 8 right now are looking really, really good. But after 8th place, it goes 9th place to Astralis with 21 points. So they're a little bit far behind. So anyone in that 9th place and under, like Tom said, are going to have to pull off a really big game. And that's why it's very important for these top 8 teams to just stay alive, keep their points. They don't want to drop a goose egg. This is it. This is where the pressure really, really starts to build here.
Yeah, you're spot on. And honestly, just like we saw 69 IQ in Game 3 drop a first place 17-kill game, that was a total of 29 points in one game. You can see the likes of Australis in 9th with 21, Dojo in 10th with 20, Avant-Garde, the French team, in 11th with 16, Aspirateur, another French team with 15. They could easily break their way into the top 5 as well. They have to go big here in Game 5 where it matters the most. But my favorite thing to keep an eye out for, well, it's going to be that fringe. It's going to be T-Rex in 4th, DNMK in 5th, with 37-34 respectively. Off limits, the Italians 6 with 32, Doghouse with 30. It's gonna be a crazy finish undoubtedly here as we jump on board to kick things off with the Piers, who started off this tournament with a bang, first place and 12 kills with a huge K from PKMK. See how they fare here on the drop. So we'll take a look here on with the drop ship, and we're just gonna scan through and show a couple of these teams. We got Clicky Sports dropping over towards the Geyser. Looks like they're dropping with a team nearby.
Yep, they are being contested currently, and they are going to need a good game because they are currently in 13th place. The scout shots go off. He is 1 HP currently on Styles, but he's going to play that bubble, and he's going to play it really smart. They get the knock. That is 1 knock and 1 kill point for them if they're going to be able to secure it. He's going to phase out here and rely on his teammates to get the finish.
Yeah, I like the confidence from Styles right there. Playing with aggression, securing, breaking ice with G7 Scout, and also having the confidence with 2 HP to finish the job. Back and out resetting, let teammates finish things off. Good job for Click Esports. This is a big game for them. They currently have 13 points, 13th place, so they do need an aggressive style of play. I think it's actually a good thing they got dropped on, because that could be 3 KP, 3 kill points off the bat that they get that gets started and a good start. His Styles is just desperately looking right there.
Yeah, and Geyser is not a place that normally gets third-partied off the drop, so a 50-50 Geyser is a safe 50-50 as long as you win that 50-50. So they were able to get the kill point, and right now they're just ratting it out. Their armors aren't looking so great. Their loot isn't the best, but we've been seeing the Spitfire being played throughout the whole tournament long, and we've got Kumbra going for the shots. It's a 3v2. They are going to fight it out. This is the 5th game. They need a big game here.
That's right. Spitfire meta has been real. It's been fun to watch the likes of Shiv and Pierre and others absolutely dealt with that thing and ranked, and of course competitive ALGS games as well. And now still on board with Click. Looks like their opponents went to try and get the banner of their teammate, and as a result, they're going to get punished. This poor team has really just been like a bunch of lost puppies here. It doesn't matter where they drop. Originally, they were dropping on the west side of the map, weren't finding success. Now the east side of the map, still not able to find success here. Click is going to capitalize.
Well, at least you learn something every tournament. You learn more when you lose games and you do bad. So hopefully they can look back upon this tournament, improve, and come again another time. But Data down on Dojo. It's all up to Katsi and Anorak. Left alive, and oh no, Katsi goes down to 1 HP, and they are out. Dojo is currently out of here for now.
That's huge. Yeah, that's massive. Dojo is kind of on the fringe, needed for both games 5 and game 6. I don't know. A singular game 6 will be enough because it's going to fall behind on the placement. Differential increasing 3. So, Turkey got Australis, the last Turkish team alive to represent here in game number 5, and they're currently in 9th place with 21 points. Making their quick rotation through. I like the early rotates from them. I like the fact that they're rotating very smart, very cautiously on the southwestern side of the map, really kind of riding the edge of the map and cover to their right to make sure that they're not going to be able to get third party from their right. a little bit passive with the smart rotation.
This is our chance to recover our fallen brother.
And 69 on Q Esports, you were saying that they were on the fringe of 4th and 5th, or they're in 3rd place actually, tied with T-Rex with 37 points, but they've lost Tycoonix. Now it's very dangerous to go back for that banner. It's not necessarily needed now that we're in the 5th game. They just need to keep up in that top 5 position, so they're not planning on risking anything. Smeggy's just going to hold position for now.
Yeah, in this situation, you have 2 players alive. You can take some late game fights. You can get some late game KP, and you can get placement points. I think the wisest decision. Don't force this fight. Don't force this too capable. But still not a bad idea for them to at least entertain the fight for the time being against the peers. Seeing what they can do in this fight, seeing if they could potentially have an advantage. They do have a little bit of a high ground situation, but they just got to be really, really careful. If it's a disadvantageous fight, back out, reset, make it to late game, rack up as much KP as you can, rack up as much placement points as you can, and go next for game number 6.
Absolutely, and they're up against the 2nd place team firing shots at each other, so that's something you don't want to do in this point of the tournament. But moving on with ZLV right now, all of them popping batteries. Zanma going in with the flatline shots, almost able to knock, but goes down. Hestia actually takes him out with the EVA 8, but that will be it for Hestia and their team. So ZLV able to pick up some kill points here. Much needed kill points. 16 squads alive. Let's see if they can do it. As Tom said, the lobby is going to drop much faster than the previous games.
Yeah, that's going to be our 2nd Turkish team. Australis is out of this one. So it's going to be left to DNMK to represent for the EMEA, Middle East and Africa region. See if they can be one of our 5 teams to qualify through, at least in game number 5. And then, of course, Australis and Dojo are going to have to go huge in game number 6. But DMK still alive and well. ZLV, they're 19th place with 6 points. So we need an absolute miracle to qualify. But the fact that they took out Australis was key, as we now jump on board with DNMK. You already know we got to show some love to the South African squad. Blow it up at that right now. If you're from South Africa, watch. I know Thendo, Cinda Live, so many others are watching. Big shout out to the South African community. One of the most positive, kind, hype communities. I got a lot of love for everyone watching from South Africa here. DNMK, they need your love. They need your energy to perform. As I'm watching right now as Spirit Tour, one of our French squads, they find themselves in a 3v3 skirmish.
And I believe Oldest went down there. I saw on the kill feed Aspirateur with the triple take shots. The team is coming in. This is one of the chokes that I would not want to be in, but it seems like they've got the advantage now. They're going to get ultied by Crypto, and they're all going to have to pop some shield cells or a battery here, and they're on the low ground, so they might not be able to push off that. They just didn't push in time. They didn't push fast enough, so they are going to be held out off, and that was Oldest's box. He's going to get looted up there, and perhaps just Desert's going out by OJ Rain, so it's not looking good for Oldest's team right here.
Right. Spirit Tour pushed through, still trying to get these last and final kills and shots if need of a CU. He's going to pop off with 2. A shot to CU. What a way to turn that around, and just like that, Phantasmoke's going to have to back out and reset this fight. Huge play from CU. OJ Rain is going to take out Invul on screen in the kill feed as well. That's big for Yapiers in 2nd place. Just like that, turning that fight around was CU. Well done from them. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Click Esports, they find themselves in a fight. I want to jump into a quick listen here with Click Esports to see how exactly they're going to take it.
On this. One door.
Move to the next house, maybe?
Yeah.
Can you get there, bro? Get to the door.
Coming.
Come.
Get off first.
Okay.
Oh shit, down the roof. Get roof.
Sounds like they draw.
Hear him above me.
Yeah.
I'll go back. We're not in.
We could go around here. No.
Let's explore this way.
All the way around, sorting.
Yeah, gonna have to.
I don't know how we get there, bro.
I'm gonna put us as far as I can, okay?
There's a pad here.
Ready to take. Take some damage in train. Go, take.
They're moving back too. They're on rest point.
Go back. Take
Get
back
that
into
entry. Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting from green, bro.
126.
I'm dead. Like,
Crack one.
70 flash, yeah.
I'm getting assassin.
Can you get the
Better
banner?
get down.
Got it.
We might have to do that still.
That's gonna hold you on.
Yeah.
Maybe just fake run away. So.
So annoying, man.
They have crypto though.
It's gonna wait for you.
And you know, girl, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. Unfortunately, on that rotation through for Click, the team decides to rotate the same exact way up north and ends up spotting them and gatekeeping them. That's going to continue to happen. They're just going to hold. Well played from the opposing team. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, we did see T-Rex get 3 kills on ZVT. Going to help their cause and their campaign to qualify for top 5. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Avangard.
Yeah, you can hear it in their comms that, you know, they're not having the best day. They've got around 13 points right now, and they've lost another member. So it's not really looking good for them. But here we are. We're going to watch this team rotate alongside, and they got the crypto ult off. So the R301 shot's going to miss as of now. We've got Avangard, Khaleesi. Khaleesi's the one that got the kill earlier. And oh my, beams by DeVos over here with the flatline. They're going to be able to try and push off that, gain the leverage. They've done a lot of damage. And Avangard just doing that rotation that they need to.
Right. There's actually 2 teams in front of them, though. It's going to be a tough one for Avangard. Dome Shield's going to have to go off selfishly here, not able to use it to help their teammates. And that Dome Shield was used for a shield battery and nothing more. Now, you're going to be without the Dome Shield for another 30 seconds here. That might be costly. Hopefully they can find some natural cover to survive in. But again, there are teams everywhere. It's like ants in an anthill right now, as Avangard needs to somehow, some way survive this rotation. We'll see how they do. We'll keep an eye on the kill feed. 11 squads remain. Look how aggressive this lobby has been. Again, that's what you'd expect. A lot of teams trying to get more aggressive because they're in a no man's land from a standings perspective. They need kills. And now we're down to 11 squads. This is one of the most aggressive Apex competitive lobbies I've seen in a very long time. As Zerfer takes out 1, we got the Fire Beavers, our top dogs right now with 52 points. They are in a great spot with great shields, great loot, and looking to be yet to position and secure themselves yet another top 6 placement. They've been top 6 in every single game. The most consistent team, bar none. Fire Beavers is looking great.
Yeah, they've been here pretty much all game, and I believe that 69 IQ up there as the duo firing their scout shots. So I believe 69 IQ is still alive. We've got a couple of our top 5 teams still in it. And that's just going to make it harder for everybody else. This choke point that they're holding is really, really hard to get into when somebody's holding it. So 69 IQ, being little pests, shooting down at Fire Beavers, trying to give them a hard time, and just making sure that all their angles are covered. And that's really hard as a duo. They've got to check. There's so many entrances to this building, but luckily for them, no one's been able to make it to this building to push them. So they're in a really decent spot.
Hey, right. They got kind of blessed with this late game ring as well. They lost one early at Tycoon. We talked about just stay alive, don't force this fight, and they've been able to kind of hold the high ground ever since. So kudos to them. Meanwhile, off limits, the Italian squad, who find themselves in 6th place, right outside of the top 5 fringe. They're all alive. Not the best loot, though. Andy Jackson, the only gray shield, blue shields for everyone else. They haven't really leveled up their Evo shield. They haven't gotten any kills. Trying to level up that Evo shield with some cross-range poke. Maybe get some KP out of it if they can. It's going to be DNMK that finds himself in a fight against Lemic and co. And here comes the push. Here comes the third party from off limits. They want static. They want smoke.
And they didn't have any kills, but now they do, and they've got loot to come with it. So that was really free for them. They're going to be able to come up and pick up another kill, maybe even a 3rd kill. Nope, that's just 2 kills. Wasn't able to pick up the kill point on this last one because the team that down Tenchi is actually still alive. That means he just secured the kill for another team, basically.
And that is massive because that's the team that's right ahead of them in 5th place. That's DNMK, Off Limits, looking to gain some momentum. They're probably hyped right now. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with Off Limits to see how they play this late rotation. They'll be posting up here for a moment. Let's listen in.
Buonissimo, 4 kill. Io ho 2 kill, non so voi.
Check quanti ne hai presi?
Uno. Come ha fatto a rompere da kill knockati? What?
Perché l'aveva knoccato lui uno.
Uno l'avevo fatto io. Ciao Will.
Raga, questo comunque deve arrivare. Abbiamo pure l'altra kill, non me ne frega un cazzo.
Qua ci sono 2 celle e un axe.
Deve venire forte questo.
Gente qui che mi guarda.
Oh, guarda lì William, guarda lì un attimo. Un po' sta fuori safe, no?
Minchia, dobbiamo forzare questi.
Let's explore this way.
Possiamo anche giocare il corner super late e quando non sono attenti andargli. Qua c'è un team che holda. Ma lì non ha neanche senso passare, credo.
Un solo?
Quello è un ratto.
È un ratto?
Muoviamoci.
Vieni William, vieni qua.
Ragazzi, arrivo.
Aspetta, aspetta.
In up? Audio. Non voglio pushare il solo, voglio prendere la posizione.
5 secondi allo scan.
Guarda un attimo il solo. Si è
Ora
spostato.
Dentro è free, raga, abbiamo il dentro.
Buonissimo. Allora, veloci.
dietro,
Andy dietro.
Arrivo.
Solo dietro. Andy scanni solo dietro.
Ok.
Io sto
Occhio che tu dovrebbe
allora.
Ok, il solo è morto,
Qua ce n'è scannato, Oh, c'è gente close. Sotto. È un singolo, so. La gente, c'è. Benissimo, bene. Sto fuori da qua. Quel team assista ci deve pushare, mi sa. Sì.
Ci deve pushare? Devo venire?
No, devono dopo, per venire insieme.
Ok, chiamatemi se devo venire, raga.
Vai tra. Sarà un singolo.
Some perspective right there from the only Italian squad in this tournament. Girl, I gotta say, that was the most beautiful rat call out I've ever heard in my life. Just rolled off the tongue perfectly. Something about Italian comms in Apex hit different.
Yeah, for sure. They were on the outskirt of the zone and they were a little bit stuck because rotating in late is always hard to rotate in here. But then they saw the rat. They're like, okay, let's go chase this rat. There's 9 squads left and only 20 people remaining. So let's go push. And then they found a spot in the zone that was actually quite fitting for them. And they're here, 8 squads remaining. It's going to come in
direct
pushing.
Translation? You know, clearly you speak some Italian there. Great
Well,
translation
I heard, I heard a few English words like and solo rat and I think one of them said let's play it slow. Let's rotate like super late. Obviously, I don't know Italian, but you know, I'm good at figuring things out.
Good inference skills right there, girl. I completely agreed. As we're now jumping on board with Odin Gamers, we had 11 squads. Now we have 8. And things have slowed down quite a bit in the late game. Not as hectic as it was early game. 69 IQ finally left that God Squad spot that they were in, and it's now up to Smeggy last alive, trying to rat his way to at least a few more placement points if possible. No kills for Smeggy, but an 8th place finish for them as a team of 2. Losing Tycoon early is going to be decent, as they, of course, are already in the top 5. They're currently sitting in 3rd place with 37 points coming into game number 5. Finally, Smeggy's actually going to get a kill, I believe. Yes, I'm not sure if they did. Yeah, got one on Phantom Smoke right before getting taken out. That was huge.
Yeah, that was huge because it picked up a kill point and picked up a placement point all in one. Yep. So that is big. You know, it's really hard to find a rat spot around here. He did his best, and now we're moved on to Odin Gamers. They are in the zone right now, so they will not have to rotate. They're just going to have to hold their spot on this side of the zone. And this side of the zone has the least amount of people, so it looks like they're going to be okay. Triple take shots going off, one of my favorite snipers in the game. But I feel like I kind of want to learn the Sentinel. soon enough. But T-Rex, they are going in. Forney actually gets hit by the defensive bombardment. He pops down the dome shield. He's going to stay alive. He's going to pop that battery. They're going to get those arc stars off. Deputy's going to heal with a battery, even though he only got hit for 25 of his shields. He's going to pop it. They might have enough to go through, and oh my goodness, they're pushing with the evade through the air on PKMK. So that is PKMK all out on about Zerafer going for the battery. They're doing really well here.
Yeah, that was massive. Great calls right there, girl, as well. They're probably going to get flanked, though. It's going to be by one. Carrier Rubek, I believe, no. And remember, DM9K was still alive. Rat on his way to 6th place. Taskmaster got a pick as well on Carry, and T-Rex under so much duress, but the three of them are rotating so well as a team. The Dome Shield's going to come back. They got to clutch up. Yes, they do. They're going to take out OJ Rain. Huge plays right there. The final member of Yapiers goes down. T-Rex, 4th place, takes out Yapiers in 2nd place, and they're not done yet.
They are not done yet, but no, there is no dome left, so Corny is going to be taken out here. Zerafer trying to survive as long as he can. They still have the horizon. They may be able to go back up in the air later on, but they're healing right now. The attention has swayed away from them. There's 4 squads still remaining, 6 kills. Kill leader right now, Pochi right on top. They're a full squad of 3, and they're going to look down here shortly after the heal up.
Yeah, there's still 2 more squads alive, though. I wonder, are they teams of 3? There's one of them, going to be also on the high ground across from OG. Hopefully they just continue to fight each other, which gives if you're a T-Rex fan, you're hoping that's the outcome. That gives T-Rex a chance to third party and maybe survive for additional placement. We got, of course, we got Fire Beaver still alive, and we got Off Limits, so the other 2 squads. So Fire Beaver's Off Limits, OG, aka Odin Gamers, and T-Rex are all alive right now. Long-range shots. Fire Beavers seem to be in the best position. Keep an eye at the top left of your screen. It looks like the final ring is going to actually pull right to where they were located, but they want the third party. They want this smoke. Zerafer goes down. Here comes the push coming through from Fire Beavers on the third party. They are so perfectly placed to win this game here, and Fire Beavers might continue to take this first place spot with a stamp.
Yeah, it looks like it's Fire Beaver's game, and the triple take with the 111 shot. 9M's just going in. They're absolutely dominating. The PK goes through, Shex down, William down, and that is it. Fire Beavers is the champion of game number 5, keeping that first place title to themselves.
Yeah, Fire Beavers has checked the box in every accomplishment so far in this LCQ, except they hadn't checked the box for a win, an actual win in a game. Finally, they get it. First place finish for them. They come out on top, and that's just going to cement that first place spot for them by a mile. They were up 12 points over Yapiers going into game number 5. They just secured another 12 points, plus however many kills that they got. Fire Beavers is dominating right now, and I tweeted it moments ago, but I'm just excited to see how Fire Beavers does, because you got to think they're locked in at this point. I'm excited to see how they do against their peers, right? The competition that they're used to competing against. Sunset, former member of Gambit, Taskmaster, former member of Magicians, 9Imps is a beast, great streamer, pro player. We're lucky to have him in the Apex community as well. I'm excited to see Fire Beavers in the championships, because certainly they'll qualify for now. But the question is, what about the other 4 slots? What about the other 4 spots? Who's going to make it through? Guess what? We're going to have the standings and more as I throw it back to Kate and T-Squared at the desk to break it all down.
Thank you, Fallout. Thank you, girl. Tom, we have seen great things from so many of these teams, and Fire Beavers has to be at the top of the leaderboards for so many reasons. I want to talk a little bit about this breakout team that I think we need to give more credit to, especially now that they have finally gotten that W.
Yeah, we're wondering if they're going to slow down at all, but typically if you're in first place after 4 games, you're going to continue to do well in game number 5. And they got towards the middle of the zone. They had the God spot for numerous zones in a row. And then in the end, they had great positioning. But you have to give a lot of credit to the other teams too, because we know after hearing what they were talking about that Fire Beavers, they're in there. They're definitely in there. And now it's just a matter of who the rest of these teams are going to be. And we saw some great plays. For example, 69 IQ. They lost Tycoon early. They were playing as a duo for quite some time. And Smeggy, as a rat, secures 2 more points, 1 off placement, 1 off kills. So when Fall is talking about which teams are going to be moving up, what are those other 4 teams, you really got to take every single point into consideration. And that was a really small part of that game, but it has a big consequence for the overall standings.
It does, and I love that you mentioned that element where you have to be consistent for sure, but you also have to be consistently at the top. You have to make sure each of those points do truly matter. And it's one of those things you forget, especially when you get into the dog days of these tournaments, you know, the games 5, the games 6, when everybody is, you know, the upper echelon is getting to upper and the lower is getting lower. So we'll see what happens and what goes down. I want to talk a little bit about the teams that we've been looking at. Obviously, Fire Beavers, done deal. We know they're awesome. GG. But let's talk about the other teams that are consistently a part of that late game. We're talking T-Rex. I'm looking at notes here. Off Limits, DNMK, Doghouse. Is there anybody? Odin Gaming made a nice little mention here in this last game. Anybody you're looking at now, Tom, and saying, okay, we've seen 5 games. We're going into game number 6. Who do you look at and say these could be the contenders for sure?
Yeah, DNMK, all these teams really. And speaking of Odin Gamers, they get off of their Revenant and Octane crypto composition. They switch on to something with a little bit more traditional off limits. They had a third party to get rid of DNMK to secure some extra kill points, and that's huge because they are right neck and neck in terms of racing for these top 4 spots, the remaining 4 spots after we assume and know that Fire Beavers, after winning game number 5, is going to stamp their spot as we're talking about. But there was so many little things going on in this game. ZLV right in the beginning popping off with a lot of kills, and they're over towards the back end, so we know they're going to be playing consistently aggressive. But what you're going to see in game number 6 is pretty similar to what we saw in game number 5, where it's going to be an absolute bloodbath to start. Teams are going to be, you know, just going for Hail Marys, going for knockout punches over and over again to try to rally up a lot of kill points. That's going to create a lot of third parties, and then teams are going to slow down once the placement points start coming into play. When does that happen? Typically around top 10, especially right around 7th and 8th place. So that's exactly what happened in the previous game. Obviously depends on the zone right there and how many teams can coexist, but we saw teams fighting for their lives over and over again. This is that third party that Off Limits had over towards DNMK, where they snag a bunch of kills. And then also we saw T-Rex, Zerfer was doing a fantastic job. I hope we get that highlight in there, where this is exactly what we're talking about. So Zerfer picking up kills along the way, hitting cells, hitting armor swaps, everything that they need to do to go and try to get as many points as possible through kills, through placements. They get forced onto the low ground, which is pretty unfortunate. And this is that final moment where Fire Beavers, they understand the situation. They're already number 1 in points. Has to feel so good to finally get their first win after placing so many top 6s.
Absolutely, and you saw that excellent jump pad being used there in a moment. I mean, if you really want to talk about some epic gameplay, that jump pad is made for exactly that, and Fire Beavers, of course, coming out on top. Tom, I feel like, you know, we're coming in. We know we've got the top 5. We know at least one team, Fire Beavers, has definitely punched their ticket. If you were to put your crystal ball in front of you, do I dare ask you to predict those other 4 teams?
It's not up to me. I think it's up to the chat, Kate. So I'll leave it up to the chat. You guys spam what teams you guys want to see take over those spots. And if you're a Fire Beavers team, make sure you spam number 1 in there, because they're looking like the number 1 team so far.
They are indeed. They are indeed. And we've seen some standout players as well. PNMK, we've been talking about them forever here. Is it anybody else now that we're coming into this, you know, that you want to give some love, Tom, now that we're going into this final game, basically to determine who is going to be those last 5 teams into our ALGS Championship?
Yeah, so many great players. I mean, I have a lot of different notes, but Andy Jax is someone that was standing out with his game number 5. I think Zerfer in that previous game was playing fantastic, but really it's up to who's going to step it up as a team right now instead of individuals. We haven't really seen this much craziness and mayhem in an LCQ in a very long time, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, 4 slots are basically available because Fire Beavers are sitting up over towards the top, but I can't wait to see what the actual math is on this. So let me take a look at the leaderboards, because of the fact that it's really anyone's game. I really think that if you're sitting in that top 15 area, if you get a huge game, just like 69 IQ did in game number 3 or game number 4, then you're going to be feeling really, really good. So Fire Beavers, they're going to be trying to, you know, have their, I guess it would be victory lap throughout all this. They're not going to, you know, keep their foot off the pedal at all. I think that they're going to continue to play aggressive.
They will indeed, and I'm very excited to see it. You know, it's something else we're excited to see. Remember, this is our EMEA Super Regional LCQ, but we have the North American LCQ coming up right after this. We'll take a short break in between these 2 regions, but then we're coming back to the gameplay a little bit later on this afternoon if you're in the US, and later on this evening if you're in the EU or EMEA region. Hey, speaking of different regions, different places around the globe, you have been coming to us on our Twitter to showcase your fandom. we get some more tweets here for you, Tom. We're very excited to see what our community's been saying. Looks like we've got Marty the Fozzie Holic. Okay, that's brilliant. Watching my 4th ALGS stream without pork chops, sadly. Excited for the action and the community around these tournaments. May the All-Father guide the teams to some great games. Aw, what a delight that is.
You know,
Look at
Mirage
that
loves
little
his pork
photo.
chops. He's pretty disappointed.
Sad face, but that's okay. He's got it. Me right now watching ALGS and getting hyped for the Apex Legends Season Legacy. I was told it's Legacy, not Season 9, y'all. Legacy, not Season 9. A good reminder there, Renee, a.k.a. Wraith. Well done, absolutely. And I believe that comes out May the 4th. Is that correct there, Tom?
Yes, may the 4th be with you, Kate.
May the 4th be with you as well. And I dare you to try to say that and not also lift the rest of your vowels there later on. That's good. And we will have those game results here in a few minutes potentially. But in the meantime, you know, this is, as we mentioned, this is actually, in a weird way, the first stop on the ALGS Championship journey, right, Tom? I mean, looking down the line, these teams are going to make it through the top 5 for our EMEA Super Regional, of course, the top 5 for our North American Regional here in our LCQs. But they face an incredible competition. They face a lobby, the likes of which Apex has never seen. This is a crazy, scary lobby. Talk to me a little bit about what that lobby is going to feel like, what we as fans can look forward to with something like a championship like this.
There's a lot of things to look forward to. I think that, you know, Fallout touched base on the format, which I think is really interesting with the group play. Yep. 10 teams in each group. Everybody basically plays each other. So there's no, you know, excuses on, oh, this bracket was tough from this bracket, which I think is a great format. But also one of the things is, what are these LCQ teams going to do? What's Firebeavers going to do? How are they going to stack up? But not only that, the teams are going to be able to scrim and practice against each other, which is fairly rare when you get all of these players together. They're creatures of habit. They play every single day and they practice every single day. But very rarely do you have the opportunity to get into a lobby against your exact competition and get an opportunity to see exactly how you're going to go and adapt, because that's what the game's all about once you start to add strategies and layers of strategies to that. So I think that's probably going to be the most interesting thing, which creates even more and more competitive Apex for us because the players are just that much more well prepared.
They are, and they've got a little bit more time to prepare themselves. Those 35 teams from our EMEA and 35 from our NA region that have already qualified. But in the meantime, Tom, it is time for us to get ready. Nay, get set. Hold on to your hats, because game number 6 from the Apex Legends Global Series Championship LCQ is coming around right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Nice! You've played the game. Now it's time to figure out what kind of Apex player you are. Supportive or aggressive? Starting with support players. Hold on, I hear people? Supports are constantly listening for in-game cues and are vital to getting information. They'll scout out and they'll ping out any dangers. If your teammates went down and you need to fight back in your favor, Lifeline and Gibraltar are both good picks for clutch revives. Gibraltar can use his Dome of Protection to revive his teammates quicker than any other legend.
Don't shield out.
It shields your team for 12 seconds with a 5-second revive time, which is 2 seconds faster than reviving in open air.
Signaling an airstrike.
Gibraltar's defensive bombardment can be used to fend off other teams from pushing, or you can use it to create an opening for a more aggressive play. He has a gun shield as well, which absorbs 50 damage from enemy fire before going on cooldown. Because of that, trades are always going to be in your favor as Gibraltar. Another supportive legend is Lifeline.
Patch me up, though.
Her passive is Combat Revive. Stay close to your teammates. If one ever goes down, just tap them, and they'll revive while you protect them. Lifeline has a healing ability called the DOC Heal Drone, which heals 5 health per second up to a maximum of 150 health or 20 seconds. She also has a care package. In it, you'll find anything from shield cells, syringes, medkits, and Phoenix kits.
Falling in a lifeline package.
One thing to note, other teams can see the care package descending, so be ready for a fight. Whether you're playing as Gibraltar, Lifeline, or any other support legends, you'll be using your skills to turn the fight around for your team.
Don't mess these ones up, chat!
Well, that's the kind of energy the girls bring in. I mean, that's the kind of energy we're going to be bringing for this final game, Evan.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we always say it, and it's the classic cliche, right? But it is all on the line for these teams. The last chance qualifier. This is the last chance of the last chance qualifier ahead of champs.
And then it'll be like the final circles, like that last chance where maybe if they still need a few extra points. But at the end of the day, you're right. This is it. There's nothing else you could do except play this game. And there's something almost liberating about the process of just saying, it's just this. We don't have to think about anything else. We don't have to overcomplicate the process. We've been playing Apex Legends for most of these guys since the day it released. And so all we have to do is do what we do best, which is play to win. And if you can win, it's almost guaranteeing your spot into the championships.
Well, speaking of teams that have guaranteed a spot, Fire Beavers, you would imagine with the points tally that they do have, we're doing our best to get the points to you as soon as possible as well, just for those who are watching. They're looking very, very solid at the top of the leaderboards, but still the fact that we're in Game 6 now, and we have 4 spots that are still very much up for grabs. We saw last time that we were commentating how many points were between, you know, that 5th place spot and even 16th, and there's been shifting, there's been changing, there's been all of these points being shared. I mean, this Game 6 is going to be crazy, and I just wonder if those teams are at the kind of the precipice, right on the edge of what you would call the bubble of being able to qualify. I'm just going to go crazy in this one. If we're going to see Revenant comps, if we're going to see crazy pushes, because that's what I want to see, leave it all out there.
You know, it's the edge of freedom and despair. It's the beautiful dichotomy of what it means to play a sport. You win or you lose, and when you do that, you risk it all, but you risk it so that you might end up on the right side of the risk. And these teams here, I mean, to me, more, Mark, it's about what do you decide to do with your play style. And when you look at the leaderboard, you're going to see the teams that have to either adjust it as it comes up on your guys' screen or just keep doing what they're doing. If I'm Yapirs, if I'm T-Rex, I just keep doing what I'm doing. But if you're DNMK, Doghouse, no creativity, Mark, do you have to switch into a new gear? Do you have to say, you know, we've gotten close, but that wasn't cutting it? We have to change it up now.
It's tough, isn't it? Especially if you're talking about, you know, no creativity, just outside 11 points off. Do you leave it to risk? Do you get those,
right,
you know, do you take that early fight? Because if you don't win, you're out. It's as simple as that. Such a difficult situation to find yourself in. And you look down at, you know, Australis, maybe Odin Gamers, their job may be a little bit more easy as far as how they approach this final game, because they quite simply cannot afford not to take a fight if it is an isolated fight, because those KP are going to be what propel them up the leaderboards towards those qualification spots. But I think the team that you don't want to be right now, as crazy as it sounds, is 69 IQ Esports. They are right on the edge, holding down that final spot. It's so difficult not to look over your shoulders, right? And not think about qualification and think about throwing it away instead of the fact that, hey, we're in 5th. We're holding on to that final spot.
Right. Right. Well, you know, and that's the thing, too, because you're holding on to it. But if you play conservatively, then somebody else can jump in after an aggressive game that goes their way and kick you out. And we don't know what's going to happen here. That's the beauty of not only the LCQ. It comes down to EMEA to end it all and send 5 teams to compete for $1 million in June. But we don't know who's going to show up and who's going to say, this is my day, my moment. Because in Apex, there's only one at the end of it all that could say they are the champion. Who will it be? Will we see new teams skyrocket to the top of the leaderboard with a last chance for glory? Or will we see teams wondering what if at the end of this as they watch it all from home? Either way, it's going to be an exciting one on set. And I think if it's anything like Game 6s we've experienced in the past, it's one that everyone at home needs to watch.
Hey man, you just give me chills with that little intro there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking forward to this one now. I'm ready to get into the action as we can see the flight path right on the western side of World's Edge. Those teams who are landing east, you might be trying to bully their way into those top 5 spots are going to have a little bit more of a difficult time, as they obviously have a little bit more time in the air. They're going to have a few more seconds added to their loot time, and obviously taken away from how quickly they can rotate. So an interesting thing to see where this circle pops up. If it does land on the eastern side of World's Edge, then it doesn't matter too much. But if it's western, then those teams are going to be clapping their hands together with big smiles on their faces who have landed on the western side here, because they're going to have the quickest possible rotation.
Everything, every minor detail, every small moment, every shield bat, and even cell has big implications here. My eyes on DMNK, Doghouse, and no creativity, as you mentioned. But right now, we're following along with some clowns. Not in gameplay, but in name, that's for sure. Clowns at the second to bottom spot. 9 points. They would have to get, currently, I believe, over 32 points to be in the conversation of top 5. And that's if everyone else gets no points. So it's almost an impossible task. I'm not going to say it is impossible, but I'm going to say it's going to have to start right now with 3 KP if they're going to get the job done.
It is indeed. The Gibby bubble is going to go down, and the shots aren't going to connect as well. So that's 2 players now down, and it's going to be, unfortunately, the end of the road, as Australis will just stretch the legs. You know how it is sometimes. You get a little bit tight towards the end of the game, and to stretch the hamstrings, make sure those quads are nice and warmed up, and make sure those guns are firing. Get yourself ready for the rest of the game.
You know what I love, too? It's that Australis is the team that, because of that desperation, really needed something like that to happen. A fight that wasn't quite something they had to worry about, just to walk in their path. And I think that's where, you know, this is the luck of the draw. I mean, what team is near you that's going to have to push those that isn't equipped to win that fight? That's going to give you 2 to 4 to 5 extra KP. That might be that difference. And Australis, that's a team that needs it. They're in that middle pack, 21 points to their name. 20 points behind that 5th threshold, which is currently being held by 69 IQ. Their 29-point win set them up to hold that last spot right now for the qualifiers, but they have not performed the same over the other 5 games. And so it's going to be up to them, but Australis slowly but surely starting to climb in there.
Okay, we get a look at the map overhead. You can see that Lava City is going to be very much involved once again, but it might be more up towards those central tracks, maybe the mini dome that is just to the north of Lava City where this could be finishing. So an interesting final circle, similar to the one that we saw a little bit earlier. And we're going to see Dojo now, unfortunately, in all sorts of trouble. As you can see, Data's going to be taken down. His shields are going to be broken. The push is going to be coming in as well. And unfortunately, Data, who I was talking about, is going to be the last surviving player. But only for a few moments, he will be eliminated. And I expected this kind of pace. Everyone desperate for points, desperate to show that they left it all out there in this game 6.
And a few journeys ending right there, certainly for Dojo and for Clowns. But for ZLV, well, that's what you needed. 13 points to start, and got yourself into about 16. Still going to have to be a behemoth of a game, so we will not wait with bated breath on that one. We'll have to see some more results like that to start paying a little too more attention. But Doghouse, this is one of the premier stories. Been involved in every in-game circle or top 10, it feels like, within all of the last 5 games of the tournament. Warrior Chiki as well. Losing members. Doghouse going to hopefully capitalize on this. And they get a little closer with 3 kills to their name now. Inching on up to 6th place.
Yeah, that was vital because they actually lost the first player in that battle and they managed to turn it around somehow. So Doghouse doing an incredible job to stay alive. And just to put it into perspective, if you've just joined us, Doghouse currently sat just outside of those qualification spots. They're in 7th place at the moment, 32 points on the board. And 69 IQ Esports, who are holding down that final spot, are in 41. So Doghouse, with those kill points on the board, winning that fight, are going to start just chipping away at that point deficit. But a massive, massive fight. As I said, they turn that one around. If they lose that, they're out.
And look at this. I think this is DNMK. They hear the shots. They see the fight potentially. Oh, no, this is Lava City, so they're okay. DNMK in their own other skirmish. But another team to pay attention to, and the R301 swinging in as they find a rotating squad with the Bloodhound ultimate, and they're just peppering. Tempting. Do you want to engage with us? Defensive bombardment as well. Oh, they're caught in a bad spot as well. This is Fire Beavers. Not really in concern of not qualifying, but not looking good here as they've already lost Taskmaster.
Yeah, Taskmaster's gone down, and even though they have qualified, can still have a massive say who joins them, of course, in those qualification spots. DNMK up on that high ground, just overlooking all of this action that's going down, and you can see with that portal trying to get aggressive as well. They need the points on the board. They're part of the chasing pack, but they're the ones who are closest, within striking distance, just 3 points behind that 5th place spot. So if they can get a few early KP on the board, with the position that they have here, they could play for endgame. They can play a little bit more sensible, and they can kind of let the game play out and hope those points come to them.
And just watching that kill feed, it is for teams waiting just to see if their competitors fall out. More interesting than watching potentially a winning lottery ticket as the numbers roll in, as the names start to flow. You hope, oh, is that one that's ahead of me? Yep, it is. DNMK, as you mentioned, not too many ahead. But I think if 69 IQ showed up in that kill feed, they would be very happy, as currently they are the only ones 2 points away, separating them in that 5th place spot. And they're just content to hold right now. I like this play too, Mark, because I think you don't have to do too much. I do think you hold, you wait. You're in too good of a spot here to try to throw it away off some type of huge gamble. But there will be a moment they have to make a move, and I think they realize that as well.
And a little bit of a change of direction there from Clash as well, as maybe he was thinking about that care package, but realized that there was a player who had some eyes, and I think that was a call out from a teammate as well. The Wraith is going to be able to jump down now and have a look at what's in there, and it's a Kraber as well. An early game Kraber inside round 1. And that is going to be huge for them, not just because of the fact that it's going to back teams off, it's going to warm them, but getting those Evo shields up. You can see they don't have the best of armor right now, but with the height advantage they have, with the control of both of the rooftops they currently have, they're going to be in a great place just to hit a few shots and then level those Evos up. So DNMK being blessed by the Apex gods there with that drop.
Absolutely blessed. And you know what? It could have been a call out too. One thing you mentioned from the team, just to see that poking player, it might have also been the Wraith passive, which is just one of those underrated passives, especially in competitive, that's just so useful in these games where people are intentionally being a little sneaky. You know, people don't realize how powerful it is to know someone's eyes are trained on you. And I think it just, again, goes to show why this legend has had so much of a complete kit for so long, falling out of favor with Octane being a little faster, a little more fun at the moment. But who knows what Season Legacy holds for Apex Legends. Things might be shifting yet again on its axis for the young Wraith.
White Rabbit Gaming coming under a little bit of fire here inside of Geyser, but they're going to be safe for now. You can see that I think they managed to get a knocker there. At least they found some loot to work with. So they're down in 18th spot at the moment. So it would take an absolutely monstrous game coming in from them to somehow catapult themselves up into that top 5. But DNMK, who were blessed by the gods a few moments ago, we're going to have to see if we're blessed by their communication, as we have the option now to jump into a listen-in with the South African squad.
Hello. I need 20 damage, dude.
I hit so early, dude.
We don't. I think we want to hold Kraber for late game and then we can get knocks. Clutch.
Yeah, I'm just
Like-
trying to upgrade my shields for the purple.
What?
I'm just using one more shots and then I'm not using any shots.
Alright, friend. Just don't scream at me. Thank you.
Okay.
Luke, stop mentioning your girlfriend, please. Thank you.
I'm not. I'm just standing. I don't want to get shot at, so I'm just literally standing still.
I know you're mentioning your girlfriend, bro. It's okay, dude.
I'm literally not, bro. I'm just trying to
Bro,
not
you
get shot
missed
at.
your girlfriend? You're on the tournament now, you idiot. Stop texting your girlfriend.
Where is he shooting you?
On the window. This window.
Yeah.
So good angle, dude. One team was here.
Bro, I'm gonna break this guy's door and just like not have him have a nice day. There we go.
I
Dude.
have so much.
Oh, there we go. I got blue. I got blue.
Nice. Okay, this guy has no more doors, so he can't sit in camp there.
I have
Is he-
so much
is-
nades, by the way.
I've got 3 nades, 2 arc stars.
I got one just normal grenade.
I'm gonna keep scanning here, okay?
Who's scanning me every time, dude?
It might be that team. I don't have enough nades for that building. Luke, can you break the building with your triple take, please? Luke,
No.
please break the door with your triple take.
Oh fuck!
What now?
Okay.
I missed the nade.
No, I meant with your triple take, bro.
Imagine.
Bro, why you open the
Did you
door?
Oh,
Jesus
you opened the
Christ.
door and Ed went inside and it didn't break.
Did you hit someone inside though? Look at that team. Look at that team. Look at them. What are you doing, bro? I smell you, bro.
Smack witch.
Alright, we're good. We're good. Okay.
Tenshi?
Yes.
She's okay, right? You text them.
Who? No.
Your girlfriend. She's okay, right?
Didn't text her, no.
Stop.
It's the guy at the bottom. I keep scanning them, bro. So they just gotta say hi back, you know.
Look at this fight, dude. Scan fights.
Bro, the start of this game was so fucking hectic.
Yeah, truly.
Let's explore this way.
I mean, it's game 6 of one of the most pressurized situations you could possibly find yourself in here, Evan, but DNMK, they are vibing.
And naturally, I don't know if it's Tenshi or who is texting his girlfriend. I mean, I think, you know, I can understand it. I think I've been there. I've been in a relationship for quite a while, but I'll tell you one thing. She's going to be a lot happier to receive the text after you've qualified than during your process of qualifying and potentially throwing you off there. But the boys giving him a good back and forth. You love to see it. And I have a special spot in my house, in my heart, my house for South Africans. Some of my best friends growing up my entire life are from South Africa. An amazing community and jolly in some ways and a wonderful sense of humor. And so we see that on display there with DNOK.
Yeah, good to see them, and obviously they're going to have even bigger smiles and more laughs to come if they manage to qualify and they manage to move up from 6th place into 5th place. But now with a minute and 45 left on this rotation, you're going to see teams trying to force their way in. T-Rex, one of those teams who are currently in 2nd place in the leaderboards, but by no means safe. If you take into account they have 49 points on the board and DNMK have 39, just 10 points between 2nd and 6th. So they have to play this game as well as they have been throughout this tournament so far. They cannot afford to make any mistakes whatsoever.
Current standings, T-Rex appears off limits, 69 IQ. DNMK, Doghouse, no creativity. Odin Gamers, Astralis rounding out the current top 10. But that's shifting at a moment's notice here. Fire Beavers lost one. They're okay because they are all but qualified. Doghouse did well to get those 3 kills early, but they've still got a slight mountain to climb. I don't think they've fought since. It's going to be all about this rotation and what they can do with it. And if they're going to get it, it's going to come with patience. And I think it's going to come with opportunity and timing. And so that's what they're looking for here. 3 times Ranger on both players, just scoping out their routes, anybody approaching, any opportunities that might show up that they should try and capitalize on.
I mean, we've seen a lot of deaths already in this game. You can see that Zone 3 is about to close in 25 seconds or so, and we've only got 13 squads remaining. So a lot of those teams who were down at the bottom of the leaderboards, obviously trying to take those early engagements, but the looks of things haven't come out on the good side of them. So they've been trying to make the plays they had to, and unfortunately hasn't worked out for them, which means now that it becomes an even more edgy game. Even though there is space to play, obviously within Lava City and with the amount of teams that are left, there's going to be different positions that can be played by all of these teams. The fact that if you are one of those teams to get caught on a rotation, if you don't make it perfectly, if you don't make yourself safe, then all of a sudden your tournament's over. So you can see why these players are playing a little bit slower as all of a sudden Sunset's going to be caught off guard by 69 IQ Esports, who are the team that everyone is hoping do not have a good game, but those KP are certainly going to help their case in qualification. They're currently sat in 5th.
And that almost just offset what happened with Doghouse and DNMK, who are chasing 69 IQ in Lava City, feeling like they're not going to be out of the count until at least a top 8. And so you have to wonder, someone's going to have to overperform somewhere if they want to make up that gap. You can't just wait till Final Circle and let 69 IQ mirror you in the results that you're doing. And that's why defensive bombardment comes out from Doghouse, looking to pick off these kills. This would be crucial. In fact, maybe it's necessary for them to make something happen and move into creating their dreams, making it a reality. Wraith Portal recognized here, hiding behind the rock. There's damage, but do you want to push it again? Every risk, it's an opportunity for another team. Even though it may start off looking like yours, it might be someone else creeping around the corners moment to shine and make up the gap. So Doghouse patient, but will that patience come back to bite them?
It's always, you always think about the compositions, right? You're like, oh, what if we had a Wraith here? We could just portal down low, we could take an angle, we could finish that kill, easy job, but we don't. So it's all these different things that come into the thought processes of players here. It's like, can we push this? We should be able to, but then we lose the high ground. We haven't got a way to get back up unless we use the jump pad.
Right.
Does like don't have the jump pad available? All these things that come in, it's going to be absolutely vital for them making these decisions. And now we have the opportunity to actually listen in to Doghouse as they're trying to plan their next rotation. You can see they are on the quicker side of circle, so they're going to have to make a quick move here.
Le plus possible, et si t'es dans la merde, on va pas, on doit passer derrière, ok? C'est bloqué tunnel. Ok, il n'y a plus personne tunnel. Ils sont plus devant.
Ils sont devant. Ça nous trappe à mon avis, hein. Fais gaffe.
Tu peux avancer tunnel et scan?
Je prends de l'espace à droite pour regarder.
Il y a rien de tunnel.
C'est un tunnel, go tunnel, hein.
Mais j'imagine sur l'autre côté.
Je laisse un pas d'ici, je mets un pas d'ici. Go tunnel.
Go vite voir.
Si ils soldent au cul de la zone, on bouge. Go wait to scan, ok?
9 secondes. 5.
Ça revient, ça revient. J'entends ton heal.
Scan.
Ça va.
Scan aussi.
Il y a une équipe à droite, hein. À tous les coups, on peut faire le tour et enculer l'équipe à droite, hein. Je sais pas comment vous voulez.
Vas-y, go. Vas-y, go. Go prendre le pad.
Non, il y a des gens.
We can see that the anticipation is starting to ramp up here. We have 10 squads remaining. We have seen a squad drop here, Rainday, and that squad was our 5th placed team, 69 IQ Esports, who are going to be watching the rest of this lobby and hoping beyond hope that they can hold on.
It's such a bad spot if DNMK are still in, and you can see DNMK actually getting kills, actually. And so not only are they in, they're making up the ground. This could spell DNMK making that run to 5th, but it's Doghouse who are right behind, and a couple of knocks here could make a big difference in bringing them back into the conversation. Clashy now under pressure, under trouble. He's trying to get the armor swap. He gets it, but it's just a blue. Will blue be enough to survive this? It feels like the Thermites just couldn't stop, but finally, a bit of respite in the onslaught, and they've defended, they've stabilized. Just barely. Ultrally gets the purple as well, and so look at this. DNMK now most likely sitting in 5th currently.
Yeah, sitting in 5th at the moment. If they can pick up a few more points, they might have the opportunity to just solidify that. But what a moment that was. That could have been all she wrote for DNMK. If they don't stay alive there just for that extra second to allow the shots to be returned, to hold their position, to put up the defensive stand, it is so different. The question is now, can they find a cheeky mobile beacon around and maybe get a teammate back into the game? But with 59 seconds left, they're going to have to be careful, these teams rotating in from the southern side of the map, because we've seen 1 or 2 teams all around that area trying to force their way into Lava City, where they are currently located. They can just afford to let this happen, though. They've got the Kraber in their hands. They have control of a building. If they can influence one of the other fights that's going in with one Kraber shot, that could be placement points guaranteed.
And in one way, you do have to be careful about these Krabers, because you get that. I mean, beautiful. You're close to the red Evo. Nearly one more. A headshot would do it. But the thing is, can you turn that into a knock? And there's 25 seconds left. He hits another one. 8 away from the red Evo. But most importantly, he has put 2 players on the outside of the circle who will be pushing into him at a disadvantage. And there's only 14 seconds left to move in. This is do or die for DNMK. Kraber in hand. 6 shots as well to do the deed. And let's see if Ultrally can land another one. Patient, though, prodding and waiting, biding his time. Land another one. Patient, though, prodding and waiting, biding his time for the right moment as the circle starts to move in and onset. This will spell the story for so many of these teams. This engagement right here might be it all for DNMK.
Well, there's a Gibby in the stairs, and he's going to be forced back here. DNMK doing such a good job to defend this location they are in, not just once, but twice now being pushed and managing to hold on and stay alive. It hasn't transferred into placement points as yet, but they are doing such a stand-up job of giving themselves the best opportunity here to qualify.
And he's going into the hunt. A beast. Ultrally has been truly all tournament long. And can he put it together for a little bit longer to get him and his team? Tenchi maybe texting his girlfriend right now, watching from the sidelines, but I'm sure all eyes any moment away from that are glued to the screen, because these moments, these 3 minutes are what you play for. This is what determines if you will be a champion or not. And these two men under here holding this underground, this battleground by themselves. It feels like there's something epic in front of us.
Yeah, Clash is having to be careful here. You can see they're trying to swap out armors and charge them up, so they've got swaps on the floor to work with or inside the boxes, so that if they do get pushed, they at least have that to work with, and it's not going to be a case of just one clean wipe. He's going to take them out of the game. Our second place team, T-Rex here, just overlooking everything that's happening as well inside of that building. So Dipities has great vision on everything that's going down. Also playing Horizon as well is going to be important towards this end game, as we'll be able to take that height and maybe drop some nades down on the carnage that is going on below them. But T-Rex, I mean, they're in a great position right now. They're up on the height. The scary thing, though, is for DNMK. Can they survive long enough here to move into that top 5?
And we've seen T-Rex, we've seen DNMK. Is Doghouse still alive? That's the thing. The kill feed, boy, oh boy, it just started rolling after a while. Now things have stabilized. But that is the key. Is there another competitor that might be able, if DNMK do not clutch here, to push their way through? DNMK, they're not quite sure as well, so they don't want to take any chances. But T-Rex sitting pretty on 7th. Ordinances follow through. Don't want to move quite yet, though. Still a minute and 30 before they have to make a play. In the flat line, it will ring true if they get into that engagement. Such a versatile weapon, and you need versatility here in this situation because you never know when someone's going to push. Off limits. That's a team a little bit lower than T-Rex, but still in a qualifying spot right now. They don't have much to worry about.
Yeah, just have to hold on, just get inside that top 5 and you are good. You will be going through to the ALGS Championships. Yapers, who are also in 3rd place, have the opportunity to solidify their spot, so they're feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. The NMK still the team who kind of have to pull either way into the top 5 at the moment, because they're going to have to do it the hard way, because the teams that are left in this lobby as this ring starts to close are all holding down qualification spots, you feel. The NMK have to go huge, and here comes a fight inside this building now. Only gamers involved.
And this is important because they can also qualify, but they're going to go down, and it's DNMK who fell as well to that skirmish. Wow. PKM find them off. DNMK, did they do enough? That's the question as the game is coming to its finale, the climax of the show, and Andy Jack's up into the air. He was kill leader once, and Off Limits won that early game. Will they do it again? Off Limits down, Click Esports around. This could be a showtime moment for Click. They're looking to Click heads. They may fall, and Click Esports are your champion in Game 6. But the real question is, who has made it into the championship that will be playing in Apex for $1 million down the line?
And is it going to be enough for Click Esports? They were down in 15th before this game got underway, so it would have to be a massive, massive game for them to break into that top 5. But if you're going to give yourself the opportunity to win that last game and put KP up on the board is the only way to get it done. But I mean, looking at that final game, there were so many teams who were in the last 6, 7, 8 teams who could have forced themselves into that top 5. The question is, of course, who has made it into that top 5? But what a performance that was right at the end there from Click.
Oh, and Click, you know, doing the right things at the right time. If you are in 15th place and you have that game and then you clean it up, you may not qualify, but you did everything you needed to do. You need to win. You need to get to that final circle. You need to make the right decision. So congratulations to Click on the victory. We don't know, though, if that will push them through, because that's going to be the real question that we're going to leave to our analysts to figure out once we see those scoreboard tallies. But I'm hoping for DNMK. I think they did enough, and we'll have to wait and see.
Well, it's amazing stuff from you as always, Rain. Amazing stuff from the EMEA region, keeping us entertained all day long. But there's only one question to be answered, and Tom and Kate will be able to give us the answers in just a few moments. So we're going to go back to them and find out who our 5 qualifiers will be from EMEA.
Well done, gents, and a huge thank you to not just Rain Day, not just Onset, but of course Fallout and Girl for casting our way through these 6 games to find our top 5 for our EMEA LCQ that will punch their ticket to those championships. Tom, Click Esports. I mean, I feel like I watched that I could watch that final moment, and thank goodness we'll watch it again and again, but I could watch that final moment from every angle and still not know what happened.
There's so much going on right there. You have to be in that final moment numerous times to understand exactly how that's going to play out, because you had the Horizon Q, you had the ultimates coming down, defensive bombardments, bubbles everywhere, peacekeepers involved. So it's great to see that, especially in slow-mo, so we can break that down. But I don't think that's going to be enough for Click Esports. And I'll tell you who has the hardest job right now is all the DNMK fans are waiting is the admin on the team right now. I'm glad I'm not doing that job, because this is going to come down to 1 or 2 points, if not a tie, Kate. I think the cutoff's going to be somewhere around 44 or 45 points. And does that mean that they had enough to take over 69 IQ? Because this is a very, very close leaderboard. And I'm glad we had a chance to scroll through all the 6 teams at the very end, because we were wondering, why is this playing out the way that it is? Why isn't just an all-out bloodbath? It's been kind of crazy the last 2 games. Well, it was all the teams that were kind of sitting in that 3rd and 4th, 2nd place area, making sure that they were securing their spot, and nobody's really popping off and taking over their area, because they didn't know exactly how many points everybody had. So it's going to be pretty tough to call. I don't really know who it is yet.
I don't either. And I mean, I was looking at that leaderboard there. You know, of course, 69 IQ. We also had Off Limits that we, honorable mention. We've got Doghouse right there. I mean, we always talk about being in the thick of that point differential between, 4th and 5th, 5th and 6th, 6th and 7th. And it's such a sloggy kind of area for a lot of teams. So the idea that this could come down to your point, a single point, could we tie? My gosh, the admin's job is remarkably difficult, and I give them as much thanks as you do as well. So now looking down the line here, Tom, I mean, the reality is that, like I said, this is going to find their way into our major championships. From there, we've seen a lot of team comp changes, especially, of course, in these later games here from our EMEA Super Regional. But what kind of team comps are you looking for from the championships? As I think there's been a lot of, obviously, nerfs and buffs and things that came down the line here as the winter circuit progressed. But now we're coming into our championships. So I'm curious what your thoughts are. What are we going to see coming into our championships?
That's a good question, because we really don't know. It's going to be a month from now, right? So it's going to be a lot of time for teams to go and adapt, but also what changes will possibly come over a month, right? Gibraltar is extremely strong right now. He's had a couple of buffs and a couple of nerfs, and I think that he will probably continue to get nerfed a little bit based on what we're seeing. I mean, he's constantly picked as we take a look at some of the highlights. And Doghouse, they were sitting in 7th place with 32 points overall. Everyone was coming after 69 IQ, who had 41 points overall. So all of these players were looking in that kill feed. Everybody early game was running around trying to pick up kills. We saw a lot of fights over towards the Geyser side. And we talked about it earlier with the Lava City zones. They're brutal because you have so many teams lined up like a firing squad, just waiting for you to enter that city, and it makes it so difficult to make your rotation if you're not laying down a jump pad or you're not using your portal to get in, and you don't know what type of real estate is going to be free. So once all these teams start to coexist, things will start slowing down a little bit, because there'll only be a couple of teams that survive over towards the outskirts. One of those teams was T-Rex. T-Rex was doing a great job on making the rotation. We saw some great plays coming out of Astralis too early in the Lava Fissure area, and then we saw Doghouse coming with the rotation too. So Doghouse had a rotation from the top side of the bridge, which was very difficult, and they picked up some kills along the way. But they were, again, 7th place, 32. They needed a big win there. So once they got taken out in the kill feed, we saw DNMK over towards Lava City. With the Kraber, they were able to find as many opportunities as they were hoping for. And this is when things really started to slow down, Kate. You can see all the teams living on top of one another. The multi-layer cake that we were talking about, that's where the Gibraltar comes out into the open, and that's right when DMK goes down in, I believe, 5th place. So is that enough points for DMNK? We're going to find out. Click Esports, they end this thing on a dub. Unfortunately for them, they didn't have the best 5 games that they were hoping for. But it's great to see them stay in this thing and not give up, because there's always going to be another tournament, and you have to come through and always play your best.
You absolutely do. And a great segue to this next quick question before we get into our game results, which is, or I should say our tournament results, my goodness, which is, we have our great community. And as you mentioned before, if you're watching this and you don't want to get into that gameplay, I don't know what kind of person you are, but the question I have for you is, from this tournament alone, anything that some of those those amateur players that are maybe thinking about going pro, after our championships, of course, but anything that they can glean from this tournament specifically that we've seen used incredibly well? It's a big question, and I know there's a lot that could be answered, but I'm just curious from your perspective.
Right?
Yeah.
Everything that we saw right there, but let's just take that final moment from Click, where they knew that they needed a huge game, they already knew that they didn't have enough kill points when they were sitting in zone number 6. They're like, hey, even if we mathematically took everybody out in this lobby and won the game, we're still not going to have enough. But they still fought through it. They still finished the game. And you have to finish every single game like that. I think that it's very easy for people to get frustrated and kind of give up. Don't really give up. Have fun when you play, and good things will happen. And you saw that right there from Click Esports.
I like that. Have fun when you play. It's a game after all, but my goodness, especially coming into this ALGS Championship, if you are unfamiliar with that championship, well, let me tell you a little something about it, because it's going to be a big, epic championship. And Tom, I know you're excited for this as much as I am, as much as our entire cast and crew are. We have $1 million prize pool across our North America and our EMEA regions. It is going to be the battle of the battles. 40 teams, no mercy. We've got group stages. We've got teams that have never played against each other before. We've got regionality. The themes are endless for this kind of a huge ALGS championship.
It's going to be awesome, and it starts right here with the LCQ, right? We're finding out. We were getting word that it's going to be about a minute until we have this leaderboard up, and I'm glad we took our time with it, because I do think that it's going to come down to 1 point or even a tie. And before that even happens, I want to, off the top of my head, I believe this is the rule that if it does go down to a tie, it's the team that had the best overall game in terms of points. So if 69IQ and DNMK do tie, I believe that it would go over to 69IQ because they had the best game overall between the two. So we'll have to get confirmation on that, and we'll have to even see if the tie is possible. But it's going to be so tight. It's going to be within 5 points, I believe, for at least a handful of teams.
Well, and you know what? We have said it once. We've said it 1,000 times. Every point counts. Don't get it twisted. What Tom just said absolutely is the truth. If that is the case, which it sounds pretty similar to what I've heard in the past, then every single point you get counts. And sometimes you forget, because we have so many games, that people are grinding, people are going for it. But the reality is that every single point has its place, and it can truly mean the difference between defeat and potentially finding yourself in that $1 million prize pool winning category. And I got to tell you, I mean, I believe if I am recalling correctly, and by the way, I believe it's apexlegends.com has, I should say, actually, I take that back. I know exactly what it is. ea.com/game/ALG Apex Legends. That is where you're going to want to see some of the information. And of course, you can always follow us at Play Apex. That's the way to see all of the news, all of the latest and greatest. But there's a lot of money on the line. I mean, we talk about guts and glory, and this is where people really do make a name for themselves. But $100,000, more than $100,000, goes to our first place team here for each of our regions, each of our EMEA and our North American regions, I should say, and $68,000 for our South American regions and some other regions as well. But my goodness, Tom, I mean, that is incredible money, and it just drips down from there.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the best days we've had at Apex in a really long time if you love watching competitive Apex. And it's great to watch the LCQ and the teams that, again, have been battling it out, trying to make a name for themselves. And I think we saw a lot of great plays today. We saw a lot of great teams, a lot of great teamwork. Again, game one started off a little bit slow. We saw a really fast pace going into game number 4 and 5. And then we saw just an all-out bloodbath in that final circle there to see who actually is going to make it. And we're just moments away from finding out exactly who those teams officially are going to be. So I can't wait to see. But I also want to see, again, we talked about this, how these teams actually perform going forward. They're going to have a great opportunity to mix up with their other best 35 teams in the region, and they're going to get this extra, month of practice here, which is going to help propel them just a little bit more forward. So it's going to be great to see them grow.
Absolutely. It's something else great to see. Our Lenovo Legion moment of the match. Let's take a look at what we've brought into this moment. Again, a huge thank you to Lenovo. They are our official PC monitor of the ALGS. Looks like, Tom, we could take me through here. I believe, yep, off limits here from our round in game number.
This is the last game right here. This is where off limits takes the high. This is where they takes the high ground, and we could kind of break this down where the Gibraltar dome that goes down was a dead dome already, so that player is already on the ground, and that creates a lot of focus over towards the bottom center. And a lot of times when this happens, the team that has the closest exit and has their back towards the zone is going to win out. So all 3 players from Click Esports, while all the teams had to drop down, they had the only real estate that was still inside, and that's huge for them. And the fact that they timed that perfectly is why they're able to win so much much map with the horizon that was already down, and then there was obviously multiple domes that were over towards the bottom. So it was great patience from Click Esports. And you'll notice a lot of times when the teams win, they're working with the zone and keeping their back towards that. When we're talking about giving tips towards newer players, that's something to keep track of. And that new zone moves very, very slow, so be patient with it.
Be patient and enjoy this gameplay for sure. Talk to me a little bit about some of the weapons we were seeing here. I mean, there was some absolute work being done throughout our entire tournament, and I know obviously we've seen that, you know, some excuse me, I'm gonna actually
I got you, Kate. Don't worry about it. So some of the weapons that we were seeing were obviously you have to keep something long range. You have to have something with poke. So again, for newer players that are out there, having something like a scout, having something like a triple take, anything that is, you know, poke worthy is going to help back players off of you, and that helps you have some sort of presence there. So, you know, a scout, anything that will basically create your distance between you and another player, and that's what we saw DNMK with the Kraber, and I bet the chat was going absolutely crazy there. They had a couple of knocks, but they're not able to capitalize that. So when you have the Kraber, you always have to back your gun back up over towards there, and it was a really, really risky move to go and grab that. So going there, grabbing it, queuing back, or not even using that, or having the ability to have the bubble, we'll see if that's going to be enough points for DNMK to move forward. So it's 69 IQ basically. DNMK, I think that Doghouse is out of it, no creativity is out of it, and then we have off limits too, sitting around 44 points. So that's going to be around that cutoff, is around 44 or 45. So it's going to be pretty interesting. And I think we lost Kate for a little bit, so we'll have to get the mobile res beacon for her and get her back into the game. But we got to give a shout out to Kate, because she was a trooper, and she always is a trooper, a little bit under the weather and doing a pretty good job with it. So, you know, shout out to her. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the games overall, and having a little bit technical difficulties. So sorry about that, y'all. We'll get in the leaderboard up here very shortly, and we'll find out who's going to be moving on. So I personally think that it may even come down to a tie, and I'm going to even refresh my leaderboard here to see if I can keep this, give you guys unofficial results. And they haven't actually even came in on, oh, they did come through on Liquipedia, so I don't want to spoil it quite yet, but I see exactly what happened, and I was off potentially throughout all that. But if you guys want to see the leaderboard, you guys in the chat, make sure you ! Leaderboard. The mods and all those players will keep you up to date throughout all that. Oh, looks like we, oh, sorry guys, I didn't look like we were still live. We did lose Kate, so make sure that you guys, you know, send her some love. She's not feeling too hot, but looking at the leaderboard, I'm just going to go ahead and run with it, and I'm going to call it out because I know you guys are all waiting to see. DNMK did move on, and I'll go ahead and announce the top 5 teams because I have my Liquipedia up right here. Fire Beavers sitting in first place at 74. T-Rex, they're going to be coming in second place with 63 points overall. I have your peers at 60 points. Third place overall. Off limits, they're sitting at 51 points. In DNMK, they did do enough. They're going to come in fifth, 47 points overall. Unfortunately for 69 IQ, they had a great game. No creativity, had a big game as well. Doghouse, Click Esports, it just wasn't quite enough. Odin Gamers played fantastic. Australis, they sat in 11th place with 25 overall, and the list continues throughout all of that. So it was a great overall tournament. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we're going to be back for North America very shortly, and I'm not quite sure if we're ready for that, but we will be about a 45-minute to an hour break typically, and then we'll get right into those games. And it will be, again, the top 5 from that event are going to be moving into the Global Championship, and make sure you guys tune in for that as well. Oh, there we go. We do have a leaderboard on the screen, and that's perfect. That's exactly what we were hoping for. As mentioned, DNMK does have enough points. 47 points is what it took to move forward. Fire Beavers, though, is going to take first place overall, and can't wait to see how they were doing again. Congratulations to all the teams. If you didn't make it into the top 5 here, again, there's going to be another tournament. I know how devastating, heartbreaking it can be as a competitor, especially if you're, 69 IQ Click going through it. But again, keep your head up. You're going to be doing great going forward. There's always going to be another tournament, and those will continue to go through in the ALGS. So this is the top 5 teams from the EMEA region moving on to the Apex Legends Global Championship. We are going to be having North America here very shortly, so I can't wait to get those underway. Make sure that you guys send Kate your love. We hope that we do see her for the second show, but I'm not quite sure if she's going to be here. And we do have Onset here joining us very shortly, so looking forward to seeing my Halo brother here very shortly. But again, what a tournament that we had overall, and congratulations to all these top 5 teams, especially to DNMK, who I knew had a lot of love over towards the chat. Welcome, Onset. How you doing, my guy? It's been a while. That was great, but I was also kind of, as Halo fans, I was kind of laughing at the disrespect Australis was given over towards the clowns on the Lava Fishers side. And I want to kind of touch base on that and explain that, because when you get contested over towards one spot, even though you are picking up a lot of kills or you're 50-50ing, that allows a lot of third parties to come through. So, you know, in terms of rotations, in terms of great individual plays, I thought Hestia was playing great on Australis. You know, I thought DNMK was playing fantastic. Andy Jax was playing fantastic. The teamwork was phenomenal from Fire Beavers. I think if I had to really pick anything, their consistency really blew me away. And, you know, we were talking about this in the pregame show before the show even started. They were one of the teams to watch because it's basically a bunch of all-stars already on that team. So you kind of expect them to pull that off.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Amazing performance from them. And me and Rain were talking in one of the casts as well about how important it is to set a precedent, right, in an LCQ. If you come through an LCQ and you dominate and you come in first like Fire Beavers have, it sends shockwaves, doesn't it, through the rest of the EMEA teams who are looking at their groups and thinking, you know, how is ALGS Championship going to go? We've got Fire Beavers here who we know are established players in EMEA and been playing extremely well up to that point. It certainly kind of scares the rest of the lobby when you come through and you play that aggressively and that consistently as well.
It's going to be so fun if you're an Apex fan or just an EMEA fan to watch the scrims that are happening over and over again, because these teams are continue to play it out. And you have teams like Solo Q Goats, and you have Shiv playing Bangalore. And when we're talking about, you know, compositions, meta, et cetera, I think we're going to even see a more wide variety. We're going to see more Horizons. I think we're going to see more Cryptos coming out. And, you know, we're going to see obviously Octane replace Wraith, but we even saw some aggressive Wraith Octane combos. So if you're really good at predicting where the zone is, and if you want to play really aggressive, maybe it's not that Revenant that comes through because you don't have that extra mobility. Mobility is huge in Apex Legends.
We'll take a look at the teams who have qualified from the EMEA region for the playoffs now. You can see it on your screen. I mean, Tom, I'd say pick a team, but you can't really, can you? I mean, look at these teams that have qualified for the EMEA regions. Gambit Esports, Nessie, I mean, Third Impact. You have so many teams here that have won tournaments, not just competed at the highest level, but actually come out and have a trophy to their name.
Yeah, and what's so interesting, again, you have to reiterate the amount of practice these players are going to get until the next ALGS. They have over about 4 or 5 weeks now to get prepared. And what does that mean? That means that we're going to start to be able to pick names on this list Onset. But you know that teams will do 2 things. They'll kind of put their best foot forward in scrims, and you kind of always want to do that. But sometimes you have to just think and analyze things and say, okay, let's not put our best foot forward and maybe take our time and try to create counter strategies for these teams and not show really our best strategy. Yes, you're going to show where you land, you're going to show your fighting skills, et cetera, but a lot of times what you're trying to do throughout all this is gain information so you can apply it to that day. So I think that's going to be the most fun, is watching what teams really gather what happens over the next 5 weeks, and then they apply it when that time comes.
And I think it's also going to be an amazing amount of teams who are putting in some hard practice. And speaking of practice, it's all going to be because of the schedule for the playoffs. You know, what's going to be coming up? You know, the $1 million tournament is what everyone has been looking forward to. You know, there's been a lot of money on the line in Apex Legends over the circuits that we've had coming, Tom. But this is different. This, as soon as you put $1 million on the line, it doesn't matter who you are, how much you've been practicing. This is what it all builds up for. You can see the schedule of when everything is going to go down. Group stage 1, day 1, excuse me, June 1st. 1st and June 2nd. You can see EMEA and North America will be kicking off on the same day. At day 2, you're going to see both regions going at it again. Then we get to the final day of the groups. And then the big one, Tom. Championship final. Just reading it. And they put a little gold background on it as well, just to make it feel a little bit more special. Because it is, right? Championship finals is a huge moment here for Apex Legends.
And I love that it starts, you know, right at gamer hours too, right when it's, you know, it's not quite dark yet, but as you're playing, it's going to continue to get dark because we all know gamers don't really function around like 9-10 a.m. So it's nice to have those afternoon games and those afternoon matches so everyone gets out of work and watch and tune in. So make sure y'all tune in because it is going to be so intense. And it started here with the LCQ. And Mark, I can't wait to get these NA matches underway here very shortly.
Absolutely. That's what we're looking forward to as well. North America coming your way very, very soon. Tom, amazing job holding the fort down. Best of luck to Kato, and we hope we get you well soon as well. But for all of the EMEA show, we are done and dusted here. Congratulations to our 5 qualifying teams. But don't worry, we've got plenty more Apex Legends coming your way soon. North America is just around the corner.
far in Game 2 here in the Winter Circuit playoffs. And NRG fell victim to it, but Liquid, they've been finding a way to find damage from a long way with the longbow. You don't always see it. 5 squads remaining. Complexity won't see anything else after this. Obey, Hambino trying to stay alive, just hiding, staying out of trouble. Out of sight, out of mind, he hopes, but Stay Naughty's looking to stay in the action. He's got a couple of shots from the R301, but it may not be enough on set with the EVA 8 finding at least another kill. There's 4 squads remaining, but they have given up high ground at least for now.
Given up high ground, but I love the call and the commitment from all 3 players. There was no second guessing. They knew there was 1 player alive below them, and that is a free KP and a place to get those heals off and get themselves back into position to refight. 4 squads now remaining. Team Liquid, in my opinion, overlooking most of the fighting that's going on, are in a great position. But don't count out TSM. They are inside of that respawn building, and they are looking very, very cozy.
11 points with a 23-point leader, but with CLG maybe not the conversation topic here in Game 2. It's anybody's moment. Liquid, TSM looking primed. We've seen the way that KSZ have throughout this entire game, rotating pretty close to Harvester, have made themselves known that they are a threat in this lobby for anyone who approaches. But talk about a threat. Imperial Hal on the Octane. And with the 80 from distance with the PK shows you why it's in the care package in the first place. Oh my goodness, TSM have a lot of firepower, but the question is, how are they going to use it?
The difficulty here is they don't have Wraith, so they don't have the ability to pull out without potentially taking damage. They have to leave one of those doors, maybe use an Octane jump pad to try and find a position to play from, but you can see that KSZ, they have the high ground now. They have the top of the building, and the Liquid are also overlooking TSM, so they've got a kind of hope here, TSM. The other 2 teams engage, and that's what's going down right now, but smart play here from Zach Mazer, trying to create as much space as possible to dominate where this circle is going to be moving, and then they can hold TSM on their exit from this building. TSM in a really tough spot. Their game is in the hands of Liquid and the other team outside.
And Liquid, in many ways, their game is in the hands of Hal, because of all the people who have access to see them through the smokes. Hal, with the Peacekeeper, is one of the only players who can legitimately stop them. I don't know if anyone else is running digi-threats here, and it might have just been a 100 in a lifetime call where they say Bangalore in this lobby, in this tournament, is what's going to get us the success we need. We'll follow along with Liquid as we continue this, because they have the high ground. Defensive bombardment comes out, and that's a dome shield in response. They're going to be safe inside. They'll be able to poke their heads out and fight anybody who comes in, but no one has made a move quite yet on set. Zach holding on the right side as well, and the PK still dangerous, but inside, not a threat until they engage. Will this be the moment? The Octane jump pad comes out. And look at that, Flanker goes down.
Flanker's gone down. That's the first kill on these 3 teams, and they've all been stunned on top of the building as well. And if I'm TSM, that's a signal for me to push as well. Snipe down. He will go down. How is the last player alive now? As there's still 3 squads remaining. Liquid will fall. How will be the last player alive here for TSM? He'll desperately try and dive into the zone to do what he can, but KSZ will be the champions. They played that to the T. It was absolutely beautiful.
Sources and just tipping the scales in the rest of the lobby's favor. And now TSM are feeling good about what they're doing. The Spitfire hitting, mowing opponents down. This is how you delete someone in Apex Legends. I'm not sure if he's even a playable character anymore after that domination. Absolutely eliminated from the lobby.
Hal has 7 kills to his name, and you know that the adrenaline is pumping. There's a Gibraltar in front of him. He takes him out as well. Snipe down is still down here for TSM, and Hal thinking about kill points, but somehow manages to hold off the entire lobby.
If you don't want to play the Spitfire, well, now you got your reason, ladies and gentlemen. The buff ain't all that it's got to offer. It's always had that hipfire mag size, and so Hal's showing what it can do in the right spot. You don't push a man like that. Kill leader stays the kill leader, and Hal clutches up for TSM, and they are looking ever more dangerous, as you had mentioned on set.
I mean, momentum is the biggest factor for TSM, and now that they seem to be finding it, you can see it in the way that Hal's playing.
You can see in the way that he's taking these fights. He wants to finish fights, get KP on the board, and put them onto match point. TSM love coming to life late in tournaments to put themselves forward to be a championship team once more, and you can see in every single decision they're making that that is how they're feeling at this moment.
It's just been chaos so far, but the chaos is tilted in the rest of the lobby's favor. Team Liquid, TSM, teams that have been involved, NRG as well within the top 10, having opportunities now to break match point threshold. We could be seeing 2 to 3 teams having a chance to close it out in this next one. And boy, oh boys, it's setting up for a finale you do not want to miss. But TSM going up against Alberlelli, a former teammate, and the rest of Liquid. The bubble's going to drop first for them, so they have to get aggressive. Hal goes in first on the Octane. Hits his double jump. Tries to go to the R301. He's not going to get enough to get it, but look at this. Flanker dead on the rotation as well. And Alberlelli, at least they make it there, but it's not looking pretty.
I mean, what a rotation this is from TSM. And once again, the chopper is singing for Hal. And I tell you what, the 301 shots coming in from Reps as well are backing him up in the best way possible. Nocturnal going to take to the skies. He's going to be taken down to about half shields here by the 301 of Reps. The question is, can TSM take advantage of it? They do get the finish onto Alberlelli. And I tell you what, TSM right now are starting to roll.
10 assists for Snipe Down. That means you know they got at least 10 points. And with a first place finish, they will be many points ahead of what they need to secure the bag next round. But Space Station Gaming still alive and clarify. Flashpoint, beautiful high ground here. Kubski and the rest of the squad. Flashpoint checking in with them. Only 17 points to the name, but we saw what Charlotte Phoenix could do with a big win. 32 points and got themselves involved. Will that be the case? The turnaround potentially here for Flashpoint, as you can see SSG, Obey, NRG, TSM, Flashpoint, and Complexity, the last teams alive with a chance to make a move.
The story here is that TSM have enough points on the board now to get onto match point. So when we get into the next game, TSM will be one of those teams with the opportunity to win. The question is, who else in the lobby is, you know, reasonably within striking distance? NRG are one of those teams. Currently sat on 33 points. So a big game here, possibly a win for NRG. And all of a sudden, they will be joining TSM, CLG, and Solar Fide on match point.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to happen. Snipe Down cannot make it out of that. Gets hit by the shield, the flatline, the charge rifle. I mean, I can't describe a worse situation of things shooting at you in Apex Legends, so I won't even try. Nice crack there from SSG. Frex, got to give a shout-out to Space Station, how well they've been performing with this squad, this roster, earning that pickup of the ore, coming into Apex Legends with a steam. And now NRG know this is their moment. They've got to clutch up. 17 points would do it. They've already got plenty of kills. Plenty of assists. And of course, that first place would put him 12 points on top of it all. Would be enough to do it with just that, but they've got to win.
NRG is the story here in this endgame. Everybody else is going to have an influence, but NRG are the only team who you feel are within striking distance of hitting 50 points to join TSM. So TSM might have a say on it. If TSM can eliminate NRG here, this would be massive for them, because obviously that's a team, one team less that will be joining them on match point in this next game. So all eyes have to be on NRG here. The worry for them is Flashpoint. They need to eliminate Flashpoint as they are forced to move. As we also see TSM thinking, hey, we want to keep this momentum going. We're going to go for kills.
And you know what? Monsoon went inside the building, and now Hal's down. That is a big move by Monsoon to throw them off. And look at this. Snipe Down ends up cleaning it up, but they lost Hal in the process, and now Space Station feels that this is their moment. Snipe Down with a beautiful shot, but it's not going to be enough with the Bloodhound Axe. He will have to go back. The heirloom will not save him this day, and it is still NRG with a chance. TSM out of it. Flashpoint and SSG in the mix.
Portal going to be going down here from Flashpoint. It looks like they are going to make their move to low ground. Kubski going to hold this corner. Triple take in hand. L-Star as well by the looks of things. Or, excuse me, a little bug on the HUD. But Tech trying to play this one late. He's going to now move. NRG still involved. But at the moment, it looks like NRG are in the best position to win this fight against Flashpoint. I'm pretty sure the Flashpoint haven't got any heals to play with here. You see, across the armors here, they're in a terrible position as far as inventory is concerned. NRG, if they realize that, are going to try and push as quickly as possible.
But you know what? That drone, it's going to hit. And it's going to hit both SSG. Flashpoint should be out now. Yeah, Tech is gone. He's dropping down. It's just SSG and NRG. NRG haven't lost a thing. 2 Evos, 1 purple. NRG, could they secure their spot? Yes. In match point, if they beat SSG, it would be a simple mathematical equation. They'd have enough, no doubt about it, and the Hemlock, will it get the job done? Nathan has a chance, but he's going to shield bat, and Rocker as well. They can take their time on this. Shooting fish in a barrel is what NRG look like right now, with SSG just desperately trying to survive. Another moment, another day, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Here's the clash we've been waiting for. Will NRG pull it out? Rocker here with the EVA 8. He hits 1, he hits 2. Can he hit this other one? The Spitfire, it's been the story of the day. Will Rocker clean it up? No! SSG shut him down, and Space Station claims the win in Game 6.
Position. TSM, they are owning the tracks. They should be able to find a spot for this next zone. NRG taking out. Oh my goodness, they've definitely got a lot of points this game. As Sweet is the kill leader right now, going for the finish. He just can't get it off. It's hard with those knockdown shields in the corner, but he is going to get the thirst. Kenny FPS out of the game. They get the armor swap, but the rotation is crucial.
That's right, 6 kills for the shot caller in Sweet. And here we go. We have TSM on top of a perch, currently watching and deciding how they want to push this here, how they want to play this. We have NRG alive, we have CLG alive. It all could potentially come down to this, as 3 of our 5 teams remain or at match point. If one of them win, the tournament is over as it currently stands. What a finish it's going to be here in game number 7, as now CLG finds himself taking out one of those squads. 3/4 of the squads remaining, all match point.
Oh my goodness, this is actually insane. CLG is in a constant battle here. They're gonna pop the defensive bombardment, but Lou's team is getting pushed. They won't be able to do the damage enough. Vaxlon left on 1 HP. Manis has to cover his teammates. He has to clutch this off to get this tournament win here. They are retreating. They may be able to recover here. The most important thing is to recover as other teams fight. Reps taking down someone. NRG, Rocker down to 75 HP. This is intense.
And it all comes down to Tech's team. Can they rain on the parade of all 3 of these teams? They're the last hope alive for the rest of this lobby. If they get taken out, it is over. Actually, all 3 squads, I take that back, they actually did get taken out. So all 3 squads remain are teams that are match point eligible. It comes down to this. This is the last game. This is the final game as NRG is going to push against TSM. They find themselves in a 3v3 and CLG is just waiting and watching it all happen.
They're just trying to apply pressure to the other teams and hope and pray that they're going to end up fighting, but this is going to come down until the last second. Everyone should be playing this safe as for now. NRG, they have high ground over CLG over here. TS kind of in the back, just waiting for something to happen. DSM just waiting to pounce on these 2 teams and get that 3rd party. Will it actually end up happening? 6 seconds left. The zone is about to close in.
And this is a pretty even zone in terms of where it's going to collapse onto for all 3 teams. Take a look at the top left of your screen. You'll see the exact line as to where this ring is going to collapse towards. And it's central to all 3 teams right now, so no one with a significant advantage. If I had to give it to any team, it's NRG with high ground. But at this point, it's anyone's game, girl. The ring's going to be closing nice and slow here to close this one out. What a finish it's going to be for the winner circuit. Certainly indicative of how crazy this entire winner circuit has been so far.
It has been crazy, and TSM Imperial Howl with the Spitfire, the amount of damage he got on just shooting someone with barely seeing their head. They are in a bad position though. NRG can see all of TSM, and TSM is going to go down. Reps trying to revive Howl. The zone is closing in very slow. They will be able to stay alive, but not for long. This, I believe, is up to NRG and CLG in the finale here. TSM is out. NRG pushing CLG on the low ground.
Here we go, NRG for the 3v3 fight. Great shots being put in from Nathan, the MVP. He's gonna do it. NRG is gonna be your champion of the winter circuit. Congratulations to NRG.
Able to push us somewhere, but they're just pushing into bombardments from everyone right now. Do as much damage, see if you can get more KP, but it looks like Navi are going to be wiped. It's some amazing shots from the Mastiff, but it's only enough to actually see one more KP before they go down.
Yeah, Gambit now moving in, getting involved in some fights, and all of a sudden, the touch paper has been ignited in game number 2. We're down to just 5 squads now as Liogri is going to work with Hardeki to win this fight here for Gambit Esports. Artigo down at the moment. Hardeki going to be able to hold the angles though and drop him an armor for when he gets revived as well. Flavor of the Month now making a late rotation in as well. They're going to have some loot to pick up. Down to 4 squads. And now we're going to see a little bit of calm appear on the lobby. As you can see, the 4 teams we have left in this final fight. Everyone has a little position to play now, Dan. It's about who wants to show their cards first.
Yeah, Gambit in a great spot just below a Flavor of the Month. You can see Flavor of the Month having a little peek just to see if they could maybe do some damage and take this position off them. With Flavor of the Month being above them, this means Gambit are going to struggle to get out without taking much damage. And you were saying how Leo was helping out in that fight for good reason. The most assists throughout the winter circuit is Leo. 39 in total, and I guess when Hardeki has had 49 kills, I suppose there is always going to be someone who has an incredible amount of assists. Yeah, it seems to have worked out very successfully for them. But Kick Esports, they need to be thinking about moving in soon. Going to have to take a little tickle from the zone. And Flavor of the Month, they're setting up their portal as well, Mark.
Yeah, that's not just a tickle, that's more of a scratch and potentially a little bit more of a wound than they would have wanted. A lot of damage being taken here from zone number 5 as we now move to zone number 6, the final zone that will slowly start moving. And unfortunately for Kick Esports, Flavor of the Month have just got a fantastic vantage point on every single player. They're desperately trying to avoid those grenades and stay alive. I think that Flavor of the Month have realized now they have to make their rotation in ahead as well. And now they're going to try and shoot this team in the side. Flavor of the Month, they've got to be careful. They've made the decision to make an early rotation here, but it doesn't look like it's paying off for them.
Yeah, Pierre went down. Taylor is very weak. It's Noth who's just at the full complement of health. Arkstar's gone down. He's doing a lot of damage with his R301 though. Kick have lost 2 members, and TI on the other side of that, they seem to be pretty healthy. Where are Gambit? What are Gambit doing in this fight?
Gambit are alive. Noth, the last player alive here for Flavor of the Month, manages to get the banner, but I think he's looking for the armor swap. He'll now get that, using that knockdown shield to try and stay alive and be the third party, but it's Hardeki who goes in with the Peacekeeper. He'll be taken down as well, and it's Noth now from Flavor of the Month who's moving in as the last player alive for his team to try and pull off the 2v1 situation. Oh, the Gibby, he can't hit these at the moment. He gets taken down, and it will be Reply Totem Esports who come in with the win in the end. And execution and idea coming in from Flavor of the Month.
What can Gambit do now? Backs against the wall, grenades coming from here, there, and everywhere. Artico's the last remaining. Gambit are wiped in 6th spot, but they had done a lot of damage, and now the rest of the teams come in to try and farm what's left, and it's Flavor of the Month picking up kills, down to just 4 teams now, Mark.
Yeah, Flavor of the Month moving in and seeing the third party opportunity, the fourth party opportunity, whatever you want to call it. It was the best opportunity for them to get involved with some KP and farm their way towards that match point. They've got those kills on the board now, and you can see Cooler. They're up in the top right-hand side of your screen. Flavor of the Month and New Esports, your final 3 teams as we come down to this final fight.
Yeah, Flavor and Cooler both on 33 points coming into this as well, so a victory plus 5 kills would be enough to get them on match point. We've already seen them farming. You can already see the kills and assists that are there for the team, so just a victory here for either team should be enough to get to match point. And New Esports, well, a big game from them. Maybe they can creep up as well, but you can see all 3 teams separated at the moment. Everyone's going to be reluctant to be that first team to engage. You want to be the last team to get involved in the fight, but as that circle slowly creeps in, it's going to be about positioning. Who has more objects to hide behind? Who has the high ground? The crypto ult comes in. Is that going to be enough to initiate anything from any of these teams?
Well, it looks like New Esports are going to try and push onto Cooler, and that is going to be music to the ears of Flavor of the Month as well. That will be the signal for a third-party opportunity. Big damage being done here by Postkill as well with the Spitfire. Unfortunately, trying to push through this gas is so difficult to do, but it doesn't matter if your name's Roger Bodger. He's got an EVA in hand, and he's laying some shots down. And now comes Flavor of the Month. You can see that Pierre's also got a Prowler in his hand that he's going to be able to decimate people up close.
Yeah, Flavor of the Month now pushing in. What can Kashira do? It's some amazing damage, but it's not enough. Arkstar comes down, has to try and back off to the rest of the team. Roger Bodger's still alive, gets back up to a full gold shield, but it is 2 versus 3. Taylor should have time to heal up.
Pierre trying to poke here and do some damage, and Noth is going to be once again the player to get the knock. 5 kills to his name, and now he's moving in for the final one as well. Flavor of the Month needed some points to cross that 50-point threshold, and surely now they have done it. They will take your game number 4.
We're down to 7 squads. One of them's Na'Vi, one of them's Flavor of the Month. Are we going to find our winning team here?
So Flavor of the Month have managed to get a wonderful position for this end game as well. Most importantly for them, they cleared out the team that was on the high ground. The 2 teams that were fighting just a few moments ago. And now Na'Vi, they make their move in on the bubble. It's all up to Nesh here, but 303 Esports will wipe them. And now Flavor of the Month are the only team left in the lobby who can get this job done right now.
And everyone's back up to a full 3, judging by the team tracker. Flavor of the Month are just laying down the fire on the team below them. They don't want to bring too much attention to themselves. They don't want to be the focus point. As soon as they get a knock, they'll give that information to every other team as to where they currently are and where they're going to be pushing from. And it is likely teams would try and gang up on them, but some big shots coming out from Taylor. 789 will lose 1 member. Flavor of the Month in a good position here, Mark.
But 303 overlooking all of this that's going down at the moment. This ring pull could be absolutely massive as well, and teams will be forced to engage once again. Flavor of the Month looking very, very good as it stands. They've got to hope that 303 Alliance, who are the other team across from them, they'll have to just check in to find out who that 4th squad is. Engage in a fight before they have to get involved, but just put yourselves in the shoes right now of Flavor of the Month. Pierre, Noth, and Taylor. They've got to be so nervous, so pressurized in this situation to not put a single foot wrong.
Cooler are also still in these last 4. They were 9 points off match point. You'd have to imagine they're going to be very close. 303 have the high ground at the moment. And of course, this is Alliance's home territory. This is where they drop. They know it like the back of their hands. So I'm sure they'll be feeling somewhat confident in this final fight as the portal from Cooler comes out to make the rotation just before this circle moves in. And it is starting to make its way in. How are Flavor of the Month going to manipulate and maneuver their way through this zone?
The only issue here for Cooler is they don't have the bubble to work with. They don't have a Gibraltar. And you can see that Yuki has gone down on Caustic as well. Naski has managed to stay alive, as has the Wraith player of Sir Del. Alliance now making their move to try and finish off those 2 kills. 1 more player alive here for Cooler Esports. But now this is the magic moment. Flavor of the Month making their move in down.
And it's absolutely perfect because all the other 3 teams have been scrapping. They've been taking damage. They've been trying to heal up. Flavor of the Month are just watching on, and they've taken direct center of this circle. This could be the moment that they win this tournament, but they just have to play it successfully. They have to be patient here, Mark.
Shots are coming in here from Taylor, just backing off smartly. Defensive bombardment's going to be going down all around Flavor of the Month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the Month deal with that. Now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these 3 players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions. Pierre going to pump the battery. He's got the Mastiff in hand as well. He's got an Octane in front of him. This is all coming down to these final shots as Flavor of the Month move in. 1 more player alive for them to deal with. Can Flavor of the Month get it done? There's a player coming out of nowhere and not in a 1v1 to win playoffs here for Flavor of the Month. Oh, done! Oh my God, Flavor of the Month! Noth, you animal!
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ALGS Championships Last Chance Qualifier. This time, we're going to be live with our North American LCQ. I also want to give a big shout out to our main host for the ALGS, Kate, as she's taking a step aside from this broadcast. I'll be filling in as the host, but much love and thoughts to Kate. But of course, I'm joined alongside T-Squared, the regular mainstay analyst of the ALGS. Tom, how you doing today, man?
Doing great. I changed shirts, and Kate, please get better. And yes, shout out to her. But we had some great EMEA matches, Fallout, great calls as always. And we're getting ready for the North America matches now, and it's not that much of a break. So hopefully you guys got your snacks like I did.
That's right. Quick lunch, quick bite, some snacks, popcorn, getting ready for NA, which we know is going to be great. Obviously, a lot of great teams that are competing and participating in our last chance qualifier. Before we jump into our teams and both those that have qualified already and teams that are trying to qualify today, let's walk through how it's going to work today. We had 173 teams compete, which is significant because we also had 230 plus teams that competed in EMEA, which is insane. Participating in the last chance qualifier, that dwindled down to 20 squads, 10 of which qualified automatically through ALGS points. The other 10 had to make it through the last chance qualifier, which was a grueling multi-format tournament. And of course, teams will earn points in a 6-game final. It is not a match point format final that we're used to seeing in our playoffs or major events that we'll see in championships. Just a standard 6 games here in terms of how it's all going to shake out in this format. Tom, what did you enjoy most about the format last time around?
Well, I enjoyed the fact that it was 47 points was the cutoff, which is actually a lot of points, and it was very close all the way to the very end. So we saw just DNMK just battling out, and we knew the chat was stoked about them going forward. Lava City with the Kraber, it really doesn't get much better, but they ended up taking a fight, and then it got really intense from there, and then we didn't know what was happening in terms of points, and that's what's the best part about the LCQ. I compared it to March Madness earlier, but it's not. It's crazier than March Madness. This is Apex Legends. Anything could happen. 6 games. Players, duking it out in the final circles. But I think in NA Fallout, what we can expect is probably a little bit more diversity in terms of compositions.
Yeah, I'm excited and looking forward to that. And Kate alluded to it earlier as the wild card, which truly is what it feels like. So I'm excited to see which wild card teams will make it through. And of course, when we say make it through, they'll make it through to the ALGS Championships. Let's go ahead and take a look at the format of the ALGS Championships. Of course, each teams from around the world will be competing for $1 million prize pool. That's right, $1 million with an M for one tournament. It's insane to think about. 40 teams in both North America and EMEA, that's Europe, Middle East, and Africa, will compete across 3 days of group stages. So for the first time ever, we're going to have a group stage format, which will be very, very interesting. And just some additional detail there. Each group will have 10 teams. Each group will then play against every other group. The top 20 teams will move on to the championship finals. And the championship finals will be that match point format that you know, that you love, that you are familiar with. The LGS Championships is going to be lit, Tom. What are you looking forward to most?
Great format again by John Nelson, the OG MLG commissioner, but I'm looking forward to a lot of games fall. That's what it sounds like to me, right? And with, so much, different things happening in terms of Apex, a lot of zones can, shift. You can have bad drops, you can get bad loot, etc. It could just not be your day. I think more games is better, right? These players play so much. Sometimes it's difficult, like today in the LCQ, when it's all condensed down to 6 games and you have to play your best when you've been practicing for this moment for a long time.
Yeah, it's a great point. Obviously, with 4 different groups that are all going to compete against each other, there'll be more games, more opportunities to place into that top 20 in overall points. So couldn't agree more with that. Let's see which teams will be competing, though. Which teams have already punched their ticket based on qualifying or, of course, ALGS points. We have 35 total that have already qualified through, and you'll see the heavy hitters on screen right now. So many teams that we require 2 pages. But of this list right here, Tom, which are a few teams that stand out the most to you? Which are the top 3 or 4 teams?
Obviously, TSM has to be over towards the top of the list. You got to continue to have CLG on there too, but it's tough to say after that. Complexity, Solafide, Energy, Team Liquid, man, this list is stacked. Both of these lobbies are going to be stacked for EMEA and North America, but wow, it would be really hard to call. And again, I think that we have to reiterate that once this does happen, these players have 5 to 6 weeks to prepare going into the beginning of June when this starts. That means everybody's going to get a good feel for the lobby.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, we'll see our second page is the rest of the teams that made it through ALGS points. A couple teams in my eyes that stick out. One, Down with the Thickness, just because of their team name. I'm a big Disturbed fan. I just gotta give them some love. And then 2, Wally Catchers. Wally Catchers were kind of the rising star of the winter circuit in my eyes. They performed very, very well consistently. They got Mr. Greek God, my fellow Greek, on that squad. So I'm excited to see what Wally Catchers can do. Farm Boys have always been a wild card team that seems to show up, in those last chance qualifiers or when it matters the most. So I got my eyes out for Farm Boys as well. as those are the 35 teams that have already qualified. We're also going to take a look and show you the teams that are going to be competing today in the last chance qualifiers. We have a pretty stacked lobby here of teams, a lot of great talent. Tom, you've competed against them. In some cases, you've played alongside them as you were a pro player in Apex. Which teams, in your eyes, are the teams to look out for? As we'll obviously take a look at teams to watch in a second, but which teams stand out to you the most?
Yeah, shout out to Busset Boys in the #1 spot. Murdog showing love earlier on Twitter. Appreciate that. But yeah, there's a lot of great teams on here. There's Team Content, Busset Boys, KSG, which is Blitzen, Strictly, Kimchi, Sunset, which is Prideful Exile, Hero. We know Shroud, we know them. Synced, Wicked, and Ace. Lonely Fans, and you got to give it to these team names, Fallout. It's pretty good. I mean, Lonely Fans, Busset Boys. Ranked is harder earlier. These team names are at Retirement Home. These are absolutely hilarious team names. So even though these teams may not be signed by orgs, you may have to change your name if you want to get signed. But yeah, I think they have the creativity down pat.
Yeah, you know, I would never wish someone to not get signed, but in some of these cases, with some of these team names, they just make me smile every time I see them. So I almost want to continue to see it come through here. Shout out to the Lonely Fans in particular. And speaking of Lonely Fans, we got to include them as a team to watch here alongside RCO. We know Shroud, Retirement Home, and Sunset Rising. Tom, why are these the 5 teams to watch in your eyes?
Yeah, so RCO, they're consistent. Bam, Nando, Holiday, you constantly see them grinding out in ranked, also playing in tournaments as well. Lonely Fans is Blight, Blueberry, and Double O. They're very consistent week to week. I think that they have a lot of upside, but still they need to be confident in taking their team fights. We know Shroud, just based on their individual skill and their mechanics, when you watch them, they're absolutely ridiculous. Retirement Home, they're skilled. It's going to be tough to say. Again, there's a lot of really good teams in there. I think that Blitzen, Strictly, and Kimchi is another team to watch out there. I don't think they made that list too. So it's going to be absolutely insane. When we went into the final game Fallout of the EMEA region, I think we had maybe 10 to 12 teams that were really into it, but there was about 5 or 6 teams really fighting out for that 5th spot.
Yeah, that is so true. And that's what you like about this LCQ format. Top 5 will qualify. Any teams outside top 5 don't make it. No consolation prize, nada. So you have to perform now. And obviously, we'll have quite a few fringe teams that are going to try to make their spot. Of those 5 teams that you mentioned, I just want to give a quick note, too. We know Shroud dominated in the qualification to this point. They dropped 104 points in the semifinals, 45 points above the second-place team in that lobby. So I'm excited to see what we know Shroud can do. And they know Shroud. I mean, that's pretty much alone is going to grant them superpowers of some type. So I'm excited to see what WKS can do in this lobby. But of course, it's not just about what Tom and I think, it's about what you think as well. We always love hearing your thoughts. Make sure to tweet at us using the hashtag ALGS. And we have some tweets that we're going to feature right now. If you get featured on stream, you will win 1,000 Apex coins, which is significant. And we're going to start off with Carrie Chan saying, starting with Apex Legends for today and watching the stream of Play Apex in the background. You'll love to see it. Playing Switch, Tom. Are you a Switch player yourself?
I love the Switch. Hey, I used to be a huge Nintendo fan. Also, I used to love like Wii Sports and stuff like that. It's great what they're doing, also bringing it wherever you want. But guess what, Carrie? You got 1,000 Apex coins, and you're going to be able to level up that normal Wraith skin that you have.
I love it. Congrats to Carrie. As we're now taking a look at the real JD, not the fake JD. It's the real JD saying, Kate and Tom, I did you a solid and ate my food before taking the picture. I wish Apex would do tournaments more often. Miss your faces, puns, and segues. Yeah, Kate is the queen of puns and segues. I got to say, kudos to her. Shot to her as she's taking a break from this broadcast here. But had to resort to watching the preseason invitational and pulling for the last 3 weeks. No way. That is awesome that you went back and watched the preseason invitational. How sweet is that?
That is awesome. Also, for a note, Kate and I didn't try to match on purpose, and then Fallout and I didn't try to match on purpose. It just actually happened.
This is called what natural chemistry between talent members and broadcasters looks like here. I just looked at the first time we were literally matching to a T here. This is impressive. Not intentional, my friends. I promise. Not intentional at all. And of course, we want to hear your thoughts. So make sure to use the hashtag ALGS on Twitter. Again, if you get featured on stream, you have a chance to get 1,000 Apex coins. And of course, make sure to check us out in all things social media, twitch.tv/playapex, playapex on Twitter, youtube.com/playapex. And of course, many of the other places you could subscribe, you could follow, compete on YouTube. I got that one wrong there for a second. And all the types of areas where you can follow us and keep up with the action. Of course, you can go to playapex.com/ALGS to keep up with all things Apex Legends, Global Series, and competitive Apex. But that's going to be it for myself and Tom, because guess what? Game 1 is just around the corner. We're going to be going ahead and throwing it over to Onset and Rain Day in a moment, right after this commercial break.
What is up, everybody? T-Squared here, and in front of me I have the Lenovo Legion 7i gaming laptop. This is the official partner of the ALGS. Now, the first thing I noticed is how badass it looks. You're gonna have RGB lighting in the back. You're also gonna have RGB lighting on the keyboard. It's only 5 pounds and it's extremely thin. You'll see other gaming laptops that are about twice the size. Now, I think that you have to keep this thing cool, right? So you're gonna have 2 vents in the back and 1 vent on each side. Underneath, it's all ventilated as well. There's 2 fans with micro blades underneath. So you're gonna get all of that gaming performance, but it's also gonna stay extremely cool.
Welcome back, everybody, and it's time for Game 1 of the North American Last Chance Qualifiers. It's going to be Rain Day and myself bringing you through all of the action. EMEA was a lot of fun, Rain, and now we move over to North America, and I'm expecting even bigger things. Looking at some of the names in this lobby, looking at some of the teams that we have in this lobby, you have finals-worthy teams sitting here ready to go.
And I think that's part of the story, and maybe more so in North America where there isn't as much consistency with the play. You have some of these juggernauts that have names that should already be in the finals to a lot of players still out here in the LCQ because things have gone wrong. It just wasn't their day. There is a little bit more of that storyline to North America, and so it'll be exciting to see if they can actually step up to the plate and finish today, or if there will be more mistakes made and if new teams will show up in the spotlight heading into June.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I was quite surprised, to be honest with you, looking across the lobby when we were doing a little bit of prep for today's action and seeing some of the names that you just expect to be in finals. You know, the likes of, Lonely Fans, we've seen them in finals before. We've seen the likes of We Know Shroud. We've seen those names. You've got Synced, you've got Wicked's Ace, all these players who have had that experience at the highest level. And there's always that conversation between, you know, which region is better, which has more depth in talent. But it's always been the kind of conversation to me that EU has more depth in talent, whereas the top NA teams seem to be a little bit further ahead. But looking across this lobby, you got to say that North American depth is crazy in the ALGS at the moment as we take a look at the points and the scoring for today.
And that's the thing. Fair assessment of Europe and North America, and you can see here the depth. It won't just lead within the players and the teams qualified. It'll lead within your placements in the games. 12 points for a win, and it'll proceed all the way down until you are in the 16th to 20th spot, where you won't be getting any points for just participating. We call it a consolation prize, but there's none of that here. You're just going to have to wait and watch somebody else's spectator screen for a while. But the beautiful thing is, you're right. It's fair to say that North America has these spikes of greatness. We've seen in Apex Legends Esports a domination by North America throughout the biggest moments so far. But slowly but surely with online in this year, we've seen the separation of not just all these teams combating against one another, but how they fare against their own regions and what kind of environment creates itself around that play style. And it's been beautiful to watch. I think as a fan, as a caster, it's quite interesting and it's quite phenomenal to see.
Yeah, I think it's always interesting as well. It almost feels like, you know, when you've got two MMA fighters, boxers, whatever, you know, analogy you want to give, training away from each other, building up to this big fight. And the big fight is going to be when we finally do get to return to LAN and have all of these regions in one place going at it. And then we can finally answer, you know, what region's better, who's got the better teams, and all of those sort of lots of fun we have on social media. And you see a lot of players having those discussions between themselves. But game one, so vital in this LCQ. As we should highlight, it's the top 5 teams that will be going through to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship to fight it out for that $1 million prize pool. A little bit different to what we normally see. We're usually looking at that first place, but now top 5 is what it's all about. And game one, so vital to get out to a hot start.
And it will be North America who are following suit. Maybe not trailblazing today, as they've had a few hours to relax while Europe got the job done already. We've seen some heroics there, but across the pond where things are heating up in summer and in tension, North America will have a chance to shine. Will we see the underdog rise up to the top, or will they stay afloat just long enough to see things not work out and somebody else steal the show? You have to wait and see as we get started with game one here on World's Edge. You wanted it back. Well, here it is. The only way to get it is to watch it as we kick off North America in game one and our landing ship.
There is nothing better than a rain day monologue going into a game of Apex Legends that gets the hairs on the back of your spine tingling. All of those good things, anywhere that could tingle should be tingling right now, because as you can see, we're already into our first game of the day. We're going to see the flight path pretty central, you would say, from south to north, but slightly favoring the west-hand side of World's Edge, so a little bit of a disadvantage for some of those teams landing maybe at the northeastern side of World's Edge. But I mean, talk to me about teams. Who are you looking at today as teams who are going to set the pace here in these first few games?
You know, I think that's the interesting thing, and that's what denotes a lot of what I'm used to as far as casting. And I think behind the scenes, when we prepare for these games and these situations, we do have 5 teams to watch where we've looked at, this is our focus, because this is the track record in these situations that's just undeniable to not bring up. But in this situation, Mark, I just felt, and I think we talked about this before, personally, it was so hard to know what was going to happen, because not only is it a difference in terms of the skill, the players around here, where some are a little bit lower and some are superstars that maybe shouldn't be in this lobby, it's also the nature of the top 5, where you do not have to become first place. So will that start some people going a little faster? Will it allow some of these teams to feel more comfortable and slow it down?
No, I mean, you talk about starting fast. RCO Esports are deciding that they want to claim launch site as their own. They are jump padding towards that player who managed to do a pretty good job of actually retreating. It seemed like they peeked him out as someone that they could focus on and maybe get a quick knock in this fight. But the last thing you want in an LCQ, when it's your last opportunity to qualify for the ALGS Championships, is a team contesting you off of drop. We know how it can essentially go 50-50 a lot of the times. It is so vital to establish early dominance if you are contested.
And that's what they'll be trying to do. G7 Scout and a charge rifle and an R301 is a pretty good way to do so. The charge rifle just means with limited shielding and limited resources, you just can't really risk a push unless you get that knock or you get that headshot, you get that huge moment, and that's what a wingman will do for you very quickly if you keep that in the side pocket. Unholstered for sure. That's the crack they were looking for. This will signal an offensive there, but just as you see it, perfect response. And now Nando is forced to slow down, and RCO already taking a spill with Holiday taking the drop. The wingman will get another crack, but there's still 3 members inviting another crack as well. So it's been blow for blow, trade for trade, and now there's been a little bit of aggression on one side. They're going for it, and this is going to be one team down, one team in.
And the Gibby flies through the skies for a second and will win that fight. So RCO Esports, one of our teams that I would have said are one of the favorite teams to go through potentially out of today's competition, have been eliminated first in the lobby. And not only first in the lobby, it's a golden duck for them, first of the day, as it will be Dexterous who claim launch site as their own, as we hop over to watch AMV now, who are making their way towards Frag East. But I mean, you could see the idea from RCO. I liked it. They tried to claim launch site as their own. They wanted to be aggressive, bully that team off. Unfortunately, they just lost the straight 3v3.
And that's what happens sometimes. You get into that place. That's why I always say landing trials is a little bit more of an advantage than players think, because those are the first shots heading into this tournament. And sometimes just hitting a few wingman shots, not having that hollow sight, just working on it, getting ready with a charge rifle, whatever it is, it can get you into a moment that just without really thinking about it forces your automatic responses to kind of start kicking in. These players have played. It's not really a big excuse, but it's little things like that that just getting caught off guard in a full 3v3 fight at the very start might throw you enough to where now you got to wait until game 2 to have something to say about it. Unfortunate there that they lost that early 3v3.
Well, Dexterous will have those 3 KP on the board, and that will be the greatest of possible starts for them. I expect them to be contested again. I'm not going to lie. Game 2 usually have the rematch, and then game 3, one of the teams kind of backs down. But speaking of backing down, at the moment, it's can I get a hoo yeah? And I'm not going to go there. But at the moment, they're down 1 in the fight.
And that's always the signal for trouble, because when there's 1, it's like a shark. He smells blood in the water. And hoo yeah, they're going to make it. And Skittle Cakes is going to combine 2 delicious sugary treats and also 2 delicious sugary kills right there. Go ahead and top off his teammates, give him a little insulin after dropping blood and blood sugar there for the opportunity. And I like what they've done. Again, a lot of teams early in terms of contest. Maybe this, again, signaling why North America is the way they are. More risks taken early at the outsets of these tournaments that can shape whether you're playing for points later on.
Well, if we do get the opportunity to bring up the map overhead and see what this ring is going to be put in, I think I've got just a cheeky little look at it out the corner of my eye. And it looks like it might be going towards Thermal side and the western side of World's Edge, maybe around where that train station is. So we'll confirm that as soon as we can, and we get that map overhead up so we can see where these teams are trying to rotate. But at the moment, Dexterous, who did win that fight off drop, having a little bit of trouble, and it is in that kind of area. You can see an interesting zone for a lot of players to try and... But where do you set up here, Rain? There's a few POIs involved.
I like Tree because the best part about this type of rotation, if you can make it there, is you've got basically nobody to play against that's behind you. And obviously those far side rotations on that southwestern route, if you're heading from Geyser, say to speak, or if you're heading from Lava City, are the safest in a situation like this, because you can approach the fights with no one at your back and you eliminate angles. However, not every team has the opportunity to do so in that regard. And if you are a little bit higher on, if you're playing at the top of Thermal, you may have to just sit pretty and hope that that circle moves towards you, because it is starting to get a little too crowded. It's starting to be less than 6 feet apart, and you know not everybody in the room is vaccinated. You have these little moments where you say, I can't really step out of this and feel safe. And that's where I think these teams are that we're watching right now are. So if you're able to get Tree and kind of keep as much action in front of you, good for you. Slow roll that and play it as long as you can.
The Lonely Fan set up at the moment here inside of the train station that we were mentioning a little bit earlier. That ridge is going to be prime real estate for a lot of teams trying to hold those chokes and overlook a lot of these POIs and be able to hedge their bets on where that rotation will be. But interesting to see a Caustic in the lobby as well. And an interesting composition actually here. Caustic, Crypto, and Octane. So you've got the beacon character, you've got the maneuverability, as I almost struggle to maneuver that word out of my mouth, of Octane for those rotations. Then you have the defensive character of Caustic to hold up inside this building like they're doing now.
It's such an interesting strategy. I want to talk a little more about that, but we have to follow along with the action happening in front of us. 2 domes collide yet again. We've seen 3 of them go back to back, and still the rule applies. Only one ends up staying around. And that's TPM, Twitch, Up Sushi, Spongiti, yeah, and of course, Taylus. But heading back to that composition of lonely fans, I just feel it's a really interesting way to treat the problem with Caustic, which is you need rotation very quickly and high ground sometimes. And that's what Octane can provide for him. The only thing that they're giving up for the information of Crypto is that they don't really have any defensiveness as far as competing with the Gibraltar Shield. They've got to be inside. They have to find a house. They can't really rotate as late as you would hope and not do it perfectly. They have the ability to move quickly with the Octane jump pad, but, you know, you're just missing that defensive shield that sometimes may come back to bite you. But the way that they're playing it now inside, I feel like it does give them some opportunities to get that Caustic into late game where we know he shines.
I have to agree with you there. I think it's an interesting composition and one that heavily relies on a rotation being successful. We'll have to see how they play. If they don't get that, of course, as we know, Shroud with a sniper in their hands, but not quite the Shroud-esque shots coming in this time from Synced. Unfortunately, I'm sure he'll be able to nail a couple of headshots in just a few moments. But the longbow is another weapon that I've seen creep back into the meta a little bit. You hit a headshot with that one, and boy, oh boy, does it give you an opportunity to push across the map onto that damage to so much. And really, it's just good at just suppressing teams trying to rotate in.
You know, I don't think that's it. I think Sync just hasn't played since Season 2. I just think he's just back when the longbow meta was stuff. And these guys were so in. I mean, and when Shroud was really grinding this game as well, this was the trio. They would be back in it. Such talented players. And, you know, the longbow had its heyday. And I think maybe it's a level of comfort, but maybe it is, you know, kind of sneaking back in. You let the triple take dominate for too long. The charge rifle always so consistent, especially in high-level rank. Just easy Evo shields once that change was made and Evo shields became permanent in the game. But maybe Sync starting something back up again, getting us back to our roots of the longbow and that skull piercer. It starts to hurt. There's no doubt about it.
We'll have to see if the skull piercer is going to be found and if he can do some damage. At the moment, he's got the 301 in hand. Not hitting too many shots at the moment, just falling short of those players who are trying to scarper in front of them at the moment. There's a couple of players on that truck, and you can see that Sync realizes they're being shot as well. So there might be an opportunity here for some KP, but not landing all of these 301 shots is going to allow that team just to escape, not getting the break as well to force them to slow down and maybe think about popping some shields. But I love this rotation coming in from them as well, as we also see an EMP coming in. That's done a lot of damage.
And that is going to put them in a bit of a precarious situation. Reno, Shroud, looking on the Gibraltar. They are still connected here on the high ground. Interesting for Sync to be running that longbow, especially on the Octane, since he's going to be so mobile in terms of getting in and getting out. You might normally see that on someone like Wicked, but maybe Wicked, he's running something that needs to pertain to that close range. You'll see a R301 potentially and a Mastiff. Ace just holding his position on that high ground. Scan for scan, he says, you've got one, and so do I. And it'll be a little bit of a stalemate now, but it's not the easiest spot. As I was just looking to that left, they're pretty exposed, and that's the defensive shield. It's going to have to go up right now.
Good shots, though, coming in from Sync. Is going to slow things down as far as the team who had done that damage thinking about the push is concerned. That decision going to be changed almost immediately. They managed to get the meds off and the shots, as I say, back that team down to make sure that they weren't going to have the advantage as far as health points and shield was concerned. So now we know Shroud are going to make their rotation through the tunnel, but Wicked's got to be incredibly careful here as he was getting shot in the back. And speaking of getting shot in the back, well, there's a team getting shot in the front here, and it's going to be TPM once again getting aggressive. Not the first time we've seen them in the kill feed so far.
And Tay just looking great on the EVA 8. He's got the purple shotgun bolt as well. Hits the shield bat. He's going to go back in for some loot. Still an early game circle. They'll be able to survive this one if they have some meds, and maybe that's the goal. Just fill up before we start rotating, clearing up some inventory space, picking up the med kit as well, because they've got a little ways to go. And it's always just a little questionable at the start. You know, what exactly is our game plan? Because you don't know what's worked in the lobby, and that's the interesting part about Game 1s. You know, in Game 2, you know what didn't work, or you know what worked really well. Game 1, you're still taking a little bit of a guess, and you don't know how the rest of the lobby is going to play. So all these teams feeling each other out right now, but a lot of engagements happening. And yeah, you saw Skittle Cake save the day, and now it's Tangy Sauce FB coming through to save Skittle Cake's life. We'll see if they can stabilize here.
Yeah, has the gold bag as well, so Skittle Cakes will be able to fight for a moment, but you can see that damage has already been done to him, so even though he got a little bit of HP going his way, he's going to be knocked almost immediately again. Tangy Sauce will be the last player alive on the Gibraltar. He's got 1 HP, a dream, and now a death box. Unfortunately for them, that will be them being eliminated from the game, and there's a team here just overlooking all this action going on, trying to steal some of these kills away with a 30-30.
And it's JTSN, and this is a different twist on that earlier Caustic composition. Also running the 30-30 repeater, which we didn't really see as it entered into Season 8, the ability for this weapon to kind of take over that high-level meta. The G7 was just a little bit more efficient. The snipers hit just a little bit harder. The wingman just a little bit more versatile, and the flatline just a little bit too good. And so the weapon meta didn't shift as much as we would have hoped. But, you know, running the Wraith instead of that Octane, it does give you a little bit of wiggle room to move that Caustic safely. Maybe not with distance or as much frequency as the Octane jump pad, which just comes up, I feel like, more time faster than I can get a second breath. But I do believe that ultimately it would be the choice I would make because it's very, very safe. But Mark, I'm not sure Content played it safe at all. They kind of just pushed right in and got that dub.
They did, and we're actually going to jump into the listening now with content, and hopefully they give us some content. I love it when we have an exciting listening, full of laughs, full of fun. Let's see what they say.
All three?
Yeah.
All right, there's still a team there. Oh, they're both in, but we can hold them out later. There's a team here too.
All right, should I hold this zip here?
Cracked one over here. Save all, I think, for now.
I know, but I should hold the zip right here, right?
No, just come to us. We're playing here. We shit on anyone that goes zip. There's no one that's gonna go there. You're fine. Just come. So we have a team here, a team on the wall, and we have a team in Harvester. All these teams are in, but like they won't be in later.
EMEA has blue armor here.
Just spread out a little bit and watch our surroundings. Always fine.
I'm holding west.
Yep. Good shit. We already shit on one of the better teams in the lobby. We fucking can roll any of these goods.
Team right here. Crypto team coming from like over here.
Yeah. So we'll probably be waiting one zone, but let's see what happens this next one. Where's this drop? We probably
right here on my right.
That wall team gets it pretty free.
Yeah.
We should challenge them.
I could ult them. I could ult them and we could get it. I think it's worth it.
Alright.
Trying to
Yeah, sure.
for that?
One of them's blue armor. I already shit on one and cracked one earlier.
Yeah.
Alright.
We could definitely work it. We'll need a bub on it and like maybe I'll grab it or some shit. I can drop my gun.
Yeah, one's got perk. I'm moving up.
Alright. I'm staying up top.
Hey, grab it. Alright, I'll grab it.
Just
I got it.
Bub it, yeah. One of us has to watch our back. If we get flanked right now, that'd be awful.
Is it a PK?
We have to shoot for him.
So great listening there from content. You can hear the comms trying to locate where all of the teams are around them, and they are in a great position now, Rain. You can see that they've got this car at the top of where that circle is going to be pulling as well. And then We The People, by the way, massive shout out. You can see his Twitch channel name there down at the bottom. Go and tune in. Lots of fun, lots of vibes in there. Managed to steal away with the Peacekeeper as well. So when we get to that end game, they are going to be dangerous.
And that's the gamble you want to make, and it pays off perfectly. I love the communication. It's a high, intense, really have to be almost surgical in that moment, finding yourself an access to the care package without losing one of those teammates, but they end up managing to do so, and that shows early signs of good tidings for We The People and the rest of content, and hopefully more content coming along as we follow them later on in the game. TPM, Up Sushi, didn't have as much luck, and he will be with his banner on his teammate's side pocket, but not yet being able to be restored into the respawn vehicle. It's only game 1 of 6, so there's still a lot to work with. And the Gibraltar Spungiti, he has the ability with that gold body shield to survive a little longer than most Gibraltars, especially once he throws that dome shield up if he starts getting poked at. But it looks like they're going to play this one just a little safe, set up for that defensive bombardment before they make their move.
This is smart play. You can see they've got KP to their name already, so they don't really have to do anything crazy. They don't have to do anything ridiculous. They can just bide their time. And with the gold helmet on Gibraltar as well, means that ult's going to be coming back as well. The dome's going to be popping back up nice and frequently. You had a ult accelerant that you saw just a few seconds ago as well. That's going to mean that all the abilities will be available, as we're going to see some beams coming in here from Exile. Unfortunately for him, it might not be enough, but as I say that, somehow he manages to take a player down out of the sky, but it's not enough. Ace will come in to clean things up, and we know Shroud, well, they know how to win as well.
Great stuff there. I mean, some laser beams just to make that a fight. But Synced, he's in trouble, and I think they're just looking to make sure that they don't bite off more than they could chew. Ace with another big shot. There's more. Oh no, Gibraltar raining from the sky. I think he would have rather seen anything at that moment, and unfortunately he did not. That will be it for WKD. We know Shroud, Wicked, and the boys will fall just there, and it looks like there may be a few more teams to follow.
AMV are going to be eliminated as well. You can see it's We The People with a 301 in hand that was doing a lot of damage. JTSN now trying to make their rotation in, and with only 8 squads remaining, unfortunately for Trocky, took a few too many seconds, excuse me, to get back through that Wraith portal, but might be able to survive here. Can he get the Phoenix off though before?
Oh!
It looks like he will not be able to, and will be eliminated by the ring. And we talk about Apex being a game of seconds. There is a perfect example, right?
He literally needed 3 seconds, maybe 2, before that defensive bombardment went up. And you know he looked at the sky too. What is it with Gibraltar's coming from the sky? Death is raining down from my brothers, all on the battlefield. And you know what? I'm sure that he's patting him on the back when he kicks him out of the arena too, because that's just Gibraltar's personality. Makoa, the man in charge. And you know what? I would believe him. I'd follow him too. Pub stars, they don't have to follow anybody right now. Luckily, they finished the skirmishes. No hostiles around. And in the top 6 situation, that's the only thing you want to see as a Bloodhound.
Well, Content's still up on this high ground. And if they can eliminate that team that is just to their east, or southwest, excuse me, as I get my compass out once more to work out which direction they're going to be trying to face, which is Pubstars, then they will be in a great position to win this game. Pubstars are kind of the only team who could upset the apple cart here, but their rotation might be important as well. And it looks like Content have decided that they recognize how dangerous the team could be. They've pushed in, they've dropped off the high ground, and they have won the fight as well. The question is, can they get the res off? It looks like they will be able to. So now they've eliminated that team at their back. They should be able to get these armor swaps and now make a rotation.
That's big. That's big. Don't have to waste any bats there. Don't have to take any damage from the storm. You can go straight into a fight here, and you can pressure because other teams might be a little later on that rotation. That's another one. Murdog goes down as well. Content, looking for some content in the ultimate video. You want to see it end with a win. Will this be up on the YouTube channel? Will they be talking about it on the Twitch stream, or will this just be a forgotten moment, a clip that didn't get clipped? And you'll see here, Content lose We The People. So it's up to Corey and Turns now. 3 squads left to finish this off.
Popstars now making their push in as well. You can see that the FL Hunter trying to do what he can to back that team off. A little bit of a rotation through zone, taking a tiny little bit of damage, but they're going to be running into the last remaining players down here on the low ground. And We The People is going to pop off here. And we talked about Content. Well, there's a clip for the YouTube. There's a clip that you can maybe title how the Apex Legends LCQ if they keep continuing with this form as well. And now they're going to make their assault. 2 teams remaining. Content holding forward, and the stick comes in as well.
Oh, and he hit the wall jump. You know he's trying to style. He's going for the clips, and he got it. That's Content, ladies and gentlemen. If you wanted to know, wall jump for him. We The People in the squad show you how it's done, and they get views.
I'm sitting here, I'm clapping my hands because that is the Apex Legends that I live for. I love it. I absolutely love it. Octane pad in, hit the wall jump, just go crazy towards the end game. That's what I want to see from Content. The perfect name for that team, and what a performance in that first game as well. Let's take it back a little bit though. Positioning early on was so vital to them. Get into that train cart, recognizing where the zone was going to be, but then working from there, Rain. It wasn't an easy solution by any means to get to that end game and to win that game. They had to take so many difficult fights, make so many tricky rotations, but they managed to pull it off.
They didn't. You know, it's so funny how we listen into Content. You talked about We The People stream, but then we also talked about early on when you set up how would you rotate. That was almost the exact path that they rotated. They took that south right next to tree essentially to make that move from the low ground to the high ground and keep people in front of them when they fought. It was almost a perfect game, almost like we wrote the script for it. And I mean, the Oscars are tonight, so I don't know, you know, maybe we had a little maybe we did a little nudge on how it had to play out.
We got a little bit of inside information on what might happen. Let's get ahead of ourselves though. We're going to actually go back to Fallout and Tom though to break that game down, because quite simply, one word to sum that one up: Content.
Tom, I gotta say, that's probably one of the most entertaining finishes I think we've seen in history, and leave it to none other than the Content squad, all 3 of them with Twitch in their name, to put on a show.
That was so much fun. I'm so glad we got to listen in too, so you could hear how confident they were when they were on top of the train track, ready to take any fight. And if you go and you all push together, that's amazing. You see We The People going out there with the armor swap, doesn't even care that he has no HP. Once you see that from your team, you feel extremely, extremely ready to fight. Let's take a look at that final moment so we can just look at, I mean, no words can describe how perfect this was.
Yeah, with the Octane pad coming through as well. You see turns flying in. Corey hits the wall bounce as well. That was a beauty. That was a fun one to watch. And I got to say, something about these content teams in North America, Tom, maybe EU should take a page out of their book. We saw Rogue do it with his squad, of course, a couple of Winter Circuit tournaments ago, and now Content does it again.
That's going to get the rest of the lobby fired up, because keep in mind the amount of people that they took down the entire lobby. So I probably think they had about 30 eyes watching them throughout all that, on top of the thousands of people that are watching on Twitch and YouTube right now. So everybody else is like, all right, that's it. It's my time for some content, right? So it's the perfect team name for the perfect situation.
That's hilarious. You know, it's funny. We talk time and time again about how awesome the in-game rank system is for Apex, right? And obviously, it's a little different. You're not seeing a whole lot of World's Edge being played. But, you know, in an interview with Rogue and discussion I had with Rogue a couple months ago, he talks about how ranked helps prepare you because you play against absolute sweats, absolute grinders in ranked. And maybe that's the new secret. We got a lot of ranked grinders here. Content team certainly is one of them. I know you get a little sweaty in ranked game yourself, right?
Yeah, especially when you have someone like Turns on your team. And I have an opportunity to team with We The People and Turns. And Turns was at the San Diego Twitch Rivals back in 2019. That's when we had an opportunity with Brood, actually placed, I think, 3rd overall. So he's great in terms of being able to put his team in the right position. So you can have these players that are great at skirmishing and great at all these different situations like We The People. But once you start giving them, you know, certain tournament experience, and then you put them with some of the tournament experience, this is what happens, because all the players that play ranked at a high level, they know exactly how to do it, how to play. And the way that you play is you don't think about it. You have to go through all these situations, so you have a minimal time to react, and you have to react just based off your muscle memory.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, you're spot on. Turns has had a significant amount of competitive experience. Obviously played, in case you haven't been watching for a while, played alongside Hodzic and Six on the Pittsburgh Knights at the preseason invitational. So he's competed on LAN. He's competed at many, many events, decided to focus more on content. And obviously, that's the great thing about ALGS. It is content. I mean, you see Imperial Hal pulling in max record viewers when he streams each and every time. And you see a lot of these content creators starting to compete more and more again, which is amazing. If you take a look at the highlights here, you saw early on, they got started very, very early. TPM, one of our 2 Mexican teams, getting themselves in a little bit of skirmish here as well.
And then we know Shroud had a very tough rotation. You can see that they wanted to go over towards Thermal side. They wanted to go and get the high ground, but they ended up just sticking themselves in a sandwich over here, over towards this area. And Ace is doing a phenomenal job, whatever he can, hitting armor swaps left and right. But it's all about getting your positioning the correct way. And you can see the aggressive, confident play. Corey, while he does get down through all this, they had numerous gold bags. Turns is going to hit the res. Not only that, they even pick up kills on the rotations over towards the side. You would think this was a full team as they make the rotation, but fortunately it was just a rat. And then they have the presence of mind to watch this choke area, and that was the big turning point. That's when he tosses the defensive bombardment down, gets the immediate armor swap, and now they have the confidence to even push with not a lot of HP. Once they see that player is down, they know exactly what they have to do. Great play by Content. I can't wait to see exactly how many points they have, because this is an absolute bomb.
Yeah, Andy hit the stick right there at the end. We The People, we know, had 7 kills before that last 3v3. I didn't see how many kills We The People had in that late game 3v3 fight as well, or sorry, end game 3v3 fight. So you're spot on. A significant performance from them, at least 10 plus kills, plus a first place finish. And we know in EU, or EMEA, sorry, the threshold was around 44, 45 points, like you said in the pre-show. It could be a little bit different here in North America, could be a little bit higher, but to secure probably upwards of 24, 25 points to kick things off, Tom, that's a very good start for Team Content.
Yeah, we had kind of a mathematical thing. Speaking of Hodzic had an opportunity to learn a lot from him. And we're talking about, typically when you're in this format, it's the top 10, right? Now that's cut in half, and that's the top 5. Whenever you advance, these players played to get top 10, and then they made it throughout that, because 10 plus 10 is obviously 20. That's how you get the 20-team lobbies. But you want to try to average around 6 points. Averaging, you have to now average around double that. You want to have to get around 10 to 12 points per game, and that's what we were seeing. Yes, that was 6 games. That's 60 points overall. So as long as you're keeping pace and you're not having absolute horrible games, then you're going to be fine here. So yes, that's actually good for the rest of the lobby that Content soaked up so many points, because now they have an opportunity to go and take the rest of these spots, because Content's going to be looking pretty good going forward. It's not just a fluke that they won game 1.
Yep, That's a great point. You know, we know Shroud yesterday in their semifinal got second place 4 times, and as a result of that, had 100+ points in their semifinal. So consistency is certainly key, certainly important. We'll see if they can keep consistent. But of course, as we're getting the leaderboards calculated, let's take a look at some more tweets. What y'all are saying online. A big shout out to our community, and make sure to tweet using hashtag ALGS if you want a chance to be featured on stream. As we got some pet love. There's 2 ways to be guaranteed, almost guaranteed. I wouldn't say guaranteed because there might be some legal reason not to say guaranteed. But 2 ways to increase your chances of being featured: a pet or your family or something of the like. This is an adorable one here, Tom.
Yeah, I love to see it, and it's just so cute to see this stand still because my dog never stands still.
Yeah, shout out to Lindsay. And meanwhile, taking a look at TJ Blitz, and that's another way: family fun. Big shout out to TJ Blitz, chilling out with my son, watching the Play Apex ALGS LCQ. Let's go T-Rex. Can't wait to be part of this, learning a lot. That's amazing. So glad that you're watching. That's, of course, one of the best things about watching is you have a chance to learn from the likes, the minds of people like T-Squared. Tom, it's always good hearing your perspectives and analysis.
Yeah, look at those smiles. That brings me joy. I love seeing that.
Yeah, great stuff. Big shout out to TJ Blitz and Lindsay. Thank you so much for tweeting, as always. And of course, you can use the hashtag ALGS for a chance to be featured on stream and get 1,000 Apex coins for watching. You also get to learn a lot watching these pro players play. They play at the highest level. You learn about team compositions, which legends are kind of at the top of the current meta and why. And speaking of which, Tom, we saw right there the winning team content. I guess you'd expect it from them, running one of the most aggressive team comps that you could run with Octane, with Bloodhound, and with Gibraltar. Can we expect more of that from teams in this tournament? And what other team comps do we see there in game number 1?
Yeah, again, and I think we saw it was Lonely Fans rocking the Crypto Caustic composition, and then we also saw that with Wraith. And so I think these are the only compositions that we're seeing without Gibraltar, going and talking about how strong that is. I mean, that's an 85% pick rate, right? So that's very significant going forward in terms of where these zones are going to be. So if they pull over towards buildings, these Caustic Crypto teams, especially if there's beacons, are going to have a huge advantage. If it's out more towards the open like that, then the teams that play Gibraltar are going to have a huge advantage.
Good perspective as always. As we finally do have the leaderboards ready, let's take a look. Team content with 29 points. That is a 17 kill game for them to kick things off. That matches the record from the semifinal that we know Shroud landed. And of course, you see right there after ODST with 14 points, TPM with 10. So big shout out to our Mexican and LATAM community as Mexico is showing up. TPM in 3rd place, Pubstars in 4th with 9. Busset Boys with 7 right after, and the Ziploc Bags are following that. And any teams that you expected to do better that aren't in that top 5, Tom?
I was just thinking that 4 out of our 5 teams to watch are sitting on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, right? And RCO starts off early with the 50-50. They have the advantage, but they weren't playing aggressive enough, and I think that was the big key. When you saw RCO, I think because it was the first fight of the entire tournament, they weren't playing natural. I felt like the Octane could have played a little bit more aggressive. When you watch someone like Sync when he's playing, he's constantly adding pressure, maneuvering to the next spot and getting close up. You always want to make sure that it's never your Bloodhound that gets sat back right there. And with RCO, their Bloodhound got split up. You want to make sure that it's your Gibraltar, your Octane, someone with some sort of escapability or some sort of defensive move. And then you want to have your Bloodhound kind of in the back scanning. So that's why I felt like RCO kind of fell short, but I expect that 50-50 to happen first again this game number 2.
And we'll see what's going to happen in game number 2 because it's just about ready. And, of course, to call the action, I'm going to be throwing it to Girl and to Onset. But first, we're going to have a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Game number 2 is right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to Game 2 now of the ALGS LCQ for NA. Nailed it, girl. Amazing stuff. Great to have you alongside me. Going to be a lot of fun this second game. And I just want to talk about the end of that first game that we just saw there, because that was essentially a trailer for Apex Legends. You will see that at the start of the next show.
Absolutely. It kind of makes me want to go practice my wall jumping. I need to go watch a tutorial after this, get those wall jumping skills, because there's actually a couple wall jumps in the last game, and it just boosts you forward, and it's so nice to see.
Most importantly, it looks good, and that's something that I take into account whenever I'm playing Apex Legends. If we all die, if someone says, yeah, but it looked good, we're not that bothered. It's as simple as that. At least we tried, you know? But let's talk about this game too now, because content obviously getting out to the hottest possible start in this LCQ. And we saw how important it was a little bit earlier with the EMEA region to have a strong game one and carry that form through.
It absolutely does have an importance to it, but you really have to stay consistent. So you have to pick up between like 5 to 10 points per game. Keep your points up, keep it consistent, because once you have those bad games, then it's just so easy for other teams to catch up, like we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it was extremely tight in the EMEA region. We have to remember it went right down to that final game where we had a few teams shifting in and out of those qualification positions. So even though, like you say, game one, fantastic stuff, they need to be consistent for the next 5 games, because those games will disappear very, very quickly, and the opportunity to pick up points will as well. But you can see we're live in game number 2 as the teams make their way out of the dropship as well. A fairly central flight path, which is something that we always like to see go.
Yeah, and we do see launch site being 50-50'd once again. It doesn't seem like Dome has the attractiveness in a POI as other places, because it's completely empty. But we will be seeing those 50-50s happen in the beginning.
Well, ODST, they're going to be making their loop path, and so is Sunset Rising. Just a little bit of a calm here at the start of the game, as you can see in the kill feed at the moment, no one has been knocked, even though there was a little bit of contention, like he pointed out once again over at launch site. I believe there was RCO who were involved in that last time. As we take a look at the current standings on the right-hand side as well, 29 points in game 1 for content. ODST in second place behind them with 14, TPM on 10, and then you can see how close it is all the way down to 10th.
Yep, and it'll only take one good game to get you back up there, get you in the top 5. You can see 5th place, 7 points. It'll only take one game to get above that, and content already have picked up a kill.
Yeah, they're not messing about. I think they want to finish this in 3 games. Just someone needs to tell them this is a 6-game series. You know, you can take your time a little bit. Don't have to get it all done now, but maybe they're going to get it done, get the points on the board to qualify in the first 3, as now maybe they're getting ahead of themselves, or certainly I am. And then look towards those last 3 games. But look at this, a beautiful flank on the Gibraltar, who has absolutely no idea that We The People is behind him. He gets melted, he gets eliminated, and content, they're just flying through the lobby at the moment.
They are, but Siuka and Co really put up a fight there. They almost pulled off that 2v3. They had them all very, very low, but unfortunately, Gibraltar got flanked, and that is it for CE in game number 2. So we got content picking up 3 kill points at the beginning, and the first squad wipe for game number 2. They're really pulling it through.
Yeah, they're popping off a little bit in these first 2 games, or certainly in the first game and the first part of the second game. But Dexterous, who were the team who were competing against RCO Esports for this launch site drop, seem to be involved in a fight as well. And the team inside of the building, who you have to presume is going to be RCO, are looking like they are coming out on top this time. 2 players are going to fall here for Dexterous, and now it's all up to the last player alive, which is going to be Elazura, to try his best to survive, maybe get an armor swap and prolong this fight. I'm not sure if there's been any knocks on the other side of things, or if he's a solo. He goes down. That is the end of it, but here comes the third party, girl.
Oh my goodness, this third party came in real quick. So Sunset Rising coming in, going to try and get that kill on the knock. I believe there's a knock, so they should be able to secure 1 kill point if they do find him, and they have found him. So that's 1 kill point on BAM. RCO might come back, might not. They might just run away. But Sunset picking up 1 kill point. Not bad.
Perfect third-party opportunity there. You see, the longer that a fight goes on, the easier that third-party opportunity does come as those teams elongate the fight. They're going to be down in numbers, and you can just swoop in and pick up some easy KP. Like you say, if those two players have to run away, then you will quite happily add 1 point to the tally. Every single little point helps. As we're now on board with Hoya, and I'm trying so hard, I don't know about you, every single time I say it, like, I just want to give it the beans. Maybe if they win a game, I'll give it the beans a little bit later on. But they're making their way towards Geyser now. You can see the scan coming in, and we do get a cheeky look as well at where that ring is going to be pulling. You can see the very edge of that beacon just at the bottom of the screen. It looks like it might be another Lava City ending, who we've been here quite a few times today.
Yeah, a really important game in Lava City happened earlier today. So everybody's going to be familiar, especially if the NA teams woke up a little early, watched some games go out. They might have gotten some extra practice throughout. But Pubstars, they're going to be comfortable camping on top of the building. Now we're moving on to ODST. They've got one knocked on top of their team now. That's 2 knocked. They've only got 1 left alive. Content trying to pull through. Corey actually gets thirsted here. It's all up to Turns and We the People to clutch this one out.
Yeah, they did manage to get 2 knocks. I'm not sure if they secured the kills. It looks like Turns managed to finish one of the downs, and now the last player alive here for ODST. It should be the Escapee here, and luckily playing Octane going to hit the stim and get out of dodge very, very quickly and be able to pop that medkit and survive for now. The question is, can he get those banners back and get his teammates into the game? But once again, Content in the feed, just lighting up here on World's Edge.
Oh my goodness, it's actually really amazing that Borton got out of that third party over there. Content, are they? Yep, they're getting the revive off, so they're going to be a team of 3 once again. Will they get pushed is the question, because there's so many teams around them right now.
Not even going to leave a jump pad out for your respawner. I mean, that's just selling them out to dry. Do you know what I mean? Just get him back into the lobby, but say you've got to make it your own way across to where we are. But you're just going to see he's going to be able to do that. Corey will get back, and that will be every single member on Content back into the game, and some shields to work with and some weapons being shared about as well. So a good job from them, not only to get the KP on the board, but get up to a full complement of players. As we see another team now making their rotation through towards Lava City. It's going to be Ziploc Bags, and Matthew almost ended up in one himself there.
Got hit pretty hard there, and that's what a sniper can do to you. So the armor swaps are really nice when you have white armor, because you don't have to worry about where you can find one. You can find one almost anywhere. And they're going to try and cross this bridge, and it's going to be really tough because AMV have a line of sight onto that bridge, but they're going to let them go.
Well, if you do have the opportunity to bring up the map overhead and just double check where that beacon is, as we haven't seen exactly where it's finishing. You can see a lot of Sorting Factory was involved, but also some of Lava City, so we have to see where that pool is going to be. It might be a very similar zone to what we saw a little bit earlier today, but TPM now making their way to the edge of zone, right the way through Fragment East. And these have been a team who's been playing edge quite consistently so far, well, especially in that first game. We should see them taking a lot of isolated fights where they could, and now we get a look at that beacon, and you are seeing a very similar zone to what we saw before, but maybe pulling slightly away from Lava City in comparison to what we saw earlier.
Yeah, it could be Lava City. It could be towards Dome. I'm not 100% sure. I'm putting my money on Lava City for now, as we watch AMV get in a little bit of skirmish. Mooney taking down Borton. I believe the last person alive on his team from earlier, that was the Octane. So that's 1 kill point for AMV.
Your memory is much, much better than mine, I've got to say. I would not have been able to remember that name. I just, names and numbers for me, it bypasses me as quick as the rain does here in the UK. But AMV now set up inside of the big building, the train station building inside of Sorting Factory, and just going to do a little bit of looting here. So we've already lost 3 squads here as round 1 is going to be finally closing. It seems like a lot of action has gone down here, girl, in that first zone. It's kind of surprising for me.
Feels like NA are a little bit more aggressive. I believe like every time that I watch NA tournaments, they're always like, okay, risk it for the biscuit, you know, you gotta go big or go home. And then when I watch EU, it's like everything is on the line. Our lives are over if we don't win. So it's just like, it's a little bit of a different play style, but obviously whether you win or lose, you always win if you can look back and, you know, learn something new, build friendships, whatever it is that you did that day. You're always winning. It's a matter of perspective.
I completely agree with you. AMV at the moment trying to get some perspective on the team across from them on the other side of that building. You can see now that pull away from a sorting factory. So an interesting zone here. And you can see all these teams now that are inside of Lava City. That's where the action is going to be going down, because those teams are now going to have to rotate out of those buildings. There's only a few buildings where they can kind of position themselves. And you can see the pull towards Dome as well. So this is a very interesting circle for me. I honestly not quite sure where this one's going to end up. What POI is going to be involved, if it's going to end in the open. I'm not sure. I'm guessing at this point.
Yeah, I think it looks like it's going to be in the open. So we'll see how that works out. The teams that are already residing in Dome, I believe there's a rat or a duo of RCO already in that zone near Dome. So they might be able to pick up some placement points along the way. Now we're on to Outcast. So currently they have an Octane, Bloodhound, Gibraltar, really aggressive comp when they need to be aggressive. They're just posted down, Quispy is trying to get his Evo shield up right now because it's currently only on white, and you don't really want to get into a 3v3 with white armor at this point in the game. People have already got purples, blues, etc. So you're going to have to play the catch-up game on those Evos.
And speaking of purples and blues, it was almost like you called it to existence here as we jump over to JTSN, who completely head to toe in purples and blues. So they've set up and they're going to be safe inside this next zone in Lava City. The next rotation, though, is going to be the difficult one for them, as it will pull away, we imagine, from Lava City at the moment. And speaking of JTSN, let's check out what the comms are like with this lineup. Sushi Ninja, Pride, Junior Claw, and Trocky TV. Let's see what you've got.
Yes. I heard at least 2, so that might actually be the blood team.
Okay.
Just sticking to vault for now.
That's fine. Oh fudge. Okay.
You can look for beacon.
I'm watching here. I'm watching here. There's a Horizon with peeking a lot.
Watch that Gibby.
Yeah, there's a guy right there still free. You can probably get him. Hey, they're rotating right here. Watch over me.
Okay.
I need eyes. I'm
here.
Right here.
You guys got
watch
that?
Watch right there.
There's a hound.
Give out in the open.
Give me in the open. I'm missing my shots. Fudge.
Are they what, on the rock now? Yeah?
They're on the rocks. I'm gonna see if I can check my nade. Watch out.
Watch out for the Gibby behind.
I don't have sights on
that charge.
Wait, that's a blood
We're fine.
poster.
Target spotted.
This team has to rotate in or they're fucked.
Bro, this Gibby needs a...
Oh, they were
Everyone's coming in for their beacon rotates.
No way, bro.
Wait,
They're in the open.
Are they fighting north?
No, they're shooting. They went to train.
Poking.
A team right over there now on the other side.
Going back to beacon or vault.
Oh crap. I have 64 bullets left on my repeater.
I can give you.
Where are you?
Oh, you come down.
I'm gonna...
Here.
Take it.
A family-friendly listen in there. I love that coming in from JTSN. A few fudges being thrown, but we're all right with that, girl. We're fine with that.
Yeah, they might have family watching or have seen all the tweets from all the families watching. So it's really nice to see how family-friendly they're being and how nice they're being to each other. And you could hear it in their voice when there's something urgent. You know, look here, please, look here. But unfortunately, the other team had a dome. They were able to recover and jump pad out to the train. Although the train yard wasn't in the zone, so they might end up picking up some kills later on. We'll see later. But now with Pubstars, a team who is on the edge of the dome zone. So they're getting shot at from dome, but they're in a decent position here on the outside.
Yeah, they should be able to just about sneak a position here inside of that next zone when it does close. You can see they're going to be watching all these teams rotating as well from Lava City. So in a good position, not only as far as, you know, staying alive is concerned, but potentially picking up KP, as you can see all those teams there on Lava City who are going to have to make that move up the hill towards them. And one of those teams who are in Dome at the moment, who's going to be very safe for now, is KSB. And Content, unfortunately, for the first time in a while, don't get the first knock in a fight. And it's going to be We The People who's trying to stop the push in. The Arcstar goes down, the exchange of bubbles, and now they're going to push. They get the crack, they get the knock, and now it's a 1v2, I believe, for We The People to try and clutch up. He tries to go for the finish to guarantee the KP, but I'm not sure if he managed to get that. And unfortunately for Content, the winners of our game number 1, they will be eliminated here in game 2.
Yeah, and that was by the likes of TPM. So TPM, third place, kills our first place team, but then gets third partied. So I believe TPM is either out or has one rat remaining right now. And on board with Legacy, they are in the tunnel between Lava City, Dome, and Sorting Factory. So they are going to hold a few chokes around here.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty strong position to be in, especially if they have that southern edge of that choke. They're going to be able to watch all the other teams rotating in the open. They will be inside one of the playable areas, essentially, with some cover to play with, apart from the teams that are inside of Dome. And now another team that's making their rotation is going to be AMV, and they're going to have to hide behind the pickup truck here. Not quite a HGV, but as close to thing as they can get to it as they try and make their way in. They're going to have the Caustic put some barrels down to give them a little bit of screening from the vision of the team trying to do damage towards them. The scan will come in as well, so they have to be quick here. And it looks like JTSN, they have to be quick as well, because Junior Claw is down to 1 HP, is the last player alive for his team. He goes back through the portal, and the Caustic will survive for now. Pops the bat, and it looks like he might be chased down as you can hear that portal being popped, and it will actually be his teammates managing to get back through.
That is incredible. That's the great thing about playing Caustic. You can pop barrels behind a Wraith portal and you could expect to be okay, or at least be warned when somebody takes it. So he got recovered. He has his teammates back up. He's going to look down to see if he can get some shots. He hits on blue armor, but that is it. They're going to recover. And AMV, though, they're not in the greatest spot. They're going to get the revive off in the open. Fortunately for them, the charge rifle team is no longer looking at them. That has used all of their grenades and Gibraltar defensive bombardment on them earlier. So fortunately for them, that team is not looking anymore. And luckily for them that they stay alive. They stay alive without a dome through all that. It's
going to be really tough rotation for them, though. You can see they're going to have to play right around the edge, look for a third-party opportunity and a position to push into. And speaking of positions to push into, it looks like we know Shroud have decided if we want to get any further in this game, we need to be aggressive on this tunnel team. The only problem is there's a black hole in front of them coming in from a horizon, and if there's going to be a crypto ult, there's going to be everything, which is going to back them up. And we know Shroud, to be honest with you, have done well to survive this long. Synced has gone down. Wicked is still alive, but he's just 1 HP. It's going to be all up to Ace to hold this angle for Wicked to get any kind of heals off, but unfortunately now he will be last player alive. There's a grenade under his feet, and boom, they are eliminated.
That was a really nice grenade, just really popped right on him. He did a good job staying alive, but unfortunately low ground versus high ground. And against all of those odds, it's just so hard to stay alive. You know what? Horizon might be the new Caustic, meaning that in a choke, once you face a Horizon, it's just, you're kind of just doomed. That's how Caustic used to be when you got Caustic ulted inside a tunnel. That's kind of... Yeah, you had low odds.
That black hole really is so difficult to push past, and that last player there is going to be eliminated to the ring as Talus does go down. So we're down to 7 squads. Now, AMV making their rotation. We'll jump into a listening now because they found themselves safe for now.
Come with me, come with me, come with me, come with me.
I'm with you.
We're good, we're good, we're good. Just playing here. He died, that's his own, that's his own. We're good.
Let's carry about to play, carry about to play.
Right here. In the
Just don't peek too much, don't peek too much. We gotta force them right. We gotta force them right. We gotta force them right. Yeah, we gotta force them right. This is good.
How much have you got, Ak? I got 100 first with fire.
I got 120, I got 120.
No, keep it, I'm good.
Don't take unless you take damage, bro. We gotta force them right. They can't
I have 7 bats.
Push up. Yeah, I have 7 bats too.
I have 4 cells.
I can drop you 1 cell.
I'll drop you 2.
Okay, you got him?
Right. Yeah. They can't push it to us since we have high ground.
Alright. Give me gold help. Give me gold helm.
Oh, yeah.
For traps, for traps.
Mooney, you want to go back too?
Yeah.
What are we gonna play though? We could play that rock. It's a crypto team.
I'm dropping an Arcstar. I can carry it.
I can. Good, thank you. Yeah, oh, this team is so fucked, bro.
Should I slide down?
Yeah, slide down, and secure the position. Start trapping it up.
The rock.
Fuck, yeah.
Scanning out right.
Team on the right.
I have to bat.
72 on the wraith.
Look, focus this.
Yep, I'm looking.
You're gonna have to ult it. You can ult their front side, bro. No, they're not there. Wait.
Yeah, they went. They're right there on the rock.
Yep, I'm shooting. Oh my god, you're eating my bullets, Voltic.
I'm sorry.
They want to fight.
Q.
Well, suddenly things are starting heating up here towards the end game. 3 squads remaining. Someone was hungry for bullets, and unfortunately for Ak, it was his teammate who was just getting shot in the back there, who's just trying to deliver so much damage, but great inventory management communication coming in there, girl.
Absolutely. Voltic forgot to eat lunch. Luckily for him, Ak brought lunch to the game. But we're on 3 squads left. Oh my goodness. Retirement home, Android, Logic, and Promo still alive. Full team of 3. And this is going to come down to the wire. Nobody wants to fight yet. Always in 3 squads remaining. Teams will want to play it safe. They won't want to go full first, because then they'll just get third-partied by the last team. So we've got AMV, we've got Retirement Home, and we've got one other team.
One team, I believe, who are just inside of Dome. You can see it there. The scan's going to come in. So like you mentioned, it's all about patience, all about who has to make that first move and who feels like maybe they're not in the position to win this and is going to look for KP and securing a second place finish. But AMV, who done so well with that late wide rotation to get into this position, do have the caustic as well. So that ultimate, you saw the communication a little bit earlier. Do I throw my ulti here? Is it going to be, no, hold on to it. That team isn't a problem anymore. Don't have to deny that area. The fact that they have that in the back pocket now could be what wins them this game.
It definitely could. We never see too many caustics lately inside the last circle, but they have to make it to the last circle, so they don't have a Gibby Dome to secure them getting closer to the zone, so they will have to walk it, and walking in the open might just not be the play. Here we're seeing Retirement Home getting lots of damage onto the opponent. They crack one with the Spitfire, with the flatlines, a lot of heavy weapons going through and big damage coming in. Mooney going down to the Graber by Kimchi Lee.
Yeah, there's a Kraber in play, and it was a big shot coming in as well. I wonder if there's any more shots left in the chamber here for Kimchi Lee to knock another player. 3 squads still alive, and you can see they're burning hard behind that rock as well. And the Kraber in hand, if anyone dares to poke their head, you get the feeling that the Gibraltar player here is going to be able to peel one. There's 116 on the team as they take to the skies. That will be the knock as well. So the Kraber once again having a huge impact late game here.
Perfect Kraber shot. It's really hard to shoot someone mid-air in a Horizon Q, so props to him. Definitely 3 squads left. Retirement Home is going to push and finish off AMV over here, but Logic is going down to 1 HP, almost dead. Promo's going down. It's going to be up to Android to try and push them off, but Android goes down, and this is not looking very good for them. So KSB is the champion of the final fight.
KSB doing such a good job just to be the most patient. The Kraber, meaning that no teams could push them. I mean, it was a difficult situation for the other 2 teams to know that that Kraber's in play, that if they poke first, then they're more than likely going to at least be hit for 100 plus. So a great job there from them to close out those final moments. But I mean, what a game that was. Such fast pace for just the second game of the day. I mean, I don't know what these guys had for lunch. I mean, we were talking about lunch a lot in that game, it seemed, but it seems like whatever it was, it's definitely got these players willing to fight.
Absolutely, and those Kraber shots were essential, hitting them, because they actually, I think, think went down 2 players at the end. Not 100% sure. I'll leave that to the desk to figure out. But it was really, really nice to see all of that action at the end.
Amazing stuff in our game number 2. Girl, absolute pleasure as always to cast alongside you. It's time, though, to go back to the desk now to break down what just happened and set us up for the next game. So Fallout and Tom, it's over to you.
On set, Girl, thank you so much as always as we see KSB win game number 2. Tom, that late game fight turned out to be 3 teams, and of course that's something we've seen many times before in previous Apex Legends or ALGS finishes. Break it down for me, walk me through those final moments there, what we saw.
I'm sure everyone's on the same boat as we all love this slow ring zone close over towards the final circle here. It's just an absolute blast. But what I saw is Kimchi Lee coming through clutch with the Kraber, really just opening up opportunities over towards the side, because that creates a lot of hectic, basically hecticness. I don't know if that's the right word, right? But it just makes it so hard to recover when you're constantly worrying where the shots are coming from. You have to do that while the rotation's happening. So you have to give credit to KSB coming in from 16th place Fallout, now going to really rise their stock in the standings.
Yeah, that's huge, and it all was on the load of Kimchi Lee with the Kraber, like you said. And it seems like in those fights, those 3-team fights, which we're so used to seeing, I don't know if the statistic is accurate or not, but it seems like at least 90% plus of those, the team that is going to third party, the team that is third to the fight, is going to win that almost always and consistently. And obviously, we'll take a look at the final moments here, but it came true in this scenario, Tom.
Yeah, you can see they're pushing through the caustic gas. It's so difficult for Android to see what's going on. Logically, he's doing a nice job surviving as long as he can, but there's no armor swaps on the ground for him. With the Spitfire here, it's the perfect background gun in that type of instance for Kimchi too. And that's huge because I'm curious to see how many kills they picked up along the way. And we get to see, again, the difference in compositions, how they're going to go and be played. The Horizon, they wanted to go and do a wombo combo, but again, because of the aggressive play from the Kraber over towards the side, it made it so much more difficult to actually plan what's going on. And that's what we're talking about being hectic. You'd rather be talking about how you're going to execute in that instance instead of worrying about getting a res off.
That's right. Well, you said you just to see how many kills they got. Let's actually take a look because we have the game 2 results ready on screen. And as a result of that, we'll look at the overall standings. But first place, it was 6 kills and 12 points, of course, for placement. That's going to be a total of 18 points for KSB. That'll certainly put them within the top 5. Great job to them. Right behind them was Retirement Home with 7 kills and 9 points of placement with the second place finish. I got to say, shout out to Logically, Android Dream, and Promos. Logically, welcome back to the ALGS, my friend. Good to see you returning. Former teammate and member of this original Space Station Gaming squad way back when. I know he battled some personal issues for the last year and a half, and big shout out to Logically for sharing some of those details there and being vulnerable and willing to share. But big shout out to Logically. Glad to have you back as we take a look at the overall standings now. And yep, that is correct. KSB and Retirement Home both sneak in to the top 5. Content, though, still in first place with 33 points, Tom.
Yeah, such a big game number 1 from Content. You could see only 4 points that game. So that's just how important it is to come out hot, come out swinging. And now they just need to continue to have some smooth sailing going forward. One more big game should be it for them. But this is going to be absolutely crazy Fallout. There's going to be so much going on over these next 4 games. Everyone's going to be battling out for these top 5 spots. I know there's a lot of love for TPM in the chat. So make sure you continue to tell us in the chat which team you want to see go in advance, because I guarantee it helps.
Yep, that's right. Meanwhile, on the bottom 10 teams, there still a similar story. A lot of the teams that we kind of predicted or thought would do well in this tournament, not necessarily having the best start. They can certainly bounce back, but you saw RCO in 19th. We saw We Know Shroud, a team that we thought was really going to have so much firing power. It just kind of seems like WKS or We Know Shroud is getting themselves caught on rotations in pretty bad spots that aren't necessarily favorable to them. Have you noticed the same thing?
Yeah, but what they're going to do is adapt. That's what great players do. So they're going to continue to make some moves and figure out how they're going to approach the situation. I wouldn't be surprised if they start sending it and getting a little bit more aggressive to kind of get a feel for what their max potential is in this actual lobby, because right now, whatever they're doing isn't working. They're going to try to make rotations that are ended up it's just not good rotations. There's people already there. You're just a little bit too late. So if you are going to play the edge, you really should take the fights. And they're one of the strongest team fighting teams that we have. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them kind of adapt a new play style. If they can't get directly in the center of the circle, they're going to start playing a lot more aggressive over towards the outside. This is that instance where Team Content drops. We the People was eventually trying to get this finish. He may have been able to take the 2 versus 1 if he ends up taking the player that was weak down first. That was Sponghetti, but it was just super unfortunate as AMV had a pretty solid game overall. They were flying under the radar. We had to listen with them throughout all of that, and that was that big snipe coming in from Kimchi where started to throw a wrench in the plans over towards the side.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And of course, as a result, Retirement Home ended up taking that fight, going for the KP. They said, you know what, we'll take a second place finish in KP and try and swing this fight if we can. Actually did a pretty decent job. Android Dream getting some good shots in. Was able to knock bullets in, but it wasn't enough. KSB was able to close it out, and they were your champions of game number 2. And as a result, they sneak into the top 4. We do have our Mexican team, TPM, still in our TPS, sorry, I believe, still in 5th place. They're currently within the top 5. Legacy Mexico as well, currently within the top 10. I think in 9th or 8th place as well, as they jolted 10 placement points. So Mexico, LATAM is certainly stepping up and showing up in a big way here. But the rest, we all have, U.S. and Canadian players that are participating throughout. Obviously, a little bit of a change of pace we're used to seeing in EMEA, where we see 10, 15 different countries competing. It is great to see the Latin American community stepping up in a big way, though, Tom.
So the thing that I love about Apex is the Apex Legends Global Series. Again, we saw EMEA earlier today, and we have so many talented teams all throughout the world. I can't wait to the time, I believe it was Onset talking about, when we all get under one roof again and have a big LAN. I think the last one that we had for Apex was the Twitch Rivals. Then we had the obviously Krakow event that you were at, Fallout. So it's going to be a lot of fun once that happens. And then that's when we saw there wasn't enough drama in Apex, right? That's where the drama comes. We have the controller versus mouse and keyboard conversation, but you always love those regional battles.
Yep, that is exactly right. I can't wait to get back to LAN, but you're spot on. The global affair and international competition, EU versus NA, which region is better? And of course, we have also seen our South American region, our APAC regions perform and compete incredibly well. So a variety of teams that have been performing, that is for sure. As we take a look at a Prime Gaming skin on screen here, and of course, we've mentioned it a few times, but there is an opportunity to get this Prime Gaming skin, that beautiful, beautiful Caustic skin. Caustic mains, this one is for you. Prime Gaming has the exclusive cold-blooded skin for you to claim until May 14th. Head to gaming.amazon.com/Apex Legends for more details. Once again, that's gaming.amazon.com/Apex Legends for more details if you want to get your hands on this Caustic skin. I know you filthy Caustic players out there are getting excited for that one.
Everybody
died
loves
once
it.
or twice to everyone loves free stuff. That's 100%, especially Caustic players. They just love free stuff. Even I don't know what it is.
I know.
It's just a
I mean,
certain
hey,
type.
I'm gonna get the skin too, so I'm not that disappointed. I used to be a Caustic main, so I can't put it against him.
You gotta keep it in the vein, in the blood, in the family. Is play Caustic. Sure. Well, hey, that's it. That's gonna be it for Tom and I to break down game number 2. Game number 3 is ready, and we are going to have Rain Day and Girl calling the action. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it to them. But first, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with Rain Day, Girl, and game number 3.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are ready to get started with game number 3 here, and we got a new casting pair today. You know, it's Girl and Rain Day, and our backgrounds, you know, they're nice and meshed. It's like, you know, we're in this whole new room. I had to take, you know, walk down the corridor to the right of the ship and down the left. Then I can get into, you know, Crypto's room with Girl. But, you know, at the end of the day, Girl, we're here doing the cast together, and I get to lean on your expertise, and I'm excited for that in game 3. How have you felt the day's been going so far for North America? Anything that you didn't expect or anything that kind of caught your eye?
You know what? I thought I would see a lot more Revenant teams, to be honest. Didn't expect
Really?
Yeah, I didn't expect to see not so many Revenant teams, but I mean, they're pretty aggressive regardless. Revenant, not Revenant. There's a lot of Horizon teams though.
Why do you think you're not seeing the Revenants that you thought, and why did you think Revenant was going to show up a little bit more today? Was it the aggression?
It would probably be a lot of shame on the Twitter feeds if you played Revenant. So,
oh no!
So maybe people are staying away from that.
That might be what it is as well. I've seen a lot of Spitfires though, so people clearly aren't going away from the shaming. It seems like maybe the aggression is coming in different forms, and that's kind of the cool thing, the way the meta has shaken up. Octane has been a big thing, but we've seen some interesting ones, and I talked about it as we, you know, have seen throughout the course of these games. The way people are using Caustic. I mean, we didn't see too much of it in Europe, and we're seeing actually more of it in North America when this idea initiated in Europe with really Alliance and carrying the Caustic out into the first public showing of how it could win a tournament. And now we're seeing, you know, North America kind of sticking to their guns, and with Wraith and with Octane. So what are you liking more, the Octane Caustic or the Wraith Caustic lineup?
Octane Caustic or Wraith Caustic. I would probably go Wraith Caustic because Caustic works well around Wraith's portals. But honestly, I don't think Caustic, personally for me, is one of the more meta characters right now. So I'm a little iffy on Caustic, to be honest with you.
It is not necessarily what you would expect everyone to be running. Again, murmurs of Revenant. We've seen the Spitfire galore. Maybe everyone just said, you know what? Everyone's going to use the Spitfire. I'll get away with that one. But if I go Revenant too, I'm not going to survive the timeline later on. And, you know, I respect it. A lot of different decisions here as everyone starts to land and kick it off. It is game 3. And boy, oh boy, it's always exciting to kind of see where this tournament takes us. And, you know, you called last game as well. Teams starting to show up, and that's kind of the fun about this LCQ. Top 5 make it, but it's almost like every game has a new hero.
Oh, and it looks like launch site won't be 50-50'd any longer. A team took Dome this game. So Dome, they found a home in Dome, all right? They found a home in Dome.
And they will no longer roam. And you could see that is to the relief, I'm sure, of any who would be contested. It's so tough to start off contested, isn't it, Girl? Just at the start of a tournament. Just throws your whole rhythm.
Yeah, it really does, especially when you know there's only 5 slots available, and even if you win one of the 50-50s and then lose the other 50-50, it just doesn't give you the chances that you really want to. So you have to either win them all or loot some no-name areas, find some areas that aren't being looted like they did this time around. So they found Dome, and look at the map. It looks like it's going to end between around Lava Fisher area on the west side.
And countdown as well. Duly noted. If you guys can watch, following along, just exactly how this game is going to shift, because that's the first sign. It's almost as if the entire lobby, they get their first clue on this scavenger hunt, which is find the final circle first. And if you have the opportunity to see it, everyone knows, okay, we got to get center of the map towards west. And we'll start to see those approaches, but not after we take a look at some of these trials. I love watching trials. I've mentioned how I like it. It's a little bit of a free warm-up, but you see the alternator there. And, Girl, I don't know if just in this early game, you were a part of the conversation on Twitter with the lead game designer of Apex Legends, Daniel. Daniel Klein mentioned the alternator has a better win rate than the R99. Were you a part of that full conversation?
I wasn't a part of the full conversation, but I did take a glance at it. I believe a lot. So, okay, this is my view on things. I believe the alternator is used a lot in the lower ranks or pubs, and it's easier to shoot.
It is easier, you're right. And I just thought you were calling people who use the alternator lower level players, girl. I was about to get very upset because, you know, I like the alternator quite a lot. But it's actually a great conjecture. We'll get back to the. Stay tuned. First lesson in suspense. We're going to give you that right after this fight, so don't go anywhere as to why that is. But Spitfire doing its work. Nice crouch spam as well from Nemuro. He bites off more than he could chew. Nice little kick as well, but he can't kick his way out of death, and that will be Pub Stars pubbing it up. And it was a early fight, but that will be our first team out right there.
So whoever threw that nade actually pretty much won them the fight because they walked in onto a grenade, got cracked right away. Luciana took advantage of that and pushed right on through, got 2 kills, and secured themselves the win in that fight there. So that was really good. Ooh. Good decision making, very aggressive, and oh my goodness, Mad Hero with the scout shots on Murdog. Murdog isn't looking too good right now.
Well, yeah, just out of nowhere, and that's why the scout is so good. And it just hits so hard, so fast, and it is also found early. And to bring you back to that question that I'm sure a lot of chat might be asking right now, what did he mean by that? The R99 clearly a better weapon. It is a better weapon. However, what this rate is about what these weapons are encountering. When you are in the early game, alternators are kind of the king of their pond of weapons. You see P2020s, Mozambiques, RE45s, alternators fighting a lot early game, and that's why it has technically a better encounter rate. However, an R99, you on average get more damage and more kills when you play it. So it's still a better weapon, and especially scaling at high levels, but it's just because early game, the alternator happens to be way better than those other weapons that early game players would have of all levels.
Absolutely agree, and not kid. When it shoots too fast and you miss some of your shots, you're gonna have to reload right away, and that could cause you to lose a fight if your aim isn't, you know, top tier. If you're not a pro player or you're not a Masters Predator, you might miss some shots with it, and that might cost you your 1v1. So that's perhaps why, you know, unkitted, an alternator might be, you know, more friendly than an R9.
Yeah, it's just interesting, right? Because you look at all of these different dynamics, and it's part of the smaller story that can encase the larger aspect of this tournament. When you look at some of the individual dynamics and encounters that are occurring, a grenade changing the difference there, an alternator against an RE45, not yet an R99 because it's an early game fight. Those little things, they're not the whole story, but they tell a piece of it. And appreciate Daniel Klein talking to us, giving us a little bit of that information more for that. If you guys don't spend time listening, some of the Twitter rants they go on, the design conversations, it's so great to just understand a little bit more of the engineering aspects and the statistics of why and how Apex Legends shows up on the page. But in the game, KSB showing up pretty nicely here, just content to sit around, all purpled out pretty early in the game, just middle of round 1. So you got to say that is a great start.
It is a great start indeed, and they have scanned the beacon, so they know they're in the next zone as well. They might stay around the beacon area so they can scan again. With Bloodhound, you can scan beacons, and with Gibraltar, you can put that dome up so that your Bloodhound can scan freely and not get interrupted. So it's a really great combo to have a Gibraltar and Bloodhound paired together.
Great conversation about Legend dynamics. We mentioned the Caustic Wraith, Gibraltar Bloodhound, very synergistic, protecting the information seeker. Goes back in time. Don't shoot the messenger. Information is important. I got to bring your message back. So please keep me alive, even though I'm going to hostile territory. I'm sure a lot of beacon scans have felt that way. I'm kind of exposing myself here, guys. Make sure you got my back while I get this information for the ring. And you can see some targets getting poked out. Content. What a great end to that first game as well. The wall hops and stuff from Corey. That was fun. See if they can do something similar in game 3, excuse me.
Tangy taking in a lot of damage. Going to pop the battery there, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to pull it off. Yep, he does pull it off, so he's going to recover. Skittle trying to get some aggression off in the air there with the shots and the Horizon Q up top. Huya doing okay to survive, but on the edge of the zone. They have a team in front of them. They scanned them out, but they just don't know what they're going to do just yet. RCO, though, RCO knows what they're going to do. They're going to jump pad right onto Huya and get into this 3v3 if they possibly can catch up to them.
Yeah, it's a full rotation, and this is where you, as RCO, kind of let that go, because I was just looking at it. I would have been, oh, I don't want to chase him that far, and RCO agrees. Yeah, I don't want to chase him that far. Wouldn't have hurt that much. They could have definitely made it happen, but the moment has passed, and they will be content. They've thwarted off a threat, and RCO Esports in a pretty good spot right now. 19 squads remaining. 55 players left. We don't really mention that very often. Mostly because it has no real bearing on the impact of the situation. You can spot maybe a team that might be incomplete, which you can definitely tell there is. Otherwise, we'd have 57 because there's only one squad left. So a couple of maybe one squad members or two squad member teams out there. Mostly every team still left has full strength and is just on their path to rotating.
RCO seems to be playing pretty split up. It looked like Nando was very far from his team, so wonder why that is. Normally I see teams straight right on top of each other when they're in tournament settings like this. Oh, and Pubstar is actually taking in a lot of damage. Their Bloodhound's gonna pop the battery here, and it's all up to Mo to pop that dome, get closer to his team, and try and cover them. Will he be able to cover them with the scout? Oh, what a nice hit with his ability, the defensive bombardment there.
I mean, that's like dream damage, right? You just get that, you're seeing 60s and 40s, and someone's knocked, and it's just such a bad situation, especially due to the visual impairment that would hit for anyone getting knocked as well. It certainly would turn a fight. RCO Esports kind of on the backside of this engagement too. Maybe getting turned on. Still suspecting KSB sitting here. They've been sitting pretty as well, all glammed up with the purples. And let's go ahead and see how their mental is as well. Are they feeling as confident as they're looking? With a quick little listen in.
Purple on. Watch the.
How many bats do you guys have? What's the bats?
I have
no bats.
one bat, 6 Ls.
Okay.
We're just gonna have to be ready to rotate somewhere. I think if Circle pulls down over here, we play underneath the tracks. 100%.
I agree, yeah. We have Wicked's team, right? And then we have, whoever's over here. But then there's probably a team up Countdown, so we just need to clear them, if anything.
Yeah, if we play underneath tracks, though, we're gonna be safe, because everyone's just gonna fight each other.
Yeah.
There's
I'll go see you guys the red.
That angle strictly. 320.
260. They're playing super split, I believe.
Okay, that is just... Does anyone have a bat? I don't waste.
Yeah, here you go. It's my only bat.
I'm not gonna peek anymore then. Here, wait. Try to get my arm up since I'm so close.
Where are you at? Where are you at?
I have no knockdown again, bro.
Do
Okay.
it. He's got the charge rifle. The team back there is fucked. Like by the beacon house.
Yeah.
Are they still in there or are they playing on E?
I don't know. They're still playing that beacon building. I see them.
There's a team inside train. There's a team like right next to us.
All right. Well, KSB, a little bit of a look into their mind. Kimchi Lee, though, girl, you were on that one last round. I mean, just some Kraber skills indeed.
Yeah, it seems like we're seeing some repetition with Kimchi. Kimchi is the sniper holder of KSB, perhaps. I personally like the snipers as well, so nice to see other players mainly playing the snipers. And I don't know if you noticed, but he was holding a Spitfire as a secondary. Now, a couple months ago, you would never believe that a Gibraltar was not carrying a massive. It would be like an instant loss if your Gibraltar wasn't carrying a massive. But the gun meta has changed. So very interesting to see that. Huya unfortunately lost 2 members of their team. We've got a Horizon ratting in the corner here.
So, yeah, that might have been the one that made it 55 instead of 57 that we were talking about. We'll see if that Horizon has a little bit more fun. Almost look with that 3D view that she was just waving at us or something, but just biding time, not making any movements. That's the safest way to be if you are trying to survive. But I love the snipers as well. I like the commitment to it. I think specializations are an important part, not just in Apex, but in life. I do appreciate seeing somebody who knows their way around a sniper. And you can tell Crypto trying to find his way around a drone as well. The Pro MK just going to get it out, maybe raise it. Still hasn't been destroyed. And back and forth. Tricky situation because there's fighting all around. Still on a white. Not what you want when you're going to get into an engagement. And Skittle Cakes, he's just going to go for what appears to be, I would assume, some meds or maybe just a little bit of extra ammo. He's got no teammates right now, and so he's just trying to craft. It looks like maybe some shield bats coming out here potentially as well. Anything. Yep, it's med kits. First guess was right. And just trying to stabilize here. Unfortunate start to game 3 for them.
Yep, but it looks like Tangy is actually going to be coming back into the game with us. So we've got a portable respawn beacon coming on through. 8 seconds left till his zone starts closing. It's going to do a little bit of damage. You might be able to make some med kits heal it out on the way here. But moving on to RCO Esports. Now they've lost Bam. They lost Bam quite a while ago this game. And Holiday with the Kraber taking down Murdog. So Holiday, the Bloodhound, does indeed have a Kraber on hand. Oh,
Yep.
Yep, there's the Kraber.
You said, wait a second. Yeah, it looked a little bit like an EVA 8 for a moment. Even I was fooled. But no, nobody fools the Kraber or the Hound. He's got the scans, and now he's got something to finish them with once he sees you. So Holiday currently maybe the deadliest Bloodhound scan in the entire lobby. Marfasa with a nice kill on the Taelu. And now he's going into the R99, opting for a little bit of a closer fight. Pretty much anything that you've got alongside a Kraber is good enough. So he's pretty kitted as well. We'll take the Octane jump pad, maybe reposition. He's almost a sitting duck there. But, and there it is, Tangy Sauce. Will not make the revive, girl. They tried, but unfortunately he goes down there.
A ring is too strong today, and unfortunately for Holiday, Yep.
Oh, no.
Holiday kind of took the jump pad, I think, in the wrong direction. So Holiday actually went up in the air, and quite slowly, when you go all the way up, you kind of fall down very slowly, so it's very easy for pro players to shoot you. You have to kind of crouch and go into it to give you that speed and momentum to get to your teammate. But unfortunately, there's a little accident, but it's okay. They're still in the game. They can still get some placement points. But Current Esports, wow, what a big fight. They're in the air. Oh my God, K-Mai. Just 1 HP, but manages to pop the battery, and oh no, goes down. Legacy MX pick up 3 kill points. Oh, and they're getting third party.
Oh my goodness. I've never seen more people in the air and dying from the air than in the last 30 seconds of this game. I'm still getting over how unfortunate that was. We were just talking Holiday up with the Kraber, with the Bloodhound scan, and the jump pad. I mean, who would have thought in a tournament setting you up to maybe start winning $1 million that a jump pad would take you out? Holiday, I'm feeling for you on that one. 14 squads left, though, so not the only team meeting an untimely demise. The up and over Phoenix get as well. Ambitious, and a little too ambitious for that one to work out. A lot of chaos happening here, girl, and high ground still meaning the difference.
There's really a big difference in the competitive scene lately, because there used to be barely anybody in the air. Now we have Octane jump pads, we have Horizon Qs, bouncing everybody up, and oh, what a nice shot by Corey with the Kraber hitting for 99. 7 shots left for Corey. Corey's going to be happy with that. We'll see if he can hit some more shots.
And just Content continuing to be successful in their approaches. They hear a Bloodhound going into Beast of the Hunt, and so Corey says, I'll raise you one as well. Tries to hit his second falling Kraber shot of the day. Cannot connect on that one, though. The scan reveals what he had anticipated. Yes, there is a team very close. We the People actually separated here. This could be a dangerous spot, and so they're trying to regroup. lockdown angles for each other. If he hits this, that would be quite cheeky, but not going to do it. And they'll back off.
Content is actually in the zone where they stand right now, so they won't have to move anywhere, although it is on the low ground. So he's got a few shots left in his Kraber, and now we're on to Lonely Fans. So Lonely Fans will have to rotate and might have to fight their way there. They're pinging the track. They want to play the track, and they do see some people nearby there. So on to A, M, B. They're fighting on the track currently. Very nice shots on Flesh there. They're going to push through, but Voltic actually goes down, pushing through.
And look at this, slamming down with the Mastiff and the beautiful passive. You don't often see it show dividends just like that, but that is how it is used. Just spacewalking, taking a little bit of that time that she missed with her son on Olympus and putting it into good use with the practice earned from the understanding of science. Blueberry Smalls. Wow, what a name, what a play.
What a play indeed. 8 squads left. It's just so aggressive going on today. There's so many fights going on. It's so fast-paced and fun. And Lonely Fans, they're not done. They're going to look for more angles. But oh no, Blueberry Smalls just went a little bit too far there and goes down. Will Blueberry Smalls survive, though, is the question. We've got Double coming in, and they're going to get the revive off.
Yeah, I think that's going to be enough, and it's just the perfect time to go down. And there almost isn't a perfect time to go down, but if there was, that would be it, because everyone thinks, okay, they're finished off, they're not a problem, but they get the quick revive, and here they are coming back around, but so much damage. Kimchi Lee is the one distributing it, but he gets some himself. Maybe cut himself too big a slice of that. And so now no Kraber in hand for him, but they have the high ground. And we all know how important that is. Corey on the bottom side as well. Turns. We the people still alive. Nice purples. Corey looking for the headshot. He's trying to anticipate the peak. He has it lined up here. The Kraber, that'll hit. But he doesn't go for it. And right now, Kimchi Lee actually goes down to Blueberry Smalls.
That's what happens when you have the low ground. There's just so many people above you getting those free shots on you, and it looks like Lonely Fans has the favorable position in this game 3. So I think it's their game to lose here.
Lonely Fans, 15th position right now heading into game 3. But you know what? I feel like there's something changing here. Blueberry Smalls has just caught the rhythm. And they've caught the vibe. They're not letting go of it easy. And 6 squads remaining. You can see, look, more people jumping. It's jumping beans everywhere. Apex Legends played in the air more than the ground in the last 10 minutes, as Girl said so appropriately. Oh, Blueberry Smalls escapes. I think he just got a fade, though. And so he will be looking clean. Haircut, just barely. Misses the dome and knocks him out. But Content, again, in a great spot in a final circle with a top 5 to go ahead and claim another potential win today.
There are so many full squads left remaining, and We the People takes down another. Android Dream goes down. Logic trying to pull off this portal with only 60 HP to spare. If Logic gets shot, it's over for Logic there, and Yo Joe just goes down.
Oh, and Blight, he's the kill leader. Blueberry Smalls having a great game. Double O negative, excuse me. He doesn't need excusing. He says, let me in. I've got defensive bombardments. I'm going in first. O negative falls. Blueberry Smalls answers the calls. And so does Blight right in the backside of it all. And look at this. Just on the low ground, Content says, we're waiting for you. But will they turn it into a win? Only 3 squads left, girl. This is going to decide it.
Oh, and it looks like Lonely Fans got the recovery. They got the quick recovery, so it's up to them. It's a 3v3 situation right here against Content, and they've got high ground, so it's really up to them to get this damage. Once that bubble goes out, they're gonna have to do something. They take the jump pad, they're going on O negative.
Keep it up, they say. The energy is pushing. It's happening. Lonely Fans from the top all the way to the bottom. They're not lonely anymore. They've got themselves a victory to go along with it. And they will leave happy and content. Look at that. Maybe not Content with the win, but contentedness all around for the 3. Great stuff from Lonely Fans. And again, Blueberry Smalls, that engagement, the quick res, when people's eyes started to shift away, thinking, oh, that team's done. No, they weren't. They ended up winning the lobby.
They did indeed. They played it perfectly. They kept getting knocked, but fortunately for them, nobody took advantage of those knocks, so they got those quick revives. They were playing a really hype game. The momentum was there. They had it in the bag, and they came out victors.
All right, well, an amazing game. Blueberry Smalls, always fun to catch with Girl. We'll see you back here in another game pretty soon, but let's head back to the desk to break it down.
Rain Day, Girl, thank you so much. Fallout here alongside T Squared as Lonely Fans finally wakes up a little bit from 15th place. That was almost a must-win game right there for them, Tom, as they were falling behind on leaderboards. They certainly will put themselves in a good spot here to place top 5. Retirement home with another top 3 finish. They're playing consistent as well. Anything else stick out to you in particular?
Yeah, Android went down so fast, so we had people's R301 when he was trying to hit him with the charge rifle. I don't know if anyone noticed that. Could have been a team shot or could have been a one clip, but what a job there by Lonely Fans. One thing to note that they switched their team composition. They're now playing Gibby Horizon Octane. Before, they were rocking the Crypto Caustic composition. And I saw Blight say, he even tweeted this, we're going to switch our team play up. We're going to take fights more and play more aggressive. Right after one game of adjustments, they decide they're not going to wait. They're going to do it before halftime. They're going to do it right into game 3. And that's really important to get a feel for the lobby, get a feel for where teams are landing, where they're making rotations. And that's a great adjustment right there.
Yeah, it's a great point. I can't wait to dig into that a little bit more. But guess what? Game results are ready from game number 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at the results of game number 3. Lonely Fans with a 15-kill game. So talk about an adjustment. That was huge. And again, we're going to unpack that in a little bit as after we take a look at these standings. 12 points as a first place finish. That is a 27-point game for them. Huge, huge performance. Content right behind them. Another big game. Retirement home also playing consistent. KSB again in the top 4. We're seeing a lot of these teams continue to play consistent here, Tom.
And what's crazy is after game number 3, 50 points already on the board for Team Content. That's absolutely ridiculous. If you ever follow what happens in the actual playoffs, you know that it's very rare for a team to get to 50 points that fast. If they are, they're absolutely zooming. And that's what Team Content is doing right now. But what a job. You have one big game like that for Lonely Fans, and you jump up from the standings, 14th place to 2nd Fallout.
Jeez. Insane what one game can do. And, you know, it's interesting. These results are actually indicative of the difference between North America and EU/EMEA, right? Very, very top heavy. I mean, look, 15th place, only 7 points. First place, 50 points, such a big differential. Whereas in EMEA, we saw really anywhere between 2nd or so all the way to like 11th was only like a 15 to 20 point differential. That is a near 40-point differential all the way to 10th place. Actually insane how top heavy this is, Tom.
Yeah, 56 points would be the cutoff if everyone keeps it up at halftime right now. And we had 47 points overall, so that just goes to show how top-heavy it is. And it started off like that with Team Content coming out with another 29-point game, and then they followed up here with a second-place performance. I think it was 17 points overall. That's absolutely huge as we take a look at some of these highlights. And Girl hit the nail right on the head. It's fast-paced. It's nonstop action. It's a lot of fighting, and then it slows down right around that 7-18 area where the placement points really start to pick up.
Yeah, that's right. And you saw the Lonely Fans really from the get-go, from the onset here. Unintended from that onset's me back on stream here in a little bit, but you saw them play aggressive and to really allow them to get so many kills and back them up right Tom, walking through it.
Yeah, this is just amazing aggression coming through. Like you're saying, they're going to go and switch up the play style. And that's what I love about some of these pro players is they come through not only making these changes, but also having the ability to make these changes. To have the ability to say, okay, I'm going to go from playing Caustic, one of the most passive, if not the most passive character, to Octane, the most aggressive character that I can play. And they pulled it off very well, and they got rewarded big time with it. You need a game like that. Lonely Fans was honored one of our top 5 teams to watch. They were heavily underperforming at that situation, and I think they died to triple charge rifles last game, so they were really feeling they needed to switch it up, play aggressive, take more fights. Same with a team like Team Content. One of the teams that isn't taking fights as much as I was hoping was We Know Shroud, especially after a 100-point performance that happened during the finals.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that was actually a team you said, look, if any team's going to adjust and alter their gameplay a little bit. It's going to be them. Instead, it was, it was Lonely Fans. So I'm excited to see what WKS or we know Shroud's going to be doing in the next game as Lonely Fans really leading the way in adjustments. But you broke it down early perfectly. You unpacked it perfectly. The fact that this team was able to recognize in game 3, by the way, typically it's like game 5, game 4, game 6, where you start to change things up. You're like, this is not working. It's kind of too little too late. The fact that they recognized it early is impressive, because I always say it in almost every esport, almost every game that I cast or talk through, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. Well, this time they tried something different and they got a different result, Tom.
And I think a lot of teams are probably going through, like, do we go for a 50-50 or do we change the landing spot? We saw that a team going on over towards Dome instead of contesting, they're changing their composition. And I guarantee now the teams that are sitting on that right-hand side are thinking of taking a page out of Lonely Fans' book.
Yeah, I'm excited to see which other teams are going to change their team composition here in a little bit. Will we see teams get a little bit more aggressive? And honestly, it's been a bit surprising to see so much Caustic in play here in North America. We've seen 2 or 3 Caustic teams, which we didn't really see, I don't think, any Caustic teams in all of EMEA. So we'll see how the Legend compositions are going to continue to evolve as we get into late games. Teams are going to get more aggressive. They have to, because it's so top heavy and they're so far behind. So interesting things ahead. And speaking of interesting things, we had some interesting tweets from y'all. Big shout to the Apex community, always keeping us entertained with some great tweets, great insights as well. Shout out to OG, the Allfather 1, saying, my son Odin focused on the ALGS games. Absolutely hyped to see my kids getting into competitive Apex. You got to be kidding me. Odin's just a little guy, and he's enjoying competitive Apex. That's awesome. By the way, Odin as a son's name is the best name I think I've heard in a while.
He's already studying the map rotations early. You love to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, we got Focus Mank, who said, these rounds in ALGS play Apex, my anxiety is through the roof, and I'm just watching. I see the sweat coming down, my friend. That is for sure. Anxiety absolutely through the roof with these teams. And if you're feeling that, imagine what the players are feeling, Tom. I know you've been there. Although you've competed maybe in 1 or 2 tournaments, something tells me you've gotten past the nerve stage.
Yeah, it doesn't get sweatier than playing in the ALGS, that's for sure. There's so many different things that can happen. And what's crazy about Apex is you see that slow, methodical gameplay, and then all of a sudden everything explodes on these rotations. So it's just so much fun to watch, and we get a great opportunity to listen to the communication that's happening through. But now we've hit that halftime mark, and it's going to be huge to see that same thing that Lonely Fans did. You can't reiterate enough. People are going to switch what they're doing now. They're looking at this, they're saying it's very, very top heavy, and it's going to be fast paced. It's continue to be fast paced, and it's going to be a lot of fun going. We haven't seen the Revenant that girl was hoping for, but it's almost about that time.
That's right. Maybe we'll see it happen. More Revenant team comps. So, of course, more Octane Horizon team comps to play aggressive and match what Lonely Fans did. We will see, as guess what? The next game is just about ready. Game number 4. And to call the action, we are going to have Onset and Rain Day back on the mic, I believe. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to them right after this quick break.
What is up, everybody? T-Squared here, and in front of me I have the Lenovo Legion 7i gaming laptop. This is the official partner of the ALGS. Now, the first thing I noticed is how badass it looks. You're gonna have RGB lighting in the back. You're also gonna have RGB lighting on the keyboard. It's only 5 pounds and it's extremely thin. You'll see other gaming laptops that are about twice the size. Now, I think that you have to keep this thing cool, right? So you're gonna have 2 vents in the back and 1 vent on each side. Underneath, it's all ventilated as well. There's 2 fans with micro blades underneath. So you're gonna get all of that gaming performance, but it's also gonna stay extremely cool. What is up, everybody? T-Squared here, and in front of me I have the Lenovo Legion 7i gaming laptop. This is the official partner of the ALGS. Now, the first thing I noticed is how badass it looks. You're gonna have RGB lighting in the back. You're also gonna have RGB lighting on the keyboard. It's only 5 pounds and it's extremely thin. You'll see other gaming laptops that are about twice the size. Now, I think that you have to keep this thing cool, right? So you're gonna have 2 vents in the back and 1 vent on each side.
And welcome back, everybody, once again to the ALGS North American Last Chance Qualifier for the ALGS Championship. Once again, I'm quite proud of myself for getting through that sentence without messing it up. And I tell you what, it's lucky that the games are warm right now and they're hot, because I am freezing cold. I don't know what's just happened. I'm worried that Sub-Zero is going to knock on my door or something in a minute, because it's absolutely freezing in here. But the games are warming up here, Evan. We're halfway through, and now, like earlier, it really is getting to business time.
If you couldn't tell, he's watched Mortal Kombat twice. Just saying. I love the way it's heating up. I know you're talking about being freezing. I wish it was for you on your side, but I love the action that I just saw. That might have been the fastest end game without a pause in the action, without a stabilization that I've seen all day. I mean, it just went from fight to fight to fight to fight to the game's over. And that's the kind of Apex that the LCQ brings out. When you're fighting for 1 million and you're halfway through and you're trying to claw your way into the moment that you've been working so hard for as an Apex Legends player, then this is what you do. You go to the wall and you hopefully bounce back and don't stick to it while the rest of the opponents walk by.
Well, here we go then. The fourth game of the day. Only 2 more to go. After this one, it has come to its conclusion. And for a lot of the teams, it is incredibly close. Content at the moment leading the pack, 50 points on the board. But you look down from there, and it really is just a game for anyone from sort of 15th up to that 5th place position to turn things around. In 5th place at the moment, AMV with 28 points on the board. But then you look down at 14th place. We know Shroud, they've got 10 points. And as crazy as it sounds, 18 points is a gap you can make up quite comfortably in just one game here.
And that's really what you have to hope for. I mean, in this situation, you haven't pulled away too far, and we don't have those 79 pointers, which obviously discourages anybody and says that's just a slot taken away. Right now, we still have a little bit of closeness. It's kind of like when you're on a diet and, you know, you take a weekend, 2 weekends off, and you start going, okay, well, you know, I lost 8, but now I've gained back 4. You're in that sweet spot. If you keep going, now you're almost back at 8 next weekend. If you start getting good again, you can get back to where you started. And so things haven't slipped away yet. Unfortunately for, you know, people and maybe myself's workout plans, I might not have the same success in the timing. But a lot of these players have definitely said, okay, it's time to step it up, and they certainly did with that last performance.
It's difficult to flip that switch as well. I can tell you that as someone who certainly enjoyed himself during lockdown with food, and then the gyms have reopened, and all of a sudden it's been a shock to the system. But, as we say, some people are able to make that change a lot quicker than others. But we're having a look at now where that circle is. A lot of fragment west as well. It could be finishing up on around where the redeploy balloon is, just to the north of fragment west. So that triple-story building, or is it a quad-story building even, that's inside fragment west will be premium real estate for these teams to get a hand on.
And logically coming in, a couple of shots. Oh, the R99 from that far, and only 40 damage. He's got 2 magazines worth. Won't get a chance to use any of them. Why? The 30-30 repeater says hello. Again, always a note when that weapon starts to get it down or even is in play. But hey, K-My, says, okay, my. I will take that one, take the light ammo, and I'll keep it moving.
So current esports with a good start to this game then. As you can see, the current standings on the right-hand side of your screen. If you're just joining us now, Lonely Fans in 2nd place, 33 points. But look how close it is going all the way down. You'd say maybe if that top 5 teams start to take the points away from the lobby in this game, it's looking like it could become a little bit more difficult for the likes of Pubstars, TPM to make that progress towards one of those top 5 places. So vital game not only for the chasing pack, but also the ones who are currently in hold of those top 5 places. There's Dexterous getting involved in a fight themselves. It all falls down to a 1v1, and Lazuri is going to back down, but it's not going to be the best decision. I'm not sure if he had any ammo to actually battle with in that fight, but he will be taken down. And already inside the first ring, 2 squads. Well, we say goodbye.
You feel it? Don't you feel it? It's like that momentum. It's just, for whatever reason, this lobby is on 100% at the start of the game. There isn't a ramp up. It's like a red light turns green, and now everyone pedal to the floor. And you're just like, there's a stop sign up there. Why are you rushing? We need more rounds. We don't even know where the circle's going to end. But these teams are at it. I feel like the tension here is starting to impact these teams. And the only thing I don't want to see just as someone who knows how hard they've worked, is rushing too much, making too many of those mistakes, taking fights where sometimes the patience, the real great decision, is in not taking the fight, backing away, poking a little bit, and then just letting it happen later.
100% agree. It's one of those where you've got to control the emotions in these last few games, control the adrenaline. It's much easier said than done for every single one of these players and teams. But that's, again, where the IGL comes in. It has to keep things calm, has to keep the comms calm and consistent as they have been up to this point. As AMV now overlooking all of Fragment West, you can see they are up on this construction building with a charged rifle in hand as well. Great positioning from them, but if they don't level up those Evos, then the next rotation could be a little bit difficult, but they are safe for at least a couple of zones here, so they should have more than enough opportunity to do so.
And a charged rifle in hand will help with the trick. Mooney. Here's some footsteps. Nowhere is safe, and look at that. Oh, he sensed it. It was a sixth sense.
I'm just going to say, don't stand still on top of the high ground when there's teams around in Apex Legends. And here comes Huya, who are looking to yeet their way up to the top now with that damage being done. It looks like they will actually decide to just take a second here, just re-stabilize themselves inside of the construction building on the second or third floor. But you can see the idea here for Huya. They want to get involved. They want to put the pressure on to the other teams in the lobby. And that's what they've got to do at this point. They need to get the points on the board to push themselves up the leaderboards.
And I'm not sure if they knew how much, just for Mooney, how much that hurt, because they didn't push too often. And I think it may just be because of Skittlecake's reciprocal white shield that they didn't decide to go invest it. And Tangy's saying, let me see what I can get on that, because we know where you are. We know where you can't move, because I just threw a defensive bombardment up there. And we're going to see if we can get some damage off of it. Nothing really applies, but a nice sneaky climb there. And an arc star cannot quite stick, but he knows he's got damage. That's one knock as well. It's Mooney. We just talked to him. He's going to go down 18 damage away from fully getting the shield swap if he needs it. It's a blue now, but it was a white before, and that's partly why he was taken down. The rest of the team seems to have abandoned him, and they will move on, try to save their own lives as the high ground is claimed by Huya.
I mean, you were saying you could feel it. Well, we can see it now in front of us.
Yep.
I mean, it's round one closing, not even the completion of the first round so far, and we're seeing teams like Huya taking fights in zone, being aggressive. They're down in 15th position at the moment, and they need to be. They can't quite simply go with the current plan that has not been working to them as far as top 5 placement is concerned up until this point. They need to change something up, and it looks like they've made the call that if a fight presents itself and we have an opportunity to push and get some damage, we're going to take it, and we're going to see what happens.
I like Synced being aggressive against Horizons. Black Hole. And when you have something like that, it is best to destroy it if you can. That's why heavier bullets get the job done pretty quickly. And those big magazine sizes, that's why, I mean, you look at a Spitfire as well, can destroy that a lot easier because of how much damage you have before you have to hit that reload, take a pause, relocate, push. You have nowhere to be safe. And so things like that, little moments, nice to see. We know Shroud having an opportunity to play here. And it may be too late to be leading the charge as far as eyes right now, but definitely still plenty of time to be in it and make a move.
Ziploc bags now on the bridge between Fragment West and East. Currently down in 11th place, just ahead of We Know Shroud, who are in 14th, so a couple of spots between the two teams that we've just been looking at momentarily. And they're posted up and they're pretty comfortable for now. And you can see they have the beacon information too, so they're set up inside of the is affectionately known in the Apex community as streamer building. Of course, this is where you're going to drop and look for early kills, because half the lobby seems to when you're playing pubs. But Masty going to drop that armor momentarily just to avoid that EMP coming in and not do as much damage as his opponent would like. And Sunset Rising now look like they're in a little bit of a fight as Exile's going to be forced to go into the void, and he's also going to be forced to dip, dodge, dive. Still can't get it right after all this time, but he's going to have to avoid bullets.
Duck, the only one that was missing.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, I know.
One day.
Well, you have a lot of ducks around you?
Actually, it's really weird. Where I live, there's like, it's duck central. And I'm not just saying there's like loads of ducks, families of little ducks across the road, make me late for stuff. Really strange you bring that up, but yeah, loads of ducks where I live.
Just no excuse then. I mean, I was going to give you an excuse. I was like, I saw some ducks this weekend.
I never an excuse.
Well, it's good that you acknowledge it as well. Now I'm not mad at you. And I don't think anybody ever should be. So we give him a pass here, missing the duck. And good luck to the ducks you pass across the way. Tell them Rain Day says hi. And we'll follow along with Busset Boys for now because, you know, no ducks, but hopefully chilling like them in a pond up on top without much distress. They see on the backside, there is murmurs there are little inklings that pressure will start to show up. They just don't exactly know how much and from where.
You see a kill in the feed going down as well. Derig, unfortunately, will be taken down. KSB now, who are currently in 4th position, making their way through the tunnel, making their way sort of on the edge of zone at the moment, just outside of the tunnel between Skyhook and the area that they find themselves in now, making their approach onto the west side of Fragment. And you're going to see they might have a third-party opportunity here. Looks like they've heard the shots being exchanged. They see the fighting as well, and that's going to force the Bloodhound to pop the ult, to go into the beast that he can become and try and destroy some of these players who are left behind. Looks like there is a down inside of the building. Blitzen just trying to double check and see if there's anyone around before he decides to boot that door, but he's a little bit ahead of his team here, and this is what you like to see from teams, like you were mentioning earlier, not letting the adrenaline get the better of them, just taking their time and then moving in as a unit.
And that's what they aim to do. A Mastiff will clean it up. Used to be a one-shot finish. They adjusted the pellets. They adjusted the damage to the pellets. And now you have to hit a headshot in order to get that one shot down. But it still does the trick. So many things potentially on the horizon here for this new season. Not even called a number. It's so big, they called it a word. They switched from numbers to word for Legacy. And if that doesn't tell you there's something coming up that's fun, I don't know what else will. See how it fares with the Mastiff in hand. And, of course, Apex Esports and these players, watching them adapt will be so much fun.
Oh, without doubt. It's going to be fascinating to watch how the Apex Legends competitive scene develops over the next couple of months or so. KSB, they're not going to be thinking about the next couple of months. They're going to be thinking about the ALGS Championship that's coming up and securing their place into it. As they're currently inside those top 5 teams, the scan's going to come in. You can see that they're pretty safe for now. Maybe thinking about a little beacon hit as well if they can get the Gibraltar up with the Bloodhound to get that information, get that bubble down so the Bloodhound won't be taken down and be somewhat of a sitting duck. Another duck reference being thrown in. Not deliberately, I must say.
It's because you're primed with hunting animals right now. A Bloodhound and wild duck. I mean, these things go together. It's getting rural. Yeah, we're going from the snow to just the rural lands. And I don't know. We were just in what? Fragment East, Fragment West. We're in the city as well. We're traveling the globe here digitally in Apex Legends. And Blitz and KSB, they're staying exactly where they won their last fight. You can see on the map here just a little bit of a POV of where the rest of the squad is. And part of the reason, too, I think a moment for the Spitfire. Not many people need to address its accolades. In fact, I know most of the higher level audience will wish I usher people away from it, but the versatility of the weapon from range it's one of its big factors there. It just hits so hard, and you can poke quite well from a distance with it.
There's a reason people are using it. It's as simple as that. If you see the pros using it, it's probably for good reason. As now we're going to jump on board with RCO Esports, who are on the quicker side of the ring behind them. So they're going to have to make a difficult rotation here in towards Fragment. But if you can get across that open ground, maybe with the jump pad, there's usually enough room to play with. 15 squads remaining. 5 teams have been eliminated. So a pretty packed lobby at this point. Maybe a sign of a few teams starting to get a little bit nervous playing for rotation, whereas they might not have been previously, looking for KP early on in the game. And it's actually going to be pulling right into Fragment West. So you can see now, this is going to be another fascinating end zone. Teams on top of each other, all battling out inside of similar buildings. I love these kind of ends.
Part of me doesn't think they're going to be as patient as they are in these last 3 minutes. And remember, with World's Edge, and the difference between Kings Canyon and some of these maps is it's the space, and it was intentional. And when this map came out in Season 3, there was so much ado around third parties. And one of the goals was to create more open fights where less third parties, less engagements can happen up close. But now, as these circles shrink, you're going to stop being able to lean to those strengths. The snipers will have to get put down. The shotguns, the R99s, the Volts, the Flatlines, the Spitfires, they will come out. And it's only a matter of time. But for what was a very frantic start, it has settled down a bit for now.
The RCO made their way into Fragment East, so that's step 1 of their rotation. Now they have to be a little bit more careful, as a lot of teams have already resided themselves and made themselves home inside of West Fragment. One of those teams who's kind of overlooking the other side of the zone at the moment is KSB, who are now putting the portal down to try and think about their position. And I wonder if there's going to be a portal going down, maybe a little bit of miscommunication, or maybe looking for a kidnap or an escape as they try and force onto this team inside of the bubble.
And a little posturing as well. Oh, and this is just going to hurt. Prowler on the right side, but he doesn't see Horizon Seek Out right behind him. He's so busy doing damage, he doesn't realize the damage being done to him, and that's the problem. You can dish it out, but you got to be able to take it, and it's true. He takes it, but Kimchi Lee takes one right afterwards, and it's Wino Shroud. Synced, Ace, and Wicked make the rotation from Train Yard, and they find their way at the better end of the Mastiff this time around. And it's 13 squads now.
Yeah, not sure about Wino Shroud. They know how to party, though, and that is the third party of all third parties, just walking in one shot to the back of the dome, and that is going to be the end of the game. And now we've got Huya inside of West Fragment, inside one of these double-storied buildings, looking over market at the moment. A good position to be in. So let's jump into a listening and hear the comps.
Okay, I'm scanning behind us now.
They got blue armor. They have blue in the market. I think we fragged them.
No, there's a team up top. There's a team up top.
I cracked one. Can we bait and switch the middle? Can we bait and switch them, like knock one and make the other team fight?
Sure.
Can we? All right, pop your own. Try to get a knock in the middle. Try to force that broken team to push in, and we'll back up.
We have a care package on us, bro.
I'm gonna dome it then.
We're changing the care package. We're
changing. Split in the back.
They're just gonna move. They're just gonna move.
50 on one.
I have PK. I have my PK.
Nice. We play our spot. We literally have best spot. We do not.
We don't have to move. All right.
We just literally just try and force teams from not taking this building as long as we can.
I need light ammo, by the way.
On me.
They drop. I'm thermiting the door. I'm burning. Arcing inside.
Keep scanning.
I'm trying. It's not. I can't. Scanning now. Send on this guy down low. Send on him.
I'm pushing with you.
No. Come back.
Okay.
I'm getting black hole. I'm getting black hole. Hold on.
That's my black hole.
I don't want to move. It's too slow though. I'm slow. Stay alive.
I have to bat.
If they drop on you, I'm.
Come.
Stay healthy.
Watch out, thermite. Watch out.
They have red on Bloodhound. Bloodhound's got red shields.
I have a PK.
Walking at purple.
Yep. They lost their ult. I don't have accelerant, by the way. Anybody want a digi?
Yes.
I dropped it on the floor right beside you. You guys know what happens when I pick up a PK, baby boys. That Gibby wants to get fucking beamed.
Walking in for 38, purple.
I think we have more meds than these dudes.
I think we do. I think we run them down. Try to run them down. We have the meds to run.
Well, Tangy saw so and he knows what happens when he gets a PK, boys, and maybe we're going to be treated to that in just a few moments. Getting that care package weapon going to be absolutely massive, and you heard the comms there, Rain. They think they've got the best position on the map at the moment, and to be honest with you, I kind of agree with you. They're going to be potentially overlooking where that end circle is going to be, and now they're making an aggressive push in as well.
And I like it. Why not? You got PK, you got Spitfire. What else do you need? Hopefully nothing, because that just got the wipe. Cheesy potato balls. Need serious help? You needed it before you died. Huya find the kill. And I love the comms as well. Onset, they are looking like a threat here in this lobby and a real contender to win this game.
Yeah, we know Shroud up on this high ground, overlooking Fragment as well. And you can see just poking onto a team that's trying to rotate as well. Unfortunately, the shots won't hit with the R301. But he's going to at least make that team aware of their presence up on the high ground. And it's going to be up to the scout players, or if anyone's got a little bit more range than the 301, to really do the damage here. You can see the Anvil going to be going for a single tap on the 301. And now we're going to see the single tap, but this time it's going to be on the Eva, and it's going to be TPM who win this fight.
That's big time stuff too. AMV now throwing with the caustic ult inside. Oh, and they might lock him in. They're looking for the memes and the kill. Mooney, he finds some nice shots with the R99. He knows it's close. The flatline, he needs a headshot. He can't do it without it. It's not enough time. He's going to try to go for the caustic barrel, but he's getting shot at, and that's it for Mooney. It is a done deal. So unfortunate. They were so low inside, but they play aggressive at the right time, and they get the kill.
Yeah, one Arcstar turned that around. It was the Arcstar on the door that really just slowed things down, gave a team a few more seconds to get back stable, maybe just get one shield cell off, whatever it was. A couple more HP made the difference, and now we're going to see Lonely fans trying to jump up on this bridge, and they're getting involved in a fight themselves. They're wiping through the team in front of them, and all of a sudden, we're down to just 6 squads remaining.
It was 10 just a moment ago. Blink, and you're going to miss this entire tournament. North America has been speedy, like Octane, jump padding into game, and it seems like not touching the ground throughout the process. 00 negative, Blueberry, Smalls, Blight. the winners of our last one, and a fantastic showcase from Lonely Fans so far in 2 games in a row now, a first-place finish, and anything above a top 6. They are looking really primed, I think, if they win this game, to almost assuredly say we are going to championships.
Big moment for them, and Outcasts, defeated at the moment, is trying to avoid being called what his name is, as he's trying to be the solo Octane alive here to just sneak into that top 5, try and get some KP on the board. Back on board with Huya, who have been holding down this building so well so far in the game. It's one thing to get position, it's another to show presence and also defend it from all these teams who are going to be moving in on you. You can see the Gimme Bubble used outside of their door as well. It looks like they're prepared for a push that's going to be coming in. The scans are going to go in, the thermites are being exchanged, but at the moment, no damage done.
I like the anticipation. I mean, they're hearing it, they're seeing it, they know that the movement has to be occurring, and so he's just pre-firing, and that's what you have to do sometimes. TPM, Taylus, he's going to go down. It looks like assuredly he will not make it out of this, and he will not. Skittle Cakes takes the cake. We know Shroud's still alive. Synced and then made a great rotation from Train, and they are in this very well, but this is the fight that's going to be right up on them, and there's going to be the defensive bombardment. Dome Shield is well available. If the Arc Star hits too bad, it will. He's got it back. And so Wicked is going to go into it. Ace hopefully can buy him some time. 40 damage on the defensive bombardment for Mini, and that's already a knockdown there. They could push this and try to just revive, but they're going to maybe look to the team in the house.
And this is the difficulty, right? It's not just about getting KP at this point. It's about protecting the safe spot that you have and avoiding third parties. They could have pushed there, but they could have just given up kills to the team who was on that high ground. Even though they were lower HP, the shots in the back would have been enough to make that an equal fight and then completely clear them off of the map. So 5 squads are now remaining. Pubstar surviving that defensive bombardment and are here to fight in the final battle.
And you have to say that there's still a lot of eyes on that original spot that we saw. The G7 Scout cracks one. Low chances. Looking for as many as he can. Phoenix falls. 4 squads remaining. That's Blight with the kill. Ouya. Skittle Cakes. He's the only one alive, trying to make sure that he can get his teammate up. Tangy Sauce with the PK. And they will stabilize.
Just for now, but they have lost Phoenix, unfortunately. And Lonely Fans now, who have moved inside of Market, trying to hold out every single angle. They're right in the middle of the carnage, you can see. They're just trying to do any kind of poke damage onto teams who might be forced to fight and maybe steal away some kills, but most importantly, protect the position that they have right now inside of Market. So, nervy moments here for Lonely Fans, and you can see Blight's going to have to pop some cells as well. Here, have managed to get Tangy Sauce back, and he still has the PK in hand.
This is still anybody's game. Pubstar sitting at 11th place. Ouya, 14th. There's a lot of movement that could happen here. Leader, not even close to separating themselves completely out of this lobby. It's time for somebody to make themselves known here in the North American Apex scene. LCQ, best chance to do it. Blueberry Small sees 00 negative fall. He goes around the corner, but he's just going to survive. He lets him go. He peeked too much.
That's the impact of the solo player as well. That was defeated. He managed to take down 00 negative.
Oh, no.
And he's also managed, he's now been taken out, but that kind of play can really just scupper those few seconds you're looking for an opening. So the solo having some sort of influence. We're now down to our final 3 teams who are just all starting to fight, and you can see the Pubstars at the moment here, Rain, are just looking down on the carnage around them and looking to clean this one up.
Oh no, it's the Mastiff and Pubstars, like you called, get the win. High ground indeed. Seals the deal for them in game number 4, and they will be sitting pretty heading into the rest of this LCQ.
Pubstars, who going into this 4th game were in 6th position. A little reminder to everyone watching, it's the top 5 who will go through to the ALGS Championship. So what a performance, what a time to do it for them, to give themselves a little bit of stability. And it all comes down to staying alive. That defensive bombardment that they managed to survive changed the game. They really were in a horrible position for a moment, but the team inside the building helped them out just a little bit. That's how things happen in Apex. It's a little bit of give, it's a little bit of take.
And that's what I love too, the idea that any small decision is the difference maker. And so it's not about making the perfect decision because you don't know what it is. It's about making enough good decisions over the course of a long period of time to make sure that you've pretty much rounded out your odds and gotten the best result that you can. And so far, Pubstars just stayed on the high ground. That ended up being the decision that got them the win.
Well, Pubstars take the win. We're going to send it back to the desk now to break down what did just happen. 2 more games to go in the ALGS North American last chance qualifier. I'm looking forward to it. We'll send it back now.
on set. Rain Day, thank you so much as always. Appreciate the brilliant cast as always as well. Fallout here alongside T Squared. And what a game that was. Pubstars in 6th place, a first place finish, Tom. That's going to put them within the top 5. That is a huge game number 4 for them.
It's huge because they've been flying under the radar, Fallout. No one's really, talked about them quite yet. We haven't had them on the broadcast much because they're playing end circle, they're playing low key, they're picking up kills along the way, and now teams are going to be watching out for them because they just jumped from 6th place probably up to around 3rd place. Lonely Fans was there. You saw TPM, they were in 7th place right behind Pubstars too. But this high ground Fallout was just so crucial. You could see how he was able to keep all the action in front of him. And then when you know that's a 2-man squad over towards the side, once they had that initial knock onto Lonely Fans, things were really going to explode in Pubstars' favor. And you could see just the patience here. There's no cause for concern. Everything is just there for the taking. It really doesn't get easier than this, but it's all about their positioning, the way that they're able to will their way and then force the other teams in front of them.
Yeah, honestly, one of the reasons it was so easy, you hit the nail on the head with the early knock and then team of 2 for Lonely Fans. Well, the reason that Lonely Fans was in that position in the first place was because of the work that Defeated did as a solo rat. Talk about the impact of a solo rat, something that doesn't necessarily always happen. Usually that rat just tries to last long enough for placement, but the solo actually made the difference there.
Yeah, exactly. If a Bloodhound scan doesn't catch that, or if a crypto drone does it, it makes a huge difference. And if you just overextend a little bit, sometimes it's better just to kind of really play it safe, especially as the Gibraltar there. It's unfortunate because the OnlyFans could have had a huge game there, winning back-to-back. That would have probably definitely secured their way going forward. But that's a little bit remains to be unseen now. Things are going to get a little bit tighter in that race, especially because we have our 6th and 7th place teams continuing to pop up. Huya is doing well, and then we have We Know Shroud with their best game as well, switching up their play style. Instead of taking some fights late rotations, they got into the middle of the zone. Unfortunately for them, they didn't get the dub.
Yeah, that's a great point. Lonely Fan still fares well with the 2nd place finish, but you're right. That's 6 potential points, 3 for getting 3 kills and 3 for an additional placement point. That could have made a difference for them, but still, they'll be in a good spot here. Pubstars, though, with the 9-kill, 12-point game, that is huge for them. They will find themselves with a 21-point game, certainly within the top 3. Kudos to them. We know Shroud finally waking up a little bit. They've been a little bit quieter than we thought they'd be. TPM, another team that's been on the fringe from Mexico, and as a result, guess what? Here's our overall standings. It is Lonely Fans and Content leading the way with a significant margin in top 2. I said it, but it comes to fruition. Pubstars breaks into the top 3 as Luciana, VFL Hunter, and Mo Chances with 39 points in 3rd place. KSB right behind them with 36. Retirement Home right after that. But look at the 5th place Fringe T Squared. It is neck and neck. Only about 10 to 12 points differentiate 5th through 9th.
It's time. Fallout, it's time, because when you look at this, you can see the biggest game we've had today is 29 points in EMEA and North America. If you're last place, if you're Dexterous, you still have a chance here. All you got to do is have a big game in game number 5, and then anything could happen in game number 6. So it's really crazy when you look at, yeah, these top 2 teams are looking fairly strong, but the rest of those areas are up for grabs.
Yeah, that's a great point. We said it was very top heavy, and that's kind of stayed true. And top heavy, yeah, the top 2 teams are really, increasing their lead above everyone else. But that fringe, that top 5 placement, that potential is still wide open for a few of these teams. If you're a betting man, any of those teams outside of top 5, which team do you think is going to perform? Do you think We Know Shroud has what it takes?
I'm going to probably go with Huya because we had a listen in, and you like to hear, Tangy and the confidence that they had. And they had a couple unfortunate situations, but they were able to play really aggressive Fallout, and that's what you really need right now, is you need to put teams in situations where they're scared to fight, and you want to play aggressive. And that's what great teams do. They make you uncomfortable in your situation. And I really liked the way that they were communicating. There was a lot of small talk going on. They were dissecting things very quickly. So right now, I really feel like Huya has a chance.
I love that call, and a big shout to Huya. I'm a big fan of Huya's Tangy Sauce, Facebook gaming streamer. Plays with so much passion as he leads his team. They've been just grinding and grinding and grinding. So many ALGS tournaments they've competed in. They've made it to an ALGS finals in previous tournaments, and here they are in last chance qualifiers trying to make their way through. TPM, the squad we talked about before, of course, being the Mexican squad currently leading the way between the 2 Mexican teams, as they were in 7th place. Legacy was in 8th, but TPM had a better performance right there. That puts them in the running potentially. And then, yeah, here we go, more Huya in the late game now.
And again, I'm so glad we did that. Listen, and look at those crispy shots coming out from Skittle Cakes. They talked about everything. They talked about bubbling over towards where that was, but the 63 after 63, the strafing, the crouching, the mechanics are absolutely phenomenal there. Unfortunately, Phoenix gets thirsted throughout all that, so they don't have a good opportunity to come and fight with their full 3-man squad. But Pubstars, the positioning was absolutely phenomenal, and you need this game. Imagine sitting in 6th place and getting this dub, getting these kill points, getting these placement points are going to be huge for your confidence. 2 more games, and you could be playing in the $1 million tournament in June.
Crazy to think about. That Cinderella story could be possible if you make it to this last chance qualifier. And of course, Pubstar is playing with that same Bloodhound, Octane, and Gibraltar team comp that's been working well. We've seen that. We've seen a little bit of a Horizon. Haven't seen as much Wraith as obviously we're used to seeing Wraith on every single team composition. Do you think that trend will continue as we head into ALGS Champs? Or do you think that we'll kind of go to back to some more traditional comps as a lot of our top teams have been running Wraith for a long time?
Yeah, to answer your question, I think that Octane is going to continue to be the flavor of the month or the flavor of the patch, whatever you want to call it. And the reason that is a combination of the nerfs going on to Wraith with the hitbox, also the portal, the Q throughout time, but also the zone change with zone number 6 closing in very slowly. When it was very fast paced, the portal's value skyrocketed, but now it's more about taking these fights, and you see how aggressive these lobbies are. You're going to really need that. You're going to need that high ground. It's almost like we're, like in Dragon Ball Z or something like that, where everyone's fighting in the air and taking Horizon pads, and maybe I'm watching too much anime, but I really think it's fun to watch, and these shots are not easy to hit, which just continues to add, the mechanical value to these players. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that meta is going to shift, especially with the patches that come out over the next 5 or 6 weeks.
Excited to see that as well. Good insights as always from T-Squared. As we also get insights from you, the community. Thank you for your tweets. Of course, those who are tweeting using hashtag ALGS have a chance to be featured on stream for 1,000 Apex coins. And here we go. Lefties are people too. I agree. I have a cousin who's a lefty, and I'm going to stand true to that. Although my brother was a lefty, my grandmother wouldn't let him write with his left hand, so he's technically a right-out. But lefties are people too. Completely agreed. Cozy ALGS LCQ setup while it's snowing in the mid. Is it snowing in the Midwest right now? Tom, you and I are in the Midwest. That scares me. Hoping for some fun end circles.
Did a couple days ago, and I'm a lefty, so I support this name.
I love it. T-Squared, the lefty. The lefties are people too. Tweeting at us. Thank you so much for the tweets as always. And you can be featured on stream. If you're featured, you get 1,000 Apex coins. Make sure to use the hashtag ALGS for your chance to be featured. Let us know your thoughts. Look, we have some great analysts like T-Squared, great casters, but it's always great to get the perspective from people online that watch. They're such great fans of Apex as well. So make sure to tweet at us. Make sure to subscribe at Play Apex Compete on YouTube for all the Apex content on YouTube. Follow this stream if you're watching on Twitch as well. Of course, follow us on Twitter at Play Apex on Twitter as well, as we are getting ready and getting excited for game number 5 here coming in a moment. It has been a whirlwind. It's been a fun tournament so far. We're getting into those last 2 games. This is kind of my favorite part of the tournament, Tom. Your final thoughts going into game 5 and 6. What are you looking forward to?
I want to see We Know Shroud go absolutely crazy with kills. 104 points in the semifinals. Lackluster performance so far. I know they have it in them. It's weird to see. For me, they changed their playstyle to play more central. They don't get the dub. I want to see them taking a lot of fights. I also want to see these other teams that are contesting for these 3rd, 4th, and 5th slots to just put on a show. We've seen some great games so far. I want to see the pace continue this way.
You and I both. Hopefully we'll see that aggression continue and these team comps continue to be in favor of Octane and Bloodhound and these aggressive team comps that are fun to watch. Guess what? Game number 5 is ready. We're going to jump to a very quick break. When we come back, we will have game number 5 right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
I would describe my style of play as calculated and methodical. If you're really smart and you think about what you do, you can have very good success rate.
Lifeline 1, I'm destroying them!
My name is Sebastian Trap. In game I go by Ballon, and this is how you play like a pro. The legend I main is Gibraltar. He's probably one of the strongest character in the current competitive meta. His gun shield makes you the best 1v1 character ever with a Mastiff in your hand. And your dome shield allows you to like save your teammates and make a lot of crazy plays happen. He's such a good character for fighting. He's very strong in fights overall, and the current meta revolves a lot around fighting in my opinion. I got the life now.
You're so good at this game.
So in this clip, we're in a 2v3. My teammate's calling out that one guy is pushing on the right side, so I decide to take the 1v1 because I'm a Gibraltar and I should always have a big advantage in a 1v1 with a Mastiff. After that, I'm peeking with my Mastiff, trying to just deal as much damage as I can, and I end up in a 1v1 where I actually make a mistake by pushing out a bit too aggressive, but luckily I managed to clutch up in the end. So Gibraltar really shines in Mastiff fights because his gun shield, even though it absorbs 50 damage, but let's say someone hits you for 100 with a Mastiff, it won't deal any damage to you, it will absorb 100 damage because it's still only one shot. So you have a really big HP advantage in a Mastiff fight, where you're just like insane. I'm just so much better! Our preferred drop spot on World's Edge is Epicenter and Servicamp. We've been dropping there for over a year I think now, and we've been fighting any team that tries to land there in the EU region. So it's really important to have a preferred drop zone so you know the ins and outs, the best way to loot it, the best rotations, and you just learn a lot more. I would not recommend random dropping because you have to learn on the fly and you're gonna be a lot slower compared to a team that knows how to set everything up, optimize the loot paths and the rotations. Keeping your mental health in check is really, really important because you play way better when you're happy, and I've said that's a super big mistake that a lot of people can do. They just grind and grind and grind without thinking, and they'll end up burning themselves out. I take breaks from time to time. I think it's really important. My message to anyone that wants to go professional in Apex, I would say if you believe you can do it and if you want to do it, you should do it, but you also have to be honest with yourself.
Welcome back once again, everybody, and we really are into the business time now in the ALGS qualifiers. 2 games left here, girl, and to be honest with you, when we see the points and when we're seeing everything stack up, those top 5 spots are still not been decided.
They have not. We still have 2 games remaining. I love the advice Ballon gave in his little session there. Be happy when you play, don't burn yourself out. That's the main thing. If you're not happy doing what you're doing, how are you going to achieve greatness, you know?
Yeah, you're not going to enjoy that moment when it does come. So good advice there from the top pro players in the game. Stay happy and stay fragging when you're playing Apex Legends. A little bit like Girl does. It's quite simple. Go and watch her stream. She's pretty good. I'll give it to her. But let's talk about what we've got coming up ahead of us, because just 2 games left, and essentially you're looking at only 2 games worth of points now. An opportunity for maybe teams that are inside the top sort of 10 or so to make a late rally and maybe push themselves up into those potential qualification spots. But like we saw earlier, if you're inside that top 5 now, it does not mean much, because all of a sudden over one game it can change as quick as something as Sonic the Hedgehog got there in the end.
Absolutely. When you're in that top 5, you want to try staying alive as long as possible, because those bottom 5 teams are probably going to do some risky business throughout the games. They'll probably, some teams will probably die off really fast, so it'll be easier to get those placement points, and then you just got to get a couple squad waves, and you should be golden to keep your spot.
Well, let's see what happens then. Unfortunately, I don't have the extensive vocabulary that a certain Rain Day does to introduce these games, girl, but I'm going to do my best. As we approach the penultimate game of the Apex Legends Global Series Last Chance Qualifier, there are 20 teams left in this lobby, but only 5 can prosper and move on to the ALGS Championships. $1 million will be on the line, and that is what these teams are fighting it out for. Girl, it's time for game number 5.
You've done a phenomenal job getting us ready for game number 5. I really love the wording. I hope that didn't take you a couple days to write out.
I wrote it down. Definitely wrote it down. I don't have that kind of like brilliance that Rain Day does. Not many people do.
And not many people do. We've got to hang out more often so we could, you know, learn that vocabulary off of him sometime. But that's for later. And game number 5 is about to begin as we watch everybody drop out of the dropship. Not too many 50-50s contesting. Is launch site going to be contested again? No, I don't believe so.
Looks like RCO have finally got a strong hold on launch site, like you were mentioning, and then we're going to see a very Western zone staging potentially, or maybe in that choke where we saw one of the games end up a little bit early, just south of where that beacon is, where Blitzing is positioned right now. So teams will be fighting for that, maybe fighting for the high ground just to the north of Thermal Station, or maybe posting up in some of those buildings just to the north of the building, the mountainous area, excuse me, which is kind of splitting where the zone is at the moment. So one team that's going to be pretty happy is Busset Boys. Now, Busset Boys at the moment need some points on the board, but they are still within striking distance as we have a look across the leaderboards at the moment. Content still up on top. However, their lead has been chipped away a little bit. And you're looking 3 points between 6th and 7th, 1 point between 5th and 6th. It could not be closer at this point.
No, it could not. And we've seen this zone earlier today in the EMEA region, so anyone near Thermal is going to have a good chance to take home the win. It's better for teams to get the spots early in this zone in particular, because there's so many chokeholds near Thermal that once you're late to the party, you know, the party's going to be over for you.
Well, TPM are going to be looting up as well. They're over at Skyhook at the moment. You can see the speed, and Ballon talking about how important it is to get familiar with the drop spot and how loot pass and those few seconds saved can save you a couple of seconds on rotation, which in turn puts you up from first. Sorry, excuse me. It puts you up a couple of points and a couple of positions on the leaderboards as we see a little finisher coming out here. And unfortunately for iPromos, that would be a brutal way to be eliminated.
It will indeed, and that's Current Esports taking up that kill point. They got a couple white armors, but that's okay because Siuka will take in the brunt of the damage with his purple armor on Gibraltar.
Well, we're going to see Current Esports now. They're going to be hitting the drone and picking up the goodies that are going to be dropped down. As Sukuya. Or Suka, sorry, excuse me, my pronunciation is absolutely terrible in this game, as Current Esports now just overlooking any teams who might be rotating across from the refinery side of the map, the very north tip of World's Edge, doing a little bit of crafting as well. And not surprising to see that as you look at their loot as well. You're looking at the armors, couple of whites, and either one purple to speak of. And now you're going to be on board with Busset Boys, who we saw a little bit earlier. And as I mentioned, it should be a pretty comfortable rotation for them, but it doesn't look like they've made the quickest of rotations here in comparison to maybe what they could have.
No, it seems like they want to stay on this beacon building, hold it, get the scan off over here. Maybe hold this for a little longer, it looks like. They have a couple of white armor, so if they do go out into the open, they could get hit quite hard. So they might be trying to play it safe here. It looks so.
Well, safety might not be enough for them. As you see, they're outside of the top 5 at the moment, and they need to kind of wiggle their way in however it works if they want to be a part of the LCQ top 5 and go through to the ALGS Championships. But Busset Boys just patrolling the area at the moment, just making sure their rotations are clear. Those two houses are usually occupied pretty quickly by quickly rotating teams in this zone. Busset Boys just making sure their backside and then south side is going to be clear, and it looks like a ping is going to be coming in. So they're just trying to mark out at the moment where teams are positioning themselves, who they have to prioritize those shots on.
If they get a win with a decent amount of kills, they will be in contention for top 5. So this game, they're going to need to take very, very seriously because they have 17 points. I think they're in 11th place right now or so. So we'll see later on in the stages. But KSB, they're looking pretty good. They have got a blue, a purple, and a white, and they'll be able to level those up with the snipers, with the scouts. You'll always see Kimchi with a sniper. Last time a longbow, a craver, a triple take. So he'll definitely be able to get his Evo shield up to at least blue.
We've seen him hit some crazy shots today, especially with the Kraber in his hand. So getting 87 damage on the board to get that Evo up to a blue is a bit of a cakewalk for a player of his ability. RCO Esports now trying to force their way in through tree. They've got the charge rifle in the hands of Holiday here. He's going to be trying to locate a few targets, maybe do a little bit of damage. And it looks like they want to try and get aggressive, but unfortunately for them, Bam has taken a fair bit of damage himself. So they're going to have to slow down this push. And now they're going to be scanned back themselves. So it's going to be more of a defensive stand than an offensive one. And here comes a pull. A potential kidnap doesn't work, but I like the idea of that.
Oh my goodness, Holiday's shots were absolutely insane though. He managed to crack one on the stairs in in the span of 1 second, but the nades are going to come through, and Holiday actually gets cracked by one of those nades, so he's going to need cover right now, and they're all in this small room. They could get pinched here, and this is not looking too good. We know Shroud actually got a revive off. Ace coming back to full health as his team looks around and covers him. They're on a low ground, so they're just going to take some shots from a distance here.
Our #1 ranked team at the moment, Content, 53 points to their name. Maybe not the game that they would have wanted as far as points tally is concerned in the last, but already done a lot of the hard lifting. However, still have to be extremely careful. 19 points or so, 20, 21 points, whatever you want to call it, just over 20. My maths has always been terrible and forever will be. So a couple of games where they don't put up points on the board, again, opens opportunity, not only for teams to break into the top 5, but maybe for them to fall out of that #1 spot and out of the top 5 themselves. As now we see TPM trying to get aggressive as well, and it looks like Sushi has managed to get a finish in the kill feed onto Junior Claw, but still 20 squads remaining here. And from the action we've seen and the pace we've seen so far, as those shots are going to be hitting pretty hard, it seems like a little bit of a slower start to Game 5 than we've seen previously.
Yeah, that's because the points are so close to each other that there's just some people, you know, they still have hope. A lot of these teams still have hope to get into the top 5. And if some of our top teams drop some goose eggs along in this game, then it just leaves more space for more teams. Onyx Gaming, though, a Revenant team, like I called it, like Tom called it, we all called it, that there is going to be some Revenant teams coming through later on in the stages, and here we see one, and they got some kill points. Content through the air, jumping on in on the jump pad.
Doing what they can to survive here and doing a pretty good job to get that rotation as well. And I'm not going to lie, I love seeing some Revenant in the gameplay, and hopefully we can continue to see him do some really big things towards the end of this game. It's crazy. Sometimes you can have those pop-off games when you're playing Revenant. It's risk-reward, right? We always talk about how Revenant can be a great character, or sometimes how he can just doesn't quite have the abilities or the strength in comparison to some of the other characters that they might bring to a composition. But Content at the moment, they are Content. They've also got a Kraber, so everything seems to be lining up for another YouTube video here.
I feel like some of the teams just really know how to pick up these care packages. And you know what? Every time I play ranked, every time I play pubs, it's always a Prowler. How are you getting a Kraber every time you pick this up?
Player, give me the Prowler. I'll do the work.
Well, I fancy snipers, so that's why the Kraber is always the best one for me. But a Prowler definitely does a lot of damage. ODST, they're kind of in the open here. They've got to find a way to rotate, find a way to get into that final zone. It seems like they're going to rotate just outside of train yard, or maybe even through the train yard tunnel. Nope, they're getting actually Horizon ultied and pushed over here.
Can I get a Huya? Well, it looks like they're going to be getting one right now. As you see, the black hole was effective enough to slow them down. The Gibby bubbles are going to be exchanged as well. Damage was done here, but the question is, are they going to be able to close the gap before the shield batteries and the shield cells can be popped and bring the team back up to a full complement, or are they going to be able to escape? And you have to say, defensively, a very, very good play there. Huya not being able to capitalize on the work they did.
No, they weren't, but the scan is going to come out, and they are still going to push. Now, these shots are going to have to connect for them to win this. Important goes down. Samcho goes down as well. This is a very favorable team fight for them, but are they getting flanked?
I don't think they're getting flanked. I think they're getting blinded by the sniper bullets coming in from all over the place. You can see it's Krabers, it's Scouts, it's either 8s as well. Obviously not a sniper rifle before someone has a go at me, but all of these weapons are doing damage, and it's Content once again who sees the opportunity to get those KP on the board.
Wow, that was a really good third party. Very, very clean by them. Almost couldn't see anything on their screens because of all of those flashes. So Content going to be able to pick up all of this loot. Still 16 squads remaining. They will have to make it into the zone. And like I said earlier, making it into this zone late is not favorable. We have TPM. All right, they're going to be gatekeeping with their triple takes, but I don't know if they know Content has a Kraber.
I don't know if they know that we know that they don't know that there's a Kraber going on. Well, they're currently just outside of that top 5 TPM, currently in 7th place, 27 points on the board before this game got underway. Retirement Home, who are holding down 5th at the moment, have 31. So just a 4-point difference between the two teams. TPM currently hold up in this building. We'll be discussing that next rotation, so let's take the opportunity to listen in.
Ese pedo, güey. Todavía la podemos jugar mucho rato aquí.
Ese equipo no creo que vaya a dar bueno, a lo mejor puede dar la vuelta el equipo de la derecha. Uno que tú Sushi, quédate de aquel lado, papi.
Mira, ese equipo, el del Crever, ya fue por arriba, güey.
Aquí dejé 12 balas de sniper, ¿eh?
Va. Oh, dámelas. ¿En dónde?
En la caja.
Me llevo un chingo de granadas.
Llevo un chingo de escudos que no ocupo.
Uno quedes atrás, por si cualquier pedo. ¿Fabricamos o qué? No, o qué pedo.
No. ¿Qué necesitas, güey?
Baterías grandes.
Te puedo dar chiquitos, güey.
¿Cuántas tienes?
Yo creo que sí podías fabricar, güey, con mi cúpula.
Dame 3 chiquitos, Sushi.
Yo también no ocupo fabricar, güey, la neta, güey.
Llevo un chingo de granadas, güey.
A ver, lanza
una pila grande aquí, ¿eh?
Ok, la agarro.
Ya cerró, güey.
Ok, tenemos
que vamos a agarrar, güey.
Güey, ¿podremos pelear este equipo o ya está ya roto?
Hay un equipo allá, mira. Hay un equipo en la casita de la baliza.
Ocupamos rotar ya. Hay que ver para dónde, güey. Ahí está muy peligroso, güey.
Sí. Solo que agarremos ahí, güey, pero
hay que agarrar
el vagón
aquí,
está medio abierto, eso sí, güey.
Sí, güey.
Está muy abierto ahí.
Hay que agarrar aquí,
o también, es que mira, también hay zona ahí abajo.
Podemos dar la vuelta, güey, por atrás, güey, y entrar hasta acá, güey.
So you can hear a little bit of frantic energy in the comms of TPM there, the Mexican squad who are trying to do what they can to make it into the ALGS Championship Finals and do their region proud, as they quite rightly will be right now. I'm sure there's a lot of support for them and people watching from home at the moment. Legacy MX currently set up on the top of the structure within thermal, and another team is having to make a little bit of a dodgy rotation here and going to take a little bit of damage, but will find a jump pad, and a safe spot to land as well is going to be Pub Stars. So nice little bit of inventive rotation coming in from them.
And they have encountered a squad coming into the zone, and that's the surprise you get when you travel across the map and are on the edge of zone. So they're gonna get into a fight, but Legacy MX not looking so good. 2 out of the 3 members go down. It's all up to Jaguar, and no, couldn't get the thirst, goes down here, and I believe to Content.
Like that was the case indeed. Content once again just hitting so many shots, and oh baby, Corey!
Oh my God.
Well, that one woke everybody up, and he goes for a second as well. The man is feeling himself. We didn't need to know that Content were doing all sorts of crazy stuff today, but there is a beautiful headshot. And unfortunately for the player on the receiving end, there's going to be enough time to have a good old think about poking that corner again.
Oh my goodness, that was an incredible shot. They got Turns' banner, so they are going to maybe take a look into reviving him as they move on to the zone. They're going to have to worry about the rotation before the revive, because that's the most important thing. Corey just flexing. He's got a Kraber. He's feeling good, doing those wall jumps. That's NA for you today. NA is all about the montages.
It's not just NA, it's Content. I mean, the name is there for a reason. Oh, don't do this. If you do this, I retire. But okay, he didn't do it immediately. Oh my, I'll tell you what, my stomach fell out there. I thought I was going to be back to the job center looking for some employment, but Corey, he heard me and he decided that he wanted to keep me in the ALGS. So respect, Corey. I love your gameplay. You're my favorite human on earth right now.
Absolutely bringing it today, and they're getting turns up. So if he's able to get a headshot or just a free kill, then Turns will be able to get some loot. So that's what they're gonna have to focus on next, as there's a team behind them pushing them. This is Lonely Fans. Now we're on to Lonely Fans on the other side of the map, actually. Blight just going up into the air, and when you go into the air vertically on a jump pad, you just get beamed. We saw that earlier today with RCO, and we're seeing it again here.
Now Content in a fight once more, and no surprise to see that they're on the winning side of it again. No knocks, a clean wipe. The question is, can the Gibby get the bubble down in time, or is it going to be up to Corey to hit yet another crazy crazy, crazy shot. Luckily for them, it looked like it was just a solo trying to interrupt the party for Corey. Now with 2 shots left, he's last player alive for his team. Can't connect with one Kraber shot. Doing what he can to stay alive. Maybe get a few KP on the board, but the knockdown shield is going to keep him alive for now.
Oh my goodness. Does he have one more Kraber shot? No, he ends up going out. No one will want to pick. No, we see another Kraber. There's so many Krabers in the tournament today.
I've never seen so many Kravers
Esports.
in recent time, girl. I don't know what it is. I mean, we had Sentinels in GLL who had 3 Kravers at one point. It was crazy. I've never seen that before. And now it just seems like Kravers are being given out like Christmas cards at Christmas. No surprise to say that. But current esports inside of this building, they're not going to be safe in around 50 seconds, but a tough rotation for them. They're going to have teams to their east, teams to their west. It's just a case of trying to survive. Maybe third party, some of these teams rotating in, because otherwise they'll become the meat in the sandwich.
It's a free Kraber per COVID vaccination, probably. TPN, though, not looking so good. Lost to Lonely Fans. Blight clutches it out with the Mastiff over here. So he'll be able to get those revives onto his teammates over here, and they'll be able to recover. They're not getting third-partied onto We Know Shroud.
We Know Shroud still within striking distance, still trying to do what they can to force themselves into the conversation. As far as the top 5 teams are concerned, Ace going to hit that scan, try and pop out any of those players who might have got a little bit overzealous and might have been peeking, showing ahead. But for now, you can see that they're just being focused by so many different teams. The R9 is going to hit. It isn't going to do a huge amount of damage, but it is going to do enough just to back this team off. The EVA 8 will hit, though, and it's CE, current esports, who are looking to move in to clean things up. But Kayama is going to be taken down, and We Know Shroud will survive just for one moment.
And it looks like Lonely Fans have a really good spot. They won't have to fight if they don't want to. They're getting some kind of angle to see what's going on there with the Octane jump pad from a distance. They have no one in their back, so they're in a really great position. But pushing in might be really hard.
Yeah, this is tough. You can see how much land they've got to play with. There is where the zone is going to be pulling. We predicted it a little bit earlier on, saying that choke is going to be absolutely vital for any teams if they want to take home that #1 spot and call themselves a champion in this game. But for Lonely Fans, they've got to do it the difficult way. They've got to work their way in. They've got to bully their way through these teams that are in front of them. And the first target you can see is inside of that truck.
Yep, and they're not looking so great on ammo right now. So 63 shots to spare on the R301. They're gonna have to make this a quick fight, or not too long, because they have 53 seconds to get into the zone. They're actually not looking so good, to be honest, because KSB are closer to the zone, so they'll be able to keep them and hold them out.
KSB will stay inside of our top 5 as well with this performance. So good stuff coming in from them, and you're going to see KSB actually just dropping a portal, maybe thinking about checking if there's any rats below them, or just maybe thinking about if I can pick up a little bit of extra loot. But for now, they're going to have to be very careful, because the push surely is going to come. And I wonder if that was a bait portal as well to force that push to come in. We'll have to get inside the mind of the IGL to find that out. But KSB at the moment doing a great job of holding on, but now the pinch is coming in. They've had to turn their attention elsewhere.
Yep, and the zone will be coming in 10 seconds. So they're going to keep their distance. They're going to play it safe. The nades are going to come through. A battery will have to ensue here, or a lot of shield cells. It's going to take a lot of time to heal up here with shield cells. But Strictly does have a few moments.
Cell's going to be popped. But the zone is pushing behind them. He's trying to do as much damage as he can before he has to move himself. He wants those KP to be in his team's name. They're going to be flying through the air onto the bubble, and he's going to have a perfect flank. But the question is, have his teammates done enough damage for him to get there and clean up the kills? Quite simply, yes. Once again, KSB seems to be very, very adept in these team fights, but now it's looking a little bit more difficult. 2 squads remaining. Strictly, last player alive. He's in the void, but you get the feeling in just a few moments' time, he might be in the ground.
It looks like Ziploc Bags has won this with that last final third party for the dub here. That was great by them. The positioning, the patience, the timing, it was everything for them.
Amazing stuff then from Ziploc Bags, and you have to say that it was a crazy endgame. Just looking across at the standings right now, Ziploc Bags were down in 14th position before this game got underway, so who knows how that's going to throw things up. KSP with that second place, though, are going to be very happy. They will stay inside of those qualification spots. But talk to me about what you would say to your team right now, girl, if you're in 6th, 7th, 8th place with just one more game to go.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Don't take any risks you don't have to take, but when you do take those risks, trust your IGL and just go at it with full force.
Well, we're going to have to see if the advice from Girl carries over to our teams who are competing here in the LCQ. That is going to do it all for game number 5, though. Girl, absolute pleasure, as always, to cast with you. But for now, it's going to be over to Fallout and Tom to break it all down.
On set, Girl, thank you so much as always. Fallout here alongside T Squared as we break down game number 5 and, of course, start to preview game number 6, the last game and last opportunity, as I'm getting excited for the end of this one because it's going to be an interesting one, Tom. Right there, we saw Ziploc Bags, a much-needed win for them to put themselves in contention for top 5.
They heard the ring, right? We're saying who's going to answer the call, and they did, and it's so much needed right there. That thermal station zone presents a lot of opportunity to go get kills, especially if you get the God spot. Everybody in this game is experienced fighting over towards that zone. It's one of the more common that we have as we take a look at the final moment from game number 5. I cannot wait to move into game number 6, but look at that Kraber shot fall out.
Mid-air as well. Unbelievable shot right there from Ziploc Bags. And then after getting that first kill, it was really a 3v2 after that. And they're able to clean up. Pretty easy, simple stuff from them to close it out for the Ziploc Bags, and they ended up on top. Big players make big plays in big-time moments. And you saw it right there with the Kraber. Beautiful stuff to secure the win.
And not only that, Fallout, to piggyback off that, they make it look easy, and that's the key. We saw that in the previous game over towards the market side, and we see that in that game right there, and you're like, oh, wow, that was simple, right? They're playing against players that, you know, are in matchmaking. This is a pub. No, it's the positioning. It's you put yourself in that spot for a reason. That is the dominant spot. All the teams have to rotate over towards the choke. A lot of times it's third-party central for you, and if you hit your shots like that, you get rewarded big time. So I'm looking forward to seeing this leaderboard, and we can see exactly what's going on going into game number 6, because I have a feeling there's still a couple of spots up for grabs here.
Yeah, that's right. And as you say that, we'll take a look at the Game 5 results. That was a huge 22-point game for the Ziploc Bags, who had 14 points. That'll put them at 36 points, which might be enough to break into the top 5 even. So massive game for Gobble, Yo-Yo, and Mazzy. They go big. KSB, another team that's right on the fringe, needed to go big. Well, they did. They get second place. Lonely Fans right after. You saw the Kraber shot that knocked them out of the game. They take home a third-place finish, Tom. Anything else stand out to you?
Retirement home at 5th place in this game and also in 5th place overall. As we take a look at the overall leaderboard, we're going to see exactly how close Ziploc Bags and they are, because this is going to be tough. And wow, they actually got bumped down a spot. Look at this fight going on for 5th place. And heck, you could even say 4th and 3rd spot are up for grabs, because we're talking about how top heavy this is with Content and Lonely Fans over towards the top.
Yeah, they got to think are secured at this point, Content Lonely Fans, but Lonely Fans, sorry. But 3rd, 4th, and 5th place all up for grabs, undoubtedly, for teams going all the way down to 8th place. I mean, TPM's still in it. Huya, your squad that you said you expect to go big, they could still pop off and break into the top 5 with the big game here. So at this point, an interesting scenario as we see a very interesting situation for top 5. And if you're just tuning in or just watching, why is top 5 important? Well, top 5 is who qualifies through to the ALGS Championships, which will be taking place in early June, the largest Apex tournament in history, $1 million prize pool for a single tournament. It's the ALGS Championships for a reason. We have a huge prize pool. We're going to have the best of the best competing with 4 groups across EMEA and North America, and the top 5 are going to qualify, Tom.
I would even count the teams that are in the 12th seed right now sitting around 20 points, because if you say, okay, we have a 29-point performance, that's 49 points. That's enough to move you all the way up to 3rd place, not just 5th. So this is going to be absolutely crazy going into this final game.
Take a look at the Game 5 highlights, though, as we get ready for Game 6. But this is what Game 5 had. A little bit of BM right here coming through from Current Esports, having some fun with it. You like to see a finisher every once in a while, and I'm glad we got the replay of that. Huya, the boys ended up finding themselves in an early game fight here. Tom, walk me through it.
Yeah, with Huya, you can see, again, it's all about when you walk up and you take certain angles. So if you have to watch for the third party, that's extremely key. While they're doing that, they're just getting pinched from the sides, and it makes it so difficult. That's where they lost out on Skittle, and all things kind of go bad. But you can see the thought process is to advance and continue to advance, but you have to do that with the bubble and while you're not getting third partied. So it just made things so unfortunate. as it was content flanking around the Kraber. We saw 2 or 3 Krabers this game, and they were all connecting. The shots, the tracking, the movement has been extremely impressive. We saw that all the way from game number 1 when content dropped that 29 bomb, and content and Lonely Fans definitely secured their spots. They're sitting in number 1 and 2, but basically if you're just joining us, we have 3 spots available, and there's about 10 teams that are fighting for that spot right now. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Will we see a repeat performance what happened with EMEA, like Click Esports, a team that isn't even contesting, playing Splitter and winning, or will it be one of these teams that are really trying to break into the top 5 that'll have a big performance and give them confidence? Because there is so much money up for grabs, y'all. $1 million going on in June for the Apex Global Championship.
That's right. It's a lot of letters, a lot of acronyms, a lot of words to get out there, Tom. I don't blame you for that one. But Ziploc Bags was the team that put themselves in contention. Speaking of which, you're right, Click Esports Game 6 weren't really in contention for placing top 5 and won Game 6. Well, Ziploc Bags, they weren't in contention going into Game 5, but they performed and stepped up when they needed to with a huge showing and a huge placement from them. That puts them right in the running in 7th place. And, Tom mentioned 3 spots up for grabs. There's 5 total, but to his point, content Lonely Fans so significantly ahead of the pack with I think 60+ points each. You got to think their spots are secured. That really opens up 3rd, 4th, and 5th place for an opportunity to qualify through. So it's gonna be an interesting one. You called out who you last game. I want to hear your thoughts, your final predictions. I want to make a little bold statement here. I know it's tough to make a prediction. Who do you think are going to be the teams that take home that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place? Who do you think is going to step up? Give me one team at least.
I really want to see TPM do well because they have so many fans in the chat, right? So I know that they have so many people pulling for them. I would love to see them do it, but I really think Huya and then I don't know. Those are the 2 teams that I'm personally kind of rooting for, but I'm really rooting for all these teams. I want everybody to play their best. That's really what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to a fair zone as well. Maybe something over towards Fragment where we've seen all those teams coexisting and there's a crazy battle towards the end. But we have so many different possibilities here. I can't predict it.
Yeah, it's a good perspective as always. I'd love to see TPM do it as well. Viva Mexico, let's go. Let's see what they can do. But for me, Retirement Home is a team I'm looking out for. A team of veterans have been playing for a very long time. Good to see them back out of the Retirement Home and competing once again. So we'll see what they can do in this next game. That's going to be it for T-Squared and myself, because guess what? Game number 6, our last game and the last opportunity for a team to place top 5 and make it to the ALGS Championships is upon us. 40 teams from North America will be competing. We have 35 already qualified. Who will the last 5 be? We will find out right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Hi, my name is Robot Giggles, but my mom calls me Sarah. I am a cosplayer and a full-time streamer. Cosplaying is dressing up like your favorite character. I promise you, it is the most fun thing you will ever do. My first cosplay that went viral was the Apex Quarantine 722 skin, the white Wraith skin that's so iconic. And that's when I got to know the Apex fan base and the Apex community, and I loved it. I probably have never enjoyed dressing up from a video game more ever. I get so bored as an artist with just painting on canvas that when I do cosplays, it requires me to paint, sew, do foam work, do leather work. So it is like arts and crafts for someone super ADD. So it appeals to that side of me. And then I get to wear it and go entertain people in person like some sort of weird version of a terrifying Disney princess. I think humans, for all of humankind, have craved live entertainment because that anything can happen energy. And I think now live streaming is so popular because people have that same vibe again. I think that the community's attitudes and values reflect Apex Legends because just like the different types of people in my community kind of perform different roles for each other, you also see them getting in Apex, teaming up, picking 3 different characters, and supporting each other using their unique gifts and talents. It's been fun to gather and cultivate a community of accepting, like-minded people, and I can't wait to see where we go from here. I have a message for the girls who are watching. I just want to encourage you to be yourself. Don't try to be any other girl in the industry. Just be yourself, be brave, and just do the thing. I'm Robot Giggles, and you can find me as Robot Giggles on all social medias or live streaming on twitch.tv/Robot Giggles every day. Come say hi.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what they call this? It's crunch time. Last game of the tournament. And I might be muted here. Hold on one second. I was muted, I believe. I should be back here in good standing. I know I left you in suspense. It's all storytelling. I just want you guys to be... What's he saying? He's me. Now you're all engaged. You all chatted, okay? We all increased our engagement because of that ploy. Enough about me and that accidental, maybe not accidental mute. We're here to cast what I call crunch time. It's the final game, girl. It's the final tournament of the day. It's the final moment and chance for these teams to be involved in this $1 million affair, which is coming up in June. And what do you think is going through these players' minds right now?
This is our last chance. Our very last chance.
So besides that, I mean, is there confidence? Is there fear? I mean, if you were in these shoes, what would be going on? Just game face all the way?
I personally get nervous when I compete a little bit. I don't compete often enough to not get nervous. So if these players have been playing in like community tournaments, so on and so forth, they might not be so nervous. But if they haven't competed in a long time, you know, the nervousness builds up after all of these games. Everything's on the line here. But you just got to remind yourself that it's the game you've always been playing. It's the game you play every day. It's the game you love. You know how to do it. You're confident. You're great. This is why you're here. You're one of the best players in the world.
I love that advice. And, you know, it's like stepping up. You know, soccer or football is my sport. When you step up to a penalty kick and it means something, there's always nerves. There's never, you know, who cares? I've done this so many times. It's just another kick. It might just be, but you feel it because you know the importance. And this is a moment where if you win, that kill, that fight, that push, that decision, it could mean that you're going to a chance that players dream of, a chance with $1 million prize pool across all the regions. And we're very excited to bring you through the action here. Game 6 upon us. And big deal, you know, for me, girl, what do you think has been the tempo? I talked with Onset quite a bit, and the idea around it was, you know, this is just a fast-moving day. Do you feel that as well in North America? It's just unusually fast?
Yeah, I feel like everyone's very aggressive, so it might come with confidence. Hey, we are going to kill this team. We maybe know that we can kill this team because we've killed them in ranked or killed them in scrims before. Oh, we can do this. Maybe that's coming through and all the confidence is flowing and it's just like boiling through and they just want to kill everybody.
Wow, I've never heard someone say they just want to kill everybody with such a smile and light tone. The delivery does matter, folks. I guess so. You could say anything if you're smiling like girl and make it kind of sound nice. So we'll see if everybody just kills everybody here as we get into game number 6. As we kick it off, the dropship approaching over World's Edge. Do you miss it as much as everyone else on Twitter who is asking for World's Edge again?
I do love World's Edge, but I do like their rotation of maps as well. I love having something different come to me every season. I think that's very important because then it would be less stale. I hope that they make another map similar to World's Edge, like in size and POIs, but we'll see in the future. I know there's lots of great things coming to Apex Legends soon, and I'm very excited.
Very, very excited. Tomorrow as well, 8 a.m. Just because we're starting things off, we got a little trailer that should be releasing gameplay of the new arenas, whatever that is, whatever that looks like. So make sure to stay tuned. If you're watching on YouTube at Play Apex, or you're watching us here on twitch.tv/Play Apex, you'll be able to have some really nice eyes on that bright and early to kick off your week. But as far as ending the week, a hectic, long, competitive day filled with different styles, a lot of headshots, a lot of Krabers, to be honest. But that's always a good thing in Apex Legends when you have one. Well, not if it's against you, I suppose, but really been a lot of care package weapons in the mix today, more so than I usually remember, and it's been great. I think it's helped to add to the tone of almost a very violent, very increased tempo that these teams have been playing.
Absolutely. And I was just looking at the scoreboard there, and Content and Lonely Fans are kind of sitting pretty right now. AMV, though, Ack doesn't have an armor. He's going to look for a new white armor, does spot one before having to heal, and there is an actual third white armor on top of their floor, so they'll be doing okay. They are playing Caustic for their last game today, and Caustic in a building always goes right.
And, you know, it's very interesting how we talked all about the Caustic Wraith, the Caustic Octane, and now we got the Caustic Horizon. What a unique composition with Bloodhound as well. In your eyes, what's the goal of this? Is this just player preference? We've seen Mooney and them have some successes over the course of it. They are sitting in a top 5 spot currently. Maybe hold that thought here as the fight starts to engage. As Mooney hits a few, but he gets hit right back. Alternator. Early game weapon. We know it can dominate in these situations if they don't have anything better on their side. And Ack picking up the slack. Goes up into the air for a shield bat. The benefits of Horizon still just in and out. Gonna use the zip line to maneuver yet again. Nobody yet found a drop, but it might be this one here. Up in the air. Sometimes you don't come down in these lobbies.
Oh no, it's so hard to shoot people in the air. Ack missing a few wingman shots there. They're gonna have to retreat onto the 3rd floor of the building here. Try and go for the knock, and they get it! They get it on Skittle Cakes and Phoenix. So they have almost won this fight completely. AMV picking up some kill points in the very last game of the last chance qualifiers today.
Uh-oh, but there's Voltic. He goes down. And he's playing low. And I got to tell you, it's just such an advantage playing this right here with a Horizon, because that movement is just unparalleled in this situation specifically, where you've got 5, 6 floors to go up and down, and to maneuver that at a whim, to go above the building that high, just showing the power of why this legend is so good. But I want to go back to that conversation, because they ended up winning that trade. Why do you think the Horizon Caustic Bloodhound, what is the goal of that in your eyes as a player? Or do you think that's just player preference? Legend preference?
No, there is a goal to that. So using Horizon could give you that lift in the air, and once you kind of use your ultimate and black hole everybody in, you can then use your Caustic ultimate on top of that and get that like double damage with the grenades, and it's just a big wombo combo doing that. And Outcast, unfortunately, Outcast is out to TPM. I know this is one of our fan favorites. I love this team. I've actually got the pleasure to play with them a couple games one night. So, and they're very nice, very well skilled, but they're actually getting third partied. Oh no, Taildis is almost 1 HP. Sponge has to heal over here. What are they going to do? They're playing on the zip lines. This is incredible movement by Sponge over here. It's gonna try and pop the Phoenix, a full Phoenix kit. I hope. Yep, I hope he's able to get it off. Taildis inside the building, 1 HP. And it's going to be up to Sponge here. Taildis hasn't healed yet.
I love that. Oh, man. Taildis, unfortunately, goes down. Sponge. Love the movement, like you mentioned. Defensive bombardment. And this is going to hurt for his pursuers. Can he hold them outside the door? He will. It should break. He's going to get damage, though. And a nice evade shot as well. He might be able to turn this around. Needs an armor swap. Can he get it? Sponge trying to make a big play. It's already been used. And that zip line, that rope, he had reached the end of his, and ODST win that one. But, hey, Sponge made it hard. Great work. Unfortunate circumstance, or result, so to speak, but definitely a good effort by Sponge.
The best to his abilities, eh? He even ended up getting some shots, or some hits off with his bombardment, but it wasn't enough when it was the 3v1 there at the end. KSB looking good. We've got Kimchi with the gold armor, Blitzen with a fully kitted triple take. This team loves sniping. Sniping is very crucial in competitive Apex because getting those kills from a long range, or even getting a knock and then, you know, jump padding onto them or pushing them with a bloodhound, it's just very advantageous. And if you could keep the fight away from you, it'll cause for less third parties. And we just witnessed a third party happen. You do not want to be a part of one of those.
No, we've witnessed a lot so far. 6 teams in a matter of what feels like 5 minutes. In fact, a matter of what has been 5 minutes, they're already gone. We've seen 25% of the lobby down already. And it's just getting started. Hasn't even gotten to the second circle here. And it looks like it could be more with Busset Boys looking to make a move here. Number 13, 18 points to their name. It's not outrageous of an idea to think a big 29, 30-pointer could get them in the conversation. But it is outrageous to think they'd be able to surpass it without any of the other teams with the 39, 38, 36 points, AMV, retirement home, Ziploc bags, respectively, doing a decent job in this game while they get that 30 bomb. So Busset Boys, maybe too much of a mountain to climb, but some people said some mountaineers couldn't climb Everest. They ended up doing it. So we'll hold on until the results come in.
And there comes in our first knock. All right, so they'll be able to push through that. The revive is going in. The nice, very nice thermite, but it does not connect onto the downed player. It only connects to blue armor here, so they might actually be able to recover up there. The scan goes through. Decoys is going to take a little peek on inside. Oh, and the dome comes in. Wraith down to 1 HP, but both of them go down here. Very nice comeback. It's all up to Murdog on Busset Boys to be able to clutch this one out. Turns We the People.
Ooh,
both down.
He gave him the armor swap.
Yup, and very nice shots. The triple take. Can he do it? Oh, no! Corey with the clutch. Oh, and the third
but
party.
Corey's not alone. The clutch and the third party. Would you take one if you knew you got the other? I don't think so. Corey might have just said, I don't want to be in that engagement anyways. He's already lost 2 of his teammates. And Junior Claw's going to smoke him out like, hey, I don't want you to find the exits. I think Corey knows there's no way he could exit if he tried. Great win, great clutch there, but it feels like it is all for nothing as they're going to realize there's only 1 person in there maybe. Oh, maybe there's 2. And now that they start to realize Corey might have gotten one of his teammates up, okay, hold on. Let's slow that one down as we head over to Onyx Gaming, who have just entered into the Revenant zone. And looks like they need a little bit of help, not some serious help, as the skirmish continues up on the staircase.
Cheesy's gonna need a revive, but Cheesy gets thirsted. Proficiency actually gets knocked, and Need Serious Help is gonna need serious help. And they are out.
Cut right there. Clip it. You were absolutely right on that, and it just sucks. You know, we've seen couple of names kind of almost set their fates in stone. I think we had Defeated, who was a solo player who just ultimately we all knew where that was going at the end of the kind of turn of the lobby, and now Need Serious Help absolutely did, and unfortunately they didn't get it. We know Shroud, though, came in on the better side of that, and again, round 2, 52 seconds away. Feels like you blink and you miss this lobby, and there's only 12 teams remaining. Again, almost another quarter of our lobby gone. But that's what happens when everyone's fighting for it. Let's see. We know Shroud, 24 points to their name right now. Synced, Wicked, and Ace. That puts them 15 points behind the position they need to be. So if this is the team you're rooting for, definitely doable. A win here in this lobby would most likely do it. And they are geared in a way that would suggest they have a high probability of that. Just looking at that purple Evo, red Evo, and the gold shield for Wicked. That is a nice setup heading into what could be some of the final zones.
The only unfortunate thing about these teams that need a lot of points is that the lobby is slowly dissipating and the players left to kill are going to be none in about 10 minutes. So it's going to be really hard to get those kill points needed to get into the top 5, but it is doable, as you said.
They got to pick it up. That's an excellent point. They just need to realize the moment to get a 20, a 30 bomb. But we mentioned Busset Boys who would have needed it. It's almost gone. I mean, there's really barely 30 players left in the lobby. So you have to go ahead and make your move if you're going to make it now. Sunset Rising realizing they're in part of that conversation as well. 20 points to their name. Just 2 ahead of Busset Boys, and they're under pressure. But playing a little slower. G7 Scout and the Mastiff. An odd loadout for a Bloodhound player. And it's going to result in how a lot of people think. Not a lot of success. Ziploc Bags, though. They're playing spoiler to the party. Sending Sunset Rising, sunsetting. As Mazzy finishes off with the R99.
Mazzy ended up coming in from behind with the Spitfire, getting that free knock, which was able to eliminate a couple of those players there. That was incredible. Now moved on to KSB. Are they third-partying the Ziploc bags? Oh my goodness, it's going to be up to Mazzy to try and 1v3 this, but that is looking a little impossible.
You know, 1v3s are hard when you're dead, I heard, and that's exactly what occurred for Mazzy and the boys. If he pulls it off, if he pulls that off, I will think he should just qualify right away, because that will be some new tech that we haven't seen in Apex Legends. However, KSB and the fact that Ziploc Bags have fought each other have now encouraged another third party from ODST, which is the team that needs both of those teams out, a point behind where we were looking at Busset Boys, 17 starting out this round. The top 2 teams in the top 5 positions have actually started to kind of siphon and leech off each other. So that would be great for the rest of the lobby if they can go down. But it seems like KSB not capitalized on when they needed to be.
No, they were not. And ODST is just going to look to retreat and go to the zone, it seems. So it's not looking so great. 30 players left alive. It's going to be hard to catch up if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard and still in. But, you know, give it your all no matter what.
AMV starting out in the 5th position. This is probably the most important team to watch. Outside of possibly TPM, Huya, or We Know Shroud, because this is the one who's gatekeeping. They're holding everybody out. The second they go down, it's an open lobby for the rest of those teams right behind them. But as long as they stay alive, I mean, they're almost in the driver's seat here of their own fate. They win, they're in. No doubt about it. So Mooney, they've already survived a few. And I think it's a good opportunity to take a chance to listen in and see how they're managing with only 10 squads left.
$50 on him. Don't go down here.
Yep, I'm batting.
Oh my God, they're right here. No. He's getting hit.
Pound's cracked.
Just wait your life. Don't go down. You can play my arm shield, don't go down.
Can't. Fuck, Act, why'd you push out like that, man?
Enemy spotted.
Oh my God, Wicked and We Know Shroud take down the team that is in the spot they want. If that doesn't show you that they're going for it, I don't know what else will. And talk about the Eva 8 shots, girl. Wicked just put anybody who stepped foot out of that door down in the dirt.
Yeah, they kind of popped out. They just peeked for a moment, and Act just went down so fast, incredibly fast. So unfortunately for them, they are out of this. We Know Shroud, they might be able to pick up enough kill points. It's crazy, but it's possible. It's doable.
I feel sad in some ways. Because, so close so far, but there's no time to feel any feelings. There's just time to run away. Look at the intensity. Synced fighting yet again. Wicked, We Know Shroud. No, they are on it. These guys are in 8th place, most likely right now after all the points that they've gotten, but they need to push to 5, and they are close. They have knocked out the 5th place team, and that was Pubstars, I believe, that they were engaging in, and that would be the 4th place team. So they have almost, in one fell swoop, taken out their top 2 teams in competition. What a moment for We Know Shroud.
This is actually crazy. We've got to watch We Know Shroud for the rest of the tournament because they are absolutely popping off. We don't have a 4th place and a 5th place team right now. They're both out of the game. On to content, though. We'll take a look at We Know Shroud later on, but on content, they've been fighting as well. They've been doing really well. Actually, haven't we seen them go down in Sorting Factory earlier and recover from that? I believe so.
Yeah, content is, I mean, they've been all over the place. I think they're going for content at this point because they know they're already qualified. And so anything that they can do to add for the Twitch clips or the Twitter clips, I think they're going for. And why wouldn't you? We know Shroud, though. This is the storyline right here. Ziploc bags in front of them. Number 7. They're out. Pub Stars taken out by We Know Shroud. AMV taken out by We Know Shroud. We Know Shroud ain't just walking down the path. They're carving it out for themselves to be at this LCQ and make it to the championships. But oh no! Saints got dropped. That's a dome shield. He should be able to stabilize. That's scary though. But with a gold backpack, Saint is right back up. Man, Wicked is gold.
They've got all of the loot that they need to win this. They've got the gold bag. They got the gold dome res. They're looking really good right now. Yep, and they're going to rotate onto the bridge for now, which isn't the worst spot. It may not be the best spot. There's going to be a lot of teams around them that might get peeked on, but if they're going to be able to pick up some kill points, it's right now, and Keen goes down. Wicked with the R301,
Oh, no.
absolutely slaying, but goes down, and he's the one with the dome and the gold bag. Oh, no.
Oh my God, this could be it. Wicked goes down. Sancty goes down as well. Could this be it? Ace, he's going to have to try to clutch this up, and he might have the opportunity. Smart play to get Gibraltar. And you can see Sank using the shield because he's trying to just get Gibby alive. And Wicked, he falls yet again. Oh, no. And that is going to be synced down. But again, not quite out. Now he can revive inside the dome. They should be able to stabilize and get these two back. Sank sacrifices his life for the greater good. And you know what? It might have just been the greater good. What if that sacrifice paves the way for these two to get enough points to win? Wouldn't that be a story?
It would definitely be a story. And as you said, Ace picking up the Gibraltar, picking up Wicked was absolutely the right play because he was able to get a dome off right before he went back down. And then another res ensues. The rotation isn't looking very clean right now. KSB, 1 person remaining, and it's Blitzen right now. Not looking too good for Blitzen, getting shot from a couple angles. We'll have to rotate in. And personally, I'm assuming Blitzen might just die on the rotation. This is a very hard rotation for him.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard climb. He's going to expose himself unless he stays eked out in those corners. See, he's trying to just stay inside so he is not in line of sight of the bridge or the team that has been focusing We Know Shroud. Not quite sure who that is yet. 7 squads remaining. Whoa. What a moment. This is going to be their biggest test yet. They've taken out 3 teams ahead of them in order to climb their way back. They started out 15 points away. That's a first place and then some. And it's now 7 squads remaining. They've got a chance. They've lost 1 member. Blitzen stands in their way. He's already qualified in the number 3 spot, you would assume. And now he's using that Spitfire to try and pressure it out. But no, he's just exposed himself. Doesn't get much damage there. Wicked, he's in a fight right now. 1 knock as well. Another KP. Will he do it? Wicked switches it out. Nice R301. They get it. 2 more KP. 7 kills for Wicked. And We Know Shroud in the top 6.
Oh my gosh. Wow. They're really fighting their way through. 6 squads left. We know one of them is a solo. Blitzen actually got a knock as the solo player left alive. They might try and climb these rocks, try and get the high ground. We have JTSN. They're looking really good right now. So as many 3-player squads as possible need to fight so that We Know Shroud can take them out in the end.
Well, I do know Shroud could take them out in the end. I mean, he's a great FPS player. But also the team, I had to catch myself there the way you said it. And I think they're trying to do that with their name. A little bit of levity here for a various situation. These guys crawled their way back. 15 points down. I don't know if anyone's betting on that to make it in the slot, but things just started happening. Pub Stars go down. AMV go down to the hands of them. Ziploc bags push onto KSB. KSB loses 2. Blitzen stays alive. Ziploc Bags goes down. And now it's Legacy who are in the bottom 10, going up into engagement here. And I think this is with JTSN. And so Legacy, JTSN almost dealing with themselves. And I think that's the defensive bombardment on the outside. The black hole just making it so difficult to fight. Blitzen, he's going in there as well. This could be 3 squads dead in a second. Blitzen's going to get the armor swap. Can't say enough about how well he has played, and more KP to his name as well. But we know Shroud is just standing by. They're not even in the fight.
They need to go in soon. They need to go in very soon. They don't want any of those 3-man squads to heal back up. But there is 4 squads left remaining, so they're playing it patiently. They want to win. Actually, getting the win is maybe the most crucial part because they've got a lot of kill points.
Oh my God, look at this. I mean, that's a great spot, but the R301 doesn't hit, I think, hard enough for those 3 players pushing. I think a Spitfire might have been better there. And they've got to watch out for Blitzen. I believe he's still alive, and unfortunately, Wicked hitting every shot he freaking can. Oh my goodness, the man's a laser. 7 kills to his name, but a grenade. Will that just stop it all? It's going to get half the shield. Oh boy, things are tense. But they're all outside. Wicked, no real place to go. Playing with the boxes. This is Apex Legends. Blitzen has just been a terror. KSB still at the top. The one-man show. Will it be the 2 men who can carry it forward? No, it's going to be We Know Shroud. Drop there. We'll have to wait for the standings to see. Did they do enough? And it's Content who take the kill. Corey somehow back in action. It's Legacy, and it may just be that 3rd Blitzen on the backside of things. Big kill there onto We the People. Content losing it out. They're already qualified, but the final zone will create a little bit more havoc here. Jaguares goes down as well, up into the Horizon Dome. And look at that, Legacy clean it up. Not really in contention, but if they had a chance, this would be it. They take the win. They shut down We Know Shroud. But the story certainly is, will the heroics end up paying dividends for either of these teams?
Yes, that is the story indeed. I don't know what the leaderboard holds for us. We're going to have to leave that to Tom and Kate. But how did you enjoy that last match?
Oh, it was great, girl. I think, you know, what's so fun is looking at these stories that are developing constantly. It's almost like breaking news every 5 seconds, but I think they did an even better job, and I want to hear your thoughts quickly just on the pace. Today was a frantic, fun pace, but it was some of the most fun Apex Legends I've casted in a while.
It was super fun. All of the cravers, all of the action, all of the intensity. It was absolutely incredible, and I'm so honored to be able to watch all of that and cast that with you.
Well, girl, it's a pleasure as always. We'll see you soon for the next one. We're going to sign off here and get it back to our analyst desks and see who qualified for the championships.
Thank you so much, Rain Day and Girl, as always. What a game 6 that was, Tom. One of the craziest games I've seen in ALGS. What we saw from We Know Shroud right there, what we saw from Blitzen to survive to late game was nothing short of heroic.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the standings right now, and Legacy MX was in 11th place with 22 points, okay? 12 points for the placement. That's going to be, what, 34 overall, okay? They needed 39 points to take over that 5th place spot. I think they got enough kill points to do it too. The question is how much points did AMV and Pubstars put on the board, and how many points did We Know Shroud put on the board as well? Because Retirement Home was taken out. We saw a lot of teams taken out. Ziploc Bags was dropped by KSB. As we take a look at this final moment, they needed to win this game on the Legacy side, and they did so. They were that team that was inside of that toilet bowl on the 2nd floor there when they were fighting with the Horizon, and they were able to pull it off. We Know Shroud wasn't able to flank and get all the way in there. They couldn't play aggressive enough because there was another team over towards the blue containers that were gatekeeping them out over towards the side. That ends up being the same team that pushes them over towards the side because they realized that was just a 2-man squad. What a day. What a night of Apex. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's spot on. And Bueno Legacy with a great last game right there, but I don't know if it was going to be enough for the standings like you said. You broke down the late game perfectly. What really stood out to me, though, I thought Blitzen on the rotation was toast. I mean, he had to make a pretty far rotation. He's solo, rotating through the valley. You'd think a team would spot him as a rat and take him out, but the fact that he's able to survive long enough to make it to late game and then get a few kill points and get the placement, that might be enough to keep KSB in top 5. I think it will be, actually, but without that play, KSB maybe slips, you know, so that's a huge play for Blitzen to secure it. And then my biggest curiosity is We Know Shroud. 12-plus kill game. They only got 4th or 5th place in placement, so I don't know if it was enough placement points to help them do it. Is it enough for them to qualify through? If it is, that's one of the best Game 6 performances, under pressure, clutch moment that I've ever seen in ALGS. We'll see if it happens, Tom.
I really think that with them and Legacy were just neck and neck. It was only a 2-point difference between we know Shroud and Legacy, and we know how many points they got, but how many placement points that Legacy got is absolutely huge.
That's right. We can actually take a look at the Game 6 highlights right now, as that was an entire montage reel for We Know Shroud. Tom, walk me through it.
And you expect this lobby to be an absolute bloodbath to begin with, again, for the teams that need to drop absolute bombs, 30 points or more. Busted Boys was one of these teams that had to have a big game, unfortunately for them. You can see that it's just too much action over towards the side. Once you see a respawn come in, even at this point, everyone is going to collapse on it, so it's so difficult to get over that type of situation as team content's going to go through and get some nice cleanups throughout all of this office building. But it's all about getting that thirst so you can not only get the armor swap, but it also kind of gets in the enemy team's head a little bit, because again, they understand how hard it is to get that res off. You lose a little bit of momentum. Also, one of the big things is your teammates can't call out when they're dead anymore. Oh yeah, they can, but they can't ping you and exactly where you're at. And team content, they showed what they were made of right from the beginning in game number 1. They carried on the momentum throughout a majority of the tournament. They slowed down a couple times, but we know Shroud, huge win underneath the bridge over here. They made the rotation over from that Lava City side and then made their way down underneath that bridge. I thought that they were going to gatekeep a little bit harder, but one of the things that you mentioned was how Blitzen was able to clamber up over towards the side. He avoids We Know Shroud and is able to capitalize on with a couple more kill points throughout all of this. He even weasels out of this situation too, where Legacy gets back and wins this game from this 3v3. This was huge for them.
Yeah, massive game for Legacy that might give them a chance. That's the thing, big word, big emphasis on might. Only 2 kills right here. I think they were a little lower in the kill category. If they got a few more, it might have been enough, but we will see, of course, in the standings in a moment. And then, content right there. They were just one versus one away from being taken out. Instead, they win the 1v1. They survived to late game, and content puts a stamp in this tournament, taking home first place by a mile. Of course, we saw Legacy close it out right here, but content showing up big in game 6. We know Shroud showing up even bigger with a 12+ kill game. And again, we're on the edge of our seats right now to see these final standings, because it's going to be absolutely insane to see who broke into that top 5, who will qualify through for ALGS Championships. And Tom, I got to ask you, of the teams you've seen today, which team or two do you think truly can contend and can keep up with a stacked, a dominant ALGS Championships against the top teams in North America?
Well, definitely Team Content. I think LonelyFans is there. We know Shroud is there too, but they didn't start playing how I hoped they were going to play until the final game. Yeah. We were discussing they need to start taking fights. They need to play aggressive. We saw what they're made of when their backs against the wall. They are phenomenal. They can win a majority, if not all, of their team fights, but for some reason, they're focused on rotations. They were getting into the middle of the zone. At the end, I thought that's what the pressure did to them. It made diamonds. We'll see if that was enough for them to stamp their way in, because I do think they're one of the teams that can contend.
I love it. Well, here we go. We got the game 6 results. 7 kills, 12 points for Legacy. That's going to net them a total of 12 points for first place, obviously. That's going to net them a total of 19 points. I don't know if it'll be enough for Legacy to sneak through, but we know Shroud with 12 kills plus 5 points. That's going to be 17 points total for them. I don't know if that will be enough.
That means they tied.
Take a look at the overall leaderboards. Is it going to be a tie?
Oh, but they didn't have enough.
Goodness. Wow. Both of them tied at 41 points, but it's not enough to break into the top 5. So there you have it. Pubstars, AMV, KSB all hold on to place top 5. And then, of course, as expected, Content takes home the first place finish. LonelyFans right behind them with his top-heavy lobby. But, man, what a tournament that was, Tom.
That was the same top 5 that we started with after game number 5, and it ends up being so after game number 6. Congratulations to these teams. Unfortunate for the teams that didn't make it through, but again, keep your head up. So many talented players here in Apex. I was really hoping that Legacy or We Know Shroud was going to pull it through there, but just 2 points short goes to show you how much every kill, every placement, every team fight, every decision really matters.
That's right. Crazy finish. Yeah, right. Every kill would have made a difference. There is only 2 points away for both of those squads, and you wonder, that could have been 1 better placement in a top 5 finish. That could have been 2 additional kills. But my biggest question is, We Know Shroud, you're right. That's a team that I think can contend with the top teams in ALGS. What, in your eyes, did you have a chance to see a lot of their gameplay? I mean, what went wrong for them? Was it just lack of consistency? Were they not playing their play style? I know you alluded to a few things earlier.
I think that they were trying to make rotations and they weren't expecting certain spots to be taken, and that just goes and puts you in the middle of a rotation, so you get sandwiched, and a lot of teams will be charge rifling you or just holding you out of your spot. But what they needed to be doing is, if the team's in a building, go and take it to them. Get on the roof, fight, and you see what happens right there. They eliminated the teams, one by one, single-handedly in 5th place, and 4th place, 6th place, etc., to go and continue to try to snowball that game. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to do it. And if they ran around picking up kill points like they did in the final game right there, I think 1,000% they would have been one of our top 2 teams.
Well said. And on the flip side, talk to me about content. Take home first place, played incredibly well. They almost were playing like they had nothing to lose. They're just playing fun, playing aggressive. Is this a squad you think can contend, and what was working so well for them today?
I think it's a combination of a lot of different things. Confidence was the first thing that I noticed in their listening, with turns calling out like, hey, I was dominating these guys before. I was cracking their shields. Here's their call outs. This is exactly what's going on. And then you have We The People coming through. He's been playing Gibraltar for quite some time and is a natural Gibby player. So when you combine all of these things with the tournament experience that Turns has, and just in general how they're able to play as a confident unit together, I definitely think they have what it takes. And keep in mind, Fallout, they have 5 to 6 weeks to prepare now, so they're going to see how they stack up. They're going to gain confidence. They're going to gain a lot of knowledge on the way that these teams rotate as well.
We know Turns can do it. We've seen him turn up when it matters the most. I'm excited to see what that squad can do. And speaking of kills and turning up, let's take a look at the kill leaderboards to see exactly how things shook out. It was Corey leading the way as MVP of this tournament. Congratulations to Corey of Content with 20 kills over 6 games. A great performance. And guess what? Right behind Corey was his teammate We The People with 17. He gave a shot to his stream earlier and well deserved. And we have Blake right behind that with 16. Big shot to Up Sushi from Mexico. Top 4. That was the highest kill placement we've seen of any Mexican player in ALGS history. Up Sushi performs incredibly well.
Well done.
Wicked M with 11. Blitzen right after with 11. Crazy showing right here, Tom.
Yeah, congratulations to Corey, who played a fantastic Bloodhound today. Again, saw some amazing Kraber shots today. The tracking was phenomenal. Everybody was playing out of their minds, and it really started from game number 1 with Team Content, setting the bar with that game ending, with the arc star stick, with the wall bounce, the jump pad, everything that you would ask for in a content montage. They provided. All the teams, all the players, all the organizations, all the fans, thank you guys for watching. It was one heck of a day of Apex.
Absolute facts right there. We started with game 1 in a crazy way. We finished with game 6 in an even crazier way. That was an awesome broadcast. An absolute treat. Much like our ALGS North American top pro teams put on for us. And we saw that in last chance qualifiers. And speaking of our top teams, let's take a look at our total qualified teams for the North American ALGS Championships. There you have it on screen. And guess what? Set your calendars for early June. We will have group stages featuring TSM, NRG, Complexity. Of course, NRG coming off the Winter Circuit playoffs win. They are looking great. Solafide, Team Liquid, Space Station, Renegades. Of course, congratulations to the Renegades roster for getting picked up. CLG, Sentinels, so many other teams that we can look out for and get excited for. And that's just the top 20. We got 20 other teams on this second page here. Tom, walk me through them.
I'm looking forward to, again, just these group plays here. This is going to be so fun to watch, this different type of format. We haven't seen this in quite some time. It's going to be so many different Apex games, and it's going to be throughout a 2-week process, like you said, Fallout, starting out in early June. I think it's the second week of June when we actually have the finals there. And we're going to get a great opportunity to see how these LCQ teams are going to stack up. And it's going to be fun to see, again, other teams go and try to gain confidence from what they saw today. I think we saw a lot of never give up mentality from these teams today. Coming around game number 3 or game number 4, popping off. Lonely fans especially making adjustments. I think that was a huge key. Very rarely do we see that so well executed. You see that in traditional sports all the time. Teams wait till halftime, then they make adjustments. Well, they didn't do that. They did that in game 3 before anybody else can consider even switching their composition, and they did it very well.
Yeah, and I believe for the first time ever, we're going to see a group stage format for our ALGS Championships. Kudos to the commissioner of Apex Legends Global Series, John Nelson, for always putting together an awesome format. The first ever to do a Battle Royale double elimination bracket. Now we're going to get group stages. I am so excited for the ALGS Championships in early June. And again, competing in that ALGS Championships will be Team Content alongside the 4 other squads. And we actually have We The People of Team Content joining us live for an interview on broadcast after a dominant performance. Him and Corey, top 2 in overall kills. We The People, how you feeling right now, brother?
What's up, man? Dude, I'm so excited, man. Shout out to my team. Shout out to Corey. Shout out to Turns, man. They're both on Twitch, by the way, chat, so check them out. But we're first major tournament I've ever won in my life, so I'm shaking right now.
Oh, amazing, man. That's great to hear. For those that maybe don't know you, don't know your Twitch stream or your background, give us a quick intro, man. Tell us about your background, your story.
Yeah, so I was born in Brazil. I came to America, to the Boston area when I was 6 years old, and I've been living here ever since. Diehard Bostonian, go Patriots. And I've been streaming for 2 years when Apex came out, and I love it, man. It's crazy, dude. It's insane.
Amazing, man. I would say maybe you're the Tom Brady of Apex in the making, but that's kind of a sensitive subject now, so I'll avoid that one. I'm sure you still got respect for the GOAT, but maybe one day you can be that at that level in Apex. It'd be awesome to see. But hey, walk me through your team as a trio. I'm not sure how long ago you guys formed. Was it truly for the content, for fun, or did you guys form kind of with all intents and purposes on making it to the ALGS Championship to compete for first place?
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. So we're a brand new team, man. We just formed like not even a month ago. So we don't have that synergy yet, on deck. But Terrence, he's a veteran player in the ALGS. I'm sure you've seen him multiple times. Hell of a guy. Corey, 16 years old. This kid is an animal, man. One of the best I've ever met. And I sort of just, I was talking to Terrence. Terrence said, yo, let's do it. I'm like, dude, I know Corey. Kid's an animal. Let's do it. Let's set it up. And Corey was a little iffy on it, but we got him. We got him to get in, and now he's having the time of his life right now, man.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know if you can see what we see on screen right now, but we're walking through a walking montage for Corey as he popped off with the Kraber, popped off throughout the entirety of that tournament, and he was the Apex Predator, top in kills overall as well, and as a result. So shout out to him. Hey, by the way, if he does that again, if he's Apex Predator has most kills in the championships, he walks home with $4,500. I don't know if he knows that, but hopefully he continues to pop off, man. Do you think he has what it takes to compete against the likes of TSM and CLG and the like?
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you because I actually have Corey on Discord right now, and he's actually screaming right now because he he just found out he's at the top. But what was the question again? I'm so sorry.
No worries. Hey, he deserves to pop off on Discord right now. No worries. The question was, if he does that again, if he is the Apex Predator, if he's on top in overall kills, he takes home $4,500. Do you think he has what it takes? Do you think your team has what it takes competing against the likes of TSM, NRG, CLG, and the top teams in North America?
Yeah, let me first say we're going up against some of the best in the world. Like those guys that you just named right there, some of the best players ever to grace this game. So we got a big challenge ahead of us. We gotta keep our head on the swivel, shots up, comms up. But we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. Hell of a fight.
I love it, man. It's awesome. And I gotta say, man, for first time doing an interview on the ALGS broadcast, you're very well spoken as well. So hope to see your career continue to progress. If you're watching the main Play Apex broadcast, hit up this man's Twitch right now. We the people. Show him some love to him and the rest of his team. I want to ask you one last question. Any shout outs? Any final words for those watching?
Yeah. Number one, I want to shout out my family, my mom, my dad, my little brother. I love you guys. Number two, shout out my community, man. My Twitch chat, absolutely insane. I love you guys. And number three, shout out to my teammates, man. Corey and Terrence, both on Twitch. Show them some love. And I'm amped, man. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Love it. Congratulations to you. And from one immigrant to the United States to another, congratulations again, brother. I'm so excited to watch you guys grind. I hope you guys do it. Make the Cinderella story complete, all right? I want to see you guys pop off in the ALGS Championships in a few months.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for the big words, dude.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for joining us. And I'm going to bring Tom back to the broadcast. Tom, I got to say, man, nothing but good vibes from that dude. I know I'm going straight to his stream, hitting the follow button right after this one.
Yeah, We the People's the man. Had an opportunity to play with him for quite some time and watch him develop as a player, and he's always had the great vibes, but it's always tough finding a team. It's one of the harder things. So again, for newer players, the best thing to do is just find people that you enjoy playing with, and you could even put together a team within a month span and end up winning a tournament just like that. Obviously, it takes a lot of hard work, and you can see the respect that he has for all the players that put in a lot of time, and those are the things you love to see.
That's right, and the way that they did it as well, putting a stamp on the tournament, insane. Is speaking of insane plays, Corey's performance, so many different things. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Lenovo Legion moment of the match on screen right here, right now. Is because guess what? It was an insane finish. Tom, walk me through it.
Yeah, it depends on what it is, but it's most likely going to be the final moment where Legacy thought they possibly had enough points to move forward. And pay attention to the amount of kills that are taking place right here. You can see Corey picked up a couple of kills over towards the tail end, and as that was happening, Legacy is finishing him off. So the fact that Legacy didn't get all of the kills over towards the side ends up coming back to be the Achilles heel behind them, and also Blight getting the kill onto Corey too ends up taking more points away. So All of those kills right there could have went over to Legacy. Unfortunately for them, only 2 points away from being able to advance, but still a phenomenal performance.
Yep, kudos to Legacy. Unfortunately, they didn't qualify through, but again, great performance from them. I'm excited to watch their careers continue to progress as well. But guess what? Next up in ALGS, it's going to be a long break, which makes me sad. We got over a month, Tom, which is depressing. But we got the ALGS Championships coming up in a month. Take a look at the broadcast schedule. I said it earlier. Set your calendars, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? June 1st, we are kicking off with group stages of the ALGS Championships. $1 million prize pool for a single tournament. EMEA will be starting at 6 p.m. BST. That is, I think, British time. I don't know for sure because I'm an ignorant American. I should know these things better. But I do. British. Okay, thanks, Tom, for the confirmation there. Appreciate it, man. June 2nd, we'll be starting with North America at 4 p.m. Pacific. And then, of course, June 3rd, all the way until June 13th. It's a multi-week affair, as Tom said earlier. We will have group stages followed by the championship final. For those that are curious about how the group stages are going to work, well, we have 40 teams in each region, so 40 in North America, 40 in EMEA. 40 teams will be dwindled down into 4 groups of 10. Each group of 10 will play another group of 10, and we'll play every other group for a series. The teams with the 20 teams with the most points at the end of that will be qualifying through to the finals, which are going to be that June 12th, June 13th date. It's a lot of detail there. I wanted to make sure you guys are aware. Group stages in Apex for the very first time. It's going to be lit, Tom.
It's round robin format, and again, make sure that you tune into all the pro players' streams because they're going to be practicing throughout all of these 4 to 5, 6 weeks. So find out who your favorite team is if you don't have one already, and then also get a little bit of use to where these teams are going to drop in the strategies because it's going to be really interesting to watch them develop.
Yeah, you're right. We've already seen the meta develop quite a bit over the last 6 months alone, 3 months alone. We saw so much Octane today, a lot of Bloodhound, a lot of Horizon. It is amazing to see where Apex Legends meta currently is. It's fun to watch. It's entertaining. So I think when we see the best of the best play in the ALGS Championships, it'll be even better. Like I said, mark your calendars. LCQ was one for the books. However, we don't just got some Apex action. We got more than that here with Electronic Arts and the EA broadcast. We got the Madden Bowl, and we got FIFA coming up as well. Madden Bowl is back and better than ever with the Madden Bowl Draft Edition. If you're a fan of football, 8 teams of 3 will run the gamut of game modes for a share of $150,000. The competition begins April 25th and runs each night through April 28th. Then the action returns May 2nd and 3rd for the semifinals before the grand finale on May 4th. Tune in at 7 p.m. Eastern Time each night to catch all the action on twitch.tv/EA Madden NFL and Madden Competitive Gaming on YouTube. If you're depressed like me that we won't have Apex action for the next month and a half, don't worry. You at least get some Madden action, which is fantastic. I'm a huge fan of Madden myself. I had a chance to cast a few, or host and cast a few Madden events. It is a ton of fun.
And then all in between that time, you're going to have the NFL draft too. So there's a lot of good NFL stuff going on.
That's a great point. A lot of good football action coming up. I'm excited for the NFL draft. See what's going to happen there. And then, of course, we also got FIFA. If you're a fan of soccer or football, for any Americans that are watching, all the flair and prestige of European nights are back in the FIFA 21 Global Series. On May 1st and 2nd, the second edition of the E-Champions League gets underway as 32 of the top FIFA pros will battle to lift one of the most coveted trophies of the FIFA campaign. Don't miss it live on EA Sports FIFA Twitch channel. And for more information, visit futchampions.com. That's FUT-champions.com. You can also catch our Apex broadcasters Onset and Gaskin calling FIFA action as well, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I know Onset and Gaskin are always constantly training over here. We'll be in rehearsal, and he's like, I'm getting some games in over here. And apparently goes pretty undefeated fairly frequently. So if you see Onset and you beat him, make sure you send him a message because I know he likes that.
Please talk crap because he gets very angry. He rages a lot as well in our Discord calls. So yeah, please 100%, make sure to talk some trash to Onset if you beat him in FIFA. But a big shout out to all of the EA esports action. The competitive gaming team at EA is one of the best I've seen run, and of course, first party in-house as well. So I'm excited for a lot of that action coming up. But Tom, last chance qualifiers was one for the books. So much fun to watch. I'm excited to see if these Cinderella story teams can make it in the LGS Championships. So I want to get your final thoughts before we wrap up.
Yeah, one, get well soon, Kate. All of you, and hope that you feel better. But overall, I'm really impressed with just the way that these players came together as new squads. And you didn't get a chance to interview every single player, but you saw from We the People that a lot of these players have been playing since Apex first came out. They've had different teams, they had their streams going, and this is their opportunity to go and prove themselves. We saw a lot of them do that today, so congratulations. And again, if you didn't make it, don't give up. There's always going to be another opportunity to prove yourself. There's always going to be another tournament.
Wise words from a wise man who worked his way from the bottom of the Halo scene all the way to the top and then did it again in Apex. Awesome to see T-Squared live on broadcast, and great to get his perspective on all things Apex Legends as well. And agreed, I'm a big fan of the Cinderella story, and hopefully we can see these teams that maybe didn't qualify come back even stronger in the next iteration of ALGS. Who knows what it'll be, but guess what? We have the ALGS Championships in a couple weeks. I'm excited for that. On behalf of Kate, big shout to Kate. Send her your love. She, of course, had to go to the hospital, but everything's going okay. She offered a tweet and an update. So big love to Kate. I just was filling in her big shoes. And, of course, on behalf of the rest of the broadcast team, Rain Day, Girl, Onset, and our entire production team who crushed it the entire broadcast, thank you so much to the entire Apex community, the Apex family, as we call it, for watching. Apex continues to grow every single day on Twitch, the community, the player base, the competitive scene. It's amazing to see. Cheers to the growth of competitive Apex, and I will see you at the ALGS Championships in a month and a half. See you then.